Age of Elves. I can eavesdrop on the voices of Elves-I-101-150. Chapter 101 3 with horror talent. Feng Che, congratulations, you performed well and won the first place this year. My vision is really good. Sabrina had a smile on her lips, raised her eyebrows, and had a proud expression on her face. I'm here mainly to formally remind you that I'm your boss from now on. You have to behave well, or I don't mind another doll. Sabrina's complexion suddenly faded, her face was completely blank, and she spoke to Feng Che in a cold voice. I see, Lord Sabrina, I will definitely perform well. Feng Che hurriedly replied to Sabrina. He didn't want to accidentally provoke the moody Sabrina and be turned into a rag doll to play with her. Feng Che heard Uncle Caesar say that Sabrina is actually the kind of character that is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and she also values her subordinates very much. Yo, Feng Che, you really were born to do this. I've joined Team Rockets for 10 years. I didn't expect you to participate in a test and become the superior of Team Rockets. It's not good if you don't accept the old man. Uncle Caesar walked over leisurely from a distance. Lord Sabrina is also true. For dragging me here, I don't think anything is wrong. Congratulations, Feng Che. Uncle Caesar congratulated again. By the way, Uncle Caesar, you can accept this ball toy. It can give you more security when you go out to perform tasks. Feng Che smiled and handed a Pokeball to Uncle Caesar. I haven't registered for this ball toy yet, you'll see what to do with it. Feng Che put the Pokeball in Uncle Caesar's hand. Uncle Caesar held the Pokeball in his hand, feeling warm in his heart. 970. Feng Che, be careful when you meet Alice's sister Lilith in the future. She is the real star hunter, but because her physique is too weak, she can't bear the huge psychic on her body. That's why Athena moved part of her psychic and consciousness to another body to act in her place. Now that Lilith has woken up, according to her stubborn character, she will definitely find a chance to attack you again. Sabrina suddenly spoke to Feng Che's mind. Sabrina said this, she turned and left. Feng Che, if you have anything in the future, please contact Mr. Sabrina directly. Don't look at Mr. Sabrina's cold appearance. Sir Sabrina has a better heart than anyone else. Uncle Caesar said in a low voice. Suddenly there was a sigh of relief in the distance. Caesar, don't come here to carry out the mission. Uncle Caesar sneered, then quickly followed Sabrina and left. Feng Che did not go back to his dormitory directly, he continued to rent the training room. Come out, Litten. Feng Che threw the Pokeball and released the Litten. Litten is a kitten-shaped Pokemon with black body fur. Recognize. Quasi. If. Water. First. Fa. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. It has red markings and whiskers on its face and red stripes on its limbs. Litten has yellow eyes and a little thorn-like hair at the end of his tail. Litten's hair contains oil, so it is very flammable, and when molting, it will burn all the old hair in one breath. It often grooms its hair by licking its body with its tongue, and in doing so collects the shedding hair. Litten is always calm and doesn't put emotion on his face. However, when the trainer and buddies are in a pinch, it will do everything in its power to save everyone. Feng Che's Litten was icy cold and not very enthusiastic. After coming out of the Pokeball, it lay on the side and ignored anyone. This Litten is a little thin and probably didn't eat well. At present, Litten that Feng Che has seen has no other performance except that he is not very enthusiastic. The system says that Litten is easy to lose control, so Litten should show it soon. Feng Che carefully observed Litten's movements. The young tits were twittering to greet Litten, but Litten didn't care. Instead, he was taking care of his own hair. Litten, I don't know why I was chosen, but I have no control over my powers at all. Ditto just finished the fight, and was lying there lazily like a salted fish drinking berry juice. Litten, no, I can't control the power of my body anymore. Litten's eyes widened suddenly, his yellow pupils wide. Suddenly, Feng Che felt an extremely huge flame erupt from Liden's body. The flames soared 3 meters high and even touched the ceiling of the training ground. Immediately, the fire sprinkler foam was triggered, and a large amount of foam was sprayed from it. Feng Che saw that the foam not only did not put out the flames on Liden, but also became more and more intense. Suddenly the entire training ground became a sea of fire. Then, sirens sounded throughout the training ground. At this moment, the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and the members of Team Rockets who managed the training room poured in. They took a large number of fire extinguishers and sprayed them at Liden, trying to suppress the burst of flames. This Liden outbreak is really scary. Feng Che looked at the raging flames in front of him and said secretly. Feng Che, see, this Liden is so terrifying when it erupts, but Liden can't control this power at all. Instructor Viper walked in suddenly. After he heard the fire alarm in the training room, he rushed over, and as he expected, Liden broke out again. Fortunately, the training rooms are made of fire-resistant materials, so the loss is not very large. After speaking to Feng Che a few words, Instructor Poisonous Snake took another call and ran away in a hurry. Liden's body was still burning, but it was obvious that it was not as strong as before. After a while, the flames on Liden gradually subsided. Soon, Liden's body was covered with layers of spray foam, and the flames were completely extinguished. Liden looked weakly at Feng Che running towards him and picked him up. Liden, will the trainers dislike me for being a Pokemon who only gets in trouble and has no way to fight? Liden, I have no control over my powers at all. Liden, you are really too powerful to be able to burst out such a powerful force. I just thought it was the flames of a grown Charizard. Don't worry, the burst of power in your body is just because your talent is too high. So you don't have a good way to control the fire in your body right now. Feng Che looked at Liden's lost eyes and comforted him. Don't worry, I will definitely cure you. At that time, you will become the most powerful Liden. Feng Che encouraged Liden. Liden, is that really the case, or is it the first time someone said I'm very powerful, and finally didn't say I'm a disaster star? Liden's pupils reflected Feng Che's firm eyes, and Liden's eyes suddenly flashed with crystal light, as if he was trying his best to engrave Feng Che's appearance into his memory. Subsequently, Liden gradually fell into a drowsiness due to excessive physical exertion. This Liden is just too talented. But because of Liden's young age, Liden has no way to control this strong fire force. Looking at this violent flame, it really looks like the flame of Entei. After Feng Che wiped the spray foam off Liden's body, he put Liden into the Pokeball. Feng Che's mind kept flashing through the formulas of many potions, and finally Lock-On was on a potion formula. 3 days later, Feng Che dressed lightly and came to Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow City can be said to be the most important city in Team Rockets after Viridian City, Saffron City, and Vermilion City. Mewtwo was originally developed in Celadon, Rainbow. Later, because the experimental base in Celadon, Rainbow City was discovered by the Alliance, it was urgently transferred to the headquarters of Team Rockets. But even so, Team Rockets firmly controlled most of the underground forces in Celadon, Rainbow City. Team Rockets arranged for Feng Che in Celadon. Rainbow City was an apartment filled with all the necessary supplies. It wasn't until Feng Che arrived at the residence that he found Nurse Joy standing at the door of his apartment. Chansey was knocking on the door of Feng Che's apartment. Am I exposed? What is Nurse Joy doing suddenly at the door of my apartment? Feng Che held a Pokeball tightly with a smile on his face, and walked towards the door of the apartment. Hello, are you Mr. Feng Che? I'm Nurse Joy from the Pokemon Center. The Pokemon you have applied for has been approved, and you can claim your first Pokemon. I happen to be passing by here on an errand, so I just wanted to see if you were at home. Nurse Joy said to Feng Che with a smile. Hee hee, there are such hidden benefits. Okay, thank you very much. Feng Che smiled. He knew that generally receiving Pokemon through Nurse Joy is a good Pokemon. May I ask if Mr. Feng Che will follow me to collect Pokemon now? Nurse Joy asked Feng Che with a smile. Then trouble Nurse Joy. Feng Che released his grip on Pokeball and let out a sigh of relief. Feng Che followed Nurse Joy to the Pokemon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City. The exterior of the Pokemon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City looks like a splendid Celadon rainbow. Pokemon Center is a 5-story building. Next to the Pokemon Center, there is an equally large breeding house. The League's Pokemon were originally stored in the Pokemon Center, but these Pokemon are too noisy. They affect the patients at the Pokemon Center, so we, with the support of the Alliance, hired some people to open this breeding house. You are the first to pick. The breeding house is divided into 3 parts in total, with the Grass Royal 3, the Fire Royal 3 and the Water Royal 3. Which part do you visit first? Nurse Joy said to Feng Che with a smile, while introducing Feng Che into the cultivation house. As soon as they entered the cultivation house, the employees of the cultivation house all said hello to Nurse Joy. Let's visit Water-type Royal 3 first. Feng Che now has Litten in his hand, so he won't choose Fire-type Pokemon for the time being. Grass-type Pokemon mainly focus on treatment, and Feng Che lacks most of the means of treatment, so the Grass-type Pokemon Feng Che also directly passed. Follow me, please. Nurse Joy led Feng Che to the area where the Water-type Royal 3 was placed in the breeding house. There are many Water-type Royal 3s here, and you can choose slowly. Of course, the Royal 3s here are not just sent by the League. There are also some Royal 3s that were screened for various reasons. If you want, these Royal 3s can also be taken away. But the Royal 3s who were screened out have more or less problems. Nurse Joy said to Feng Che. I still have something to go back to the Pokemon Center. After you've picked the Royal 3, come directly to the Pokemon Center. I'll give you a 3.4 Pokemon registration and a trainer registration before you can participate in the League's challenges. Nurse Joy told Feng Che repeatedly, and then left in a hurry. The place where the Water-type Royal 3 is placed is not large. There is only a pool with a fountain and a rockery, and there are more than 10 Water-type Royal 3 playing in the pool. The Royal 3 here are all dynamic, not bad. Feng Che glanced at Squirtle and Mudkip who were chasing with the water gun, and they were very energetic. However, after Feng Che used the system to detect the qualifications of Squirtle and Mudkip, he immediately shook his head. They only have yellow qualifications, and they are considered good Pokemon in the League, but to be my main Pokemon, I still have to choose some Pokemon with better qualifications. Mainly, the main materials for some qualification-enhancing potions are really difficult. Collecting, Feng Che doesn't want to spend so much energy on improving Pokemon qualifications. Feng Che detected all the nearby Water-type Royal 3, and some Pokemon didn't even reach the yellow aptitude. Just when Feng Che was going to take the next step and choose a Mudkip with a yellow talent for training, Feng Che suddenly heard a strange voice. Another stupid human is here, but fortunately, I pretended to be lame, so I didn't have to fight, and I could eat and drink in the breeding house so that I could become a tyrant. No one would have thought that the other Pokemon in the breeding house were all defeated by my men, haha. Feng Che looked up and saw a Froakie leaning comfortably on the highest part of the rockery. A Squirtle is using a lotus leaf as a fan to help it fan, and it looks very comfortable. Chapter 102 Go to the Extreme Froakie, for subscription, for collection. Froakie is a light blue frog called Pokemon. It has large yellow eyes, with pupils sometimes oval and sometimes narrowed into a line. The head has a dark blue stripe. The hands and the junction of the palm and the arm are white, like wearing a pair of white gloves. There are white quack foam on the nose, back and neck, and the foam on the back and neck looks like a burden. Usually, Froakie can jump up to 3 stories high and are very lightweight Pokemon. Froakie secretes from its chest and back is elastic and protects itself when attacked by opponents. Feng Che observed that the Froakie in the breeding room looked absent-minded, but in fact, a pair of eyes that kept rolling have been shrewdly observing the surrounding situation. You're looking at this Froakie. Nurse Joy suddenly reappeared in the nursery. This Froakie suffered a serious leg injury after a fight and has been depressed ever since. Nurse Joy forgot to take a document with him. When he turned back, he saw Feng Che looking at Froakie, so he quickly reminded Feng Che. Because of the leg injury, many trainers who came to pick Pokemon didn't choose it. We've also checked Froakie a lot of times and he's already healed from the injury, but he's still staggering. Probably for neurological or psychological reasons. After all, Froakie is a fast Pokemon, and one leg that has limited mobility has led many trainers to abandon it. It kept the kid very depressed, so the other Pokemon in the nursery usually took good care of him. Its favorite thing to do is stand at the top of the rockery and wait for a trainer who can recognize him to show up. Nurse Joy said to Feng Che. His words were full of deep sympathy and compassion for this Quack 17 bubble frog. This Froakie has no problems with his nerves or psychology, just one problem, go. And it seems that the acting is not bad, it can be awarded a gold person. Feng Che remembered what Froakie had just heard, and couldn't help but secretly complained. If this Froakie's qualifications are good, just ask for it directly. Feng Che thought to himself, and started the system identification for Froakie. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Froakie close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, epic teal. Characteristic, change freely. Open black lens bracket level, 10 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, grab, glare, water gun, rage, water pulse, camouflage, eye of heart, double team, throwing, aerial ace. Status, lazy. Evaluation, this is a powerful Froakie, but it has been waiting for a trainer who can command it. Close black lens bracket, Nurse Joy, I have decided, it is the Pokemon I want to choose. Feng Che pointed to Froakie and said to Nurse Joy with great certainty. Just kidding, this is a Teal qualified Pokemon. Cyan qualified Pokemon, even Caterpie, are madly robbed. As long as the Cyan qualified Pokemon does not fail, it can properly enter the elite level Pokemon. There is no reason for Feng Che to let go. Thank you so much for your support. Nurse Joy was in awe of Feng Che after seeing that Feng Che had chosen this Froakie unswervingly. Nurse Joy took Froakie's Pokeball and came to Froakie's side. Great, Froakie, finally someone is willing to take you away. You should be surprised too, congratulations. Nurse Joy said to Froakie with a big smile. Froakie's eyes froze for a moment. Froakie, what's the surprise of this frog? It's clearly astonished. Froakie, I've finally gotten used to being the king here, all the royal three here are my underdogs. Froakie, now I'm going to travel with the human trainer. It's very dangerous outside. Froakie, if I hadn't become a Greninja, I would never have gone out. Froakie, Nurse Joy, don't. Froakie's cranky thoughts are not over yet, and Joy was included in the Pokeball. This is an unreasonable Froakie. This Froakie looks obviously strong, but it's too cautious. Feng Che raised his forehead. Why is the Pokemon on his body a bit weird? Ditto Mega is a big eater. Young Tits, fighting maniac. Litten, flame maniac. Froakie, go Tiandi. Follow me, I'll help you register and activate as an official trainer. Nurse Joy led Feng Che to the counter at the Pokemon Center in Celadon, Rainbow City. Nurse Joy took the ID card handed over by Feng Che on the computer and helped Feng Che register Pokemon. Now registering Pokemon for you, your old dervish Pokemon is Froakie. Is there anything else I can do for you? Nurse Joy asked Feng Che. No, thank you Nurse Joy. Feng Che intends to make Froakie, Juvenile Tit, and Ice Vulpix his own Pokemon. Litten and Ditto's Arbic form becomes his dark side Pokemon. Resources are the most important issue. Feng Che is not a nurturing person in the game now, and he has no way to collect some precious resources. Raising a Pokemon takes a lot of resources. Therefore, even a formal trainer generally does not accept too many Pokemon, so as not to make ends meet. Otherwise, there's a good chance that every Pokemon was taken care of, but not every Pokemon was taken care of. Congratulations, you have successfully become a junior trainer. Completing alliance quests can quickly increase the trainer level. The higher the trainer level, the more discounts you have on Pokemon healing and redemption items. The specific tasks can be inquired at me, or in the bulletin board outside the Pokemon Center. Nurse Joy said to Feng Che. Nurse Joy, is there a to-do list here? Feng Che asked Nurse Joy. Feng Che thought about improving his level through some tasks first, and then looking for an opportunity to enter the alliance. Yes, for you. Feng Che took the ultra-transparent tablet handed over by Nurse Joy. Because you are a newly registered trainer, you can only take first-level missions. So I've listed for you all the tasks that have been identified as level 1. Quote. Nurse Joy said with a smile. Feng Che quickly glanced at the tablet, and tasks ranging from taking care of children to catching Pokemon were all there. After browsing on the tablet for a while, Feng Che found the task he wanted, and it was also the easiest task of taking care of children. Just when Feng Che wanted to choose a few more tasks, he found that he could no longer choose. Haha, Mr. Feng Che, because it's your first time doing a mission, you can't choose so many at one time. When your level slowly rises, there will be no problem. Nurse Joy smiled and sent Feng Che the task address. The boy's father works in another city and his wife runs a herbal shop. This kid also often goes to the Pokemon Center to play with some injured Pokemon. He's a very cute little angel. After Feng Che came out of the Pokemon Center, he saw the notice board in front of the Pokemon Center, and there were a lot of task lists in rollout. This mode is learned from the Bounty Hunter Guild, and it's a pretty good way. The quest rewards are quite generous, and it can also be regarded as a source of living expenses for the fledgling trainers. Feng Che nodded affirmatively. Celadon, Rainbow City is an international metropolis, also known as the city that never sleeps, with the largest game hall in the entire Kanto region. Pokemon, skill CDs, herbs, props and other materials can be exchanged in the game arcade. And in the basement of the arcade is the hidden research base of Team Rocket's Little Love Herbal House. A tall, blue-haired beauty was grinding herbs. A very cute little girl next to her is playing with an Oddish. Xiao-I, wait for the trainer from the Pokemon Center to come over, and Mom will ask him to take you for a whole day. But let's see how the people who came this time are. If they don't work, I'll notify the Pokemon Center and get another one. The blue-haired beauty is preparing for her senior pharmacist assessment, so she can only post a task in the Pokemon Center and ask a reliable trainer to help Xiao-I. Mom, Xiao-I can take care of herself. I only need Oddish to accompany me. I don't need anyone else to take care of me. The little girl Charm said on the side. Haha, Dad is coming back soon. You are not happy. It is said that Dad's experiment was very successful. Dad will be back from Viridian City right away. Didn't you keep saying that you miss Daddy? Just wait a little longer and you'll be able to see Daddy soon. The beauty did not respond positively to Xiao-Ai's request, but diverted Xiao-Ai's attention with another topic. Hello, I'm a trainer who has accepted the task of taking care of children. My name is Feng Che. Feng Che walked into the Xiao-I herbal house and said loudly to the blue-haired beauty. The blue-haired beauty carefully observed Feng Che, and there was a faint scent of herbs on her body. She was wearing whitewashed clothes, but she was very neat and clean. The most important thing is that Feng Che's nails are neatly trimmed, and the whole person is handsome and sunny. Hello, I'm Yayui, the owner of Xiao-I Herbal House. I want to trouble you to take care of Xiao-I for a few days. Don't worry, I will give you a generous reward, Yayui said to Feng Che. Because I've been too busy recently, I don't have time to spend with Xiao-I, so I'll trouble you to take care of her for a few days. Feng Che saw an unusually cute little girl. She was wearing a tutu skirt with a wreath woven from flowers on her head. Big brother, do you have a Pokemon? Can you release it for me to take a look at? Xiao-I saw a handsome older brother and hurriedly grabbed Feng Che's hand and said 970. Come out, childish tits. Feng Che threw a pokeball, and the baby tit flapped its wings and flew in the herb house. Xiao-I excitedly followed and ran around. Yayui took the prescription and saw that these were ordinary herbs, and they were naturally stocked in the store. By the way, Sister Yayui, do you have these herbs here? If possible, please deduct them from my salary. These are very common herbs. Feng Che handed Yayui a prescription. I'll take a look. Immediately afterwards, Yiyu's brows were slightly wrinkled. Even the middle-level pharmacist Yayui couldn't understand the formula of Feng Che's potion. But Yayui didn't say anything, and quickly grabbed the herbs for Feng Che according to the formula on the prescription. This is the herb you want. Yiyu handed the herb to Feng Che. Okay. After Feng Che took over the herbs, he started chopping, grinding, purifying, and blending according to the formula. The whole process went smoothly. Yayui watched from the side and couldn't help nodding her head again and again. Xiao-I fell asleep sweetly by the side, probably tired of playing. It's really tiring to play with children. It's not easier than fighting. The young tits drooped their wings wearily, and secretly complained. It's rare for this child to be so quiet today. Yiyu smiled and covered Xiao-I with a blanket. It was already half an hour after Feng Che prepared the medicine. There are also 10 more bottles filled with medicine in Feng Che's bracelet. Feng Che, you are really a formidable pharmacist. Such a pure medicinal liquid is really rare. How do you handle it so that it can be so pure and free of impurities? Yiyu suddenly asked Feng Che. The purification of medicinal liquid is a problem faced by every pharmacist. Even an intermediate-level pharmacist like Yayui has some impurities that are difficult to remove in the liquid medicine produced. The main reason for the formation of impurities is the introduction of impurities in the raw materials of medicinal materials, and the incomplete reaction of medicinal herbs after mixing with medicinal herbs. The best way to remove impurities is to formulate the exact amount of herbs. Feng Che looked up at Yayui. But I also made it according to the formula. I have even strictly controlled the amount of herbs added. The dosage is accurate to the milligram, but the quality is still not satisfactory. Yiyu still shook her head with a puzzled face and sighed. Chapter 103 Mewtwo Raiders _ No, Sister Yayui, you misunderstood what I meant. Each herb is actually different. For example, if some herbs grow well, they will contain more of a certain substance. There is no problem with the same medicinal herbs without distinguishing the same herb. But if you want to formulate higher quality medicines, you need to keep improving. Pharmacists can't follow the steps and stick to the rules. They must identify and judge the characteristics and active ingredients of each medicinal material in real time. Feng Che explained to Yayui that these are all his experiences of becoming a top-level nurturer. I understand. It's no wonder that the medicines I have been formulating contain impurities, and there is no way to further improve the quality. I always thought it was the wrong recipe, and it doesn't seem like it's a recipe issue at all. This is because each herb contains different amounts of the main components. In order to formulate high-quality medicines, it is necessary to adjust the dosage of the medicines according to the actual characteristics of the herbs. Yiyu suddenly realized, and looked at Feng Che with a look of approval. She did not expect this young man to know so much about pharmacy at such a young age. Can you help me see what's wrong with the potion I'm going to compete with, the awakening potion I'm going to compete with? But I don't know why. My awakening agent is made of red, isn't the general awakening agent blue? Yiyu asked Feng Che. The quality of this herb is questionable and it should have been picked after dew. After Feng Che carefully identified the potion made by Yayui, he picked up a herb next to him and said. This Noctiluca must be picked before the dew, so that the medicinal properties of Noctiluca will not be diluted by the dew. Feng Che directly pointed out the reason for the failure of Yayui potion. So that's the case. I said why my potions kept failing to make. This damned profiteer sold me defective products. Yayui looked at Rage. However, I also blame myself for not paying attention to the quality of the herbs. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. Yayui's face was full of gratitude. Feng Che, you are young and you are so good at pharmacy. What level of pharmacy master are you? Yayu asked Feng Che curiously. I am not yet a pharmacist. Feng Che shook his head and said. I have already gone to the Pharmacist's Guild to ask, and now to participate in the Pharmacist Primary Examination, you must have a recommendation letter from a pharmacist at least intermediate level. But I don't know any intermediate pharmacist. The Pharmacist's Guild wants to improve the level of pharmacists, and has specially set the threshold for participating in the assessment. At the same time, it does not want to bury talents, so it has set this rule. There are recommended places for pharmacists at the intermediate level and above. This is why Feng Che chose this mission. He had found out through Team Rocket's internal channels early on that Yayui had a recommended spot in his hands. Feng Che wanted to get the recommended spot in Yayui's hands. Every mid-level pharmacist has a recommended spot, but these spots are usually reserved early by others. Yayui has been undecided on whom to give, so she has never given her place. I am an intermediate pharmacist now, and I happen to have a recommendation quota in my hand. Why don't I recommend it to you? Your pharmacist level is much better than mine. You must be able to pass the test to become an excellent pharmacist. Yayu smiled and said that she did not doubt Feng Che's original purpose. She felt that for a powerful pharmacist like Feng Che, it was not easy to get a recommended quota. Yayui decided to be a smooth human relationship. If she recommends an excellent pharmacist to join the Pharmacist Guild, and Feng Che shines in the future, her recommender will naturally rise. It would be great if Sister Yayui could help me recommend it. Feng Che's goal was achieved, and he was secretly happy. That's when you give me a reward for making potions. Yayui was very enthusiastic. She wrote a letter of recommendation and stamped it with her private seal. By the way, Feng Che, what is the purpose of the medicine you just prepared? After Yayui handed the recommendation letter to Feng Che, she asked curiously. I'm having some problems with one of my Pokémons. This medicine is for conditioning its body and can control the skyrocketing flame breath in its body. As Feng Che spoke, he released Litten. In the past few days, Feng Che has carefully analyzed Litten's situation and formulated some treatment plans for Litten. Litten is because the talent is too high, it will continue to absorb the surrounding fire attribute energy. These fire attribute energies poured into Litten's body continuously. But at this time, the Litten's energy to accommodate the fire attribute is limited, and the Litten has no way to divert it. Therefore, Litten can only vent out all the energy in his body through sudden bursts. And this way is constantly consuming Litten's potential. Team Rocket's cultivators can think of as to use Litten evolution. However, the master cultivator exhausted all kinds of fire attribute treasures, but still failed to prompt Litten evolution, and finally came to the conclusion that this Litten's birth defect cannot be cured. A Litten with teal qualifications was refrigerated like this. Feng Che's view was naturally different from that of Team Rocket's cultivator. He thought of a two-pronged approach. Feng Che's main approach is to improve Litten's ability to control fire attribute energy on the one hand, and at the same time suppress the speed of Litten absorb fire attribute energy through medicinal conditioning. In the past few days, Feng Che had specially trained Litten to precisely control the fire attribute energy. Litten has basically stopped rioting. Feng Che firmly believed that Litten would be cured in the end. Litten came out of the Pokeball. He screamed, "Meowth," and jumped onto Feng Che's arm, then licked the fur on his body while leaning against Feng Che's arms. It can be seen that the relationship between Litten and Feng Che has deepened a lot. Come on, Litten. Feng Che pulled out the reagent bottle and pointed the mouth of the bottle directly at Litten. Litten stuck out his tongue and licked the potion bit by bit, showing a happy expression at the same time. Wow, it's Litten. Xiao-I also wants to touch Litten's head. Xiao-I suddenly woke up at some point and ran over. When Xiao-I saw Litten, she danced with joy, even ignoring her favorite Oddish. Litten glanced at Xiao-I, and although he looked disgusted, Litten lowered his head. Wow, this Litten is really cute. Xiao-ai gently stroked Litten's head and showed a happy smile. Sorry, Feng-che, Xiao-ai likes Pokemon very much like his father, but the child's father will be back in a few days, and Xiao-ai must be very happy by then. Yiyu lowered her head and touched Xiao-ai's little head. That is, Xiao-ai wants to be an excellent researcher like her father. Xiao-ai suddenly raised her head, a pair of water Alina's big eyes flashing with a firm light. Xiao-ai's appearance becomes more and more familiar. Where did I see it? Feng-che looked at Xiao-ai's innocent face and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Feng-che frowned slightly, constantly searching for his memories. Suddenly Feng-che had a flash of inspiration, and he finally remembered where he had seen Xiao-ai. He had seen Xiao-ai's appearance on the game forum in his previous life, and he also had a complete guide to getting Mewtwo to follow. Xiao-ai is Fuji Professional's daughter, Fuji-ai. That night Moon is Fuji Professor's wife. Feng-che began to recall the strategy on the forum. In the Raiders, the wife of Fuji Professional is only mentioned in it. Fuji Professor's wife died in suspected assassination. After that, the overly sad Fuji Professor took Xiao-ai to the base of Team Rockets. But Xiao-ai later died of poisoning by an escaped Ekans. Fuji Professional, whose wife and daughter died one after another, fell into despair, and then Fuji Professional went crazy like this. So, if I want to contact Fuji Professional, the best way is to protect Yayoi. Feng-che thought secretly. It's a pity that the strategy simply wrote that Yayoi died, and didn't explain the reason. Wait, the guide also mentioned that Fuji Professional saw Yayoi die in front of him with his own eyes. Xiao-ai's father, whom Yayoi just mentioned, is about to come back, which means that the assassination is just a matter of the past few days. But one thing is, the Fuji Professor is the most important professional for Team Rockets. It stands to reason that the members of Team Rockets should send heavy troops to protect the safety of Fuji Professor's wife and daughter. Feng-che thought solemnly. Sister Yayoi, I saw only one Oddish in this herb house, what about the other Pokemon? Feng-che asked Yayoi. Sorry, I'm not good at breeding Pokemon, so I only kept an Oddish in the herb house. Oddish just needs to bask in the sun and water. His usual job is to play with Xiao-ai. Yayoi was not wary of Feng-che at all, and said one by one. So, although it's unclear why the members of Team Rockets did not rescue Yayoi at the critical moment, as long as I can protect Yayoi and Xiao-ai this time, I can indirectly contact Fuji Professional. Fuji Professor, as the main person in charge of the Mewtwo development project, should have a lot of resources on hand. I might even get a Mewtwo just by taking the Fuji Professional line. It's exciting to think about it. Feng-che secretly thought about the next plan. Feng-che originally wanted to get a recommendation letter from the pharmacist and left. But in the face of greater interests, Feng-che was ready to fight. Sister Yayoi, do you have a bigger open space here? I have a Pokemon that I want to tame. Feng-che asked Yayoi. Yes, there is a large open space behind the herb house. It was originally used as a cultivation house, but it was abandoned there and I bought it. However, my energy is limited, and I have to take Xiao-ai with me, so I just fenced off that piece of land and haven't done anything yet. Yiyu said to Feng-che. Since you want to tame the Pokemon, come with me, Oddish, please watch the house. Yayoi led Feng-che to the depths of the herb house, while Litten followed Feng-che to the depths of the herb house. Not far from the herb house, two hideous-looking people were watching the herb house secretly. Boss Shengmu, there are only mother and daughter and an Oddish in the herbal house here. We've been stalking here for several days, why don't we assassinate Nuo Zhao's? The employers urged us. It's been a few days, let's take action as soon as possible. A one-eyed strong man said to a strong man with scars all over his face. One-eyed, wait a second, I always feel that something is not right. This mother and daughter seem to be secretly protected. My feeling is not wrong. Boss Shungmu said to One-Eyed. And there was a person who went in just now, the trainer of the alliance. The boss Shungmu put down his binoculars and said to the One-Eyed. I can crush a few of this kind of fledgling trainer by myself. One-Eyed squeezed his fist and made a crackling sound. A Houndoom is lying behind One Eye. Don't underestimate my intuition. It's my intuition. It's been so long that we've been at peace with each other. Shungmu said to the One-Eyed, with a solemn expression on his face. One-Eyed, we have been guarding for so long, and we are not in a hurry for a while. The other side. A Team Rocket's member, Kotaro, let out a languid sigh. It's so boring to watch every day and nothing happens, Team Rocket's member Kotaro said to his companions. I really don't know why the captain wants us to stare at here every day, isn't it just two mothers and daughters? It's really boring, I'd rather go and fight with the people from the alliance. Kotaro felt that with his own ability, he should not be judged bound in this place. Kotaro, don't think too much. Our mission now is to protect the safety of the mother and daughter in the herb house. You can't leave here without an order from the superior. Kotaro's companion warned Kotaro. Lung. Chapter 104 The Duel of the Royal Three, The Confrontation of Water and Fire. Feng Che followed Yayui to a clearing. The Pokeball in Feng Che's hand was shaking violently. This is the Pokemon in Pokeball fighting fiercely. Froakie, let me out, I'm going back to the nursery. Froakie, let me out, I'm going back to the nursery. Froakie is struggling desperately in the Pokeball, trying to break free from the Pokeball. Come out, Froakie. Feng Che threw the Pokeball, and Froakie jumped out of the Pokeball. Froakie, damn human, don't you choose so much, I even want to be lame. Froakie finds herself bound by the Pokeball with no way to escape. It was looking at Feng Che with wide eyes angrily. Just when Feng Che was about to send the young tits. Litten raised his legs and walked in front of Feng Che. Litten held his head high, his yellow pupils staring straight at Froakie. Litten, do you want to fight? Really? Feng Che asked Litten. With a loud cry, Litten announced a fight with Froakie. Immediately, Litten's temperature rose sharply, and a large group of flames emerged from his body. Froakie, HMPH, this is a fire-type Pokemon, don't think I haven't seen it before, water-type can restrain fire-type. Froakie, I'll play Litten against you. If I beat you against you, you will join my team. If I lose, I'll let you go and go back to the breeding house to continue to dominate. Feng Che said loudly to Froakie. Froakie, is this human being so kind? Froakie, don't worry, just defeat it, the day when the breeding house is the king. I'm here Froakie. No, I have to be careful, maybe this fire-type Pokemon looks ordinary, actually too powerful. This Froakie is really a go. Feng Che looked at Froakie's cautious look, and immediately raised his forehead. Froakie, let me test this fire-type Pokemon, I'll use the bubbles on my body to attack this fire-type Pokemon first. Froakie, then we'll see if this fire-type Pokemon can avoid my bubble. Quack 970 The Quack Bubble Frog grinned. Then Froakie threw the mucus secreted on his back directly at Litten. Litten jumped easily, dodging Froakie's attack. But Froakie's secret moves are more than that. Froakie suddenly sprayed 3 water guns. These 3 water guns lock on Litten's position in different directions. Froakie, this is my trick to defeat the water-type Pokemon in the breeding house, precision shooting. Froakie, no Pokemon can escape my precision shots, no. Precision shooting, this Froakie will shoot accurately, my god, this Froakie's talent is really amazing. Precision shooting is a secret trick of Hoenn region Lilycove City Sutopolis to cultivate water-type Pokemon. It is said that as long as the water gun is ejected from the mouth, it will definitely hit the target and cause huge damage to the target. As expected, Litten jumped with 4 claws, just as he was about to dodge the attack of Froakie's water gun. The 3 water guns seemed to have eyes, hitting Litten's left shoulder, forehead and tail respectively. Immediately, Lydon seemed to have just been fished out of a pond, wet all over, and his thick fur was covered with water droplets. Lydon was out of breath at this point. It looked like if Froakie made another attack, Lydon would lose his strength and fall to the ground. Lydon, it doesn't matter. Feng Che said to Lydon. Suddenly, large groups of flames gushed out from Lydon's body, and Lydon's pupils contracted sharply. Lydon, calm down, pay attention to control your flames. Feng Che looked at Lydon worriedly and said. Lydon scratched the ground with his claws irritably. Lydon was suppressing the enormous power in his body. Lydon, you have to concentrate all your energy to control this power and treat Froakie as your enemy. Feng Che commanded loudly to Lydon. Lydon heard Feng Che's words. He stared at Froakie with rather intimidating eyes. When Froakie saw Lydon's fierce, tiger-like eyes, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Froakie, my BHDEOMG, this Lydon's eyes are so fierce, and the trainers out there are so cruel. Froakie, it seems that my training is insufficient. I must complete the task of 5,000 sprays of the water gun today. How tough is this Froakie? It's obviously very powerful, but it's like a dog. Feng Che couldn't help shaking his head and supporting his forehead. But this kind of character is also good, at least in terms of training. This Froakie will not slack off, and Froakie's fighting style is timid and cautious, much stronger than blindly reckless. Feng Che secretly thought about Froakie's future development direction. Froakie, depends if this guy is bluffing. Froakie, shall I throw 2 water pulses and give it a try? Froakie thought to herself. Feng Che suddenly felt that 2 groups of ping-pong-sized helical balls appeared in Froakie's hands. These 2 helical balls continued to grow larger with the injection of water-type energy, and finally became the size of basketballs. Good guy, the water pulse can turn into a spiral ball. How powerful this guy is in controlling the energy of the water type. Feng Che looked at these 2 highly compressed water pulses, and there was a clattering sound inside. If these 2 water masses exploded, Lydon might be directly knocked to the ground by the gushing water pulse. Froakie used a throwing technique, and the 2 water balls hurled towards Lydon, one after the other. Lydon, use the charged fire strike to unleash your anger on Froakie. Feng Che could only let go. Immediately, the flames on Lydon's body were 3 meters high. This raging fire made Froakie feel frightened. Lydon at this time was like a lava demon from hell. Lydon's body actually had a faint lava flowing out, the temperature of his body kept rising, and the flame changed from fiery red to cyan. Froakie, this Lydon is too terrifying, even my skin feels a faint burning sensation. Is this the strength I improved after following the trainer? Froakie, did I finally get my trainer? Although this Froakie is very strong, it has become very cautious and timid since being injured in a previous battle, but it has always believed in the strong, because only the strong can shield it from the wind and rain. Lydon ran quickly, the flames on his body also spread rapidly, and the surrounding heat wave was rolling, as if the air was burning. Just then, Froakie's water pulse slammed into Lydon. Water pulse was transformed into a surging flood, mixed with ultrasonic waves, and if Lydon wasn't paying attention, he would be thrown into chaos. However, Lydon was in the state of rage at this time, and the flames on his body became more and more violent. Water pulse came into contact with the flames on Lydon's body, it directly vaporized into a cloud of water mist. Lydon's figure was also submerged in the huge mist, and the flames that were still flickering could be faintly seen. Froakie, oh my god, is this still a Pokemon? The flames on his body are so powerful that they can instantly offset so much water from the water pulse. Lydon made his way through the water vapor step by step, his piercing eyes still staring at Froakie. Froakie suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by death, and couldn't help but back up again and again. I saw Froakie suddenly slump to the ground, bowed her head in the direction of Feng Che, and at the same time made the shape of a white flag with the white foam secreted from her hands. Froakie, well, I lost, and you are my trainer from now on. Froakie, you are welcome to join in, and I will give you more advice in the future. Feng Che added Froki to the Pokeball after he finished speaking. Froki's eyes burst into a gleam of brilliance, and he finally found the look on his face. However, Lydon was still standing on the ground, majestic and awe-inspiring. After being picked up by Feng Che, Lydon let out a weak growl. Lydon, you made it. Feng Che didn't say much, but Feng Che's doting eyes gave Lydon great confidence. Lydon, haha, great, I finally managed to control the fire in my body and defeated a strong enemy. After Feng Che heard Lydon's heartfelt voice, he found that Lydon fell heavily into his arms. Lydon is also a little out of strength, and it will be fine to rest for a while. After Feng Che carefully checked Lydon's condition, he found that there was no major problem, so he was completely relieved. Big brother, your Lydon is really powerful and cute. Mama, can I have a Lydon in the future? Xiao-ai shook Yaoyui's hand and said to Yaoyui Charm. There are some, as long as you like the Pokemon, Dad will find it for you. Yu said to Xiao-ai with a smile. Feng Che, your two Pokemons are extremely powerful. It seems that you must be a powerful trainer in the future. Look, One-Eyed, I said there are guards here. Judging from the cyan flame that just erupted, it was a powerful fire-type Pokemon. Even Houndoom may not be able to defeat this Pokemon. Shengmu said to the One-Eyed language with lingering fears. Shengmu was fortunate in his heart that he didn't act rashly, and he still had to be more cautious in doing their business. Boss, that's an exorbitant reward. We managed to grab it from the wolves. Are we just giving up? The One-Eyed face said unwillingly. According to my observations over the past few days, the target of our assassination should be the family members of the senior team members of Team Rockets. Shengmu said slowly, a solemn expression appeared on his face. The family members of the senior team members of Team Rockets. One-Eyed suddenly became a little embarrassed. Why don't we return this order? I don't want to provoke Team Rockets. The One-Eyed voice said with some trembling. No hurry, we will observe and observe. According to my inside information, Team Rockets recently had an assassination attempt against Celadon, Rainbow Gym. At that time, a lot of Team Rockets members should be recruited, and the guards here will also be weakened. Maybe this is our chance. One-Eyed, such a large sum of money, you don't want to slip away from your hands in vain. Huh. With this money, life will be worry-free in the future, why don't we just wash our hands? We can do whatever we want. What happened to the top management of Team Rockets? As long as we remain anonymous, we can't find anyone who hides. Wherever I go, I don't believe Team Rockets are so capable. There was a cold look in Shengmu's eyes. What's more, we are powerful killers. There has never been a word of failure in our records, so we maintain a super high completion rate. Shengmu put down the telescope and said meaningfully. At the same time, the Holy Shepherd tightly holds two Pokeballs, which are the main Pokemon of the Holy Shepherd. On the other side of the herb house, Kotaro, just now, a fire broke out in the backyard of the herb house. Shall we report it to the top? Shotai, another Team Rockets member in charge of guarding the herb house, asked Kotaro with some scruples. No, it's just a fledgling kid. I guess he just led Royal 3 to show it. The place where Kotaro was monitoring was far from the backyard of the herb house, so Kotaro didn't feel the mighty pressure of Lydon's flames. He thought it was just an ordinary petty joke. By the way, have you heard that the other teams of Team Rockets are going to perform Sucker Punch on Celadon, Rainbow City and capture the members of Team Rockets with Revenge Celadon, Rainbow Leader? Kotaro said to Shangtai. Maybe we will have a chance to make a shot. Kotaro's eyes lit up and stabbed Shangtai's arm and said. Kotaro, the superior's order is that we should be stationed here to protect the safety of the mother and daughter. We are the biggest defense force. If this mother and daughter are killed, we will die. You have to know that Team Rockets has a strict system. Once we fail to protect this mother and daughter, what awaits us is the cruel punishment of Team Rockets. Shangtai said to Kotaro with some fear. We've been here for so long, and we haven't seen anything unusual. There's not even a single suspect nearby. I'm really bored. Stop talking, I'll go to sleep first. Kotaro suddenly mumbled something boring, then leaned against the wall and narrowed his eyes. Seriously, when will these days come to an end? Shantai sighed helplessly and continued to stare around the herb house. Chapter 105 _ Take advantage of. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni looked at the newly born Mewtwo with an excited and relieved smile on his face. He cultivated thousands of embryos, and finally one of them hatched successfully. Very well, Fuji Professor, your research has been very successful. How long do you expect Mewtwo to grow? Giovanni's eyes burst into a gleam of brilliance, full of ambition. He can't wait to see the mature Mewtwo. It's too early to say how long it will take for Mewtwo to grow. It takes a lot of psychic treasure to keep Mewtwo from dying while growing up. Fuji Professor pushed his glasses and said to Giovanni. When this Mewtwo was young, it was already comparable to a top psychic. If it grows up, its ability will be unpredictable. Now Mewtwo has entered a period of steady development, as long as the culture solution is regularly injected into the petri dish. I believe it won't be long before a full-fledged Mewtwo will be born. Fuji Professor confidently said to Giovanni. That's good, thanks for your hard work, Fuji Professional. Giovanni's eyes turned to Mewtwo's petri dish again, and he nodded in satisfaction. Then, Chief Giovanni, I'll go back to Celadon Rainbow first. My daughter Aiko has been clamoring for her father recently, and my lover can't stand it anymore. Fuji Professor smiled and lifted the suitcase. Help me deliver the Fuji Professor well, please ensure the safety of the Fuji Professor. Giovanni asked Talon Superior, who was escorting Fuji Professional. Understood, Chief Giovanni, I will surely deliver the Fuji Professor to Celadon Rainbow City safely, and keep the Fuji Professor safe. Tyrone saluted Giovanni, then followed Fuji Professor away. Mewtwo, keep growing and become the ultimate weapon for our Team Rockets. Giovanni looked at Mewtwo, who had been shaped like a newborn mouse with anticipation, and a fiery light flashed in his eyes, as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Giovanni admired Mewtwo for a while, then took a call and hurried away. Celadon, Rainbow City. A group of Team Rocket's members are gathering in the underground waterway. Damn, it was only when we got closer to the action that we found out that there were not enough people. How did we do the investigation work in the early stage? Celadon Rainbow Gym has so many people, how come no one found it? Thalong Superior cursed in exasperation. Thalong Superior is a big fat man weighing 200 kilograms. His face is full of fat and his facial features are crowded together. Seeing that the fat on Thalong Superior's body was trembling with rage, the people around were silent. Boss, it's not that Celadon Rainbow City still has a team of people, it's better to gather that team and focus on attacking Celadon Rainbow City. A Drake's voice sounded from Thalong Superior's side. This male duck voice is exactly the captain of the Yajiro squadron who once formed a relationship with Feng Che and had a great opinion of Feng Che. Break out some bad ideas. That team was there to protect the families of the top Team Rockets. If this happens, Chief Giovanni will kill us. Thalong Superior rolled his eyes at Squadron Captain Yajiro, closed his eyes, and kept tapping his fingers against the wall beside him. He was clear in his heart that if the mission failed this time, at most, the higher-ups would punish him. But once there is a problem with the family members of Team Rockets, senior management, he may be directly stabbed by Team Rockets, Anbu for the crime of dereliction of duty. Which is more important, Thalong Superior can still tell the difference. How about this, I'll contact the team that protects Celadon Rainbow City. They haven't been doing anything recently, and they're probably panicking. If they are willing to come over, the responsibility is not on us. Squadron Captain Yajiro could see the scruples in Thalong Superior's heart and said cautiously. After hearing Yajiro's words, Thalong Superior didn't make a sound, didn't even lift his eyelids, didn't even look at Yajiro. In the eyes of others, Thalong Superior didn't make a statement, didn't say yes, and didn't say no. This old fox is waiting for me to come forward. Fighting, wealth and danger, I will come forward to contact this group of people myself. Captain Yajiro made a decision in his heart, and then took out the communicator and sent a message. Near Xiaoai Herbal House. Drip drip. Kotaro suddenly received a message. Shangtai, the Team Rockets who attacked Celadon, Rainbow City are inviting us to attack Celadon, Rainbow Gym together. Kotaro, who was originally listless, suddenly said excitedly. No, Kotaro, we must be stationed here. If something happens here, you must know that the organization will not let us go. Shangtai shook his head and said with a serious face. Don't worry, there's been nothing abnormal for so long, we'll be back after a while. Something can happen, right, brothers? Kotaro bewitched the crowd and said, staying here like a log for many days, he couldn't hold back to stretch his muscles and bones. Kotaro and Shangtai are both squadron captains, and there are many members below them. I'm not going AWOL. Shangtai said very firmly. Forget it, since that's the case, I'll reject Yajiro. Kotaro muttered with a displeased face, and declined Yajiro's invitation. Shangtai let out a long sigh of relief. He is not good at attacking. It has always been Kotaro's main attack, and he is in charge of defense. The only fighting force in his hand is a gloom. Xiaoai Herbal House. Feng Che stayed in Xiaoai Herbal House for 2 days in a row. In addition to instructing Yayui to prepare for the assessment of the senior pharmacist, Feng Che is also training Litten and Froki in the Xiaoai Herbal House. Litten and Froki took the sand scale potion, their speed increased dramatically. Moreover, Litten also found that after taking the sand scale medicine, his ability to control the flame energy in his body became stronger. It's almost time for the evolution. Feng Che was thinking about preparing the advanced aptitude potion for the young tit. Cheekage is currently the lowest qualified Pokemon in Feng Che's hands, so Feng Che wants to give Cheekage a little more conditioning. It just so happened that the main material for the advanced Pokemon aptitude potion of the flight system is the sand scale fruit, but there is still a lack of some precious auxiliary herbs and tree fruits. Feng Che had already seen the white light of evolution on the young tits looming. If you don't let the juvenile tit evolution, the long-term may damage the young tit's qualifications. Feng Che planned to try his luck at the black market in Celadon, Rainbow City during this time. As for Ditto, Feng Che discovered that Ditto could slowly improve his aptitude by devouring Pokemon's body. This is the same with Muck. Coupled with the help of Feng Che's large amount of potions, Ditto's aptitude has now turned dark green. Feng Che has not yet figured out how Ditto can improve his qualifications. So Feng Che decided to find a chance to ask Ditto's father, Fuji Professor. Feng Che, sometimes I'm really overwhelmed. It would be nice to have a helper. After Yayui finished preparing the potion, she suddenly stretched and said to Feng Che. Sister Yayui, if you want, I suggest you take an EPUB. EPUB's evolution. Ambipom is the pharmacist's best helper. Feng Che suddenly had a Pokeball in his hand, and released an EPUB from it. I saw Feng Che's EPUB handled herbs neatly, and also sliced and crushed according to the different properties of different herbs, with very clever movements. Feng Che is young, he is not only good at medicine, but also better at cultivating Pokemon. Thanks to his teaching, I feel that my pharmaceutical skills have improved a lot. If I pass the senior pharmacist exam this time, I have to thank Feng Che. Yayui looked at this cute and well-behaved EPUB and fell into deep thought. At this moment, suddenly there was a deafening loud noise in the center of Celadon, Rainbow, and even Xiaoai Herbal House felt the obvious vibration. What the hell is going on here? Yayui hurried out of the Xiaoai Herbal House and watched Celadon, Rainbow Gym ignite a pillar of fire. The road was full of panicked crowds, and the whole city of Celadon, Rainbow became chaotic. Everyone, go ahead, attack, vent as much as you like, we're Team Rockets. Thalong Superior shouted, and he led several Weezings into Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Weezing and self-destruct created more confusion. A corner not far from Xiaoai Herbal House. One-eyed, that group of guards really disappeared. Seeing that the long-awaited opportunity had come, the Holy Shepherd said to One-Eye and released a beedrill from the Pokeball. This beedrill is only half of the normal beedrill, its wings are very large, the bee gun is relatively half smaller, and its body is lighter. Beedrill can explode at the speed of sound in an instant. This is the toxic beedrill specially cultivated by the Holy Shepherd to perform the assassination mission. The beedrill's bee gun can secrete venom that sees blood and seals the throat. This venom is extremely poisonous. As long as it stabs any part of a human being, it only takes a few seconds for the venom to enter the heart and cause cardiac arrest. Humans can also die suddenly because the heart stops beating. Come on, my little cutie, assassinate the blue-haired beauty in front of you. The corner of Shengmu's mouth showed a sinister and cunning smile. Shangtai just went to the toilet, and his right eyelid has been twitching since just now. In a hurry, he hurried back to the guard's place, and suddenly found that Kotaro and others who were guarding the Xiaoai Herbal House had disappeared. Ask for flowers. Sure enough, Kotaro apparently refused. When Team Rockets attacked Celadon, Rainbow Gym, he sneaked out with his brother. I said why my eyelids keep twitching, what should I do now? I hope nothing happens here tonight. Shangtai panicked immediately. At the same time, Shangtai received a message from Kotaro. Shangtai, I'm going to support Team Rockets in attacking Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Damn bastard, I knew you could do this kind of thing, Kotaro. Shangtai held back his anger and kicked the wall fiercely. He tried to call Kotaro's phone but heard a notification that the communicator was off. When he turned his head to look at a certain place, Shangtai's pupils suddenly contracted, and beads of sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. He saw a beedrill turned into a streamer and galloped towards the blue-haired beauty beside the herb house. That beedrill's stinger was full of Morihen's light. It's broken. I was taken advantage of by the enemy, and I knew that Kotaro would make a mistake. Shangtai threw a gloom in his heart, ready to attack beedrill. It's over, it's definitely dead now. Shangtai panicked for a while, and his forehead was covered with beads of sweat. He saw two vicious killers not far away, walking towards the herb house with murderous aura. Suddenly, a Litten jumped out of the Little Love Herbal House and sprayed ember at beedrill. Because of this sudden ember, beedrill changed its original direction, which allowed Yayoi to escape. Oh, Sister Yayoi, this way. Feng Che hurriedly greeted Yayoi and hid in the herb house. Come out, baby tits. Children, although I called you out abruptly, please help protect Sister Yayoi. Feng Che said to the young tit. The white light of evolution faintly flashed on the juvenile tit. If it wasn't for the temporary lack of Pokemon on hand, Feng Che didn't plan to let the young tits come out. Feng Che has temporarily entrusted Linoone and Zigzagoon to Uncle Caesar, and now he only has 5 Pokemons: Ditto, Cheekage, Apom, Litten, and Froakie. At this point Litten had already fought beedrill, and at the same time a Houndoom bared its razor-sharp fangs and charged from a distance. Litten, use Fire Fang on beedrill. Froakie, throw Litten next to beedrill. Feng Che gave precise instructions. Litten and Froakie looked at each other, then Litten jumped onto Froakie's arm, and Froakie threw Litten into the air. Litten's mouth, and then the flames gradually formed into a razor-sharp flaming fang. Beedrill was stunned by the ferocity of Litten's flaming fangs, and before he could react, he was bitten by Fire Fang. Beedrill crashed from the air to the ground with a hum. Litten used the beedrill as a pedal, jumped down directly, and landed smoothly. Damn, I finally found an opportunity to attack, and suddenly killed a Cheng Yaojin. Shengmu said with a livid face, and he felt a little distressed when he saw beedrill who was defeated. This beedrill was cultivated by him with a lot of effort and energy. Although the level is not high, it is extremely poisonous, and was specially used by the Holy Shepherd to assassinate it. Once defeated, beedrill loses consciousness and the venom in his body spins out of control, corroding beedrill's internal organs. Even if it can be rescued, this Beedrill is useless. Boss Shungmu, he's just a stinky young boy. Shall we defeat this kid, and then bring the kid's royal 3 snatch over? This should be able to sell for a good price in the black market, the boss of Shungmu should not miss it. Looking at Litten and Froki with one eye, a greedy look appeared in their eyes. Done. The original principle of the Holy Shepherd was that if Beedrill failed to assassinate, he would retreat. But Shungmu thought about the big reward after completing the task, and he gritted his teeth, and released a Pinsir and a Firo from the Pokeball. Not good, I didn't expect these 2 killers to have 2 Pokemons. After Feng Che detected the levels of Houndoom, Pinsir, and Firo, he couldn't help feeling a chill on his back. Houndoom, Yellow Qualification, Level 35. Pinsir, Yellow Qualification, Level 41. Firo, Yellow Qualification, Level 41. Pinsir, use the Guillotine. Firo, use the Drill Run. The shepherd said to his 2 Pokemons. Hey, Houndoom, use Flamethrower. Houndoom opened his mouth full of fangs, and a fiery red pillar of fire spewed out of Houndoom's mouth. Husband. Chapter 106_Emergency Moments, Thrilling Battles. Litten, use Flame Charge on Houndoom, trust yourself. Feng Che encouraged Litten, but his heart was faintly worried. Difference between Litten and Houndoom is 27 levels, and Litten's continuous battle has consumed a lot of stamina. Houndoom vs. Litten is a no-brainer crush. Froki, you use the Water Pulse on Pinsir. Arbok, you use Glare the Orochi against Firo. Feng Che's current thinking is to do everything possible to hold back the killer's attack. At this time, Fuji Professor should be approaching Xiaoai Herbal House. At this time, Yaoi is holding Xiaoai tightly in Xiaoai's Herbal Medicine House, constantly comforting Xiaoai who is a little scared. Although she looked calm on the surface, her trembling hands revealed her panic and fear at this time. Outside the herb house, Litten's entire body burst into the sky with a pillar of fire, rushing towards the flamethrower in Houndoom. Everywhere it passed there was a burnt mark on the ground. Litten slammed into the Houndoom with great force, and a strong wind suddenly erupted, and there was a lot of gunpowder smoke. Froki had 2 basketball-sized spiral pills in his hand, and he threw the spiral pills at Pinsir with a swinging arm. Pinsir's double horns emit a fierce white light, which slashes the entire water pulse, turning the water pulse into countless water droplets that fall on Pinsir's body. Froki's water pulse successfully blocked one of Pinsir's attacks. Ditto had an easier time dealing with Firo. When Firo was about to use Drill Run to attack Ditto's transformed Arbok revealed his hideous scary face, and its snake eyes glared at Firo. Immediately, saffron-colored arcs appeared on Firo's body and kept flashing. When the smoke cleared, Litten had collapsed on the ground motionless, and Houndoom had some burn marks on his body. Houndoom's first attack didn't succeed, but he hung up the prize and burst into a frenzy. Immediately afterwards, Houndoom opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, before turning into a black streamer and biting hard in Litten's direction. Suddenly, a red light fell on Litten's body. Feng Che put Litten into the Pokeball for the first time, which made Houndoom jump directly to the ground and take a mouthful of mud. Feng Che originally only planned to let Litten use Flame Charge to temporarily block Houndoom's flamethrower attack, and then put Litten into the Pokeball. Houndoom turned his head to look at Feng Che viciously, it opened its mouth and let out a loud roar, and the stones scattered on the ground were shaken up and down. Feng Che's ears were also buzzing, secretly painful. I can't help it, it seems that I can only use the Thunderbolt gun. Although the Thunderstorm gun is a controlled item in the Alliance, once it is used, it will be noticed by the Alliance, and it will cause a lot of trouble. I can't take care of that much. Feng Che looked at the Houndoom who was about to pounce, and stretched out a hand to his hand. Ring. Gloom. Use numbing powder. Just when Feng Che was about to take out his Thunderstorm gun to deal with Houndoom, Shangtai rushed over. Shangtai directed Gloom to use the numbing powder on Pinsir. Saffron-colored pollen was scattered from Gloom's buds, and Pinsir entered a paralyzed state after being hit by the paralyzing powder. Pinsir felt his body froze, and at the same time there were countless saffron-colored arcs roaming around his body, and he felt like he was being thunder-shocked by a slight movement. On the other hand, Ditto is still fighting fiercely with Firo. At this time, a huge Charizard appeared above the herb house with a man with brown hair and glasses. Damn, such a good opportunity was destroyed by this kid. Shungmu saw Taelong, who was sitting on Charizard's back, and rushed here with Fuji Professor, he said a little unwillingly. Boy, we're not done. Sheng Emu's sunken pupils stared at Feng Che and kept shrinking, as if to imprint Feng Che's face in his memory. Then Shungmu took back his Pokemon and hurried away with one eye. It's dangerous, I'm almost late. As soon as Tyrone and Fuji got off the plane, they heard a pillar of fire from Celadon, Rainbow Gym, followed by a terrifying explosion. Fuji Professor was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, so Taelong quickly released Charizard and took Fuji Professor to Xiaoai Herbal House. Fortunately, it lasted until the arrival of Fuji Professional. Otherwise, Mylidon and Froakie may be slaughtered or taken away by this group of vicious people. Feng Che certainly knew the danger just now, but it was a little regretful that he let them run away. Yaoi, Xiaoai. Before Charizard could stop, Fuji Professor hurriedly jumped off Charizard's back and ran over to hug Yaoi and Xiaoai tightly. Scared me to death, almost lost you, Fuji Professional said with lingering fears. Fortunately, with Feng Che's helping hand, we resisted those killers, otherwise. Yaoi was also frightened. She never had any grudges with other people, and she really couldn't understand why someone would assassinate her. Dad, Xiaoai is afraid, those people are so fierce. Xiaoai cried so much that Karen rained. I'm sorry, Dad is late, it's all right now. Fuji Professional comforted Xiaoai's red face. Talon, you must investigate this matter. Fuji Professor said to Taelong very angrily, this is about the safety of his wife and daughter. I understand, Fuji Professional, I will investigate this matter in detail and give you an explanation. Taelong Superior said to Fuji Professional. Compared with the assassination of Fuji Professor's wife and daughter, there is one thing that makes Taelong Superior more concerned. How could Feng Che appear here? Is it intentional or a coincidence? Taelong Superior knew how much Giovanni Leader attached great importance to Fuji Professor. As the head of the Mewtwo project, he is also a professor who is proficient in Pokemon genetics, which is related to the development of the follow-up project of Team Rocket's. Talon Superior sent the information he had to the leader Giovanni. Giovanni once specially explained that as long as the news of Fuji Professional is involved, everything must be reported. Team Rocket's headquarters. Giovanni's eyes widened when he saw the news, and he punched the desk, which was torn apart. Some sharp wooden thorns even pierced the back of Giovanni's hand, and blood gushed down the wound. It's some scumbag bastards who almost ruined my business, Giovanni snarled angrily. Fire Wolf Ryan hurried to Giovanni's office after hearing the loud noise from Giovanni's office. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the angry Giovanni. Fire Wolf Ryan's heart froze for a moment, and he was suddenly silent, staying there, in a dilemma. Lean, let me ask you, who is in charge of protecting Fuji Professor's wife and daughter? Giovanni looked up at Ryan, who came in, his eyes still filled with uncontrollable anger. Ryan felt that he was being targeted by an ancient beast. Ryan suddenly felt that the air around him was filled with Giovanni's anger, and he seemed unable to breathe. It seems that Petrol's men are in charge. Ryan replied, swallowing his throat. Tell Petrol to roll over and meet me at once. Also, I remember we recently found a new island. Since Petrol's men love fighting so much, send me all to the desert island to fight those ferocious wild Pokemon. Let them fight to the end for Team Rockets. However, Shantai is still doing his duty, so he is exempted from punishment based on his merits and demerits. Although Giovanni is still angry, but still pay attention to the merits and demerits. Okay, Chief Giovanni. Ryan left Giovanni's office with a blank look on his face. He didn't know what happened from beginning to end. When he left Giovanni's office to inquire, only to find out the result of the whole thing, and he broke out in a cold sweat. No wonder Chief Giovanni is so angry. If it were me, I would also like to kill all these people. Ryan murmured in his heart and left in a hurry. Celadon, Rainbow City. Celadon, Rainbow Gym's gym leader Erica is counting down Celadon, Rainbow Gym's losses with a headache after repelling the Team Rocket's attack. Erica leader, extensive damage to buildings at Celadon, Rainbow Gym and 2 gym staff were seriously injured. Erica's men report to her. This time the Team Rockets attacked suddenly and then quickly retreated, coming and going, not knowing what they were up to. Erica said with a bow and arrow in her hand, a little worried. No, Team Rockets kidnapped their fellow detainees at the police station. Another subordinate suddenly came to report. It turns out that this is the primary purpose of Team Rockets, but it doesn't matter, I have gotten a lot of information from these Team Rockets members. Erica said nonchalantly. But Team Rockets attacking Celadon, Rainbow Gym so blatantly makes me very uncomfortable. The order goes on. Celadon, Rainbow Gym will launch a special operation with the Alliance against Team Rockets. Erica intends to pay back. Little Love Herbal House. Thank you, Feng Che. If it weren't for your righteous helping hand, it's very likely that my wife would have been assassinated by the killer. Fuji Professor thanked Feng Che. Fuji Professor can't help but feel a chill down his spine when he thinks about it now. He has a lot of knowledge and recognizes at a glance that Beedrill, who fell to the ground, is a Pokemon specially bred for assassination. Feng Che suddenly felt a glance at him, and he knew that Taelong Superior recognized him. After all, Taelong Superior is his own leader. Yaoi, it's too dangerous here, just follow me to Viridian City and settle down. Fuji Professor said to Yaoi. Viridian City is the home base of Team Rockets, and the eyes and ears of Team Rockets are everywhere. The Night Moon living in Viridian City will give Fuji Professor a lot of peace of mind. Yeah, Sister Yaoi, you should go to Viridian City. It's still a little dangerous here. Just think that Beedrill, who had blood on his throat just now, almost hurt you. Feng Che persuaded from the side. Yeah, Yaoi, just leave for now. After Feng Che finished speaking, Fuji Professor nodded hurriedly. He had persuaded Yaoi many times about this matter, but Yaoi was always so stubborn and unmoved. Why on earth did those people assassinate me? I don't know those people at all. Did they make a mistake? Recently, I just happened to be taking the senior pharmacist exam. I'll talk about it after I finish the senior pharmacist exam. Yaoi hesitated for a while and said, to be honest, she didn't want to leave the city where she grew up and settle in another unfamiliar city. Okay then. Fuji Professor gave Taelong Superior a solemn look, indicating that he should be on guard during this time. Night. Cool breeze. Feng Che was wearing a black cloak and a smiling face mask as he walked under the night. He's going to the underground black market in Celadon, Rainbow to Taobao. The young tits have been unable to suppress the light of evolution. 3.4 If the evolution fails this time, it will deal a heavy blow to the foundation of the young tit. The aptitude of the young tits that Feng Che has worked so hard to improve may also return to before liberation. However, there are 2 kinds of herbs, Feng Che, that have never been found. If they are replaced by other herbs, the effect will be much worse. Feng Che didn't want to leave regrets in his heart. Feng Che has been to the underground black market in Celadon, Rainbow City many times in the game, so he naturally knows the rules of the underground black market. The underground black market in Celadon, Rainbow is not controlled by Team Rockets, but by a dozen or so local underground forces in Celadon, Rainbow. Team Rockets is not popular in the underground black market, and there is a risk of being slapped. Celadon, Rainbow leader Erica also knew the existence of the underground black market, but the existence of the underground black market did not disturb the order of Celadon, Rainbow City. So Erica also opened one eye and closed the other. Celadon, Rainbow City has a total of 7 places to enter the underground black market, but Feng Che chose the one closest to him. The entrance to this underground black market is inside an abandoned power plant. The underground black market opens every day at 2200 in the evening and ends at 6 o'clock in the morning. The abandoned power station was built on the top of the mountain in Celadon, Rainbow City. Although it is called the abandoned power station, the power generation equipment here has not stopped running. The slightly old power generation equipment has serious leakage, which has attracted many Pokémon from the electricity system to settle here. Among them, Magnemite and Magneton are the most. As soon as Feng Che entered the range of the power plant, he was surrounded by a group of Magnemite groups headed by Magneton. Chapter 107-Windfall. Magnemite is a gray mechanical-like Pokémon. Magnemite has only one eye, located in the center of the spherical body, with a horseshoe-shaped magnet on the left and right, with opposite magnetic poles. It has a large screw on the top of its head, which acts like an antenna to receive surrounding signals, and 2 small screws on the front side of the body. All screws and magnets turn freely. Magnemite can shield the gravity by emitting thunder wave through the left and right parts, so as to levitate in the air, and the magnet at both ends is extremely magnetic. Magneton is like a combination of 3 Magnemites, so each part looks similar to the Magnemite, but the magnet's location has changed. The 2 magnets in the middle of the lower part reach forward and serve as its hands. There are only 2 screws on the 2 Magnemites next to them. Magneton can emit super strong magnetic force and high voltage, and the thunder wave released can raise the temperature by 2 degrees within 1 kilometer. Too much Magneton can cause a Volkner storm. The 3 magnetoids that make up the body can be briefly separated at short distances to evade attacks. It seems like wild Magnemite and Magneton, why are they suddenly surrounding us? Feng Che found that his own voice ability also has certain defects, that is, Psychic, Pokémon and Pokémon like Magnemite can't hear their voice at all. Speaking of Magnemite and Magneton, Lieutenant Surge is the master at taming Magneton. Lieutenant Surge's 4 Magnetons can be used to form a cage that keeps people inside through an electrical mesh. Even Lieutenant Surge can use these 4 Magnetons to fly freely in the sky, making Feng Che not too envious. Litten, use Fire Fang. Froakie, use Foam. Feng Che directly threw out 2 Pokeballs and released Litten and Froakie. Anyway, this is a relatively remote place, and no one pays attention to their Pokémon. Litten immediately changed into a fiery red streamer, directly constructing flaming fangs, and biting on a Magnemite. Feng Che saw that the magnet on Magnemite immediately became red, and soon lost its magnetism, disintegrated in the air, and scattered on the ground. Froakie ripped the secreted mucus from his back, constantly sticking Magnemite to the ground. The slime seemed to be a powerful watering, and after the Magnemite was stuck, it was immediately immobilized. Froakie, these Magnemites are good targets for training throwing skills, but I have to be careful not to get hit by the current from the Magnemites. Froakie, otherwise I'll lose my face. Feng Che found that the Magneton didn't launch an attack, and stayed in the air quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. This Magneton is rusted and looks like it hasn't been maintained for a long time. Steel-type Pokémon should be maintained regularly so that they will not rust. Otherwise, various bad conditions will occur when using electricity-type skills. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name, Magneton close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, no gender close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Feature, analysis. Open black lens bracket level, 32 close black lens bracket. Attribute, steel plus electricity. Skills, triple attack, electric field, thunder shock, tackle, supersonic, thunder wave, electro ball, gyro ball, spark, screech, Volkner float, flash cannon, metal sound. Status, poor health. Evaluation. This Magneton was abandoned by its owner due to repeated evolution failures. and finally reduced to an abandoned power plant and became the leader of a group of magnemites. Close black lens bracket. Magneton evolution has failed many times. This Magneton trainer should not know how to make Magneton evolution. Feng Che looked at Magneton and scratched his head. Magneton has a total of 2 evolution methods, and both of these evolution methods can improve Magneton's qualifications. The first is the special magnetic field of MT. Coronet absorb in Sinnoh region. Mount. Coronet releases a special magnetic field every July and August. But there are only so many magnetic fields released by MT. Coronet, so there are more monks and less flesh, and the competition is very fierce. The second way is to use the best Thunderstone to complete the evolution, which is also very demanding. The reserves of top-quality Thunderstone are very small in the Pokemon world. Generally, only large Thunderstone veins will have top-quality Thunderstone. Even with the Thunderstone, no one would use a Pokemon like Evolution Magneton. So few trainers have a Pokemon like Magneton's Evolution Magnezone. Magnezone generally exists only in nature, most of which are distributed in MT. Coronet. The Magnezone level of MT. Coronet is very high, and once the Magnezone is captured in MT. Coronet, it will be attacked by the group of the Magnezone group. As a result, Magnezone is very rare in the market and belongs to the rare Pokemon. And the inorganic Pokemon made of Magneton is also different from other Pokemon. It has no way to drink potions and no way to eat Pokeblocks. Therefore, it is also a world problem to improve Magneton's qualifications. However, there is actually another method, which I also know from the game and was discovered by a player accidentally. Feng Che thought secretly in his heart. That is to exchange Magneton with the Thunderstone for communication. When Magneton is released from the Pokeball, evolution will naturally open. The higher the quality of the Thunderstone you carry, the more terrifying the Magnezone's aptitude after evolution. The value of a Magnezone is much more than the value of a Magneton. If I can cultivate a Magnezone, I will make a profit. At least the money to open the breeding house is enough. Although Feng Che is nurturing everyone, he doesn't know much about Magneton, it belongs to the more partial Pokemon. After a while, Litten and Froakie cleaned up the group of Magnemites. Only this Magneton remained in midair. Froakie, use Water Pulse. Litten, use Flare Blitz. Feng Che decided to capture this Magneton, and after he turned this Magneton evolution into a Magnezone, put it into the underground black market auction and make a fortune. This Magneton's body suddenly shot out countless electric currents, which directly bombarded the oncoming water pulse. Immediately, the water pulse turned into scattered water droplets, blocking Magneton's vision. Then a fiery red flame evaporated the water droplets in front of him and tackled Magneton hard. After using Flare Blitz, Litten's body temperature is extremely high, but this move also consumes Litten's physical strength. Magneton turned red, and the magnet Flare Blitz on his body lost its magnetism under the heat of the heat. Soon, Magneton divided his body into 3 parts to dissipate heat. Litten half squinted his eyes and gasped. Litten, all right, you can take a break. Feng Che watched as Froakie and Magneton were fighting. Froakie stepped on the scattered water droplets and continued to send Magneton's rotating water pulse. Froakie then kicked a splash with both feet, avoiding Magneton's spark attack. Water pulse touched Magneton's red-hot body, it made a chi-chi-chi sound, and puffs of white smoke came out. At the same time, there was a slight crackling sound from Magneton's body. Feng Che knew this was because the metal on Magneton's body swelled sharply after being attacked by Litten's Flare Blitz. Then after encountering Froakie's water pulse, the metal shrinks sharply again. The rapid thermal expansion and contraction caused the metal on Magneton's body to break. Well done, Froakie, use your foam to stick the 3 parts of Magneton to the ground. Feng Che said to Froakie. Froakie nodded, and then Froakie took out 3 globs of foam from his back and stuck Magneton's body in 3 distant places. Magneton finally exhausted his strength and lay motionless on the ground. Go, Pokeball. Feng Che took out an anonymous Pokeball, which is a Pokeball for poachers. Pokémon captured by an anonymous Pokeball will not be recorded in the League's system. In order not to let the Alliance know how many Pokémons he has, Feng Che replaced Litten and Ditto's Pokeballs with anonymous Pokeballs. It's just that anonymous Pokeballs have one minor nuisance, which is that they can't be teleported through the Alliance's Pokémon teleporter. And being discovered by the Alliance, the consequences are also more serious, because the patent of Pokeball belongs to the Alliance, and the Alliance does not want someone to illegally modify the Pokeball. Magneton was included in the Pokeball. The light on the Pokeball switch went out shortly after. To subdue this Magneton, Feng Che also used tricks. Feng Che knew that Litten and Froakie joined forces, and the exchange of water and fire could make the metal on Magneton's body expand and contract rapidly. Then let Froakie fix Magneton on the ground while using Magneton to divide the body into 3 parts. At this time, Magneton's stamina will be consumed at a very fast rate. Due to the huge gap in levels, each step is still very dangerous. If a Litten or Froakie is accidentally hit by Magneton, the body will be seriously injured. Seeking wealth at risk is also considered an unexpected gain before entering the black market. Feng Che picked up the Pokeball with Magneton and put it away. At this time, Feng Che heard footsteps galloping from a distance, and there seemed to be a lot of people coming. Feng Che quickly took back Froakie and Litten, and left the place by night. What the hell is going on here? How come there are so many downed Magnemites? The person who came here is the underground force who specially guards this abandoned power plant. Their hair is a colorful kill matte look, which is very common among underground forces. It should be a powerful trainer who met the Magnemite group. I clearly remember that this Magnemite group had a very powerful Magneton. The leader of the leader was big and 3 thick, and he scratched the back of his head. Let's go back. The leakage of electricity from the abandoned power plant has been getting worse recently. More and more wild electric Pokémon are being attracted. I don't know how long this situation will last. The boss is reluctant to replace the electrical equipment. If the electrical equipment stops working, the entire black market will have no power source, and the loss may be more serious. One of the brothers who killed Matt muttered. After returning to the door of the abandoned power plant, they saw a man wearing a smiling face mask and a black cloak waiting quietly at the door. You know the rules. If you see that we are not guarding the door, you will directly break into the abandoned power plant. It is estimated that the Pokémon of the electric system we left in the abandoned power plant will make you cry. The leader looked at the man in the black cloak in front of him with a smirk. You want to enter the underground black market, right? It's an old rule. If you have a letter of introduction from the black market, 1,000 alliance coins or the equivalent tree fruit, I can take you to the underground black market. If not, then I'm sorry 970, you can only exchange 10,000 alliance coins or equivalent tree fruit for a place to enter the black market. The leader said to Feng Che who was waiting with his arms around him. Feng Che took out 10 high-quality snow lotus fruits from the bracelet and handed them to the leader. Yulian fruit of good quality. 1 Yukon fruit can be sold for 2,000 alliance coins. It seems that this person is quite sincere. The leader looked at the high-quality Yukon fruit and was very satisfied. Follow me, it just happens that there is no one right now. The leader took Feng Che to the entrance of the underground black market. This abandoned power plant has not been maintained for a long time and is full of dust. Pichu, Thunderbolt, Magnemite are sucking the escaping current. Haha, this abandoned power plant has been around for a long time, and these Pokémon have lived here for generations. They are the real residents here. We didn't drive away the electric Pokémon when we saw them. We also gave some electric Pokémon food from time to time. We came and went, and we became acquainted. Don't look at this captain's big, free rough and fierce appearance, but he is a full talker. Along the way, the leader was talking, and Feng Che was listening. It's here. The leader led Feng Che to a dilapidated elevator. This is an open-top elevator, except that there is a guardrail on the elevator. There is nothing. It uses the rod next to the elevator to lower the rope for ascending and descending operations. Below the elevator is the underground black market, and the rule here is that the underground black market cannot fight with Pokemon. Once you fight, the watchers of the underground black market will kill you with lightning speed. By the way, tonight happens to be an auction. It's useless for me to hold this invitation. I'll give it to you. Your fruit has already made me a small profit. The leader took out an invitation card with bronzing from his arms. The underground auction house was founded by the largest underground force in Celadon, Rainbow City, and it also has strongholds in various cities. What rare fruit, Pokemon, and potions you have can be auctioned at this auction house, and you can provide auction items to the auction house until the auction. Tonight's auction is 3 in the morning. After the leader secretly warned him, he didn't say anything, but turned on the lever of the elevator and sent Feng Che to the ground. Feng Che watched as the light and shadow overlapped and gradually disappeared into the darkness. The elevator descended extremely fast, and after a while, Feng Che felt that the elevator had touched the bottom. This is a very spacious dong hole with fluorescent mushrooms planted on it. These mushrooms are as big as a millstone, and as small as a palm. The fluorescent mushroom emitted a faint light, allowing Feng Che to clearly see the steps under the elevator. Feng Che walked along the steps for about a quarter of an hour before he suddenly became enlightened, and a bustling underground black market appeared in front of Feng Che's eyes. Chapter 108 _ Is this going to get rich overnight? Celadon, Rainbow is full of people of all kinds, unlike the underground black market in Saffron. The layout here is a bit messy, shops and hawkers are mixed together, and the road is not wide enough, not even a concrete floor. Feng Che quickly glanced at the surrounding environment, and frowned secretly. However, there are also some differences with Saffron City. The goods sold here are mostly herbs. After all, Celadon, Rainbow is a city that grows a lot of herbs and berries, and there are many vendors selling berries and herbs. But I have to say that the vendors in this underground black market are as black-hearted as Team Rockets. The fruit and herbs have been soaked in preservatives. If anyone lacks Miracle Eye to buy these fruit and herbs, it will be a big loss. Feng Che looked at several herbal stalls and found that there were basically no good quality ones. Herbs, mostly shoddy. The underground black market is also very discerning, and people who do not know how to do it or who do not know how to do it can easily be fooled. Feng Che visited several vendors in a row, and these vendors all falsely mark the years of herbs or tree fruits. The herbs that were originally only grown for 1 year have been specially treated to make the herbs look like 3-year-old herbs. Or package cheap herbs as expensive ones and sell them. Feng Che took a few glances before shaking his head and left. The location of the auction house is easy to find. It is in the middle of the underground black market. There is a big sign, Celadon, Rainbow Auction House, hanging at the door. 2 welcome ladies in Cheongsam are wearing Pikachu masks to solicit guests at the entrance of the auction house. However, it can be seen from Persian lying beside them that the strength of these 2 welcoming ladies is not simple. Feng Che had just turned around and didn't find what he wanted to buy, so he wanted to try his luck at the auction house. Immediately after Feng Che showed the invitation, a male waiter led Feng Che to a 60-square-meter box. This guest, please take a look at the items that our auction house is going to auction. If you have items that you want to auction, you can put them up for auction before 3 o'clock in the morning. The waiter handed Feng Che a tablet, which showed the auction. There are a wide variety of items in the auction. If you need to call me, please press the button on the table, and we will have someone come in to receive you, so I will leave first. The male waiter bowed to Feng Che, then turned and left. I'll see if there are any good auctions tonight. I found it, and sure enough, someone auctioned off this rare medicinal herb, the Phoenix Ling flower. The Phoenix Ling flower, like the crown of Ho-Oh, usually only grows on the cliffs facing the sun, very rare. The phoenix flower can effectively increase the speed of the flying-type Pokémon. However, good quality phoenix ling flowers are very rare. The herbs in the auction house have been identified by the auction house's appraisal master. Poor quality herbs will not be auctioned, so as not to smash the sign of the auction house. Feng Chie's hand slid quickly on the tablet. Suddenly Feng Chie's pupils lit up, and his eyes stayed on the 3 bottles of medicine. This old Alakazam put my potion up for auction here. Feng Chie was suddenly unable to laugh or cry. Feng Chie pressed the button on the table, and after a while the male waiter walked in. I want to auction items. Feng Chie took the treasure obtained from the sunken ship from the bracelet, and it was a palm-sized blue gem. Please wait a moment, I will call the appraisal master from the auction house. The waiter left in a hurry. After a while, a thin old man with a smile walked in. Hello, guest, my name is Muxia Kang, and I am also the owner of this auction house. Kang Kinoshita said with a smile. When Kano Kinoshita saw the treasure on the table, his expression suddenly changed. My God, is this the legendary sea blue heart? The appearance is still so well preserved. Kang Kinoshita's eyes were wide open, his voice trembled slightly, and his excitement was beyond words. Kang Musha quickly put on a pair of white gloves, took out a magnifying glass, and carefully examined the sapphire on the table. This cut, there are 64 facets on a single gem, and looking through each facet, you can see the flowers carved in the gem. The shape of the flowers seen on each section is different. This is a long-lost hollow carving method. Unfortunately, if this kind of finale-level treasure is auctioned now, it will not be able to auction a high price. Kang Kinoshita said with a look of distress and regret, and the originally bright eyes also fell silent. Otherwise, guest, you can send this gem to our auction house and auction it in 3 months. I estimate the price of this gem as 10 million alliance coins. If it can be promoted, it is estimated that 20 million to 30 million may be possible. There was a glint of light in Mu Sha Kang's eyes. Feng Chie was shocked when he heard Mu Sha Kang's offer, but his face remained calm. Feng Chie did not expect that the gems in this sunken ship could be auctioned for such a high price. There are 4 or 5 gems like this in his bracelet. Am I going to get rich overnight? Feng Chie was speechless in his heart. No, it's been too long. An electronically synthesized voice came from Feng Chie. There will be too many uncertainties in such a long time, and Feng Chie can't wait that long. Well, you hand this gem to my auction house for auction, and I will advance you 10 million alliance coins in advance. I'll pay you the premium part after the auction. Of course our auction house also charges a 15% service fee. Kang Kinoshita gritted his teeth and said that he didn't want to miss an opportunity that would make the auction house lose its reputation. Muxia Kang just said a conservative price. If it was advertised by the auction house for a few months before the auction, the real price would not even be estimated by Mu Sha Kang. Yes. Feng Chie thought for a while and then agreed. But if I'm going to you for the rest of the premium, where am I going to find you? Feng Chie asked Mu Sha Kang. It's simple, this is the Supreme Membership Card of the auction house, a membership card only owned by customers who have reached tens of millions of big sales. In every major city in the Kanto region, there are branches of our auction house. As long as you hold this Supreme Membership Card, you can receive alliance coins at any branch of our auction house. Of course, if you need rare herbs, Pokemon, or Pokemon items, we will take care of it for you. This is also a special benefit for premium members. Kang Musha hurriedly said to Feng Chie. We also have a lot of good and cheap products in our auction house, and we will help you prepare as long as the customer wants. Of course, the alliance coins we prepare for you are all bearer cards, and we will never reveal any information about you. Kang Kinoshita assuredly assured that, for fear that Feng Chie, the big fish, would regret it and slip away. Very good, Feng Lingua, do you have stock in your auction house? Feng Chie asked casually. Yes, in addition to the Phoenix Ling flower, we also received an ultra-rare Eolus not long ago. Kang Kinoshita said without hesitation. This is the inventory we have at auction, dear customer, I can sell it to you at the purchase price. Mu Sha Kang logged into his account on the tablet and showed Feng Che the inventory owned by the auction one by one. Feng Che slid the updated tablet, in which Fengxiansao and Fenglingwa had a lot of stock. I want both Fengxiansao and Fenglingwa. Do you have a top-quality fire stone here? Feng Che then asked. There are no high-quality fire stones, but there are quite a few high-quality ones. Customer, you also know the rarity of high-quality fire stone. Only large fire stone veins can be excavated, and there is only one vein in each vein. Kang Kinoshita replied cautiously. Well, in addition to Fengxiansao and Fenglingwa, I also want 3 top-grade fire stones, 3 top-grade water stones, 3 top-grade ice stones, and 1 top-grade thunder stone. In addition to giving me except for the $1 million anonymous card, the rest of the money will be temporarily deposited in the auction house. Okay, customer, I'll handle it for you. Kang Kinoshita said respectfully to Feng Che. Mu Sha Kang suddenly felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. The big fish finally entered his pond. Afterwards, Feng Che entrusted this sea blue heart to Mu Sha Kang. After a while, the male waiter brought function grass, phoenix plumes, various evolutionary stones, eights, and 1 million anonymous cards to Feng Che. Customer, you still have a quota of 3 million, and you can still buy 3 million in the auction house. The waiter said respectfully to Feng Che. You go down first, I'll find you later if I have something to do. Feng Che sent the male waiter away, and he still wanted to take a good look at the auction house's other good things. 3 in the morning. The auction at the auction house has officially started. After the host Nakagawa heated up the atmosphere at the scene, he immediately began to prepare for the auction of the first commodity. Hello everyone, I'm the auctioneer of Celadon, Rainbow Auction House. My name is Nakagawa. I'm very happy to host this auction. Everyone should have heard that the final product of this auction has reached the legendary quality sand scale potion. This sand scale potion is made by a potion master, which can greatly increase the speed of flying Pokemon. Okay, let's start the auction for the first item. The hostess walked onto the auction site with a tray. There is an Ultra Ball on the tray. The host directly opened the Pokeball, and a cute horsey drilled out of the Pokeball. This is Horsey from the Royal Dragon family. It has a very strong dragon bloodline in its body. If you can get Dragon Scale, you can get a powerful Seadra after a few years of training. The starting price of this Horsey is 100,000 Alliance coins, and each increase shall not be less than 5,000 Alliance coins. Please enter the bid amount in the bidder at your location if you have an idea. Feng Che watched the price on the big screen skyrocket, from 100,000 Alliance coins to 200,000 Alliance coins all at once. Unfortunately, this Horsey's aptitude is not good. Even if it is a dragon bloodline, it will be difficult for evolution to become Seadra, not to mention evolution to become Kingdra. The host also used the spring and autumn style of brushwork, and over-promoted the strong blood of Horsey's dragon lineage, which made many people directly ignore the defects of qualifications. Usually a Horsey is estimated to be able to sell for about 200,000 Alliance coins, but under the hype of the auction house, the tide has risen. In the end, Horsey was sold for 400,000 Alliance coins. Feng Che watched as the atmosphere of the auction continued to rise, and the goods were taken away one by one. When the sand scale potion was auctioned, the atmosphere reached the highest level in the audience. Now please let me solemnly introduce the finale of this auction, this legendary quality sand scale potion. This 50 milliliters of sand scale potion can completely reshape a flying Pokemon and greatly increase the speed of a flying Pokemon. This bottle of potion has been confirmed by experts, Nuo Zhao's, it is indeed legendary quality, and there are no side effects. If I have to say something bad about this potion, it is that after a flight-type Pokemon drinks it for a period of time, its speed will increase very quickly, so that Pokemon can't control the rapid increase in a short period of time. Of course, not only flying Pokemon, but also for some agile Pokemon, the Sand Scale Potion is also powerful. The starting price of the Sand Scale Potion is 1 Alliance coin. You can bid at any price every time you increase the price. Even if you bought the Sand Scale Potion with 1.1 Alliance coin, our auction house will recognize it. The host said loudly. Gao Ming, this way of bidding at 1 yuan will quickly increase the price of the Sand Scale medicine. Sure enough, Feng Che saw that 8 digits appeared directly on the screen, and someone marked a maximum price as soon as they shot. This bidder wanted to stun everyone, so that he could take the opportunity to take down the Sand Scale Potion. But the people who came to the auction house tonight were all for the Sand Scale Potion, and a mere 10 million Alliance coins was nothing to worry about. After that, the auction price of the Sand Scale Potion continued to rise, and finally reached 36 million Alliance coins and finally stagnated. Sand Scale Fruit can be auctioned for a high price of 100 million Alliance coins, because Sand Scale Fruit can produce more than 20 bottles of Sand Scale medicine. This time, a bottle of Sand Scale Potion was able to fetch a sky-high price of 36 million because it was a legendary potion. Unfortunately, the Sand Scale Potion can only be auctioned once. Feng Che said with a little regret. After all, the wealth and silk are attractive. If the price can be high every time, many forces will search for the pharmacist who can create the legendary potion. Feng Che didn't want to be locked up in the dark underground, where he prepared potions day after day. Lung. Chapter 109 _ Excellent Evolution of Young Tits. The auction will end soon. Although there was nothing to gain at the auction, Feng Che had a lot to gain in the underground black market of Celadon, Rainbow tonight, and he successfully bought rare herbs and props without much effort. Just as Feng Che was about to walk out of the underground black market, he suddenly saw a lot of people surrounding a hawker's stall. There were a lot of Pokemon eggs on the booth, and a man in a black robe was greeting the onlookers and was very busy. There was also a sign on the booth that said Pokemon eggs 1000 Alliance coins. What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many Pokemon eggs all of a sudden? Which breeding house was robbed? Have you heard that the capital chain of the largest Celadon, Rainbow breeding house in Celadon, Rainbow City suddenly broke? Now they can't pay their wages. The clerks in the breeding house use Pokemon eggs as a salary. Celadon, Rainbow breeding house. Isn't this a well-known breeding house in Celadon, Rainbow City? Isn't their business condition good all the time? Not long ago I saw that they introduced a whole set of genetic screening equipment. It was because of this genetic screening equipment that it was finally found to be a fake. The operator of the breeding house used the entire Celadon, Rainbow breeding house as collateral to purchase this equipment, and finally it appeared without the bank's loan. Such a chain reaction. Quote. The operators of the Celadon, Rainbow breeding house have run away collectively, and the employees can only sell these Pokemon eggs. But 1000 Alliance coins is not expensive, or let's buy one. Everyone there was a lot of discussion around. I didn't expect this cultivation house in Celadon, Rainbow City to close down so quickly. Does this mean that I can pick it up? Feng Che thought of this, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Feng Che knew very well in his heart that the Celadon, Rainbow breeding house covers a vast area, and several consecutive mountains in Celadon, Rainbow belong to them. As for the imported equipment, it is not a fake, but a real genetic screening equipment. Celadon, Rainbow breeding house really went bankrupt was that the head of the breeding house stepped too far and stretched his hips. Celadon, Rainbow breeding house did not expect that they would mortgage the high-end genetic screening equipment purchased by the entire breeding house. In the process of operation, expensive consumables are also required, and a large amount of manpower and material resources need to be continuously invested. Realize profits quickly. Celadon, Rainbow breeding house will increase virtually, and the substantial increase in the price of Pokemon will lead to the loss of the market. In the end, the Celadon, Rainbow 970 nurturing house broke the capital chain and was forced to close down. Feng Che used the system to scan all the Pokemon eggs, but unexpectedly found a Vulpix Pokemon egg that was about to hatch. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Vulpix close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Gender, unknown. Close black lens bracket. Feature, unknown. Open black lens bracket. Level, 0. Close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Skill, unknown. Status, about to hatch. Evaluation. This Vulpix seems to have the talent to activate the psychic attribute. Close black lens bracket. After seeing the final evaluation, Feng-Che bought this Vulpix Pokemon egg without any hesitation. Vulpix, who has the talent to activate the psychic attribute, must have nothing to say. Generally, only Pokemon with cyan qualifications or Pokemon with different colors have a chance to awaken the second attribute. The most important thing is that this 1000 Alliance coins can buy a Pokemon egg with psychic attribute talent, which is a great deal. When Feng-Che returned to the ground in Celadon, Rainbow City, the sky was just dawn. Several Pidgey flapped their wings and landed in the treetops, chattering. Feng-Che went back to his apartment and fell asleep, and it was already afternoon when he woke up. He found that his communicator had received an email. Dear Feng-Che Superior, hello Tilda. Recently, the Alliance completely blocked Grandpa Canyon. Please investigate why the Alliance blocked Grandpa Canyon. Task duration, 1 month. Please send your survey results to this email address then. Sincerely, Team Rocket's Anbu. The Alliance blocked Grandpa Canyon, so it must have found traces of fossil Pokemon in Grandpa Canyon. Feng-Che also entered Grandpa Canyon several times in the game, and he has a good understanding of the situation of Grandpa Canyon. This is simple, a month. It seems a bit long, right? Haha Tilda. I will go to Grandpa Canyon to step on the site, and then send a detailed investigation report to Team Rocket's Anbu. What I have to do now is to participate in the pharmacist assessment, and take the opportunity to catch up with the top of the pharmacist guild. Feng-Che crushed the ice stone finely with a tool, then sprinkle the ice stone into the hatching container with iced Vulpix. Feng-Che could clearly feel that the ice Vulpix had given birth to consciousness and was constantly shaking the Pokemon eggs. It's almost time, ice Vulpix is about to hatch. Feng-Che looked at the ice Vulpix Pokemon egg brought from the snowy mountain and muttered. He also crushed the fire stone and sprinkled it in the hatching container with Vulpix. This Vulpix is also very close to the time of hatching. Feng-Che could even hear the sound of Vulpix's meat claws hitting the eggshell. Very well, when Vulpix hatches, you can treat Vulpix as my bright Pokemon. But now the most urgent thing is to solve the problem of the evolution of the baby tit. Feng-Che took out a series of raw materials, such as sand scale fruit, wind god grass, and windling flower, which are used to make advanced qualification potions. Come out, EPUB. Feng-Che released EPUB. Then Feng-Che picked up a test tube with Psychic and started working together with EPUB to manufacture advanced qualification potions. Feng-Che and EPUB skillfully processed various herbs and tree fruits into different categories, and carried out water purification or solvent purification according to the different components of the herbs, and added the processed liquids one by one according to the formula amount and steps. The impurities generated in the process of manufacturing the medicine are all removed by Feng-Che using Psychic. Feng-Che worked for 6 full hours before making a bottle of blue-green medicine that was as pure as the sky. Quality Advanced Potion, excellent. After taking the Qualification Advanced Potion, the Flying Pokemon can increase the aptitude of the Flying Pokemon. Excellent quality Qualification Advanced Potion, that's it. Come out, young tit. Feng-Che released the baby tits from the Pokeball. After the baby tits came out of the Pokeball, Evolution's white light was emitted from her body. Children, drink this potion, and you can complete the evolution with confidence. After Feng-Che fed the newly prepared Aptitude Advanced Potion to the young tit, he took a deep breath and slumped on the floor together with EPUB. Continuing to prepare medicines continuously for 6 hours, coupled with the constant use of Psychic, makes Feng-Che's brain feel a sense of hypoxia. At this moment, Feng-Che's communicator rang. Feng-Che, tomorrow is the day you and I will go to the Apothecary Guild for the assessment. Don't forget the time, Yu reminded Feng-Che. I know that I will go to the Apothecary Guild early tomorrow for an assessment. Feng Che hung up the phone after a few words with Yayui. The three guilds, the Apothecary Guild, the Pokemon Breeding Guild, and the Pokemon Item Maker Guild, are combined to form the Breeding Guild. The master of these three aspects is the Nurturing Master. As a top cultivator, Feng Che naturally wouldn't take a small assessment into his eyes. Feng Che observed that the body shape of the juvenile tit has changed, the feathers on its body have been detached one after another, and harder feathers have grown out of the body of the juvenile tit. BHDE. Children, evolution, I will always be here to protect you. Feng Che used psychic to soothe the emotions of the young tits. Ditto didn't eat or drink for the first time, and he looked at the young tits worriedly. Lydon was lying on the floor combing his hair, still looking arrogant. But if you observe carefully, you will find that Lydon's eyes will swept in the direction of the young tit from time to time, as if secretly cheering for the young tit. Froakie kept jumping around the room doing dodge training, as if trying to work with the baby tits. Childish tits see everything around. It remembered that when it was just born, it had no companions by its side, and had never seen its parents. It was hungry and ate some tree fruit, and when it was thirsty, it went to the lake to drink water. The young tit thought it would always be like this, until one day, it met Feng Che. It only knows how lucky it is to have family care. The young tit learned to use the tailwind skill under the guidance of Feng Che. Feng Che's training is very strict, but the juvenile tit wants to grow up quickly and become the strongest Pokemon of the trainer. The juvenile tit felt that its bones were numb at this time, and its body seemed to become a fireball, getting hotter and hotter. Children, hold on, the medicine has already taken effect. You must hold on, everyone is here to accompany you. Feng Che said to the young tit. As time went by, the body of the juvenile tit continued to stretch until a majestic blue jay appeared in front of Feng Che. The blue jay looks like a crow, just like its name. The blue jay has blue feathers all over the body. But the parts near the eyelids are still dominated by black feathers, which makes the blue jay look like he is wearing a black feather mask. This blue jay in Feng Che is nearly 1.2 meters taller than the normal blue jay. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Blue Crow close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification. Excellent dark green. Characteristic. Sharp eyes. Open black lens bracket level, 20 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Flying. Skills. Peck, glare, arrogance, hone claws, fury attack, whirlwind, tailwind, fury attack, drill run, storm, substitute, air slash, agility, quick attack. Status. Very aggressive. Evaluation. This is a well-developed blue jay, and its body also has terrifying potential. Close black lens bracket. The blue jay gently pecked the back of Feng Che's hand, then took the physical strength medicine Gus Che had prepared, and drank it with a gudong. Immediately, the blue jay began to recover a lot because of the stamina consumed by the evolution. Blue jay, it's really great, congratulations on completing evolution, everyone is worried about you. Blue Jay spent a whole night in evolution, and Feng Che used calm mind instead of sleep, but Feng Che's other Pokemon couldn't hold back and fell asleep early. Blue Jays, come on, our days will get better and better. Feng Che pushed open the door to the balcony of the apartment, watching the rising sun break through the layers of darkness, and spread saffron-colored light all over the earth. Let's go to the Apothecary Guild. Feng Che simply packed up and walked out of the apartment. Today is the day of the Apothecary Guild's assessment, so there is an endless stream of people coming and going to the Apothecary Guild. Have you heard that there are quite a few intermediate pharmacists participating in the assessment this time, but there are only 3 places for advanced to senior pharmacists. Pharmacists topic. The Alliance's criteria for pharmacists are very strict. As long as you pass the pharmacist exam, you can open a store. It's no wonder that it is so strict. There are also a lot of people recommended by intermediate pharmacists to participate in the pharmacist assessment this year, but I don't know if there will be geniuses who can pass the pharmacist assessment in a row this year. Can you pass the assessment continuously? Let's hear it. That is, after becoming a junior pharmacist, you can continue to apply for the assessment in this year's follow-up assessment, the primary application for the intermediate assessment, and the intermediate application for the advanced assessment. I heard that the Apothecary Guild attaches great importance to this year's assessment, and there will be many first-class pharmacists who will participate in the meeting as assessors. Even the president of the Apothecary Guild, who has always been in the dark, will always guard the guild during the assessment period. I have also heard, the president of the Apothecary Guild has always been obsessed with finding all kinds of rare medicinal herbs all over the world. The guild has nothing urgent, and he never shows up in person. Everyone was talking about it. Feng Che is also very clear about the door and door here. After the assessment to become a junior pharmacist, he can indeed participate in the assessment directly and continuously. Feng Che wanted to be a blockbuster in this assessment because he knew something had happened here. That is, a big figure in the alliance is going to choose one person from the pharmacist assessment staff to earn income, which is equivalent to a through train to enter the alliance. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it was also the best way Feng Che could think of to sneak into the alliance. However, if you want to win the favor of this big man, you must perform well in this assessment. Chapter 110 _ Examination of the Pharmacists Guild. Brother, are you also here to participate in the assessment of the Alliance Pharmacist Guild? A fat man with a round doduo came uninvited and looked very familiar with Feng Che. My name is Jin Sheng. I know the Pharmacist Guild very well. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly. Jin Sheng patted his chest and said to Feng Che with a smile on his face. Jin Sheng has a well-known little hobby, being a good teacher. Well, if I have any questions, I will definitely ask you for advice, Brother Jin. The corner of Feng Che's mouth reluctantly pulled out a smile, and he casually responded. Although this man spoke inexplicably, and he stretched out his hand not to hit the smiling person, Feng Che naturally didn't want to put on a cold face. In a corner of the Apothecary Guild. Have the things I explained been done, and have the batch of problematic trees been dealt with? A very neatly dressed person said in a low voice to the members of the Apothecary Guild. Secretary Mano, according to your instructions, all the fruit in question have been mixed into the junior pharmacist's assessment materials. The Pharmacists Guild wiped away cold sweat and said to Secretary Mano. If it weren't for the fact that this Secretary Mano was a senior pharmacist, and he relied on the fact that he was the president of the Pharmacists Guild, how could the members of the Pharmacists Guild dare to do this? Don't worry, no one will find out. These problematic tree fruits have been specially treated, and even an intermediate pharmacist can't find any problems. At that time, we can secretly help hand some apprentice pharmacists pass the assessment. Also, as the examiner in this exam, I unknowingly brushed off a group of people, and no one would find out. Ha ha. Secretary Mano's eyes narrowed slightly, and he laughed smugly. Some apprentice pharmacists spend a lot of money to bribe Secretary Mano in order to become official pharmacists. Under the captivate of huge wealth, Secretary Mano has completely fallen. Secretary Mano, I will trouble you for my son's assessment. The members of the Apothecary Guild took out an exquisite gift box and looked at Secretary Mano with a pleasing smile. Good to say, good to say. Secretary Mano stretched out his hand to take the gift box. His eyes lit up, and there was a trace of greed in his eyes. Feng Che used the letter of introduction issued by Yui to register for the junior pharmacist examination 2 days ago, and got the candidate number 38. There are 8 test rooms in total, and each room can accommodate hundreds of candidates for the test. Feng Che found his seat according to the candidate number. The primary pharmacist assessment is divided into 2 parts, which are written test and practical operation. After the examiner has obtained the qualification of the junior pharmacist, he can also apply for the examination of the intermediate pharmacist on the spot. This is a channel specially set up by the Pharmacist Guild to select outstanding genius pharmacists. In previous years, after passing the primary pharmacist assessment, you must be 1 year old, that is, the next year to be eligible for the intermediate pharmacist assessment. Even so, there are very few people who can pass the 2-level examinations in a row every year, let alone those who have passed the 3rd-level examinations for junior high school and senior high school. In Celadon, Rainbow City's Apothecary Guild Master's Office. Celadon, Rainbow City Apothecary Guild, is welcoming the arrival of a big man in the Alliance. Master Agatha, you personally came to the guild to preside over the pharmacist's assessment, which really made the guild a lifetime of glory. Kanedaro said respectfully to Agatha Elite. I am getting old, and I also want to find a successor, so I will come over to see if there is a suitable one. After all, I want to find a genius who is proficient in medicine. It is not easy. It would be even better if I can also have some talent as a trainer. Agatha Elite is holding a white cane with a very realistic white Ekans carved on it. That Ekans constrict on crutches from top to bottom. It also held a purple bead in its mouth, which was the toxic orb. Even though Agatha Elite is over 100 years old, he is still a relatively fashionable person, with dyed blonde hair and a wooden hairpin made of golden nanmu. A simple and honest muck is carved at the end of the wooden hairpin. President Jintian, the Alliance attaches great importance to this assessment, which is related to the great cause of cultivating excellent Pokémon in the Alliance. Please be very prepared and don't make any mistakes. Agatha Elite took a cup of hot tea and took a sip. Agatha Elite, we will do our best to ensure the smooth progress of this assessment. Please rest assured, President Jintian said quickly. That's good, hard work. I just want to go for a walk by myself, and you can go and do your work too. Agatha Elite nodded in satisfaction and stood up to leave. Agatha has always been low-key. Since she broke up with the Bertha family, she has come to the Kanto region and has become the ghost elite of the Kanto region. Since Agatha Elite rarely appears in front of everyone, few people have seen what Agatha Elite looks like. Agatha Elite walked out of President Jintian's office on crutches. President Jintian, do you really need to send someone to follow Master Agatha? Kaneda's secretary Mono whispered to President Kaneda. No, Master Agatha has already said so. We don't have to send someone to follow Master Agatha, otherwise it would be bad for her to feel that we are watching him. Agatha Elite from the Alliance has come over in person. This time the pharmacist's assessment should not be a problem, right? President Kaneda stood up from his seat and looked out the window with his hands behind his back. According to your instructions, we have already checked it, and there will be no problem, please rest assured. Secretary Mono said to President Jintian. His tone was full of affirmation, and at the same time he lowered his head, his eyes dodged a little. However, the arrival of Agatha Elite still made Secretary Mono uneasy. There shouldn't be any problem. The junior pharmacist couldn't see that the batch of tree fruits was manipulated. Even a mid-level pharmacist like me can't see it. No one can detect the disguise of the potion. How can a big man in the Alliance like Master Agatha pay special attention to the assessment of the junior pharmacist? There will be no problem. Secretary Mono felt a little guilty and kept comforting himself. Secretary Mono never thought that Agatha Elite came here to investigate himself. Agatha Elite received a tip that there was corruption at the top of the Pharmacist Guild. Agatha Elite had no choice but to visit the Apothecary Guild in the name of an apprentice. Gengar, help me gather evidence. Agatha Elite said leisurely. I saw Agatha Elite's shadow suddenly swayed twice, and then a purple Pokemon jumped out of Agatha Elite's shadow. Corruption in the league really abounds, and I don't know how much longer my beliefs will last. Agatha Elite said with a sigh. But thinking about it, I really need to choose a suitable disciple to pass on my poisonous art. Agatha Elite is not only a ghost-type elite, but also a poison-type elite. After all, the ghost-type Pokemon in the Kanto region has only Gengar, the family. Agatha Elite is very proficient in poison Pokemon, but the current Agatha Elite has not yet developed the 6 paths of Netherworld. The 6 Paths of Netherworld is the stunt of collecting 6 different ghost-type Pokémon for joint attack. The pharmacist exam mainly consists of 10 essay questions, covering 3 aspects: medicinal properties, pharmacology, and Pokémon treatment. Although these exam questions are relatively basic, they need to apply a lot of knowledge of pharmacy, which is quite difficult for ordinary people, but for a pharmacy master like Feng Che, it is a bit of a pediatrician. After Feng Che got the test paper, he wrote hard for a while. Within a few minutes, Feng Che finished answering all the exam questions, and then closed his eyes in boredom. If it weren't for the fact that the exam could only be handed in half an hour after the start of the exam, Feng Che would have slipped away long ago. Reporting to the examiner, "I choose to hand in the papers." Feng Che's words shocked everyone present. "It's a lie, you finished the exam so soon." "Impossible. If you give up the test or the test score does not reach 30%, you will not be allowed to take the test again within 2 years. It's been so long, and I haven't finished writing the first question yet." The other apprentice pharmacists who were participating in the assessment were secretly complaining, and all focused their attention on Feng Che. "Very well, I thought the test paper was a bit difficult this time. I didn't expect that someone would hand in the test paper so quickly. Boy, it's very good." The examiner looked up at Feng Che with a confident look on his face, and nodded again and again. The examiner quickly glanced at Feng Che's test paper, which was neatly handwritten and densely written. There are 3 examiners in total, 2 males and 1 female. Feng Che saw that they all wore the badges of intermediate pharmacists. The examiner who just spoke was a middle-aged man with a bald head. He had a fierce aura on his body, which made Feng Che almost think that this man was a thug of an underground force. The examiners mark the papers on the spot, and they are extremely fast. Soon, a perfect score appeared on Feng Che's test paper. As a reminder, in this assessment, we not only assess the scores, but also the speed of answering the questions. There are only 20 places who can pass this assessment and participate in the next round of assessment, and only those who score 90 points can enter the next level. Please don't look around, answer the questions as soon as possible. The bald examiner said. The students who were still in a daze said loudly. "Boy, you can enter the next assessment site, just behind this door." The bald-headed examiner who asked for flowers pointed to the door behind them and said to Feng Che, "Okay, thank the examiner, I'll go first." Feng Che pushed the door open and walked through a long corridor to a more spacious room. Feng Che saw Agatha Elite, who was resting in the room, at a glance. Agatha Elite, why did she appear here? I remember that the big man from the Alliance was not her. Although Feng Che was secretly shocked, he had a calm expression on his face. "Excuse me, are you here to participate in the assessment?" "I'm here to visit the Apothecary Guild. I just got tired from walking, so I rest here for a while." Seeing someone coming, Agatha Elite greeted Feng Che first. "Yes, my name is Feng Che, and I'm here to participate in the pharmacist examination," Feng Che said with a smile. Agatha Elite looks like an old woman in her 50s. Don't look at her smiling face. Agatha Elite is a master at playing poison. Feng Che smelled more than one toxic medicinal herb on Agatha Elite. Icons on the Agatha Elite crutches are also unusual. Many people think that it is carved, but it is actually a real icons. Those are specially bred icons that are extremely poisonous and spew massive amounts of poison sting from their mouths. This is Agatha's unique secret to self-defense. Agatha's head is not simple, and there is a muck on it that uses the shrinking skill. In case someone secretly attacked Agatha Elite, this muck will quickly return to its original appearance to protect Agatha Elite. 0 inches. I thought I would be the first to arrive, but I didn't expect someone else to be earlier than me. At this moment, the door creaked open again. A pink-haired girl walked in with a Jigglypuff in her arms. The visitor is a Nurse Joy from the Pokémon Center. Feng Che found that Agatha Elite disappeared the moment Nurse Joy pushed in the door. Is this using shadow stepping or something? I didn't notice Agatha's departure at all. Sure enough, Someone who can become an elite has the ability to press the bottom box. Feng Che sighed secretly. I thought I'd be the fastest one. Nurse Joy was shocked to see that someone was already in the house. Feng Che just smiled embarrassingly, and the examiners who had been with this Nurse Joy after a short while also arrived at the examination site one after another. A chief examiner with golden glasses and an extraordinary temperament pushed in the door, and 3 examiners followed closely behind him. Among them was the bald examiner that Feng Che knew. Everyone, I'm the examiner for this junior pharmacist assessment. My name is Mono, Secretary Mono introduced to everyone. Next, I will jointly assess everyone with the 3 examiners. For this assessment, we need to make primary healing potions. Whoever configures it the fastest and reaches an excellent level after evaluation will pass the test. The fruit and herbs used to make the medicine are provided by the guild, but there is only one medicine. If it is destroyed, it will only be lost. The qualification to become a pharmacist, so please be careful. Secretary Mono said to the many examiners. Primary therapeutic potion, that is a secondary potion, and it is not that easy to make. My primary healing potion is only of ordinary quality. If you want to make a good quality potion, it is not ordinary difficulty. This is too difficult. Everyone shook their heads and wailed. But Feng Che saw that several of them were determined to win, full of confidence, and even showed a smug smile from time to time. There's weirdness. Second-level pharmacy is still quite difficult for most junior pharmacists. There are very few people who can look calm and don't have to worry unless they have a very good knowledge of pharmacy. Then who are these people? It's definitely not normal. Feng Che deliberately observed these few secretly. Everyone has a very subtle eye contact with the so-called chief examiner. Secretary Mono clapped his hands, and suddenly 20 tall beauties walked into the room with trays. A selection of carefully selected herbs and tree fruits are placed on each tray. Everyone, the pharmacy platform here can be used by everyone at will. The instruments and facilities here are specially customized by the guild. The test tubes and measuring cups made of amethyst can effectively improve the effect of the medicine, and can also preserve the active ingredients of the medicine to a greater extent. Next, I will give everyone allocating tree fruit. Everyone should pay attention to the discipline of the examination room and do not make loud noises. Secretary Mono said loudly, Husband. Chapter 111-Conspiracy Exposed. Please ask for full order, ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket evaluation ticket .. The staff put a herb and tree fruit in front of Feng Che. Feng Che picked up a tree fruit and took a closer look, frowning secretly. There is a problem with the fruit at first sight. The fruit is obviously ripened. From the outside, the fruit is no different from the normal fruit. However, the ripened fruit has insufficient medicinal properties. If it is used to prepare medicines, it is necessary to have a good understanding of the medicinal properties of the fruit. Feng Che raised his head and looked around, and sure enough, no one noticed anything unusual about the fruit. Feng Che then used psychic to probe, and found that some people's fruit trees were faulty, but some people's trees were normal. If there is a problem with all the fruit, it is also possible that the Pharmacist Guild accidentally bought the whole punch when purchasing the fruit. But a total of 20 people participated in the assessment, and 10 of them had no problem with the fruit, and 10 had a problem with the fruit. If this is not a bit tricky, I will never believe it. Che thought secretly. However, I have to do this. It has always been rumored that this time a big man from the Alliance will come to the Apothecary Assessment Guild. It is at this time that Agatha Elite also appeared in the guild. In this way, the legendary big man from the Alliance is 8 or 9 times its Agatha. Although the news that Agatha wants to accept apprentices is not known to be true or false, 970s, but in order to complete the task arranged by Giovanni, I must find a way to get Agatha's appreciation first. Feng Che has mastered many secrets of the Alliance, and he also thought about it. There are many ways to join an alliance, but none of them are as easy and straightforward as becoming an elite apprentice. Agatha Elite's character is jealous of hatred, and if he can expose the corruption of the Apothecary Guild on the spot, he will definitely be appreciated by Agatha. Feng Che knew that Agatha was hiding in the dark and monitoring everything in the room. Inspector Mano, some of these fruits are problematic, how can we use them? Feng Che said suddenly, his eyes full of jokes and ridicule. How is this possible? Even an intermediate pharmacist can't see the problem, how can this kid see it? What a storm. Hearing Feng Che's words, Secretary Mano's brows tensed and he almost panicked, but after all, he was a person who had been in the guild for many years and had experienced strong winds and waves. There is no problem with the tree fruit. These tree fruits are all high-quality tree fruits carefully selected by our guild. This candidate, take part in the assessment well. Disrupting the discipline of the examination room will directly cancel the assessment results and qualifications. Secretary Mano put away his panic expression instantly, put on his glasses and said calmly. It is impossible for the guild to conduct quality appraisal on every fruit. Even if the quality of the fruit is not good, it is normal. This is also to better test the level of everyone's potions. Everyone is in the same batch uniformly distributed. The quality of the medicinal materials is the same, and it does not affect the fairness of the assessment. All of them will take the assessment seriously, and don't behave in any way that disrupts the discipline of the examination room. Secretary Mano quickly added when he saw that the other candidates in the examination room also had some puzzled expressions. Yeah, so why are there only 10 problems with the fruit here? The fruit I gave was obviously ripened. If all the fruit here are faulty, then it can be said that the guild made a mistake in purchasing. But I can clearly see that only 10 medicinal materials are faulty, then how to explain it? Could it be that someone took the money from these pharmacist apprentices and deliberately manipulated the medicinal materials, blatantly cheating? Feng Che said with a half-smile. Secretary Mano's heart suddenly trembled. He felt as if he was being detected, but Secretary Mano forcibly calmed down. This candidate, please don't talk nonsense. If you disturb the order of the examination room again, I have the right to immediately kick you out of the examination room. Seeing that Feng Che was still unrelenting, Secretary Mano became a little embarrassed. If exposed in public, he would definitely go to jail. With what he has committed, there is only one end to being locked up in the prison of the Alliance, and that is to be locked up until death of old age. Inspector Mano, please be patient. It's very simple to know if what I'm saying is true or not. Feng Che took out a dagger from the wristband, and then took out 2 fruit from himself and his neighbor. He cut the 2 fruit separately and put them on the table beside him. Let's take a look at these 2 fruit. The fruit on the left is what I said, the fruit in question. The fruit on the right is a normal fruit, so the difference can be clearly seen by comparison. Although the tree fruit on the left looks very beautiful on the surface, after cutting it and smelling it carefully, the aroma of the tree fruit is obviously much lighter, and the fiber texture of the pulp is not as firm as the normal tree fruit, and the water is relatively high. Slightly heavier. However, since the tree fruits provided by the assessment are of smaller varieties, if you don't compare them carefully, you won't find any obvious abnormality. You can look at these ripened fruits. The interior is the same as normal. A comparison of the fruit is obvious. After Feng Che finished speaking, he saw that other people present were already talking about it. The fruit provided by the Apothecary Guild is really unsightly. I didn't expect the Apothecary Guild to provide such poor quality fruit. Nurse Joy also stood up. I just felt that these fruit trees were not normal, so I hesitated for a while. Although I didn't find any problems on the surface of the tree fruit, I felt something was not right. I heard this just now. According to the analysis of one candidate, it turns out that there is something wrong with these fruits. Nurse Joy said with a serious expression. This pharmacist assessment is a top priority that affects the face of the Alliance. This kind of thing has happened even in the junior pharmacist assessment. Once it is exposed, what face does the Alliance have to speak of? Nurse Joy continued angrily. Nurse Joy is backed by the Joy family and has a very good relationship with the Jenny family. Once this matter is stabbed by Joy, it will be investigated by the Alliance. That said, there may be a real problem with this fruit. I'm really sorry. There must be a misunderstanding. Secretary Mono's attitude made a 180-degree turn immediately, changing the look of exasperation just now, and quickly explained with a look of guilt. I will definitely investigate the whole thing and give everyone a fair deal. Secretary Mono said indignantly to the candidates present. At this time, he had already secretly decided to let the staff member of the Apothecary Guild take over the matter. HMPH, are you still fair to everyone? I don't think there will be fairness if you are here. Don't think I didn't notice, you were flirting with a few other candidates just now. Brother, are these people's fruit trees all right? Jin Sheng suddenly jumped out, and he pointed at several people in a row. Yes, the fruits of these people are all good. Feng Che nodded. Jin Sheng was instantly furious after receiving Feng Che's affirmation. Don't shirk the responsibility here, it's clear that you have received a lot of benefits in private. You slacker, do you want to put the blame on other people? What about the Pharmacist Guild? Has it become a place to hide filth? And you cheaters, what benefits have you promised Secretary Mono? At this time, Jin Sheng was like a man-eating lion. He pointed at Secretary Mono and cursed. To be honest, it is really rare for candidates to scold the examiner on the spot. I saw Jin Sheng's dark expression after scolding. The candidates who were stared at by him all pretended to be deaf and dumb with shame, lowered their heads, and remained silent. In the face of Jin Sheng's questioning, Secretary Mono was a little speechless, but looked sullen and looked at Jin Sheng fiercely. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Secretary Mono suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the tree fruit on the table, and there was a sly look in his eyes. Anyway, there is no substantive evidence yet. As long as these people are driven out, and these fruit trees are destroyed and replaced, there will be no evidence of death. At that time, the League can't do anything to me without evidence. The big deal is to offend Joy family. It's better than going to the Union prison and squatting. Secretary Mono secretly thought about countermeasures, which was the best way he could think of at this time. And because of taking the exam, the communication devices of these candidates are all turned off, and it is impossible to leave evidence. To be on the safe side, the monitoring equipment in this examination room was also quietly destroyed by him in advance. Kick out these 3 candidates who disturb the discipline of the examination room. Secretary Mono was heartbroken and suddenly shouted at the other 3 examiners. The rest of the assessors know very well what kind of fruit this is. Secretary Mono also completely tore his face at this time, and said to the other candidates with a threatening tone. It really made me watch a good show. Secretary Mono, is the Pharmacist Guild just like that? Agatha's voice came from the room. Then Secretary Mono's shadow suddenly elongated, and Gengar rushed out of the room with Agatha. Master Agatha, listen to my explanation. When Secretary Mono saw Agatha Elite rushing out of his shadow, he was shocked. There's nothing to explain, Secretary Mono, I'm going to arrest you now as an Alliance Elite. Agatha shook her head and said, all this she could see clearly. Agatha Elite, you don't want to let me go, do you? I'm not easy to bully either. Secretary Mono throws out 2 Pokeballs. An Alola Region Persian and a Honchkrow rushed out of the Pokeball. Alola Region's Persian is covered in light gray fur, softer than the finest velvet, and the beads on the top of his head have turned blue. Persian has a very bloated face, a slightly curved beard, eyes half open and half closed, tiny pupils, a mouth in the shape of an upside down, 3, and 2 exposed teeth. Honchkrow is like a large crow. It has a ferocious appearance, with a large hat on its head and a distinct red complexion on its wings and tail. Persian, make 3.4 with Swift. Honchkrow took me away. Seeing that the matter was completely exposed, Secretary Mono didn't care about anything, and he planned to evacuate urgently. Agatha Elite calmly raised the snake stick in his hand. Ekans, who had been motionless on the snake stick, suddenly moved, which surprised Secretary Mono. Suddenly, Secretary Mono felt numb all over, and fell heavily to the ground, flashing saffron-colored arcs on his body. Damn, when did I get hit? Secretary Mono heard the sound of two heavy objects falling to the ground. He looked up with difficulty, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Alola Region Persian and Honchkrow were also paralyzed by Ekans, Serpent Glare and fell to the ground. Secretary Mono is a senior pharmacist after all, and he naturally has medicines to relieve paralysis. Mono struggled to get a bottle of Paralyze Heal from the storage device, bit the stopper with his teeth, and gulped it down. Agatha Elite's strength is really strong, and the big snake glare can paralyze two Pokémons at the same time. Feng Che looked at the white Ekans and thought to himself, "Watch out, Agatha Elite." Feng Che suddenly saw the bald examiner behind Agatha pull out a shotgun. "Go to hell, Agatha." The bald examiner spoke viciously and squeezed the trigger. Just hear a bang. Countless shotguns flew in the direction of the Agatha Elite. Chapter 112 The Big Fish is Hooked. Just when the flying bullet was about to hit Agatha Elite, a cloud of white silt suddenly poured out of Agatha Elite, covering Agatha. The shotgun bullets were embedded in the white mud, and then the bullets fell to the ground. Murder. The candidates present were all panicked and made a mess. They rolled and crawled to find a place they thought was safe to hide, so as to avoid the harm of the pond fish. Feng Che secretly found a place to release Froakie. "Froakie, you secretly protect my safety, and when I need you to take action, you will take action," Feng Che said to Froakie's spiritual voice. "I felt that someone was following me secretly recently, so I just kept silent and used my body as bait to catch a big fish." Agatha let out a sneer. "Mono, let your Pokémon attack, or neither of us can escape," the bald examiner shouted at Secretary Mono. However, judging from Mono's obviously stunned expression, Secretary Mono and the bald examiner are not in the same mind. "If I assassinate Agatha Elite with this bald examiner, if I fail to be caught by Agatha Elite, I will have one more charge of assassinating Elite. Originally, I may sit in jail, but if I assassinate Elite openly, I will have one more charge of assassinating Elite. The charge of attacking a high-ranking official in the Alliance. I may be directly shot by then." Junye was thinking secretly, but he didn't move. The bald examiner threw two Pokeballs from which Nidoking and Nidoqueen were released. Open black lens bracket Nidoking, green qualification, level 45 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Nidoqueen, green qualification, level 46 close black lens bracket. I didn't expect to release such a powerful Pokémon in order to assassinate me. Nidoking and Nidoqueen of Senior Superior are very rare. These two Pokémons are well bred. So, you don't look like an underground force. Agatha laughed while leaning on crutches. 17. Nidoking is the most prominent. It is characterized by a large and sharp top of its head with toxic horns, which are its powerful attacking weapons. Nidoking's eyes are in the shape of a triangle, with black eyes and white pupils, which looks very fierce. Nidoking's back has a row of thick spikes from the neck to the tail. The tail is very thick, strong forelimbs and terrible poisonous horns. These are its attack weapons. Nidoking's skin is rock hard, and a single blow from its tail can easily snap a pole in two like a matchstick. The Nidoqueen is covered with hard blue scales that protect it from attack. Nidoqueen has a detox horn from his forehead to his tail running along his spine. Nidoqueen is covered in needle-like hard scales. The huge body can cause the ground to tremble. This allows it to use moves like Body Slam, Earthquake, etc. As a Poison-type Pokémon, it can also use Poison Sting to release venom. In addition, it can also learn Ice-type, Electric-type and Fighting-type moves. Giovanni's main Pokémon has Nidoking and Nidoqueen in it, and his Nidoking and Nidoqueen are even bigger. Agatha, don't think we don't know. Your main Pokémon just fought against Lance Crossing not long ago, and he hasn't recovered yet. You suddenly came to the Apothecary Guild because you were looking for precious herbs to heal your Pokémon. HMPH, you are like a toothless tiger without your main Pokémon. I won't be afraid of you at all. The bald head said loudly. He was calm on the surface, but he was actually very nervous inside, and a big bean appeared on his forehead. Sweat. Even the toothless elite still puts a lot of pressure on the bald head. Do you think you can do anything to me without my main Pokemon? It's just wishful thinking. I'll tell you what elite is. Agatha Elite raised the snake stick in her hand. The white Ekans trembled rapidly from the snake rod, and the scales collided with a rustling sound. The Ekans spit out a red snake letter and climbed down from the snake stick and landed on the ground silently. To deal with you, 1 Ekans is enough. Don't say that I underestimate you. HMPH. In fact, you are really not qualified. Agatha Elite sneered and said contemptuously. This Ekans of Agatha Elite suddenly has many clones. Ekans flew in an instant, constrict on Nidoking and Nidoqueen. For a while, Nidoking and Nidoqueen were tightly locked by Ekans, clone, completely unable to move. Suddenly Nidoking and Nidoqueen flushed. Seeing that both of his Pokémons were under control, the bald examiner immediately turned red. Mono, what are you still thinking about? If I lose, you won't be able to escape. You don't want to spend your whole life in the prison of the Alliance. It's dark, and life is better than death. It's better to go out now. It's a big deal to get shot. At least it's over as soon as you close your eyes. The bald-headed examiner saw that Mono had been holding his troops still, and shouted at Mono in a hurry. The bald examiner's words completely shook Mono. Master Agatha, you forced me. Secretary Mono took off his glasses. His whole face became extremely distorted, his eyes widened with anger, and bright red bloodshots filled his pupils. Firo uses a pointed drill. Persian, use Night Slash. Persian splashed. Razor-sharp claws tore the clones of the Ekans that imprisoned Nidoking and Nidoqueen into pieces. Firo used a sharp-nosed drill, turning into a red streamer and rushing in the direction of Agatha. Stupid. Agatha Elite said coldly. She took out the snake stick and pointed in Firo's direction, and Ekans spit out a poison sting directly. Firo whimpered and fell to the ground, twitching. Feng Che's pupils shrank for a while, and he saw that the poison sting spit out by Ekans was precisely inserted into Firo's forehead, anesthetizing Firo's nerve center. This Ekans is awesome. Feng Che sighed inwardly. Ekans was able to anesthetize Firo with a single poison sting. You must know that Firo was using a sharp-nosed drill at that time, which was equivalent to a rapid spin state of nearly 100 revolutions per minute. Even with the help of Psychic, Feng Che couldn't see Firo's movements clearly. This poison sting inserts one more point, and Firo will die instantly, and one less point cannot have a paralyzing effect on Firo. It can be seen that the use of skills by this Ekans has reached the point of perfection. HMPH, Agatha, I just accidentally gave you the upper hand. Nidoking uses Fire Punch and Nidoqueen uses Thunder Punch. The bald examiner said loudly. A flame suddenly appeared on Nidoking's hand, and countless saffron-colored arcs appeared on Nidoqueen's hand. The arcs made a crackling sound, accompanied by the growl of thousands of birds. Nidoking and Nidoqueen opened their legs, and suddenly a strong vibration could be felt throughout the room. You underestimate me, Agatha, too. Agatha slammed the snake stick to the ground. The white silt immediately formed a thick shield around Agatha. Nidoking and Nidoqueen felt like they had punched cotton with their attacks, and one of their hands was stuck in the mud, unable to break free. Don't be nervous, Nidoking uses Flamethrower and Nidoqueen uses Psybeam. The bald examiner clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, looking at Nidoking and Nidoqueen with some anxiety and shouting. Muck, stop playing, Nidoking and Nidoqueen swallow. Agatha's eyes lit up, she was tired of cat and mouse tricks. Muck's body skyrocketed, and Nidoking and Nidoqueen both fell into the quagmire. Well, here's the chance, Beedrill, to use the deadly stinger. The bald examiner felt that he had finally found an opportunity, and a sly smile crossed the corner of his mouth. A deeply hidden Beedrill suddenly turned into a saffron-colored streamer. Agatha Elite did not avoid it, sneered, and looked at Beedrill, who was rushing towards him. She has more means. Just as Agatha Elite's crutch tapped twice, he was about to let Gengar attack. A voice came from her ear. Right now, Froakie, use the foam to throw that Beedrill. Feng Che also found this opportunity. Feng Che knew that Agatha must have other means of self-defense. Even if the main Pokémon of an elite is not there, it is not something that an ordinary killer can kill. Feng Che didn't even think about giving charcoal in the snow, he just wanted to show his face in front of Agatha. Just as the flying Beedrill was about to hit the Agatha Elite, a white foam came from the side, hit the Beedrill, and stuck the Beedrill to the wall. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Agatha smiled at Feng Che, who stepped in to help. At the same time, Agatha's crutch tapped the ground twice again, signaling Gengar not to act rashly. Thank you, little friend. Buzzing. Agatha raised the snake stick and gently touched the ground. Ekans opened his mouth after hearing Agatha's command. The Beedrill was struggling desperately, but was killed by a poison sting from Agatha Elite's Ekans. Stinger Organization. Agatha Elite said solemnly. Recognize. Accurate. If. Water. First. Scent. Pirate. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. It turned out to be the Stinger Organization, and the one who assassinated Yayoi should also be a member of the Stinger Organization. Feng Che also suddenly realized, and couldn't help thinking of the situation of this organization. I remember that the Stinging Bee group was killed by the 4 elites of the Kanto region. The special Beedrill method of stinging bee tissue culture has also fallen into the hands of Agatha. It is said that Team Rockets has also contributed a lot. The Stinging Bee organization is a large-scale killer organization. Mission killer organization. Both the Quantung League and Team Rockets have been assassinated by the Stinger organization. The hallmark of their organization, the Pokémon, is a specially bred Beedrill. Such a good opportunity was destroyed by you like this, I remember you. The bald instructor gave Feng Che a vicious look. Just as the bald instructor was about to throw a smoke bomb to escape, he suddenly felt a slippery thing crawling across his back. Suddenly, a hissing voice came from the head instructor's ear. Why is this Ekans moving so fast? When did it come over? I don't feel it at all. The bald instructor looked horrified. Agatha's Ekans inject venom directly into the bald instructor's carotid artery. These venoms quickly spread to the whole body of the bald instructor with the blood circulation. The bald instructor suddenly fell to the ground in convulsions. The Stinging Bee organization, I wanted to take you all over the place for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so daring. Agatha Elite's shadow suddenly elongated, and the bald instructor was engulfed by Agatha's shadow. At this moment, a light Beedrill appeared in the original position of the bald instructor. The Beedrill's toxic stinger was firmly planted on the floor, unable to move. If Agatha had not disposed of the hidden Beedrill in time, the bald instructor might have been killed on the spot. There's even a little mouse. Agatha turned to Nurse Joy, who was not far from Feng Che, with a smile. It's really superb makeup, and pretending to be Nurse Joy didn't let me find anything unusual. If you weren't too impatient, you might have succeeded. Your rapid breathing just now exposed you. It seems that your basic skills as a killer are still a little short. You just wanted to kill all of your companions together. Tisk tisk tisk, how cruel. Agatha Elite snorted at Nurse Joy. What kind of cruelty is this? He should apologize to his death for failing to complete the task assigned by the organization. Agatha Elite, I have wanted to fight with you for a long time. My code name is Vespican, please give me more advice. A Pokeball. I saw that she threw it heavily on the ground, and suddenly thick smoke billowed. I was careless, I even pretended to attack and released a smoke bomb. I still let her run away. Forget it, we've caught a living whole, and we should be able to find out the location of the Stinger Bee organization. After the smoke cleared, Agatha Elite saw Mono being tightly constricted by a huge Arbok. Sorry, Agatha Elite, I just saw this guy trying to get away in the chaos. So I can't help but unleash Arbok and get him under control. Feng Che deliberately used Arbok to brush his sense of existence, and showed his hand again in front of Agatha Elite. Feng Che remembered that in the game, the descendant of Agatha Elite must have a Pokemon like Arbok. Because Agatha Elite's triumphant trick death makeup uses Arbok, a Pokemon. As for whether the Alliance will find out that he is Team Rocket's because of Arbok, Feng Che is not worried at all. Because Ditto can partially change his appearance, such as his body shape, no one can recognize it. Well done. Agatha Elite nodded to Feng Che. This time, I finally got something. I caught an inner ghost of the Apothecary Guild and a core member of the Stinger organization. Agatha Elite said with satisfaction. Agatha Elite, are you alright? President Jintian hurried over. Chapter 113-Bounty Hunters Guild. President Jintian wants me to do something. Agatha Elite glanced at President Kaneda, who had rushed over with some dissatisfaction. Agatha Elite, you'll be fine. We only realized there might be a problem here when we heard the gunshots, and rushed here immediately. However, it seems to be a step too late. Sorry, Agatha Elite. President Jintian quickly glanced at the chaotic situation on the scene, and quickly explained with a face of guilt. I'm fine, the Stinging Bee organization has yet to do anything to me with this little trick. However, the situation of the Apothecary Guild doesn't seem to be very good. Agatha Elite had a smile on his lips, but there was a chill in his words, and he looked at President Jintian coldly. President Jintian's expression suddenly froze, and he knew that Agatha Elite had something to say. At this time, he took a closer look and found that Secretary Mono was controlled by an Arbok in a corner of the room. President Jintian suddenly felt a sigh in his heart. Didn't you say people from the Stinger organization? How did Mono anger Agatha Elite? President Jintian had a panicked and puzzled expression on his face. President Jintian, I have disturbed your exam organized by the Apothecary Guild. There is a big problem in the Pharmacist Guild now, and it needs to be rectified. This assessment needs to be postponed temporarily. It's not clear now, apart from this Mono, how many examiners have been bribed in this exam. This is a scandal for the Apothecary Guild and a scandal for the Alliance. After we investigate everything clearly, the Pharmacist Guild will start the assessment again. At that time, I will also participate in the assessment as the chief examiner. Agatha Elite said solemnly. Okay, Agatha Elite, everything is yours. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on President Jintian's forehead. Even if he has nothing to do with this incident, give him a charge of improper management and lax governance, and he can be removed from office. Agatha Elite ignored the undecided expression on President Kaneda's face. She turned her head to look at Feng Che. Boy, your strength is not bad. If you can perform well in the next Pharmacist Guild assessment, I will accept you as an apprentice. Agatha left without looking back. Muck, who was left behind, captured Mono, followed Agatha slowly and left. Muck walked on, left a pool of oily liquid. To Feng Che's surprise, the liquid actually exudes a faint floral fragrance. It seems that Agatha Elite has concocted a special potion that can replace the smell of Muck's body with the smell of flowers. Agatha Elite's research on the preparation of pharmacy has reached its peak. Feng Che thought secretly. Due to the suspension of the pharmacist assessment, Feng Che also quickly walked out of the Pharmacist Guild. The wind is clear. As soon as Feng Che walked out of the gate of the Apothecary Guild, he saw Yayui's family waiting for him. Suddenly received a notice that the assessment of the Apothecary Guild has been cancelled this time. It's a pity, it will take some time to rehost it. I've had a good discussion with my husband that I'm going to settle in Viridian first. Come to Viridian City when you have time, and I'll entertain you. Yayu said to Feng Che with a smile. This time Feng Che not only saved Yayui at a critical moment, but also gave Yayui a lot of tips on how to make potions. This made Yayu feel very grateful to Feng Che, so she came over to say goodbye to Feng Che before leaving. Big brother, remember to come over, Xiao-ai wants to play with your Pokemon. Okay, definitely. Feng Che patted Xiao-ai's head and said with a smile. Dad, can I have a Royal 3 tilde that belongs to me? Xiao-ai grabbed the trouser legs of Fuji Professional and asked. Haha, no problem, whatever Royal 3 you want, Dad will get it for you. Fuji Professor picked up Xiao-ai and said dotingly. Regarding Feng Che's identity, Fuji Professional has already sent someone to find out. Team Rockets is the youngest and fastest ever Team Rockets member to be promoted to superior. He was just sent to infiltrate the Alliance and registered as a trainer for the Alliance. It was just by chance that the task of taking care of Xiao-ai happened to be chosen. Fuji Professional has also investigated, and this task was also selected for Feng Che at the prompt of Nurse Joy. Feng Che didn't get close to his own motives. Fuji Professional also completely dispelled the previous doubts about Feng Che. After all, Yayoi is his wife, and almost no one knows about it except Giovanni. And Giovanni also directly upgraded Feng Che's file to S rank in order to prevent the Alliance from detecting Feng Che's related information. If it wasn't for the fact that Fuji Professional had special authority in Team Rockets, there was really no way to find out about Feng Che. Feng Che, I'm Fuji Professional. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve in the future, come to Viridian and find me. Fuji Professional solemnly promised. Okay, Fuji Professional. Feng Che nodded calmly. Feng Che originally planned to find an opportunity to ask Fuji Professor about the Ditto gene. But Ditto's current state is fairly stable, and Ditto's affairs are better kept quiet for the time being. After Feng Che greeted the Fuji Professional family, he left directly. The following arrangements for Feng Che are also very simple. That is to improve your Pokemon power. The talents of Froakie and Litten in the Pokemon in Feng Che's hands are very strong, but the level is too low. There is also the upcoming Vulpix and Ice Vulpix. These Pokemon need to cultivate. After Vulpix and Ice Vulpix are born, give them a foundation with nutrient-rich moo milk. It would be nice to have a Miltank with green credentials. Feng Che murmured. Miltank's resources are basically in the Johto region, which is firmly controlled by Manjin Farm. Goldenrod City is Miltank's main breeding ground and one of the main sources of moo's milk. Moo milk is rich in protein and vitamins, and is a great source of nutritional supplements for newborn Pokemon. There are only two ways for Feng Che to get a Pokemon like Miltank. The first way is to acquire Miltank through the underground black market. The second way is through the Bounty Hunter Guild, where the quest is issued. By the way, I have to go to the Bounty Hunter Guild to register an identity. The rewards given by the Bounty Hunter Guild's quests are much more generous than the rewards given by the Alliance. You can also do Pokemon training while you're on a mission. The Bounty Hunter Guild is an organization that is both good and evil. There are Bounty Hunters Guild locations in every major city. They mainly make a living by selling Pokemon, capturing Pokemon, and selling information on rare Pokemon. It can be said that the Bounty Hunter Guild is the third largest force in the Kanto region besides the Alliance and Team Rockets. Of course, this kind of organization is on the verge of gray and has always been the target of the Alliance. So their offices are in very secluded places. But it's not difficult for Feng Che, who knows everything about the Pokemon world, to know exactly where the Bounty Hunter Guild in Celadon, Rainbow City is. The Bounty Hunters Guild in Celadon, Rainbow City is on the shopping street not far from Celadon, Rainbow Gym. Feng Che also had to admire how the Bounty Hunters Guild dared to open on Erica's territory. This is simply black under the lights. Feng Che happened to be quite wealthy, and he wanted to register an account with the Bounty Hunter Guild. Then, through the platform of the Bounty Hunter Guild, issue a quest to help collect some rare herbs. Also, take some Pokemon catching missions to train Froakie, Litten and Blue Jays. Then you can also check to see if there is any information on rare Pokemon. After some bounty hunters see rare wild Pokemon in the wild, if it is not convenient to catch them, they will secretly note the specific location of the wild Pokemon, and sell the information to the Bounty Hunter Guild. The office of the Bounty Guild is located in a large breeding house. This nurturing house is well known in Celadon, Rainbow City, and many people come and go to the nurturing house every day. Welcome, what can I help you with? When Feng Che stepped into the cultivation house, the clerk at the door said enthusiastically to Feng Che. My Rattata didn't know what tree fruit he ate and had diarrhea. But I didn't bring Rattata with me. Feng Che said the secret words of the Bounty Guild to the clerk. Okay, follow me, I'll take you to my pharmacist. After listening to the secret words, the clerk led Feng Che directly into a small room, and then the clerk withdrew. There is a statue of Rattata in the small room, and Feng Che twisted Rattata's head to the left. Only a snap was heard, and a secret door appeared on the wall. Behind the secret door is a long staircase. Feng Che walked down the steps, and there were many masks and black robes hanging at the end of the steps. This is set up to hide the bounty hunter identity as much as possible. In the Bounty Hunter Guild, you can register as a bounty hunter without providing your real identity information. The Bounty Hunter Guild will directly give the bounty hunter an ID card. As long as the task is completed, the reward of the bounty task will be sent to the account of this ID card. This ID card can be withdrawn in banks throughout the Pokemon world, which is very convenient. Feng Che found a Pikachu mask and put it on. He also put on a black robe to hide his identity as much as possible. At the end of the steps is a fire door covered with cameras. Feng Che only felt a ray of infrared light scan his entire body before the fire door creaked open. There are people in black robes everywhere, and there are more than a dozen service windows here. There's a huge screen that's constantly rolling out with various bounties posted on it. Because this is the first time Feng Che has released a quest, he needs to go to the Bounty Guild to register an account. When the next task is released, log in directly to the Bounty Hunter's Darknet to release the task. Feng Che queued up for a while before it was his turn. A good-looking young lady dressed in Lolita is welcoming the guests warmly at the office window. It's just that the excessively heavy smoky makeup on this young lady's eyebrows made Feng Che feel a little hot. What kind of business do you need to handle? A crisp and pleasant voice came from the mouth of the eldest sister. I want green quality Miltank. I don't know if the Bounty Hunter Guild has stock here. Feng Che said bluntly. Please wait a moment. Miss Lolita tapped on the computer for a while and shook her head regretfully. Sorry, Goldenrod City is too strict with Miltank. We don't have green quality Miltank at the moment. Not even an orange qualified Miltank. You should know how important a highly qualified Miltank is to a Pokemon breeder. Some small families can even be regarded as treasures of the town. However, you can post a quest in the Bounty Guild, and you reserve a certain amount of money. If someone catches a green quality Miltank, our guild will contact you. Miltank with green qualification is estimated to go up by 2 Nuo Jiaos, 0%. So you may need to reserve about 600,000 Alliance coins. Please rest assured, if no one picks up the task within 3 months, the amount you have reserved will be credited back to your account. The young lady at the errand window said to Feng Che gently and politely. The staff at the office here have been specially trained by the Bounty Hunter Guild. Not only do they have a good service attitude, but they must also be proficient in a lot of Pokemon cultivation knowledge. Okay. This is a $1 million bearer card, please deduct it directly from it. By the way, this is my first time posting a mission and I don't have an account yet. Feng Che said, took out a bearer card from the bracelet and handed it to Miss Lolita. Okay, please wait a moment. Miss Lolita took the bearer card with her pale, jade-like hand, but her 10 fingernails were painted dark black with sharp contrast. After Miss Lolita tapped on the computer for a while, she handed over a silver-white card from the office window. A string of ID numbers and a web address are recorded on the card. I've already posted the task for you, this is your account. We use an anonymous system here. We only recognize accounts and not people, so don't worry about us revealing your personal information. The URL on the card is the dark web of bounty hunters, and the ID number on the card is your account number. And password. You can reset your password directly online if you want. Next time you need to post or accept a mission, you can log in directly to the dark web to operate. Do you have any other missions to post? Miss Lolita asked Feng Che with a smile. Yes, and by the way, help me with the task of releasing some rare herbs. Lung. Feng Che named several rare medicinal herbs in a row, and gave the purchase price. Chapter 114_Long Live. Ditto. You are in trouble again. Is there any Pokemon capture mission now? Feng Che asked Miss Lolita. You need to pass the assessment and become a bounty hunter before you can receive the quest. Miss Lolita replied politely. Excuse me, what kind of assessment is required? Feng Che had just learned that he had to pass the assessment to become a bounty hunter. It seems that the Bounty Hunter Guild has a set of rules. The assessment of the Bounty Hunter Guild is to capture Pokemon. You need to capture the Pokemon requested by our Bounty Hunter Guild within the specified number of days. We will judge your Bounty Hunter rank based on the Pokemon you captured. The better the Pokemon you capture, the better you will be. The Bounty Hunter level will be higher. Quote. The higher the Bounty Hunter level, the more quests you can choose. You can also choose some lucrative quests first. Miss Lolita replied patiently. May I ask if you will participate in the assessment? If you apply for the assessment, the system will randomly assign you tasks. But what I want to tell you in particular is that the assessment must use the Pokeball provided by our Hunter Guild, 1 Pokeball, 8,000 Alliance coins. Lolita added. Please assign me a task. Feng Che asked Miss Lolita to deduct 1,000 Alliance coins from the bearer card. Okay, please wait a moment. The assessment task you drew is to capture a Graveler. This is the Pokeball for Graveler capture. Miss Lolita took out a brand new catch ball from the drawer and handed it to Feng Che. The chip that catches the ball is specially made and isn't recorded by the League's systems. The Graveler you capture will be automatically teleported to the Bounty Hunter Guild. We will give you the final Bounty Hunter rank based on the results of Graveler's qualification evaluation. Just a little reminder, Graveler's qualifications in Mikaya Mountain will be better. Lolita Jr., the sister said with a smile. Capturing Graveler, that's not a good mission. Graveler, like Weezing, is a master of demolition, and self-destruct will occur if a word is not agreed. However, unlike Weezing, Graveler also has a layer of rock shell 970. Once self-destruct occurs, its rock shell will fly out like a bullet, which is extremely dangerous. If anyone else, it's really possible to go directly to Mikaya Mountain in a foolish way. But there is also a place where there are a lot of Gravelers, and that is Grandpa Canyon. Grandpa Canyon is a typical karst landform, which is very suitable for the reproduction of Geodude and Graveler. The most important thing is that due to the geographical advantage of Grandpa Canyon, it is easy to hide and can avoid Graveler's sudden self-destruct attack. I have a task to monitor Grandpa Canyon, so I just did it together. Feng Che secretly thought. Feng Che casually gave the service window a 5-star praise, and quickly left the Bounty Hunters Guild. Grandpa Canyon is located in the Great Valley of Cinnabar Island and Safari Zone, very close to Koga and Fuchsia Gym. Grandpa Canyon has always been a resort for excavating fossils, so there are many fossil enthusiasts gathered here. However, Grandpa Canyon is currently blocked by the Alliance, and even a Pokemon cannot enter Grandpa Canyon. Feng Che ambushed near Grandpa Canyon after leaving Celadon, Rainbow City. Painted on his face, he was using binoculars to observe the movements of Alliance personnel around Grandpa Canyon. 5 steps, 1 shift every 30 minutes, the League seems to take Grandpa Canyon seriously. But it's about the fossil Pokemon. If I were, I'd do the same. Fossil Pokemon is comparable to a normal Pokemon. It's worth more. Although the Alliance invented a fossil resurrection device, for some rich people, the fossil Pokemon that survived from ancient times to the present are really valuable for collection. It seems that it is not easy to mix into Grandpa Canyon. Che thought secretly in his heart. He is constantly scouting around, looking for a breakthrough. A group of Zubats are located above Grandpa Canyon, using ultrasound to find the location of the fossilized Pokemon. But Grandpa Canyon is so big, if you don't know the exact location, it's really like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can't start BHDE. Feng Che has been to Grandpa Canyon several times in the game, and of course he knows the location of the Dong Cave where the fossil Pokemon is located. It was in a very remote place, and it took the Alliance a long time to screen the Grandpa Canyon before finally determining the location of Dong Cave. Now in terms of time, the League has only just started to move. So the League isn't finding the location of the fossil Pokemon that quickly right now. Feng Che tried hard to recall the episodes about Grandpa Canyon that he had experienced in Pokemon games. I now have to figure out a way to sneak into Grandpa Canyon and find the cave where the fossilized Pokemon is hiding. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to cross Team Rocket's. Feng Che rubbed his chin and secretly thought about how to complete the task arranged by Team Rocket's. Although Feng Che knew that the reason why the Alliance blocked Grandpa Canyon was because this Grandpa Canyon had fossil Pokemon. But without enough evidence to prove his source of intelligence, Feng Che couldn't rashly report to the Anbu of Team Rockets. Otherwise, Team Rockets is likely to directly determine that Feng Che gave false information, and Feng Che will also be punished by Team Rockets. So Feng Che decided to infiltrate Grandpa Canyon by himself, find the location of the fossil Pokemon, and take a photo of the fossil Pokemon. The Alliance surrounded Grandpa Canyon, but after observing for a few days, I finally found a flaw. Every 3 days, a large truck sends supplies into Grandpa Canyon. I just want to think the way to mix in this big truck is enough. Feng Che's mouth showed a shallow arc. Khan is a truck driver working for the Union, and his daily work is very leisurely. Just follow the requirements of the Alliance to deliver supplies to various bases. Today he delivered supplies to Grandpa Canyon as requested by the Union. After Khan went through layers of investigation at the entrance of Grandpa Canyon, the guards let Khan drive the truck into Grandpa Canyon. Hey, we need to check again. What is there to check with a truckload of goods, and how can we hide a big living person? There are so many materials, and they need to be checked one by one. One less thing is not enough, and one more thing is not enough. I need one explanation and another explanation. I spent most of the day here. Khan secretly complained that after getting off the car, he walked to the restroom to rest. After a while, the cargo on the truck was thoroughly inspected, and the guards signaled that Khan could drive the car in. It's weird, why is there a spare tire on the car? I remember there was a spare tire on the left side of the truck, and now there's a spare tire on the right. Am I wrong? Khan frowned and scratched his head when he saw the truck after coming out of the lounge. Don't worry, it's just one tire, maybe I'm wrong. It's better to have less than one thing. When the people from the Alliance have finished moving the goods, I'll just drive away. Khan muttered to himself, and drove the truck away. After Khan left, the spare tire on his car suddenly wriggled into pink ooze. This tire is in ditto camouflage. Because the truck's tires were big enough, Feng Che sneaked into the truck before it entered the containment area, and then hid in Ditto's transformed tire. Ditto, transformed into Yanmega, we have to get out of here quickly so that we won't be discovered by the people of the League. Feng Che said to the lump of ooze spread on the ground. Ditto squirmed quickly, transformed into a Yanmega, and flew into the distance with Feng Che. After a while, after Khan returned from the lounge, he found that the right spare tire on the car had disappeared again. Could it be that I was dazzled just now? The mountain road here is bumpy, and the tire may have fallen off accidentally. No matter what, it's better to leave this uninhabited place quickly and go back and have a good rest. Since Grandpa Canyon is very large, the Alliance did not specially send people to guard in Grandpa Canyon. Except for a few Zubats for detection, there are not many people in the entire Grandpa Canyon. Several Geodudes were fighting with each other on the ground when suddenly a huge black shadow flashed across the sky. When the Geodude looked up, they found nothing in the sky. Geodude looked at each other and scratched his bumpy head before continuing the fight. I remember that the fossil Pokemon seems to be in a nearby Dong cave, but I don't remember the exact location. Ditto, transform into Golbat and use Golbat's ultrasound to find out where the fossilized Pokemon is. Feng Che stood under a big tree on a mountain peak, looking at the familiar surroundings. Soon, Ditto turned into Golbat, and managed to find a rock that seemed to have a hole in it. Very well, Ditto, become Sandslash and dig a tunnel that will let us in. The ground here is extremely hard, and even if Ditto turned into Sandslash, it took the old man's nose to dig a passage. Feng Che put his hand into the passage, and a faint trace of wind came out from the passage. There is air circulation, which means that the passage is connected to the Dong cave. Feng Che followed Ditto into the passage, and after walking too far, the passage suddenly opened up. Feng Che and Ditto entered a cave. Come out, Litten, use Ember to light up the cave. After Feng Che stepped into the Dong cave, he took out the Pokeball and summoned Litten. Litten spit out a fireball with one mouth. Litten controlled the fireball to float in the air, and instantly illuminated the entire cave. Today's Litten can easily control the fire energy in the body, and the size and time of the released flame can be freely adjusted, just like now it can maintain the lighting fireball in front of him for a long time. Feng Che saw that the four walls of this cave were covered with dense fossils. Judging from the shape of the fossils, they should be Kabuto's fossils. Kabuto has a brown hemispherical shell with two black dots on top that resemble eyes. Kabuto has a hard shell that protects itself well. Kabuto is very similar to the horseshoe crab known as the living fossil, but without the sword-like tail. Ditto, now in Sandslash's form, swiped hard with its sharp claws and the fossil slammed to the ground with a dull thud. This made Ditto find it extraordinarily fun, and he happily plucked several fossils down. Ditto, it's fun, haha. No, that's not right, Ditto, stop playing. These shouldn't be fossils. Feng Che clearly saw that a Kabuto moved. These are real Kabuto. Quote. How come there are so many Kabutos alive? Feng Che's expression froze for a moment, and he watched more and more Kabutos move in disbelief. Feng Che clearly remembered that there were only 2 or 3 kittens in this cave in the game. The sudden appearance of so many Kabutos made Feng Che's heart beating suddenly. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Feng Che heard countless Kabuto's voices, one after another. Like dominoes, these Kabutos are starting to slowly recover. No, fuck it. Ditto, you're in trouble again. Feng Che glanced helplessly at Ditto with an innocent face, and quickly took out his communicator to record everything in the cave. But at the same time Kabuto also fell from the stone wall. Their eyes became extraordinarily scarlet, and they crawled on the ground making a rustling sound. Run! Feng Che grabbed Litten and ran quickly in the direction of Donko. Chapter 115_Awakened Fossil Pokemon. Ditto, transform into Golbat and detect what other Pokemon are in the tunnel ahead. In the underground cave, it is more reliable to let Ditto transform into Golbat. Damn, so many Kabutos. If that's not enough, it's just a thunderstorm gun. Kabuto was restrained 4 times by grass-type skills, but Feng Che didn't have a grass-type Pokemon in his hands, which made Feng Che a little annoyed. Otherwise, this is definitely the place where the grass-type Pokemon levels will go wild. So many Kabutos, just grab one and bring it back to Team Rocket's. The rarity of fossil Pokemon is also ranked in the top 50 in Team Rocket's rare Pokemon ranking. Although Kabuto is not a powerful Pokemon, but due to the rare and expensive reasons, if it is sent to the auction, it may be fired for a sky-high price. Feng Che ran forward quickly, and at the same time Feng Che also let the system scan these Kabuto's qualifications. However, it is a pity for Feng Che that these Kabutos have been seriously degraded because of their sleeping for too long. The system swept through all Kabutos, all red, qualified Pokemon. These Kabutos woke up hungry because they slept for too long. As Feng Che ran, he heard the sound of Kabuto nibbling on stones. Just then Ditto flapped his wings and flew back. Ditto, use ultrasound on this group of Kabutos. Feng Che said loudly to Ditto. At the same time, Feng Che made Litten cover his ears tightly. Using ultrasound in this cave with echo function is not very good. Ditto took a deep breath and released an ultrasound at Kabuto, who was coming towards him. Dong Cave kept echoing. Some Kabutos were thrown into chaos when they heard the ultrasonic attack. They started to attack their mates. One after another, turbid water guns were sprayed all over the cave. Kabuto, who was hit by the water gun, was instantly enraged and began to fight back. Go, Pokeball! Seeing this, Feng Che immediately threw the Pokeball and captured a slightly larger Kabuto. Very good, Kabuto got it, then I just need to get rid of this group of Kabuto. The grade of this group of Kabuto is around 9 to 12. Feng Che was afraid that if the fighting was too loud, it would cause trouble for the Alliance to notice. Otherwise, Feng Che would have sent Ditto to clean up this group of Kabutos. Feng Che followed Ditto to a relatively wide cave. There are countless Pokemon fossils that look like snail shells. Omanite is very similar to snails, and very similar to the ancient biological ammonites. It has many blue tentacles, which are useful for attacking. It has a very large shell on its back to protect itself. The shock caused by Feng Che's arrival also awakened Omanite. Feng Che saw that there was an underground river here, and quickly took Litten back into the Pokeball. Ditto, transformed into Arbok, we poured directly into the underground river. Ditto squirmed into an Arbok, and Feng Che took the opportunity to throw a Pokeball at an Omanite that had not recovered. Pokeball loaded Omanite and bounced back directly into Feng Che's hand. Feng Che jumped with Ditto in his arms and fell into the fast-flowing underground river. There was a big splash in the dark river. It's so cold, the water in this underground river is really cold and biting. Feng Che quickly used Psychic to separate his body from the icy river water. After a while, Ditto popped his head out and swam downstream with Feng Che. Ditto, be sure to pay attention next time, don't touch the unknown things rashly. Fortunately, this time there was no danger, and I ran out smoothly, otherwise the people who disturbed the Alliance would be finished. Feng Che patted Ditto's head. Ditto, got it, I made a mistake this time, I won't play with the fossils on the wall next time. Feng Che was a bit dumbfounded, he didn't know what tricks Ditto would play next time. However, having these two Pokeballs as proof should save me a lot of work. I don't know where this underground river leads to. If only this underground river could go directly out. Feng Che didn't want to encounter the evolution type of Kabuto and Omanite. Their evolution type was a very ferocious carnivorous Pokemon in ancient times, and as water-type Pokemon, they are very good at water attacks. Ditto, something seems to be chasing after him. Feng Che said to Ditto's telepathy. With Psychic, Feng Che can clearly see the appearance of the Pokemon who is chasing after him. The more you are afraid of something, the more you will come. Feng Che let out a long sigh, and it was Kabuto and Omanite's evolution-type Kabutops and Omastar who were catching up. Kabutops are brown and white, with two scythes on the hands and a small protruding part of the head. When it moves in the water, it will fold its hands and feet to minimize, and shake its carapace from side to swim quickly. Omastar has a snail-like shell attached to it, with thorns on the shell, and its eyes look a little scary. Compared with the previous evolution, its tentacles have become more slender, and its mouth has become a cross shape. Prey with tentacles and immobilizing it, Omastar delivers the fatal blow with its sharp teeth. Kabuto and Omanite need to be level 40 or above to evolve into Kabutops and Omastar. Facing the vicious Kabutops and Omastar, Feng Che could only pull out his secret bait from the bracelet. These baits are made from the blood of fish collected by Feng Che from Dead Island mixed with sweet scent, and have a deadly captivate to Pokemon. Feng Che threw these baits directly on the exposed stones of the dark river. Suddenly, a bloody smell mixed with sweet scent spread out. Feng Che saw the movements of Kabutops and Omastar behind him noticeably slow down. The bait seemed to be working, and Kabutops and Omastar were a little hesitant at first. But soon they were desperate. Kabutops and Omastar are gradually bewitched by the bait and lose their minds. Fortunately, these baits worked, otherwise I would be torn apart by Kabutops and Omastar. Feng Che saw that more and more Kabutops and Omastar were attracted by the bait. How many Kabutops and Omastars are there in this dark river? Looking at the appearance of these Pokemon, they have just woken up from their slumber. It's still quite dangerous here. It seems that we need to find a place to get ashore quickly. Feng Che used Psychic looked at nearby places to go ashore. Not long after, Feng Che found a shoal and climbed ashore. Saved, but I'm completely lost now. Come out, Litten. After Feng Che and Ditto drifted in the underground river for a while, their body temperature dropped a lot, and they needed to let Litten shoot fireballs to warm up. Litten collected the hair on his body, and then a small spark spewed out, and its hair was instantly ignited to emit an orange-red flame. Take a short break here for now, those Kabutops and Omastars shouldn't catch up. Feng Che wasn't wearing Team Rocket's combat uniform, he was just wearing ordinary clothes, and he felt very uncomfortable when he was wet. Fortunately, Feng Che used Psychic for simple protection in time. Otherwise, Feng Che's physical strength would drop rapidly in the icy and biting river water, and it was still a question mark whether he could support it to the river bank. Feng Che took out a spirit potion from his wristband and drank it with his head up. Suddenly, the originally aching brain felt a cool breath constantly replenishing the dry Psychic. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che gave Ditto an orange stamina potion, and helping hand Ditto replenish the consumed stamina. Ditto collapsed directly to the ground and drank it like a drink. Under the swaying firelight of Litten, Feng Che felt his body gradually warm up, and he was thinking about the next path. Now that Feng Che has obtained the status of a trainer, he can develop in both the Alliance and Team Rockets. Feng Che thought about it. It would be good to be a double-sided spy, so that you can get more resources faster by opening your bows left and right. Fuji Professor's wife and daughter have been saved by me, so the development of Mewtwo will speed up. If I can make Ditto devour Mewtwo's replica before Mewtwo is officially developed, maybe Ditto can become a humanoid beast. It would have been nice to have Mewtwo in the bag, but that would have to offend Team Rockets. However, according to the development of the plot, Mewtwo eventually defected from Team Rockets. Afterwards, Fuji Professional also died violently because he missed his wife and daughter too much. The scientists who took over the experiment were never able to clone Mewtwo's embryos from beginning to end, and ultimately had to put this expensive project on hold. Feng Che kept recalling the main plot of the Pokemon game. Team Rockets went on to develop the Tri-Sacred Bird Combination Project. Team Rockets captured the 3 divine birds and combined the powers of water, fire and electricity to create a divine beast with first-level divine strength. For flowers. However, the combined state of the 3 divine birds created was still unstable, and was eventually defeated by the 4 elites secretly. The next is when the 4 elites rebelled. The 4 elites summoned the 4 legions of dragon, ice, fighting, and ghost to attack the main cities under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. This rebellion led to the destruction of countless wealthy families in the Kanto region, and the 4 elites instead gained the support of many civilians. The Alliance was forced to grant an amnesty to the 4 elites, but also made a request that Lance Crossing cannot become the champion of the Kanto region. That's why Lance Crossing went far to the Johto region and became the champion of the Johto region. But what Lance Crossing never expected was that, apart from Shiba, 3 of his 4 elites were undercover for Team Rockets. Team Rockets at this time already has a grand plan to establish Celadon, Rainbow Team Rockets and start collecting mythical beasts in various regions. Feng Che learned a lot of top-secret information in the Pokemon game, which are also excellent resources. Che thinks to make good use of it. Although the task of Grandpa Canyon was quickly completed this time, Feng Che planned to report to Team Rockets when the task deadline was approaching. This will give you 3 months to plan well. Then find a way to transfer to the laboratory where Mewtwo is located. At the same time, I have to worship under the door of Agatha Elite and learn the profound meaning of the poison system of Agatha Elite. Having Ditto really saves me a lot of trouble. I don't have to catch poison Pokemon at all. Thinking about how powerful Ditto, who has mastered the mystery of the poison system, will be, it's really exciting. His current strength is still too weak, so Feng-Che secretly made up his mind to make the Pokemon in his hands stronger as soon as possible. At this moment, Feng-Che heard a loud roar from a distance. Crap, Aerodactyl woke up. Feng-Che was a little worried when he heard this huge, heart-wrenching roar. Aerodactyl has just recovered, and its strength should not be too strong. The most important thing for me now is to escape. At that time, Feng-Che will complete the mission as long as he sends the information that Team Rockets needs. As for whether this place will be discovered by the Alliance, it is not within Feng-Che's consideration. Feng-Che knew the strength of the ancient sky overlord like Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl was gradually approaching, and Feng-Che judged from the sound that there was probably more than one Aerodactyl. They are fighting Kabutops and Omastar. A small Aerodactyl flapped its wings and passed by Feng-Che. It made a deafening growl. Aerodactyl's body is gray, and the wings are partially purple, and the prototype is very similar to the Cretaceous pterosaur. Aerodactyl has 4 sharp claws capable of slicing through hard rock effortlessly. Its teeth are serrated for easy tearing of prey. Aerodactyl is the undisputed king of the sky. Feng-Che saw that this Aerodactyl was only a quarter of the size of a normal Aerodactyl, which was similar to the blue jay after evolution. But this Aerodactyl has some black thorns on it. This Aerodactyl looked at Feng-Che curiously, and Feng-Che smelled Pokemon's egg liquid on Aerodactyl's body. It appears to have just hatched. Aerodactyl, this is some kind of weird Pokemon that looks delicious. This Aerodactyl has a throwback phenomenon. No, it should be said that this is the original appearance of Aerodactyl. It's just because the contemporary Aerodactyl has some genes extracted from amber, so these Aerodactyl lacks some genes and cannot show its ancient appearance. If Aerodactyl, Kabuto and Omanite in the underground cave all look ancient. If so, the League will make a lot of money now. Quote. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Aerodactyl close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Green excellent, cyan epic. Feature. Rock head. Open black lens bracket level. 10 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Rock plus flight. Skills. Snarl, howl, ancient power, wing attack, crunch, iron head, stone edge, rock slide, dragon dance, roost, dragon breath, outrage, storm, steel wing, iron tail. Close black lens bracket. Status. Just hatched, full of curiosity about the outside world, and because the incubation time is too long, the aptitude has declined. Close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an ancient Aerodactyl, which has just hatched from the egg. The pressure of the top predators will continue to increase as it grows. Catch it. Catch it. Catch it. Otherwise, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Close black lens bracket husband. Chapter 116 _ Conquering Ancient Aerodactyl. There are actually 2 columns for the aptitude of this Aerodactyl. It seems that its aptitude can still be recovered. Aerodactyl with blue aptitude is rare. It's very strong. This Aerodactyl is well cultivated, maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Feng-Che decided to take this Aerodactyl into his pocket. Come out, Froakie. Feng-Che pitted the more flexible Froakie against Aerodactyl. After all, it's not far from the underground river, so Froakie can have more advantages. Froakie, quick fight. The Aerodactyl in front of him raised his hair and sent out roar. Aerodactyl, here comes another Pokemon. I'm going to gather all my companions and start hunting. After Feng-Che heard Aerodactyl's voice, he felt bad, so he could only urge Froakie to defeat the Aerodactyl in front of him as soon as possible. It seems that if the Aerodactyl group catches up later, they will still have to enter the underground river to escape the pursuit of the Aerodactyl group. Feng Che thought to himself, this is not an easy task. Feng Che didn't know where this underground river flows, and where it eventually flows. Froakie, use bubbles. Feng Che ordered Froakie. Froakie jumped directly to the stone pillar above the grotto, and jumped quickly on the stone pillar. Froakie's hands allow it to ride evenly on smooth walls. Sure enough, dispatching Froakie in this complicated environment is an extremely correct choice. Froakie took out 2 white bubbles from behind and threw them in the direction of Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl dodged Froakie's attack by ghostly hiding under the rock pillar. When Aerodactyl saw Froakie attack him, he felt his dignity trampled. Aerodactyl stood up quietly, and it entered an outraged state. Feng Che saw that Aerodactyl's eyes were scarlet, and the muscles in his body swelled several times, and he immediately understood that Aerodactyl had entered the state of outrage. So Feng Che quickly reminded Froakie. No, Froakie, pay attention. Aerodactyl's attack power will be greatly increased. Froakie, what's the situation? My bubble attack was just dodged by Aerodactyl, and it seems that the skill practice is not enough. I must continue to practice throwing skills when I go back. Froakie, this Pokemon looks like a big guy too, it's scary. Sure enough, the outside world is still too dangerous for me right now. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. I have decided that I will run 5 kilometers every day in the future. No, it is better to run 10 kilometers. Feng Che raised his forehead secretly after hearing Froakie's voice. My Pokemon is just too cautious, even worse than my own trainer. Aerodactyl opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar, and Aerodactyl in the distance also echoed it and issued snarl. Immediately, the entire cave shook. On the ground, the League's defenders suddenly felt the ground shake. What the hell is going on? The ground is shaking violently. One of the leading prosecutors yelled at the researchers who were exploring the fossilized Pokemon. Let me see. The researcher came to a conclusion after tapping on the computer for a moment. There should be a Pokemon that activated a skill underground, and this skill caused the Grandpa Canyon to vibrate. The location of this Pokemon should be a huge grotto. We should be able to find the fossil Pokemon as long as the lock-on vibrates. A delighted smile appeared on the researcher's face. After days of hard work, we can finally see the dawn of victory. No, this Aerodactyl is so snarl. The violent sound and vibration should have alarmed the Alliance members on the ground. But it will take a lot of time for the League to find this place. Froakie, use Water Pulse. Feng Che directed Froakie to continue fighting. In Froakie's hands, there were 2 spiral water balloons that kept spinning, and they threw hard in the direction of Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl flapped its wings, and suddenly 2 layers of sharp stones that were constantly spinning appeared on his body. These sharp stones flew out like bullets and instantly penetrated the water polo. After the balance of the water polo was broken, it turned into a large amount of clear water and poured on Aerodactyl's body. Aerodactyl looked at Froakie angrily after being caught in the cold water. Aerodactyl's wings became sparkling, as if plated with silver-white metal. However, a large amount of water was poured onto Aerodactyl, which made Aerodactyl feel very uncomfortable. Aerodactyl grew even more furious, and it roared again. Feng Che suddenly heard roar coming from Aerodactyl in the distance, and the 2 growls were one after another, and the 2 seemed to be communicating. No, Aerodactyl in the distance seems to have stopped fighting Kabutops, Omastar. Ditto, you transformed into Eradicate using the sword's dance multiple times. Then you transform into Wheezing, and if a grown Aerodactyl comes flying, use Explosion hard. Feng Che told Ditto the next battle plan. A furious Aerodactyl ran after Froakie. Froakie kept dodging with the help of the stone pillars on the grotto. At this time, Aerodactyl broke the stone pillars hanging on the cave with his wings. The shattered stone pillars splashed everywhere, and a rain of stones suddenly rained in the grotto. Good chance, Froakie, aim Aerodactyl in the eye and use the throw. Feng Che said to Froki. Froki suddenly jumped, took out 2 white bubbles from behind, and threw them fiercely at Aerodactyl's eyes. Suddenly, 2 white bubbles fell into Aerodactyl's eyes. Aerodactyl felt that his eyes were black, and his eyelids could not be opened, and then he hit a rock pillar, and the rock pillar broke. Right now, Froki, use the water gun. Froki opened his mouth and spat out 5 water guns from his mouth. These 5 water guns hit Aerodactyl's key points from 5 positions respectively. Aerodactyl suddenly felt its wings go numb, as if its brain was hit by a hammer. It tilted its head and fell to the ground. A deep ravine appeared on the ground. If Aerodactyl hadn't been rough-skinned and thick-skinned, it was estimated that if it fell from the sky, he would have lost half his life if he didn't die. Roar! 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 Underscore. Feng Che heard the roar of Aerodactyl in the distance. He took a Pokeball out of his wristband and threw it at the downed Aerodactyl. This Aerodactyl has lost its sense of self. So when Pokeball hit Aerodactyl, Aerodactyl turned into a red light and entered Pokeball. Pokeball shook violently. Feng Che stared at the swaying Pokeball nervously, while using Psychic to observe the surrounding movement. Seeing that this Aerodactyl's companion is getting closer. Close enough to hear Aerodactyl flapping its wings. If the capture fails, Feng Che will have no time to throw another Pokeball for this Aerodactyl. Fortunately, the Pokeball switch was dimmed. This Aerodactyl was subdued by Feng Che. Feng Che quickly pulled Litten and Froki back into the Pokeball. When he picked up Aerodactyl's Pokeball, Feng Che suddenly heard a deafening sound echoing in the Dong Cave. At the same time, Feng Che also smelled a strong and pungent bloody smell. Apparently Aerodactyl just got the upper hand in the war with Kabutops, Omastar. It is very likely that these Kabutops and Omastars who besieged Aerodactyl have already been spun off by Aerodactyl. Feng Che found through Psychic that there were no black rock pillars on these Aerodactyls. That is, there are no features of the ancient fossil Pokémon. Huh, what the hell is going on? Why don't these Aerodactyls have rock pillars? There's no reason. Feng Che was a little puzzled. After all, he was not an expert in genetics. Ditto, right now. Feng Che shouted at Ditto. Ditto, who transformed into Weezing, suddenly glowed and swelled rapidly, only to hear a thud. The whole cave is shaking. Before Aerodactyl could react, it felt a violent shock wave hit them, pushing them far away. Large chunks of stones fell from the top of Dong Cave, blocking their way in a blink of an eye. Come back, Ditto. Feng Che retracted Ditto, who had collapsed on the ground, into the Pokeball. Then Feng Che plunged into the underground river with a snorkel in his mouth, and drifted away with the undercurrent in the river. The Aerodactyls flashed a white light, and they used Hyper Beam. Only a bang was heard, and all the falling rocks were pierced. Hyper Beam reached the river, and Feng Che suddenly felt a huge impact coming from behind. After that, Feng Che only felt that he was like a lonely boat in the stormy sea, surging continuously in the river with the shock waves. Feng Che hurriedly used Psychic to protect his whole body to avoid being injured by hitting the exposed rocks at the bottom of the river. Hey, why are there so many ice blue stones under this river? Feng Che saw a crystal that looked like a hexagonal ice crystal. He reached out and grabbed the crystal in a strange way, and then continued to swim downstream along the rushing river. Feng Che was holding on to the crystal, and it took some time before Feng Che felt his body empty. Feng Che suddenly opened his eyes and saw that he was actually floating in the air. A huge waterfall appeared in front of Feng Che, and his body was falling sharply in the waterfall. Come out, Blue Crow, take me away from the waterfall. Feng Che quickly released Blue Crow. The blue jay flapped its wings and grabbed Feng Che's back tightly before stopping Feng Che from plunging directly into the waterfall. At this time, Feng Che turned around and took a closer look. There was a very hidden dong mouth inside the waterfall. If you didn't observe it from such a close distance, you wouldn't be able to find it at all. There are turbulent river water gushing out constantly in the dong mouth, mixing into the waterfall and rushing down. Below the waterfall is a huge pool. It turns out that the underground river leads to here. Feng Che suddenly realized. This is already out of the Grandpa Canyon area. The blue jay flapped his wings and sent Feng Che to the shore. Feng Che leaned tiredly against the big rock on the shore. He happily spread out his left hand, and a hexagonal ice crystal glowed icy blue in the sunlight. Ice crystals. I didn't expect the underground river to have ice crystals. It's really good luck. This trip has really gained a lot. Feng Che's brows and eyes twitched, and there was surprise in his eyes, and the tiredness on his face was instantly swept away. For the upcoming Ice Vulpix, this ice crystal can lay a good foundation for the Ice Vulpix 3.4. Unfortunately, for the Vulpix that is about to hatch, I still lack a crystal of fire. If the crystal of fire can lay a solid foundation for Vulpix, it will be perfect. This is Feng Che's persistence. He must find the best resources for his Pokemon. However, the crystallization of fire is not impossible. I remember that in the underground black market of Saffron City, there was a rock that was not favored by others, and a top-level fire crystal was opened. The crystal of fire looks like a flaming flame, very realistic. Feng Che put the crystal of ice into his wristband and looked around. The trees here are extremely lush. Looking at the waterfall from the shore, it looks like a white train hanging upside down, forming a huge white water curtain. It swoops down from midair and hits the center of the pool. It was raining and the surrounding trees were wet. Looking at this picturesque scene on the shore, Feng Che immediately felt relaxed and happy. Just then, a rustling sound came from the grass. A dozen Bulbasaur clogged through the grass and came to play rough by the pool. This is Bulbasaur. Why so many? Am I in the incredible garden of Bulbasaur? It feels like being in an animation. Feng Che's eyes widened immediately, his long eyelashes flickered, and he repeatedly confirmed that he was not mistaken. This is simply the best place to capture the grass-type Royal 3. Feng Che looked surprised. Chapter 117 _ Pokemon in the Incredible Garden. Feng Che had heard of Bulbasaur's Incredible Garden, but few people could find it. There is a Venusaur with the strength of Champion, and there are many powerful Ivysaurs here. If you want to get a Bulbasaur of excellent quality in Venusaur's Incredible Garden, Feng Che must take the Venusaur test. Otherwise, this powerful Venusaur will be killed on the spot. Bulbasaur is a four-legged Pokemon that resembles a toad in appearance. It has bright red eyes, white pupils and sclera, and a pair of raised ears on the top of its head. Its skin is blue-green with dark green markings. The most notable feature of this Pokemon is the bulbous seed behind it, which has a symbiotic relationship with Bulbasaur and has grown with its body since Bulbasaur was born. Bulbasaur's back allow it to learn a plethora of grass-type moves. Whether spores or gases, petals or seeds, or released from the tip of the seed, while vines and leaves come from the bottom of the seed. The seeds on Bulbasaur's back can absorb sunlight, so it can restore HP through synthesis, and can also emit solar beam. It has such a powerful lung capacity that it can even inhale Pokemon, a gas like Ghastly. This group of Bulbasaur who came to the water pool to drink water also found the wind on the shore. They stretched out Vine Whip, tied Feng Che firmly, raised them high, and ran happily towards the distance with their legs open. When the Blue Jay was about to attack Bulbasaur, it was stopped by Feng Che in time. Feng Che used Psychic to clearly feel that there are many Ivysaurs guarding these Bulbasaurs. If the Blue Jays attack Bulbasaur, it will definitely be a stormy attack from Ivysaur. The Blue Jay just followed Feng Che from a distance. If Feng Che was in danger, the Blue Jay would rescue him in time. Bulbasaur, another trainer has arrived. This time, how many trainers have passed the Venusaur test? Bulbasaur, I really want to go out and have a look. I don't want to see the day-to-day scenery here. Feng Che found out that Bulbasaur's voice came from the leading Bulbasaur. The Bulbasaurs here are all well developed, and they are good Pokemons, but they haven't reached the level 1 want. The Bulbasaur in front of them, the one with the highest qualifications is the leader, who has reached the level of yellow qualifications. But Feng-Che already had a lot of Pokemon with excellent qualifications on hand, so Feng-Che didn't take a fancy to Bulbasaur with yellow qualifications. Bulbasaur walked over a shallow creek and saw sugar yo-yos playing in the clear creek. The sugar yo-yo is a Pokemon that only appears in clean, uncontaminated water. Feng-Che looked up and saw a huge cherry berry fruit tree. The whole branch was lush and leafy, obscuring the sky. Cherry berry is very similar to cherries. The cherry berry fruit tree is full of white flowers like cherry blossoms. The white flowers are white and flawless, like white clouds, with red stamens embellishing them, as if countless pink gems are embedded on white satin. The breeze blew slowly, and the flowers all over the sky scattered on the ground one after another, leaving the whole place white. Feng-Che saw that there were already 4 people waiting around. At this moment, Bulbasaur suddenly let go of the vine whip wrapped around Feng-Che. Feng-Che fell directly from midair to the ground, and a circle of dust splashed around. Fortunately, Feng-Che reacted in time and used Psychic to slow down the speed of his fall. Otherwise, Feng-Che would definitely turn his feet into the sky and fall heavily to the ground. Feng-Che's state at this time seemed quite embarrassing to the people next to him. PFF'd. There was a sarcastic laughter in the distance. Why do the people who participated in the assessment this time have everything? A man dressed as a rich boy shook off the long bangs in front of his forehead and said with a look of disdain. Feng-Che looked up, and there was a blonde with double ponytails in a maid's outfit, a big fat man who weighed about 200 pounds, and a little Sian who was constantly analyzing data with a computer. This looks like a loser. It's a dream to compete with me for Bulbasaur. The rich boy said to Feng-Che disdainfully. Feng-Che's appearance at this time was indeed a little embarrassed and disheartened. Because he just came out of the underground river, Feng-Che's energy has not fully recovered, and his originally handsome face is a little pale. Feng-Che's clothes were soaking wet, and a lot of dirt and grass clippings stuck to them. These people know how to judge people by their appearance, but it's better to keep a low profile now. Playing as a pig and eating a tiger is my strength. Feng-Che stood up and patted the grass clippings on his body. He has secretly used Psychic to expel the water from his clothes. It's just that the clothes became even more wrinkled after the sudden dehydration. Feng-Che looked around. There were countless Bulbasaurs playing. In terms of qualifications, they are similar to the leading Bulbasaur. The incredible garden is built in a sea of flowers, in which the beautiful Beautifly and the heroic Beedrill are dancing. Bulbasaur in groups, or rest, or walking, or fighting. All of a sudden the Ivysaurs gathered around. They formed 2 columns and shouted loudly. Just hearing a crunch, the trunk of the cherry berry fruit tree opened a huge tree dong. A very huge Venusaur came out of the tree dong of the cherry berry fruit tree. Every time it took a step, the surrounding ground shook. Venusaur is a quadrupedal reptilian Pokemon, much larger than it was before evolution. Its skin was blue-green, and instead of the dark patches of pre-evolution, it was replaced by bumps that resembled wart grains on the back of a toad. Venusaur's back now blooms into a huge flower, supported by a light brown trunk that resembles a palm tree. The flowers consist of 6 red trapezoidal petals and yellow crown-shaped stamens with 2 triangular notches at the front of the petals and 3 irregularly shaped white spots. Flints similar to banana leaves grow from the base of the trunk, on Venusaur's back. It can be seen that the actual master of this incredible garden is very old. Judging from its layers of leaves, this Venusaur has survived for an unknown number of years. Hello, human trainers. It's the eve of the annual evolution ceremony in Bulbasaur. You are destined to stray into the Garden of Wonders, so I will give you a chance to take either Bulbasaur or Ivysaur. Of course, the premise is that you must pass my test before you can take Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. Venusaur used telepathy to speak to the 5 human trainers, including Feng-Che. Pokemon, who have lived for countless years, are generally able to communicate with humans normally through telepathy. I will now tell you about the requirements for the assessment. The assessment is divided into 3 items. The assessment of the first project is to identify the fruit. We Bulbasaur are very good at cultivating tree fruit, so to become a Bulbasaur trainer, we must first be able to distinguish the quality of tree fruit. The second test is the Pokemon battle. Our Bulbasaur here worships the strong, so we must defeat a powerful Ivysaur. The third test is Pokemon's will. The Bulbasaur or Ivysaur you choose must be willing to go with you. If the Pokemon you picked doesn't want to go with you, it proves that you have no fate with this Pokemon. Those who fail the assessment will be sent out of the Incredible Garden, and at the same time, all the memories in the Incredible Garden will be emptied. Those who succeed in the assessment will leave the Incredible Garden after vowing not to reveal the secrets about the Incredible Garden to anyone. Venusaur said slowly. If you don't have any comments, how about we start the first assessment? Venusaur said to the 5 Feng-Che. Everyone expressed no opinion. Assessment begins. Feng-Che saw a row of Bulbasaur coming from a distance. A Bulbasaur walking at the back didn't know what to do, suddenly slipped and slammed into the Bulbasaur in front. Immediately afterwards, Feng-Che saw that the row of Bulbasaurs fell on the grass just like Dynamy's, quite embarrassed. Bulbasaur, who was walking in front, looked at Venusaur helplessly. This Bulbasaur gave Feng-Che the immediate visual sense of a crap-like Ditto. Cough, there are some small accidents. Venusaur tried his best to hide his embarrassment. These Bulbasaurs then stand in a row. I saw that they skillfully dug a small hole in the ground, and spit out a seed from the mouth and fell into the small hole. The body of these Bulbasaur suddenly appeared light green natural energy. Gradually a seedling emerges from the soil, it grows continuously, getting bigger and bigger, from flowering to fruiting, and finally a tree fruit slowly takes shape. Bulbasaur gracefully picked the fruit with vine whip and set it aside. Wow, it's amazing to have such an amazing natural scene. Xiao Xian was recording data non-stop. He pushed the glass's frame and let out a sigh. A Bulbasaur obviously failed to control the heat, and the fruit was spawned too violently. As a result, the fruit tree soon became a towering giant tree, and it was full of berry. Because there were too many berries, the fruit directly crushed the branches and fell from the tree. Seeing that this Bulbasaur is about to be smashed to the right, Venusaur took action. It stretched out 8 vine whips to constrict the fruit trees, and picked some fruit trees and placed them in front of Bulbasaur. How many times have I told you, don't give birth too much all at once, you have to learn to control your body's energy. Venusaur sighed and said, this Bulbasaur has become a problem teenager that makes it a headache. Venusaur feels that he is also a Venusaur who has experienced strong winds and waves, and has trained 987 to produce countless excellent Bulbasaur and Ivysaur. But with this Bulbasaur, Venusaur felt like he had met his nemesis. Venusaur only felt a faint pain in his head. Come on, trainers, it's time to test your eyesight. You can only observe from a distance, not touch with your hands. You need to judge which Bulbasaur uses the power of nature to bear the best fruit. Venusaur asked many trainers. You have about 2/4 of an hour to think. No matter what method you use, as long as you don't touch the fruit, I don't have any opinion. Venusaur made his request. The other 4 immediately began to pay attention to the fruit of the fruit tree. A Bulbasaur drooped its head and lay beside him with a lost face. This was the Bulbasaur that had a lot of fruit, and the same Bulbasaur that slipped on entry. At this point, the Bulbasaur was very depressed. Bulbasaur, why can't I control my body? Bulbasaur, Lord Venusaur clearly said that I have a very powerful talent, but why can't I control it? Bulbasaur, I can't even fight, and walking normally takes all my strength. Bulbasaur, although Lord Venusaur said he would find a solution for me, I know it will be difficult. Bulbasaur, I'm tired of seeing no hope, even if I have a powerful spawning talent. Bulbasaur, even if the fruit I plant is of good quality, just because I can't fight, no trainer will choose me. Bulbasaur, I am a grass-type Pokemon that can't even do the most basic grass-type skills, Razor Leaf and Leech Seed. Feng Che looked at this Bulbasaur with a frustrated look on his face. Its limbs were trembling constantly, obviously unable to control its own limbs. Limb disorder. Feng Che quickly determined the illness and cause of this Pokémon. The main reason for this disease is that the neurons respond too slowly, causing the body to have no way of coordinating. That is to say, it takes a long time for what the brain thinks to reach other parts of the body. The thinking of the brain cannot be synchronized with the actual action, and the contradiction between thinking and action will cause the brain and limbs to fall into a disordered state, resulting in what one thinks. It's not the same thing as what you're doing. In another easy-to-understand language, the response is always half a beat. Chapter 118-Flying Bulbasaur. The best way to treat this Bulbasaur is to take sand scales to increase the speed of the Bulbasaur's neurons. But this Bulbasaur can't use the most basic grass skills. That's really a problem. Feng Che curious to use the system to identify Bulbasaur's qualifications. Open black lens bracket Pokémon name, Bulbasaur close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Cyan, Epic. Characteristic, Lush. Open black lens bracket level, 25 close black lens bracket. Attribute, Grass plus Poison. Skills, Growth, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder, Paralysis Powder, Sweet Scent, Synthesis, Seed Bomb, Petal Dance, Leaf Storm, Frenzy Plant, Solar Beam, Grassy Terrain, Swords Dance, Energy Ball, Power Whip, Grass Knot, Toxic close black lens bracket. Status, Depressed, no confidence. Evaluation. This is a Pokémon that even the most basic Vine Whip and Razor Leaf can't learn. It is very good at cultivating tree fruit, and it is already a master at planting tree fruit. Close black lens bracket. This. Feng Che was suddenly unable to laugh or cry. Originally Feng Che had some sympathy for this Bulbasaur not being able to learn Vine Whip and Razor Leaf. As a result, this guy even has a series of grass-type ultimate moves. Isn't this quite funny? Feng Che was also speechless for a while. It's a Bulbasaur with Cyan qualifications. Could it be that Venusaur has already chosen this Bulbasaur as its successor? However, Venusaur said that as long as he can pass the assessment, he can choose any Ivysaur and Bulbasaur to take away, and I should be able to take this Bulbasaur. A good cultivator needs one that can cultivate various fruit and medicinal herbs or Pokémon. This Bulbasaur planting talent is so strong, it can't be wasted. Feng Che smiled secretly. Half the time has passed. Feng Che glanced at the cherry berry planted by Bulbasaur. He has already judged by experience which Bulbasaur produces the best fruit. Okay, the time has come. In order to reduce everyone's elimination rate, I have decided to relax the requirements for this assessment. You just need to identify any of the top 3 quality fruit in the tree and that's it. Venusaur said. Which Bulbasaur you think has good quality fruit? You stand beside the Bulbasaur. Venusaur said to many trainers. Feng Che stood directly beside the Bulbasaur who was in a state of despair and couldn't extricate himself. Bulbasaur, who was depressed, suddenly felt a dark shadow enveloped him. It looked up and saw a black-haired and black-eyed trainer looking at him with a smile, those deep black eyes shining with dazzling light. Bulbasaur, your talent is very strong. Cheer up and don't belittle yourself. Feng Che encouraged Bulbasaur with concern. Bulbasaur, really, there are human trainers who think I'm very strong. Bulbasaur's eyes were filled with tears, and he wanted to lift his feet excitedly, but his limbs slipped and fell to the ground like a split. Haha, you are really cute. Feng Che said while rubbing Bulbasaur's little head. Feng Che picked the rope on the ground and weaved a small seat for Bulbasaur. Blue Jay, come down. Feng Che waved to the blue crow, and the blue crow flapped its wings and fell from the sky. Please hold on to this loose buckle with both claws and take Bulbasaur to the sky to have a look. Feng Che said to the blue crow. Bana. Bulbasaur tilted his head and looked at Feng Che with big watery eyes. The blue jay grabbed the live buckle that Gus Che handed over, and flew into the sky with Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur was so frightened at first that he dared not open his eyes, his limbs clinging to the seat, motionless. Bulbasaur, don't be afraid, bravely open your eyes to see what's under you, and you'll find a whole new world of Tilda. Feng Che said to Bulbasaur's telepathy. Perhaps it was Feng Che's words that gave Bulbasaur great encouragement and courage, and Bulbasaur slowly opened his eyes nervously. Suddenly it felt stunned, and for the first time, it overlooked the entire incredible garden from a high altitude. It actually flew in the air, it saw countless beautiful flower fields, and it saw the scene where the sun plated the flower fields with a layer of golden light. Barnabara. Bulbasaur let out a hilarious laugh, feeling that he had seen the most beautiful scenery in the world. Thank you, young trainer, this Bulbasaur has not been so happy for a long time. Venusaur said to Feng Che's mind. This is what I should do. After all, the trainer wants to open Pokemon's heart. Feng Che replied to Venusaur. Interesting, it looks like you've identified the little guy. If you pass the second test and this little guy is willing to leave the incredible garden with you, I'll let you take it away. But let me make it clear to you in advance that this little guy can't use the two basic grass skills of Vine Whip and Razor Leaf for some reason. It can't even coordinate its own limbs because of its all kinds of flaws, so it has no evolution so far. And it may not be able to evolution in the future, it may maintain the form of Bulbasaur forever. I have used various methods, but still nothing works. Now that you know the flaws of this Bulbasaur, are you still willing to accept it? Venusaur's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and a powerful coercion erupted from it. Everyone around felt unable to breathe. Venusaur is sensing Feng Che's inner thoughts. If Feng Che disagrees, Venusaur will judge that Feng Che's assessment is unsuccessful. I am willing to take it away, and I am also willing to find various ways to cure it. Feng Che replied firmly. Well, in fact it should be the next owner of the incredible garden. But because of its strange disease, I can only train other heirs. After all, it can't evolve into Venusaur, there is no way to control all Ivysaur and Bulbasaur. Venusaur said to Feng Che's mind. But I think you can pass the test. This little guy is really lucky. In the first test, the rich boy and the blonde twintail were eliminated directly. Feng Che immediately laughed when he saw the rich boy being bound like a Zongzi by Ivysaur. Congratulations, you passed the first test. Next, you have the second test, which is to fight against Ivysaur. Please send the Pokemon you want to fight. The fat man released a chubby Pidgeotto, which was as fat as a pig and could no longer fly. It can only run on the ground with 2 strong feet. Not to mention, despite how fat this Pidgeotto is, he is quite agile. Small Four Eyes released a Magneton. This Magneton has been carefully polished all over the body, and there is no trace of rust. It can be seen that this little four-eyed attaches great importance to Magneton. Feng Che sent Blue Crow. Feng Che now has a Pokemon in his hand, and Ditto's stamina hasn't fully recovered yet. Litten and Froakie are too low. Aerodactyl hasn't been tamed yet. Only the Blue Jay can do the heavy lifting. Venusaur carefully identified the level of the Pokemon released by the trainer, and it opened its mouth and shouted loudly. Ivysaurs suddenly appeared in Ivysaur's escort. The 3 Ivysaurs are the same level as the trainer's Pokemon. I'm not embarrassing you either, to be fair, so the level of Pokemon I send is the same as yours. But one thing I have to tell you is that in the end the only trainer who took Bulbasaur or Ivysaur away. If the number of people who pass the second test is more than 2, then you have to fight again. Venusaur said to Feng Che and the 3. Blue Jay, get ready. Feng Che said to the Blue Crow who fell from the sky. The Blue Jay nodded, flapping his wings and flying into the air. At this time, many razor leaves like crescent moons floated out of Ivysaur. These razor leaves were manipulated by Ivysaur and flew towards the Blue Jays like bullets. The Blue Jay used the Tailwind skill early, and the Blue Jay flapped its wings dexterously to avoid the razor leaf's attack. Ivysaur, Razor Leaf turned around and continued to attack the Blue Jays. Blue Jay, use the storm and drag the Razor Leaf into the storm. Feng Che shouted to the Blue Crow. The Blue Jay flapped its wings, forming two giant twisters. The oncoming Razor Leaf was quickly drawn into the twister. The Blue Jay steered twister carefully in the direction of Ivysaur. Ivysaur suddenly felt unsteady. Its claws were firmly inserted into the ground, but moved a little in the direction of Twister under the attraction of Twister's strong airflow. Immediately, 4 vine whips stick out from Ivysaur's back, and it drives the vine whip into the grass like a foundation. This stopped the tendency of its body to be rolled up by Twister. Ivysaur's buds suddenly released a large amount of purple powder. It wanted to use the Twister's airflow to throw the powder on the Blue Jay. If the Blue Jay inhaled a trace of this purple powder, it would definitely be poisoned. At this time, the Blue Jay is still a Pokémon with the flying attribute, and only after it evolves, will the steel attribute be derived. The Blue Jay calmly manipulated the airflow, carefully wrapping the poisonous powder released by Ivysaur. Then the Blue Jay will take the plan and use the way of the man to repay the body of the man. The wind group controlled by the Blue Jay burst directly above Ivysaur, and a large amount of poisonous powder was sprinkled on Ivysaur's body. However, Ivysaur's reaction was also quite quick, and he took a deep breath and inhaled the poisonous powder into his body again. Meow Family's lung capacity is really terrifying. It actually inhaled the poisonous powder into the body again without being poisoned. Feng Che couldn't help sighing that this alone. In all fairness, Meow Family is much stronger than other grass-type Pokémon. Blue Jay, use Substitute, and then use Wing Attack. Feng Che gave Blue Jay an order. The Blue Jay immediately divided 3 identical clones, and it used Quick Attack on Ivysaur. With the blessing of Quick Attack, the Blue Jay turned into a blue streamer. If Ivysaur is hit by the Blue Jays, Ivysaur will be incapacitated. However, Feng Che saw Nuo Chenjiao Ivysaur's mouth showing a slight smile, and Feng Che felt that there must be a deception. Ivysaur had faintly saffron-colored spots penetrating. Immediately, a beam of saffron-colored light burst out in the direction of the Blue Jay. Blue Jays, use Aerial Ace. The Blue Jay dodged the solar beam in a flash, which appeared behind Ivysaur and rammed Ivysaur hard. After Ivysaur was hit by Wing Attack, a saffron-colored light group appeared on his body, and then Ivysaur's condition improved a lot. Ivysaur led the Vine Whip into the ground, and these Vine Whip rushed out of the ground like venomous snakes, heading for the Blue Jay. Blue Crow, take this opportunity to use Quick Attack to defeat Ivysaur. Ivysaur's Vine Whip is underground at this time, move fast. Feng Che shouted to Blue Crow. The Blue Jay accelerated and flapped its wings, and the speed became a little faster. At this time, Ivysaur's Vine Whip has not been recovered, and Ivysaur cannot use Vine Whip to defend in time. It's right now, Blue Crow, use a pointed drill. Feng Che shouted to Blue Crow. The Blue Jay's beak suddenly elongated, and the Blue Jay slammed into Ivysaur like a blue drill. 4 Vine Whips on Ivysaur's body were cut off, and pale green juice gushed out from the wound. Okay, this Ivysaur has already lost. Congratulations on passing the second round of the test. Just when Feng Che wanted to continue his attack, Venusaur suddenly said. Venusaur put a Vine Whip on the body of the Ivysaur defeated by Feng Che, and introduced Grass-type energy into Ivysaur's body. It wasn't long before Ivysaur's Vine Whip grew again. Chapter 119 _ The successor of the Incredible Garden was dug up by me. Okay, next trainer. After Venusaur heals Ivysaur, let the next trainer start fighting against Ivysaur. Feng Che hugged Bulbasaur and hid to the side to watch the battle. At the same time, Feng Che also took time to release Ditto to treat Ditto's injuries. Feng Che didn't wait long before the result came. Although the fat man's Pidgeotto is very flexible, his inability to fly has always been Pidgeotto's fatal weakness. So Ivysaur gave Pidgeotto a second with Grass Knot. Little Four Eyes responds flexibly by modeling Ivysaur on the computer and analyzing Ivysaur's next move. This made Feng Che look at this Little Four with admiration. At first, Feng Che thought that Little Four Eyes was simply trying to force him with a computer. After a fierce battle, Little Four Eyes managed to defeat Ivysaur. He needs to fight Feng Che to take Bulbasaur. Well, there are 2 winners in total in the second level. According to our rules, the 2 winners must decide the winner before they can enter the next round of assessment. Venusaur said to Xiao Xian and Feng Che. My Pokémon is still Magneton, this is my strongest Pokémon. Xiao Xian pushed his glasses and said. Then my Pokémon is it. Feng Che released Ditto, who had transformed into Arbok. Ditto curled up, revealing a hideous snake letter. Feng Che knew that even Ditto was not too dominant against Magneton. It turned out to be Arbok. Let's start analyzing. Little Four Eyes' fingers kept crackling on the keyboard, and his laptop's camera was pointed at Ditto. The computer modeling began, and the combat object was Arbok. It was initially judged that this Arbok was very fast. At the beginning of the game, Xiao Xian was excitedly immersed in his own world. I saw him operate quickly and quickly import the observed data into the computer. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Ditto suddenly spewed a massive amount of purple poison sting from his mouth. Arbok uses the Poison Sting skill. The speed of Poison Sting is 10 meters per second, and the expected arrival is 3 seconds later. The poison attached to Poison Sting has no effect on Magneton. 987 inches only. The force of Poison Sting and Magneton tackle will affect Magneton. Magneton causes minor effects. Magneton, use Thunderbolt, target Arbok. After a quick analysis, Little Four Eyes gave an order to Magneton. Xiao Xian intends to use the method of injury for injury. Poison Sting slammed into Magneton's body with such force that there were even dense pits on the surface of Magneton. Poison Sting also kept turning into purple light spots and disappeared in the air. A huge electric current came out of Magneton's body, smashing straight in Ditto's direction. But what surprised Little Four Eyes was that the Opossum couldn't avoid it and let the Thunderbolt hit him directly. Ditto was hit by Thunderbolt. Like the god of thunder, a thick electric current flashed from his body. Ditto's body rustled constantly. Taking a blow from Magneton directly, this Arbok is like nothing. It's impossible, Arbok isn't afraid of Thunderbolt attacks. Xiao Xian had an unbelievable expression on his face. I see, this Arbok inserted its tail into the ground, and quickly channeled all the power of Thunderbolt into the ground. That's it. Little Four Eyes found the clue after calculating. He pushed up his glasses, looking confident and in control. Magneton, use a triangle attack. After analysis, Xiao Xian gave an order. Immediately, 3 light balls of red, yellow and blue appeared on Magneton's body, which contained the power of fire, frost, and lightning. Magneton, which analyzes the characteristics, uses energy more thoroughly. The 3 groups of energy are well combined and do not interfere with each other. But the triangular attack has a very big drawback. As long as the balance of the triangular attack is broken, the triangular attack will instantly destroy itself. Feng Che thought secretly. The 3 light balls of red, yellow and blue are involved, and they spin rapidly, forming a perfect arc. Arbok, use Iron Tail. Feng Che said calmly. He already had a solution to the triangle attack. When Little Four Eyes used Magneton against Ivysaur, Feng Che secretly taught Ditto how to crack it. I saw Ditto's tail turn silvery white. Then Ditto saw the opportunity and used Iron Tail to chop at the blue light ball. Iron Tail touched the blue light ball. The blue light ball burst into countless frosts, freezing Ditto's tail into a lump of ice. Ditto smashed his tail to the ground, and the ice lump hanging on Ditto's tail was torn apart. Electro Ball landed on a meadow and swam as a golden snake, splitting the surrounding flowers into charcoal. The fireball was extinguished by a vine whip from Venusaur. This is a forest area, and you still need to be careful not to cause fires, Venusaur said. Damn, Magneton, triangle attack was so easily broken by Audibook. Little Four Eyes said unwillingly. Magneton, use the Volkner Euro Ball. Little Four Eyes secretly made a decision. The triangular attack has already caused Magneton to lose a lot of physical strength, so Little Four Eyes plans to throw a single bet. Use the strongest ultimate move Magneton has right now against Audibook. Magneton started rapid spin, turning into a silver-white sphere. At the same time, countless saffron-colored arcs appeared on this silver-white sphere, and these arcs were extremely domineering. After the flower that was not far from the arc was hit by the arc, it turned into a plume of blue smoke. And with Magneton's rapid spin, the current generated is getting bigger and bigger, and it even emits a growl like thousands of birds. The grass and flowers were cleaved to coke by the electric current. Everywhere Magneton passed, black lines were left behind. Thunderbolt plus Euro Ball's skill combination. This Magneton has such a high level of perception. Feng Che said solemnly. But Ditto should know how to decipher this trick, because the Thunderbolt attached to Euro Ball is not easy to solve. Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Audibook, use the dig attack. Feng Che had an idea, and he told Ditto his plan through telepathy. Ditto punched a hole and went underground to avoid Magneton's attack. It's useless. I can calculate the direction of Audibook coming out through modeling. It's useless to hide in the ground. And the moment Audibook launches his attack, he will definitely be killed by the thunderbolt attached to Magneton. Xiao Xian pushed his glasses, looking like he was winning. At this moment, a dark shadow emerged from the soil. Immediately after, the shadow launched a stormy attack on Magneton. Haha, in the state of Magneton Euro Ball, its best defense. The more Audibook attacks Magneton, the more electricity it accumulates on its body. When Magneton detonates the electricity on Audibook's body, Audibook will surely die. Little Four Eyes said with certainty, his face already suppressed. I can't help but feel the joy of victory. In this way, his Magneton slaughtered a lot of Pokémon stronger than Magneton. Strange. What's wrong with this Audibook? How did it get its tail out of the ground? Xiaoxi looked puzzled, and his fingers tapped on the keyboard one after another. He quickly continued to do a modeling analysis on the computer. Broken, careless. Xiaoxi's eyes seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and his face was panic. But it was too late, and Magneton's spin was getting slower and slower. Finally Magneton stopped spinning, and a large bag bulged on the ground. Ditto emerged from the ground, flaming fangs condensed in its mouth, and bit Magneton hard. Magneton's silver-white body suddenly became extremely red. Magneton lost its magnetism and disintegrated from the air. I saw that Magneton fell from the air in pieces, obviously losing the ability to fight. You're so cunning to let Audibook's tail rush out of the ground and use the brutal swing on Magneton. And through the body parts buried in the ground, the thunderbolt on Magneton's body is channeled into the ground little by little. At the same time brutal swing he also kept reducing the speed of Magneton Euro Ball. Finally used Fire Fang to defeat Magneton. Good strategy, really good strategy. If it's on the official venue, we might as well have a game at that time. A formal duel. Xiao Xian looked at Feng Che with admiration and unyielding eyes and said. At this time, Venusaur's body exuded a faint fragrance. After the Little Four Eyes smelled the fragrance, they planted their heads in the sea of flowers. Now that the results of the assessment have come out, I will wash away their memories of the incredible garden. Venusaur said to Feng Che. Don't they have communication equipment on them? Aren't you afraid of being recorded by these communication devices to the secrets of the incredible garden? Feng Che asked curiously. I will input a thought into their sea of consciousness, and they will delete all the contents recorded by all the communication equipment on their bodies, and destroy the communication equipment, just like an accident, and will not leave any information about the incredible garden. Any trace. That's why we held so many trials and the secrets of the Garden of Mysteries were not leaked. They just feel like they've lost their way in the forest and just fell asleep in the forest. Okay, trainer, now you have to decide whether you want to go to the third test, whether you want to take this Bulbasaur away. Venusaur's huge vine whip pointed at the Bulbasaur that Feng Che was going to take away and said to Feng Che. Yes, I want to take this Bulbasaur away, please do it. Feng Che nodded sincerely. Bulbasaur, are you willing to travel with the human being in front of you? Venusaur asked Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur hesitated, then looked up at Feng Che. Since it has memory, it has always been a Bulbasaur in the eyes of others that only adds to the trouble, and can't even learn the most basic skills of the frog family. It is really grateful for the trainer in front of him, giving it the great courage to face the world again in its most disheartened moments. It also really wants to see the outside world and go on adventures with the trainer. But it doesn't know if it can really travel with the trainer. After all, it doesn't even have the ability to fight now. Bulbasaur, believe in yourself, let's get stronger together and explore the unknown world together. Feng Che nodded firmly to Bulbasaur. Barna, Barna. Bulbasaur was full of joy, his eyes firmly replied to Venusaur, and he decided to travel with Feng Che. Haha, that's great, Bulbasaur. This is the successor of the original Incredible Garden, so I was dug up by me. Feng Che cheered for a while in his heart. Bulbasaur was about to walk in front of Feng Che. He lost control of his limbs and fell to the ground again. Bulbasaur, are you all right? Feng Che quickly picked up Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur opened his big mouth happily and licked Feng Che's cheek. No, Bulbasaur, you're drooling. Feng Che was suddenly dumbfounded, and stopped Bulbasaur's further saliva attacks with a look of resentment. Trainer, do you want to watch Bulbasaur's evolution ceremony? Tonight is full moon night and the annual Bulbasaur evolution ceremony. Venusaur asked Feng Che. Really, is it really possible? Feng Che was full of anticipation. It was the first time he watched Bulbasaur's evolution ceremony. In addition to Bulbasaur, Pokémon such as Victreebel and Flygon will also hold evolution ceremonies. Of course you can, you're a trainer at Bulbasaur, so you're one of us here. By the way, I'll give you this leaf crystal, which can relieve Bulbasaur's incongruity. Venusaur stretched out Vine Whip, the end of Vine Whip with a green leaf as crystal as jade. Then, Bulbasaur is up to you, and I have to prepare the evolution ceremony. Venusaur handed the leaf crystal to Feng Che, raised his legs, turned around and left. Its figure gradually disappeared into the tree dong. Chapter 120-Incredible Evolution Ceremony. Welcome to our big family, Bulbasaur. Feng Che said to Bulbasaur with a smile. From now on, we are partners and family. Feng Che grabbed Bulbasaur's little hand tightly. This is the sand scale potion I made, which can treat your current body, incongruous state. Feng Che took out a bottle of blue-green potion from his wristband. Bana, Bana. Bulbasaur's red pupils shone brightly as he looked at this bottle of medicine as pure as the sky. Through the transparent medicine bottle, he could even see the white clouds in the sky. Bulbasaur, will this potion really cure my strange disease? This bottle of blue-green potion seemed to condense the entire sky, and Bulbasaur gradually became fascinated. Feng Che pulled the stopper and poured the medicine into Bulbasaur's mouth. This Bulbasaur's talent is excellent, and Feng Che doesn't need to look around for rare herbs. He intends to just let Bulbasaur evolution go to the next stage. Bulbasaur could only feel a cool breath flowing through his limbs. Bulbasaur jumped from Feng Che's arms to the ground. It gradually felt as if it could control its own body. Bana, Bana. Bulbasaur ran around the ground excitedly. For the first time, it felt that it could control its body effortlessly. Bulbasaur, what a miraculous potion. I'm finally not a Bulbasaur who keeps falling down while walking. What an easy thing to do. Bana, Bana. Bulbasaur looked at Feng Che with gratitude in his eyes. Bulbasaur, we will be family in the future, and there is no need to be polite between family members. Feng Che patted Bulbasaur's head. The crystal of this leaf, put it in your flower bud and keep it well. Feng Che stuffed the leaf crystals into the spherical seeds on Bulbasaur's back. In this way, every time Bulbasaur breathes, it will slowly absorb the huge grass energy of the leaf crystals. Invisibly, Bulbasaur's strength will continue to improve. By the way, Bulbasaur, can you help me with one thing? Feng Che took out a dark seed the size of a goose egg from his wristband. This is the sand scale fruit seed that Feng Che specially preserved after taking the sand scale fruit pulp to make the potion. This is the berry of the sand scale fruit. Can you use your unique talent to plant this sand scale fruit? Feng Che asked Bulbasaur. I saw Bulbasaur stretched out vine whip and took the sand scale fruit seeds from Feng Che's hands. It sniffed the smell of the sand scale fruit seed carefully, and seemed to confirm the health of the sand scale fruit seed. Then, Bulbasaur closed his eyes, emitting a special green energy from his body. After a while, this sand scale fruit seed became extraordinarily crystal clear. Feng Che seems to feel that this sand scale fruit seed is fuller. After a while, Bulbasaur opened his eyes wearily. Feng Che felt that Bulbasaur seemed a little out of strength. Bulbasaur, this is a potion that enhances physical strength. It works very well. If you feel a little tired, try this. Feng Che hurriedly took out a bottle of orange potion from his wristband. Bulbasaur took the stamina potion with vine whip and poured the stamina potion directly on the seeds on its back. After a short while, Bulbasaur regained his strength and looked at the sand scale seeds with great energy. I saw Bulbasaur dug a shallow hole in the ground with its claws. It then uses the vine whip to place the seeds of the sand scale in the shallow pit, and uses the vine whip to carefully spread a thin layer of soil over the seeds. After doing this, Bulbasaur closed his eyes, and a slow-flowing pale green energy emanated from his body. Under the stimulation of this force, many grasses drilled out from the soil. After a while, the ground here became a dense grassland. Surrounded by this light green energy, even Feng Che felt his body warm. Ditto, who turned into an Arbok, curled up and lay lazily on the grass. There was a tinge of life on the grass, constantly driving away Ditto's exhaustion from the battle. Is this grassy terrain? No, it should be the result of the combined effect of grassy terrain and the force of nature. Feng Che thought lightly. After a while, a seedling sprouted where the seeds of the sand scale were buried. Immediately afterwards, the seedlings continued to grow, bloom, and bear fruit. Soon, 2 palm-sized sand scales were hanging on the branches. At this moment, Bulbasaur had beads of sweat on his forehead. Clearly spawning sand scale seeds was a huge burden on Bulbasaur's body. Bulbasaur happily picked the sand scales with vine whip. The sand scale fruit tree also withered the moment Bulbasaur picked the sand scale fruit. It seems that the fruit produced by Bulbasaur can only grow once, which is not the same as the natural growth of the sand scale fruit tree that can bloom and bear fruit every year. Although this sand scale fruit is not as good as the sand scale fruit from the sand scale fruit tree on the Island of Death, the quality is still high. I just don't know if the seeds of this sand scale fruit can continue to spawn. If it can be spawned, I am equivalent to not lacking fruit at all. Feng Che thought to himself. At this time, Bulbasaur threw the sand scale fruit directly into his mouth and snorted a few times. Then Bulbasaur opened his mouth, and a piece of green energy shot out of Bulbasaur's mouth, shooting towards the waterfall in the distance. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the waterfall. A huge green shiny cut the waterfall in half, splashing all over the place. This power made Feng Che feel particularly shocked. Just now that was Seed Shiny, Shaman's ultimate move. How could Bulbasaur make this move? It is clear that the system has not identified this trick. Could it be that Bulbasaur can convert the energy of the sand scale into the Seed Shiny? Feng Che had an incredible expression on his face. But Feng Che turned his head and saw that after Bulbasaur used this move, the aura on his body was instantly wilted. It seems that the side effects of this trick are very serious, it is better to let Bulbasaur not use it too often. Feng Che shook his head solemnly. Bulbasaur, it seems that I still can't eat the fruit that I spawned, otherwise the fruit will be transformed into a special move. Bulbasaur, in the future, I must not be so greedy. Bulbasaur, trainers don't think I'm a monster. After Feng Che heard Bulbasaur's thoughts, he saw Bulbasaur lowered his head in frustration. Bulbasaur, no matter what you become, you are my family. You are really amazing. You can actually transform the fruit you spawned into special moves. Bulbasaur, it's really amazing that you can master such a powerful skill. Feng Che hugged Bulbasaur, yes, encouraged by Bulbasaur. Suddenly, a happy smile appeared on the corner of Bulbasaur's mouth. By the way, Bulbasaur, let me introduce our family to you. Come out, Litten, Froakie, Aerodactyl. Feng Che threw out 3 Pokeballs. Hello everyone, now a new companion has joined our big family. This is Ditto. Feng Che pointed to Arbok and said. I saw Arbok's body wriggling, turning into a Bulbasaur. Bana. Ditto startled Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur looked at himself who looked exactly the same in front of him, showing a curious expression. Ditto, don't scare Bulbasaur. Feng Che held his forehead and said to Ditto with a look of resentment. Ditto squirmed obediently into a pink ooze, returning to his original appearance. This is the Blue Jay. The Blue Jay flapped its wings and turned into a blue streamer. When the Blue Jay came back, the Blue Jay's claws were holding a large bouquet of flowers, which surprised Bulbasaur. This is Litten. Litten stepped forward and spat out a small fireball that slowly rose into the sky like a small sun, bursting into countless red spots of light. This is Froakie. Froakie had 2 balls of helixes in his hands, and it threw it into the sky, and a cool drizzle suddenly fell from the sky. Ask for flowers. After the drizzle, the sky formed a shallow layer of Celadon rainbow. Aerodactyl snorted and ignored Bulbasaur. But Aerodactyl hesitated under Feng Che's terrifying eyes. Aerodactyl quickly bowed his head and gave Bulbasaur a compliment. Aerodactyl, damn human, bully me when I am young, when I am an adult, I must make you look good. These are our family members. In fact, 2 of our family members have not hatched yet. It should be a while before we can meet everyone. Feng Che said with a smile. Everyone, let's do some activities outside now. We will leave the incredible garden after visiting the evolution ceremony in the evening. Feng Che was very interested in the evolution ceremony in the incredible garden. Pokemon was in evolution, they were like Lance crossing. Completing the evolution Pokemon through the evolution ritual is quite easy. The Pokemon who preside over the evolution ceremony will channel the energy prepared in advance into the body of their own clan. Just wait one night, and when the sun rises the next day, you can complete the evolution. Froakie was training at this time, and Froakie was walking fast on the flowers. Froakie used very light force, and even the flowers that Froakie stepped on were intact. Litten spat out a fireball, which constantly maintained the balance of the fireball. This is how Feng Che taught Litten to precisely control the energy in his body. If Litten continues to train according to this method, sooner or later, Litten will be able to completely control the huge fire energy in his body. The Blue Jay and Aerodactyl chased each other, soaring in the sky. Ditto turned into a Yanmega, and it took a little more practice to get used to the form of Yanmega. Feng Che discovered that after Ditto transformed into Yanmega, he often couldn't control his body and was beyond his strength. Feng Che knew that Ditto should be unfamiliar with Yanmega's characteristics, and he needed frequent training to control his transformed form. However, the incident that Feng Che was worried about Ditto being affected by the remaining consciousness of Yanmega did not happen. Feng Che had never understood what had happened to Ditto. In short, it was good that there was no abnormality. At night, the bright moon rose slowly. Tonight was the full moon, and the silver moonlight poured down like water, filling the entire incredible garden. Bulbasaur was already waiting by the cherry berry fruit trees, and they made the sound of "Bana Bana," calling Venusaur. Soon, Venusaur slowly walked out of the tree dong. It took a heavy step, the moonlight sprinkled on the huge petals on its back, and the red petals seemed to be coated with a layer of silver frost, which was dazzling. Venusaur made a deafening roar when he reached the spot where the moonlight was most exposed. Bulbasaur's then echoed Venusaur's growl and opened their mouths wide, and even Ivysaur, who was guarding beside him, opened his mouth and screamed. Feng Che felt as if the sound was not messy, but formed a unique frequency. Sure enough, to pass the ritual evolution, it needs a special frequency that can resonate with the whole group. At this time, the thoughts of Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur all form a unified whole. The huge petals on Venusaur's back are constantly absorb the energy essence of the moonlight in the sky. I saw Venusaur's petals grow bigger and bigger, and the silver-white energy spreads out like pollen. Every Bulbasaur that came into contact with pollen glowed with white light. Even the clear-eyed Bulbasaur emitted the white light of evolution after being exposed to the silver-white energy. It's a pity, this Bulbasaur has great talent. But I don't know why. Every time the evolution ceremony is organized, the energy is absorbed, but this Bulbasaur evolution is not seen. Venusaur looked at the Bulbasaur in Feng Che, and faintly worried, will this human being abandon Bulbasaur because Bulbasaur has no way to evolve? Zhang. Chapter 121-Subdue Ivysaur. But at this time Venusaur is presiding over the evolution ceremony. Venusaur quickly put away his thoughts, abandoned his distracting thoughts, and was like an energy converter, constantly converting energy and sending it to the Bulbasaurs. Feng Che suddenly felt that the psychic in his body was quite active, and the blood flow in his body accelerated and kept surging. It seems that the energy collected by Venusaur also has some helping hand for Feng Che Ascension Psychic. The windy Pokémon is also quietly absorbing the life energy from Venusaur. Feng Che watched Bulbasaur grow quietly. From time to time, he took out the physical potion and the mental potion from the bracelet and poured it on the seeds on Bulbasaur's back. The windy Bulbasaur was very frightened at first. It was worried that it would not be able to evolve. After the trainer found out, it would abandon itself. But as the energy increased, Bulbasaur felt that the cells of his body were spreading the energy in Covet Venusaur. Bulbasaur, immersed in the evolution, unknowingly forgot his worries. It just felt like the cool liquid was constantly pouring on the seeds on its back during the evolution. The cold breath poured into Bulbasaur's mind, and helping hand Bulbasaur kept breaking through the shackles. Feng Che watched as Bulbasaur's shape continued to change, and the seeds on its back gradually swelled and opened. A bud surrounded by 4 arrowroots quietly appeared on Bulbasaur's back. Bulbasaur kept absorbing the energy of evolution on the field. Feng Che felt that his Bulbasaur seemed to have taken away most of the energy on the field. Hey, it reappeared. This Bulbasaur took most of the 987 energy of evolution like the previous few times. Venusaur was a little melancholy, and if it continued, Venusaur himself would not be able to bear it. Fortunately, this Bulbasaur was finally taken away by a trainer. Otherwise, I will be tossed with a few more evolution ceremonies. Venusaur used the strength of sucking to gather the energy of the moonlight, and then barely supplied the energy to provide evolution for the Bulbasaur in the audience. When the moon sets and the sun rises, the entire evolution ceremony comes to an abrupt end. All Bulbasaurs on the field became Ivysaurs. Venusaur looked at Ivysaur after evolution with relief. When its eyes saw Feng Che's Ivysaur, its pupils contracted sharply. Venusaur, what's the matter? This Bulbasaur has evolved. Venusaur, this is nothing short of a miracle. Venusaur burst into tears, surprised and surprised at the same time, cannot help but think of the bitterness of the past. Every year in the evolution ceremony, it was tossed by this Bulbasaur and lost its temper. The energy provided by Venusaur can even make Ivysaur evolution become Venusaur in every evolution ceremony. As a result, this Bulbasaur absorbed most of the evolution energy in the evolution rituals. However, after the ceremony, the Bulbasaur was still the same as before, without the slightest change, which made Venusaur vomit 3 liters of blood. After so many years of hardships, at this moment, Venusaur has a feeling that he is finally able to keep the clouds open and see the moon. Most striking feature of Ivysaur is that the seeds on its back grow into pink buds. 4 green leaves shaped like banana leaves grew from the base of the flower buds, which opened in a cross shape and stretched toward the top of the head, behind the body and on the sides of the body respectively. In order to support the weight of the buds on his back, Ivysaur's waist and legs became stronger and stronger than before evolution. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Ivysaur close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, Cyan, epic. Characteristic, lush. Open black lens bracket level, 28 close black lens bracket. Attribute, grass plus poison. Skills, growth, poison powder, sleep powder, paralysis powder, sweet scent, synthesis, seed bomb, petal dance, leaf storm, frenzy plant, solar beam, grassy terrain, swords dance, energy ball, power whip, grass knot, toxic, vine whip, razor leaf. Open black lens bracket status, just evolution close black lens bracket. Evaluation. There is a huge amount of energy hidden in this Ivysaur. When Ivysaur can use it proficiently, you will not be short of rare tree fruits. Close black lens bracket. Ivysaur, next, you're going on a trip with me. Feng Che took out a Pokeball and placed it beside Ivysaur. Ivysaur raised his paw and pressed the switch of the Pokeball, turning into a red light and disappearing in the Pokeball. Pokeball switch instantly went out, and Ivysaur had been subdued by Feng Che. Afterwards, Feng Che released Ivysaur again. Ivysaur jumped excitedly into Feng Che's arms. Congratulations, trainer. It's really not easy for this Ivysaur to have today. You must treat Ivysaur well in the future. If you pass by here, you might as well come here to see it. Venusaur came over and spoke to Feng Che's mind. Then Venusaur stretched out Vine Whip and nodded at Feng Che's forehead. Feng Che immediately felt a green light spot in his mind. He found that there was no way to express information about the incredible garden. As long as he wants to output this information, the brain will go blank. I have planted in your mind an oath to keep the secret of the incredible garden. Let me remind you again that you must keep your oath. Don't try to break the bondage of this oath by any means, or you will be destroyed with the oath broken. Venusaur solemnly warned Feng Che a few words. I will, don't worry, I will keep everything here. Feng Che replied firmly. Ivysaur, remember to protect yourself outside and don't cause trouble for your trainer. Venusaur turned his head and said a few words to Feng Che's Ivysaur, then hid in the tree and continued to sleep. Barna, Barna. Ivysaur looked at Venusaur's back with tears in his eyes, and he will always remember the kindness of Lord Venusaur in his heart. Afterwards, Feng Che was escorted by a group of Ivysaur to the border of the incredible garden. There is a barrier made of frenzy plants here. I saw that these Ivysaurs also controlled the frenzy plant, which opened a gap that could accommodate one person. After Feng Che's Ivysaur said goodbye to his companions, he left the wonderful garden with Feng Che. Next, it's time to complete the bounty hunter's assessment task. Feng Che has already collected information on Grandpa Canyon, and there will be nearly 3 months for Feng Che to move freely. Feng Che wanted to increase his Pokemon strength a little within these 3 months. Feng Che took out the communicator to check his current location. Now I'm between Fuchsia City and Cinnabar Island, with the hunting paradise in between. Cinnabar Island is a place rich in firestone. I'd better go to Cinnabar Island to see if there are any fire crystals for sale. Vulpix is about to hatch. If there is no crystal of fire, it still feels like something. Feng Che used the communicator to check the way to Cinnabar Island. There are 2 ways in total. The first is to walk through the forest to the Lance crossing boat to Cinnabar Island, and reach Cinnabar Island by means of Lance crossing boat transportation. The second is to rent a helicopter to go to Cinnabar Island. However, the helicopter is very popular and needs to be booked a month in advance to wait. That's it. I walk to the nearest jetty from here and take the Lance crossing to Cinnabar Island. By the way, see what rare Pokemon there are around here. Feng Che intends to quickly increase his bounty hunter level by capturing Pokemon and selling them to bounty hunters. If you meet a Pokemon with good qualifications, you will naturally not let it go. According to the record of the communicator, I have to walk in the forest path for half a day, and I will reach the pier after passing through the forest. Lance crossing to Cinnabar Island is available every day, but Cinnabar Island is a famous tourist city. So I wouldn't necessarily be able to get tickets to Cinnabar Island that day. Feng Che thought secretly. Just then, there was a sudden sound from the bushes. A young insect catcher with an insect catching net appeared in front of Feng Che. Have a great match, and if I lose, I'll tell you the exact location of a rare Pokemon. The insect catcher boy said to Feng Che. Insect catcher, fishing boy, and Uncle Rock Climb are the most common trainers encountered during field trips. They appear on the outskirts of almost every forest, and they are keen to challenge passing trainers. I wonder, what kind of Pokemon do you call rare Pokemon? Feng Che asked the young insect catcher. If it's Pokemon like Beedrill and Butterfree, I'm not very interested. Feng Che added. It's a Scyther, young Scyther, are you interested? The insect catcher said mysteriously. Scyther. Scyther is able to evolve into two Pokemons, Scizor and Axmantis. Scizor is a Steel plus Bug-type Pokemon, also known as the Red Shiny. The Axmantis is a Rock plus Bug Pokemon. It has two terrible 3 axes and likes to chop people with an axe. However, the appearance of the Mantis splitting axe is a bit ugly, which makes Feng Che not very fond of it. Scyther is also ridiculed as the only Pokemon whose racial stats haven't changed since evolution. Scyther's racial value is 500. After evolution becomes Scizor, the racial value is still 500. It is simply that evolution is lonely. But Scizor can make up for Scyther's flaws with Mega Evolution. Yes, Feng Che nodded. If Scyther's qualifications are not enough, Feng Che intends to throw it directly into the underground black market, and it is estimated that he will be able to get a lot of money. We use 3 versus 3. In order to ensure the fairness of the game, we send out a Pokemon in each round. No matter whether we win or lose, we will take back the Pokemon. The young insect catcher told Feng Che the rules of the battle. Okay, so be it. Feng Che nodded, and he motioned for the young insect catcher to start the competition. Come out, my Pokemon. The bug catcher released a Beedrill. This is the strongest Beedrill I cultivated after the Weedles I captured and reproduced by themselves. Your Pokemon should look good. The insect catcher said to Feng Che, obviously very confident in Beedrill. Come out, Litten. Feng Che threw a Pokeball and Litten appeared on the grass. Litten stretched, did a warm-up, and walked over to Beedrill. This Beedrill from Insect Catcher is twice the size of a typical Beedrill. Its bee-gun and tail needle are extremely sturdy, and the Insect Catcher did not lie. This Beedrill is really well bred. Beedrill, use dual pistols. The bug catcher gave an order, and Beedrill raised the bee-gun in his hand and stabbed Litten hard. Litten tilted his head to the left, and Beedrill's bee-gun missed. Litten, crazy fury swipes. Litten popped his fingernails out of the fleshy claws, and it kept grabbing at Beedrill's body. It slapped aside Beedrill's other bee-gun. Its claws then left scars on Beedrill's body. Fast, this Pokemon reacts very quickly. 3.4 inches. Although I haven't seen this Pokemon, but from the black stripes on it. This Pokemon is most likely a dark Pokemon. The bug catcher said to himself. Beedrill, use Pin Missile. The bug catcher continued to let Beedrill attack. Countless sharp gun needles shot out from Beedrill's body, rustling towards Litten like a torrential rain of Karen. If Litten can't dodge, he will probably be beaten into a sieve. Litten, use Ember. Litten opened his mouth and spit out a pillar of fire that shot up to the sky. It's a lie, where is Ember? This is Flamethrower. the bug catcher boy said with a stunned expression. Immediately, the pillar of fire burned Fin Missile to ashes. Then the pillar of fire hit Beedrill directly, and Beedrill's appearance was almost cooked. There was a smell of burnt protein in the air. Beedrill fell out of the air with a hum and landed on the ground. "Are you all right, Beedrill?" The insect catcher hurriedly called out to Beedrill. "Beedrill will just go back to rest for a while. Pokemon's recovery ability is very strong. If you are really worried, put this ointment on it." Feng Che took out a bottle of ointment from the bracelet and tossed it to the bug catcher. "Okay, thank you." The bug catcher hurriedly applied a layer of ointment to Beedrill. "Okay, that's my next Pokemon." The bug catcher sighed in relief when he smeared Beedrill all over. Chapter 122 Froakie,'s King Spiral Pill. 122 Froakie,'s Big King Spiral Pill. Insect catcher took Beedrill back into the Pokeball to recuperate, and then threw another Pokeball. A Butterfree appeared in the forest. "Litten, come back." Feng Che stopped Litten, who wanted to continue fighting, and let him watch the battle. Butterfree's body is dark blue-purple, with huge white wings with black veins growing behind him. Butterfree's gender can be identified by veining. Butterfree has a pair of compound eyes. The eyes are reddish. Like other Pokemons based on Lepidopteran insects, Butterfree's wings are covered with fine scale powder, and the legs are also covered with fine hairs for nectar. Butterfree's wings are covered with toxic scale powder that deflects water droplets, and when Butterfree forcibly vibrates the wings, the scale powder spreads into the air. Butterfree can also learn some psychic moves. Butterfree is also a good Pokemon for novice trainers. And Butterfree can also perform Super Dynamax, turning into an oversized butterfly with a height of hundreds of meters. "Come out, Froakie." Feng Che released Froakie. Froakie looked at Butterfree in high spirits, and its passion was ignited. "Froakie, this Butterfree looks strong. I have to be extra careful." "Froakie, maybe it might use some powerful skills." "Butterfree, use confusion." The young bug catcher was surprised when he found out that this was another Pokemon he had never seen before. "Froakie, avoid confusion and use camouflage." Froakie suddenly disappeared in place, and there was no way to see Froakie with the naked eye. Butterfree, using confusion, senses where Froakie is. The insect catcher changed his tactics. He had Butterfree spread confusion around to capture where Froakie was. "Froakie, use Water Pulse." Two small water masses suddenly appeared in the air. The small water masses suddenly expanded to the size of a basketball, and Froakie threw the water masses at Butterfree. 17 Butterfree directly used confusion to blast the water pulse, but after the water pulse was violently blasted by confusion, it turned into pouring rain and drenched Butterfree all over. Meanwhile Butterfree seems to be in a state of confusion. Butterfree started flying around the forest. "Froakie, use the water gun." Froakie spewed 5 water guns from his mouth. But to Froakie's surprise, Butterfree avoided Froakie's water gun attack. "Froakie, it can evade my water gun attack. How come the opponents I find are so tough every time?" Feng Che watched Butterfree flying in a disorderly manner, and it was estimated that this was the reason why Froakie didn't hit Butterfree. "Butterfree, calm down, get over the chaos, use poison powder." The bug catcher blew the whistle hanging from his neck. Beep 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 tilde tilde. It seems like the sound of a whistle awakens Butterfree's consciousness. Butterfree finally regained some self-awareness after tossing himself out like a headless fly. Butterfree flapped his wings, shaking some purple scale powder from them. The purple scale powder poured down from Butterfree's wings, and under the sun's rays, it was like a dream, like a fairy's skirt. These purple poisonous powders fell on the grass, and the grass withered instantly. It can be seen that the poisonous powder is extremely poisonous. "Froakie, use Water Pulse to flush out all these poisonous powders." Feng Che shouted to Froakie. At this moment, Froakie shivered when he saw the grass that withered in an instant. "Froakie, this enemy looks very strong. I must use the strongest strength to do it." "Froakie, Don't touch this poisonous powder, or you will lose your life. Froki's palms joined together, and Feng Che saw that Froki's palms kept turning rapidly. Water type immediately gathered in Froki's palm. The water balloon was getting bigger and bigger, and the water inside was rapid spin. Froki's hands continued to rub against each other rapidly, struggling to roll out a mega-sized spiral pill. Feng Che got so close, he could even hear the sound of the spiral pill erupting like waves. It really looks like the Great King Spiral Pill. It really looks like Naruto is rolling a spiral ball. Feng Che was speechless for a while. This Froki became more and more like a Hokage. Froki, I have to work hard. I have to work hard to gather water-type energy. Facing such a powerful enemy, I have to use my fatal blow. Feng Che heard Froki's heartfelt voice and couldn't help holding his forehead, with a look of confusion on his face. It's not necessary. It's just an ordinary poisonous powder. You don't need a slaughtering knife to kill a chicken. Froki, you are enough. If you don't play cards according to the routine, you will make a big move when you come up. Maybe your big move will directly hit Butterfree so that even Grandma doesn't remember it. Froki finally threw an oversized spiral pill over 1 meter. Butterfree saw a huge rapidly spinning water ball flying towards him. He was horrified, and quickly flapped his wings to avoid the attack of this huge spiral pill. It's a pity that Butterfree's wings were wet before, and just flew around and consumed some of his stamina. Butterfree itself is not a very fast Pokemon, so in Feng Che's eyes, Butterfree's movements are simply too slow. This naturally cannot escape the attack of Water Pulse. Butterfree was hit in the back by the super large spiral pill, and was swept into the water polo, spinning around. Feng Che only saw Butterfree's weak, pitiful and helpless eyes. Immediately, there was a 3-minute silence for Butterfree, who made this Butterfree meet a sage like Froki. The super large spiral pill burst again in an instant, forming countless water droplets scattered around, like raindrops falling on the ground, making the grass in the forest more crisp and green. Only to hear Butterfree fall to the ground with a thud, quite embarrassed. Butterfree's wings were all wet. The white wings were stained with a lot of dirt and grass clippings, and the whole body was wet, and he fainted long ago. Froki, this formidable enemy is indeed formidable, and I have tried my best to defeat this enemy. Froki wiped the cold sweat from her forehead and let out a long sigh. Butterfree, are you all right? Don't scare me. The bug catcher hurriedly ran over to pick up Butterfree, and shouted to Butterfree heartily, with a cry in his voice. This made Feng Che feel like he was beating up a child, which was embarrassing. Don't worry, Butterfree just fainted from exhaustion. Take a good treatment, and you will be able to recover after a period of rest. Feng Che comforted him from the side, and gave Froki a stern look at the same time. Froki, oops, did I just move too slowly? The trainer must have disliked me for not being proficient in this skill. No, I must practice hundreds of times a day. I'm speechless too. Froki regards Butterfree as a powerful enemy and uses his strongest attack. This Butterfree is really bad luck for 8 lifetimes. He was beaten unconscious after just 2 moves. But Froki is really good at manipulating water flow, and has a super talent for the water type skill. It was possible to create something like the Great King Spiral Pill. With a little improvement, it might be possible to form skills such as Water Shuriken and Water Whip. Feng Che lamented that Froki's precise control of the water type energy has really reached the level of perfection. Very well, I'm really not mistaken, your strength is really strong. Maybe you can really capture that strong Scyther. Although that Scyther was born not long ago, it defeated all the Pokemon I had in my hand. I tell you, that Scyther is very fast. I only saw a cyan streamer, and all my Pokemons have already been knocked down. Although it was just born, it has scars all over its body and is a strong man. Its profile really makes my heart move. Endless. The bug catcher flipped the switch on the Pokeball and rambled. The next Pokemon is the strongest Pokemon I have. If you can beat it, I'll tell you where Scyther is. Come out, Parasect, Parasect. Parasect, Ivysaur's pale eyes were staring at Feng Chie's direction. Froakie, come and watch the battle. Feng Chie said to Froakie. Come out, Ivysaur, this is your first battle, try and see if you can defeat this enemy. Feng Chie released Ivysaur who had just been conquered. Ivysaur, give yourself some confidence, you're strong. Feng Chie's Ivysaur is somewhat similar to Froakie's, but a little bit different. Both have extremely powerful talents. But Froakie is more stubborn, treating all the opponents he encounters as strong enemies, and he will fight hard. Ivysaur is prone to falling into a low ebb because of long-term lack of confidence. And Ivysaur prefers fruit cultivation to fighting. Feng Chie also felt that Ivysaur wasted his talent by not fighting, so Feng Chie needed to build confidence in Ivysaur. Ivysaur, you have to believe that you can defeat Parasect. Feng Chie cheered at Ivysaur. Parasect, use paralysis powder. The bug catcher was the first to get Parasect to attack. Parasect emits a saffron-colored powder from its large mushroom. Ivysaur, inhale these paralyzing powders into your body through the buds on your back, and follow my instructions. Ivysaur, don't stress too much, just follow my steps and take it slowly. Feng Chie shouted loudly. Feng Chie must first let Ivysaur win the first victory according to his instructions. Ivysaur took a deep breath and cheered himself up by shouting, Barnabara. Then Ivysaur's flower bud released a strong suction, sucking all the paralysis powder from Parasect into 987 into the flower bud. Okay, Ivysaur, use the solar beam to spray these paralyzing powders in the direction of Parasect. As soon as Feng Chie finished speaking, Ivysaur had already condensed the solar beam. Saffron-colored beams of light roared directly at Parasect. Parasect, avoid solar beam, use dig. The bug catcher said decisively. The movement of this Parasect dig is very skilled, and it looks like it has been trained often. After a while, a large mound of dirt was added where Parasect was standing. Parasect lurks underground and hides. Solar beam rushed over and blasted the large mound directly. The remaining solar beam crashed into a towering tree, cutting it in half. With a bang, the towering tree fell to the ground. Pidgey and Spearow on the tree all flew out of the tree in a panic. The sky is full of scattered feathers. Ivysaur's talent is really powerful, and he condensed solar beam so quickly. It is more than twice as fast as a normal grass-type Pokémon to use solar beam, and its power is more than double that of a normal solar beam. However, using solar beam is also a burden to Ivysaur. With Ivysaur's current physical strength, he can only use solar beam twice, and his physical strength will be exhausted. Feng Chie saw that Ivysaur's forehead was full of cold sweat. Ivysaur was really nervous just now, and he was relieved when he saw that solar beam could condense. Before that, Ivysaur was a piece of junk that even Vine Whip and Razor Leaf couldn't produce. Ivysaur can never forget that when it fell into the abyss, Feng Chie appeared like the sun in its life, and generously sprinkled light on it, which was hopeless and helpless. From now on Ivysaur's world is no longer a dark place. Ivysaur knew that all the changes were due to the trainer in front of him. Ivysaur, you are really amazing, you can use solar beam so quickly, keep going. Feng Chie praised Ivysaur. Ivysaur has a serious lack of confidence and needs more encouragement. Ivysaur, and then small grasses rose from the ground. The grass soon bloomed with colorful flowers. The breeze was blowing slowly, and Feng Chie could smell the faint fragrance of flowers. Ivysaur made grassy terrain and is recovering his stamina. Chapter 123_Mysterious Pokémon in the Forest. Ivysaur, try inserting the Vine Whip into the ground and sense where the Parasect is. Ivysaur can use 4 Vine Whips, which are inserted into the ground like radar. It can sense the location of Parasect at any time, and it is not so simple for Parasect to attack Ivysaur. Ivysaur pulled out 4 Vine Whips from his back, and these stout Vine Whips plunged into the ground and began to explore the location of the Parasect lurking in the ground. Parasect, use the slash skill on Ivysaur while you get out of the dirt now. The bug catcher said confidently. Suddenly the ground cracked a big dong. Parasect, big owl flashed white light and rushed out from the ground menacingly. It stabbed hard in Ivysaur's direction, and was about to hit Ivysaur. Ivysaur fend off Parasect's attacks with Vine Whip. Feng Che saw that Ivysaur entangled his 4 vine whips together to form 2 larger vine whips. Vine Whip, like a pair of big hands, slapped hard in the direction of Parasect. Immediately, Parasect was slapped to the ground by Ivysaur's Vine Whip and rubbed, causing a burst of gunpowder smoke to rise on the ground. Ivysaur had an idea, and it looked pretty good, and now Ivysaur has been able to control 4 to 8 Vine Whips. If Ivysaur evolution became Venusaur, it would be able to control 16 Vine Whips. If Venusaur can manipulate these Vine Whips into a pair of Vine Whip giants, the power of the attack will be even more extraordinary. It's kind of like a wooden escape. The Venusaur gets more and more Vine Whip to control as he gets older. I don't know if Venusaur will be able to use thousands of wooden escapes. Feng Che looked at Ivysaur's huge Vine Whip and couldn't help but sigh. Very well, Ivysaur, try the Razor Leaf, and now you can fully use the Razor Leaf. Feng Che gasped at Ivysaur. Although Ivysaur was unable to use the 2 basic skills Vine Whip and Razor Leaf when he was still Bulbasaur. But this flaw disappeared after Bulbasaur evolution. Feng Che wanted to see what Ivysaur would look like with the Razor Leaf. The inability to use the most basic skills of the frog family is the shadow that Ivysaur has been lingering since his birth. At one point it even felt like the worst Pokémon in the Impossible Garden. Now, Ivysaur's confidence keeps growing with the successful attacks of his skills in successive rounds. Ivysaur untied the Vine Whip, and saw that it threw 4 razor leaves about a meter from its back like crescent moons. These razor leaves burst out at great speed. Ivysaur looked at the razor leaf with a fierce cold light, raised his head and smiled happily, as if to announce to the world that it had finally succeeded. Parasect, sneak underground again to avoid the razor leaf's attack. The bug catcher gave the order again. Razor Leaf swept across the ground, and wherever it passed, the weeds and dwarf bushes on the ground were cut off by the Razor Leaf. Potholes and ravines appeared on the ground where the Razor Leaf was scratched. The Parasect of the bug catcher also tried his best to dodge in time, barely avoiding the Razor Leaf's attack. Razor Leaf ended up hitting a large rock. I saw 4 cold rays of light passing by, and this big hard rock was torn apart immediately. The fighting talent of this Ivysaur is really strong. The Ivysaur Razor Leaf's offensive didn't stop. Ivysaur stretched out 4 vine whips, grabbing the crescent-shaped leaves. Immediately afterwards, Ivysaur turned the blade into a machete and slashed directly towards the location where Parasect disappeared. At this time, there was a sound of vibration from the ground, and a lot of dust floated out, obscuring everyone's sight. Feng Che saw Ivysaur's side through Psychic, and a mound suddenly appeared. Parasect then jumped out of the mound. Parasect's claws glowed silvery white, and it seemed that he used a continuous slash skill. Just when Feng Che wanted to remind Ivysaur, Feng Chen saw a slight smile on the corner of Ivysaur's mouth. Ivysaur is obviously sure, but I want to see how Ivysaur cracks Parasect's attack tilde. Feng Che saw that Ivysaur opened his mouth and spit out a series of green light balls. Is this the bullet seed? Feng Che thought curiously. Ivysaur's bullet seed directly hit the joints of Parasect's claws, interrupting Parasect's slash skill. Parasect took a few steps back in succession, looking at Ivysaur warily. I saw that Parasect was hit by the bullet seed, and there were vines. Ivysaur can actually use such a move. Interrupting Parasect's slash with the bullet seed, how the hell did that happen? And this seed turned out to be a leech seed. Feng Che curiously listened to Ivysaur's heart. Ivysaur, it's dangerous, because my vine whip can't be used when I usually plant fruit. Ivysaur, so I can only hold the seeds in my mouth and spit them out when I need to plant them. Ivysaur, unexpectedly, in a crisis, the ability to spit seeds can even interrupt the opponent's offensive. It turns out that this Ivysaur can't use the vine whip skill since he was a child. So Ivysaur day by day, practice makes perfect, and this bullet seed has become so perfect that it has become the body's instinct to fight wherever he points. Feng Che secretly exclaimed, "This Ivysaur is really a treasure Pokemon." Ivysaur, now, bind the Parasect with Vine Whip, then use the Solar Beam on the Parasect. Ivysaur, S4 Vine Whips tightly bound Parasect, S body and 2 big pincers. It hung the Parasect in the air, and the buds spewed Solar Beam. Saffron-colored beam of light hit Parasect directly, and Parasect, S body emitted a burning smell. By the time Ivysaur put Parasect down, Parasect was completely incapacitated. "Your Pokemon are really strong, I lost." While looking at the injured Parasect, the insect catcher boy said to Feng Che. In terms of Parasect's resilience, Parasect should be able to recover soon." Feng Che scratched his head, and said to the insect catcher boy with some embarrassment. "But if you want to speed up the recovery of Parasect, you can use this ointment." Feng Che took out a bottle of ice blue ointment from the bracelet. This is an ointment specially used to treat burns. It is very effective for burns caused by fire or skills such as Solar Beam. Feng Che handed the ointment to the young insect catcher. "Thank you." The insect catcher boy took the ointment gratefully. "I'll take you now to the place where I found the Scyther, and that's where the Scyther gather in the forest." I noticed that the Scyther was slightly different in color from the other Scythers. It looked like a Pokemon with a different color. The Scyther was more blue in color, and probably because of this, it was expelled by the Scyther tribe. The insect catcher briefly introduced Scyther's situation. Then Feng Che and the young insect catcher left here and went to find the mysterious Scyther. A man in his 40s with a sharp-eared monkey came out of the bushes. Beside him is a Weepinbell and a Graveler. "Hey, what did I just hear? A different color Pokemon." The man with pointed ears and monkey cheeks showed a wretched smile. "It deserves my luck, Conjuro, and I even met 2 little brats to discuss the capture of the heterochromatic Scyther. And a little kid has 3 royal 3s. Let's follow, Weepinbell, Graveler." Kanjukuro is a bounty hunter who can't get enough. He originally came to the forest just to capture some Pidgey to sell. Unexpectedly, when he just came to the forest, he actually encountered the young insect catcher and Feng Che fighting. The 3 royal 3s on Feng Che's body have already made Conjuro's eyes very hot. If he can plunder the windy royal 3 and add the strange-colored Scyther, his ranking in the bounty hunter will definitely be improved by a dash. Conjuro summoned a one-eyed Spearow from the Pokeball. He beckoned Spearow to observe the route Feng Che and the young insect catcher were traveling in secret. "It's really luck that I can't stop it." Kanjukuro laughed a few times and quickly followed. "I didn't expect that someone would follow me." On the surface, although Feng Che has been marching forward in the forest, Feng Che is always paying attention to the movements behind him. Feng Che observed that there was a one-eyed Spearow following him in the sky unhurriedly. Behind Spearow, a man with pointed ears was following Spearow's instructions. The equipment of the sharp-eared monkey cheeks. Feng Che is very familiar, it is the equipment of the bounty hunter. "There's a bounty hunter following us. It seems that he snuck up near us when he was fighting the bug catcher boy just now, and overheard what we said. I'm careless, I should observe the situation around me during the battle. It's just that my focus was on the battle, so I relaxed my vigilance unconsciously." Feng Che was not flustered when he knew that someone was following behind him. When he took a closer look at the bounty hunter's Pokemon, he had an idea. Judging by the bounty hunter's somewhat shabby attire and low-quality Pokemon, the bounty hunter isn't having a good time. It just so happens that I need a Graveler for my bounty hunter catching mission. If the bounty hunter robs, then I can only do it ruthlessly. The hunter becomes the prey, this is very nice. Feng Che thought to himself, a sinister smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Feng Che didn't care about Graveler's qualifications. Anyway, no matter how bad the qualification is, Feng Che has a way to upgrade the Graveler's qualification to the yellow qualification. By the way, the Magneton I captured will have to evolve when it reaches Cinnabar Island. Feng Che suddenly remembered Magneton, whom he had forgotten for a long time. Recognize. Accurate. If. Shui. First. Publish. Steal. Book. Sell. Money. Death. Mom. But this Magneton still needs to be recuperated for a while time, but also to buy some metal ores. I want to take good care of this Magneton. If it evolves into a Magnezone, I can exchange it for a rare Pokemon. Feng Che remembered something. Lieutenant. Surge had a high-profile want of a Magnezone with great qualifications. Lieutenant. Surge came up with a very special Pokemon Rowlet for this. Rowlet is a grass plus flying Pokemon. This Rowlet was captured by Lieutenant Surge during a secret mission. But a Pokemon like Rowlet is not the electric Pokemon that Lieutenant Surge likes. So Lieutenant Surge always wanted to replace this Rowlet with his favorite electric Pokemon. Lieutenant Surge is well known in Ku Nuo Qianzhou, Yi City, is the gym leader, and is also a famous mercenary head. He was so high profile and caused an uproar, and Feng Che was deeply impressed by this incident. Rowlet's final evolution, the Tree Owl, is a ghost plus grass type Pokemon, a natural assassin. The Sniper Tree Owl has also mastered the skill of stitching shadows. Sniper Tree Owl is Feng Che's favorite Pokemon, and the ghost attribute can just make up for the weakness in Feng Che's team. Feng Che thought about the next plan as he walked. Here, it's around here, where I was beaten by Scyther before. The insect catcher boy said to Feng Che. The young insect catcher held an insect removing spray tightly in his hand. His Pokemon are all injured, and if he encounters a wild Pokemon bug catcher, he uses bug spray to defend himself. Insect spray can emit an odor that Pokemon finds very disgusting. Pokemon will turn around and run as soon as they smell bug spray. I'm going to take my Pokemon to the Pokemon Center to get Nurse Joy for treatment. I've taken Scyther to the spot, and I've fulfilled our promise to fight. After the insect catcher took Feng Che to the spot where Scyther was haunted, he left in a hurry. This doesn't look right. The surrounding trees have signs of being chopped by an axe. That's not Scyther's character. Usually Scyther will leave a knife-cut mark on the tree as a sign of their territory. But the trees around here have marks that look like they've been cut with an axe. This also means that there has been a change in the forest during this time. Feng Che thoughtfully looked at the marks carved out by the sharp axe in the trees, feeling that the situation was a bit abnormal. Chapter 124-2 Dogs Fight, Playoff. Scizor. No. Scizor's evolution conditions are relatively harsh, so no Scizor will appear in the forests of the Kanto region. Unless someone secretly releases a Scizor in this forest. And it's hard for Scizor to make the marks of the axe, and there are so many marks here. Looking at the traces on the surrounding trees, Feng Che was a little puzzled. Could it be that there are axe mantises in this forest? This is a mega rare Pokemon. A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Che's eyes. The axe mantis is what Scyther looks like after evolution under the action of a special ore, and part of its body becomes rock-like. The scythes with sharp arms were turned into two rock axes. Parts of the rock are often missing in the heat of battle. Therefore, the more battle-hardened the axe mantis, the greater the defect in the rock part. However, the more damage the rock double axe is, the sharper it will be. The axe mantis has an arm like a big axe. It can hit the target with a single swing, and its destructive power is extremely powerful. It will cause huge damage to the opponent with one blow. In addition, it will mark tree trunks with its dual rock axes, or chop down trees to claim territory. If you notice sharp cuts in the trees, or if there are rows of trees that fall on top of each other, it may be the work of the axe mantis. The axe mantis is extremely domineering, so the place where the axe mantis exists is not allowed to have any Pokemon in its territory. Not even its companions. It seems that I should quietly withdraw from the territory of the Axe Mantis as soon as possible. The Axe Mantis is a very vengeful Pokemon. Once it finds someone stepping into its territory, it will face its endless entanglement. However, it was too late. Suddenly, two sharp rays of light slashed the surrounding slash, and a 2-meter-high chopping Axe Mantis directly cut the tree in front of Feng Che in half. The axe of this khaki-yellow axe-splitting mantis is extremely sharp and polished as smooth as a mirror. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Split Axe Mantis close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, yellow, excellent. Characteristic, insect premonition. Open black lens bracket level, 36 close black lens bracket. Attribute, rock plus insect. Skills, slash, agility, slash, quick attack, glare, metal claw, shadow 987 clone, double hit, focus energy, X scissor, iron head, swords dance, rock tomb, rockfall, stone edge, earthquake. Status, furious. Evaluation. This is a Pokemon that uses the special or evolution. Although it looks a little unattractive, this Pokemon is extremely rare. Even 10,000 Scythers can't have a split Axe Mantis. After all, not everyone can pick up rare ones. Special or close black lens bracket. Very good, I found another Pokemon I haven't seen before. Haha, is today the day I make a fortune? Just when Feng Che confronted the Axe Mantis, Kanjukuro hid in the dark, secretly proud. Chopping Axe Mantis, I didn't intend to enter your territory, I can leave immediately. Feng Che tried to communicate with the Axe Mantis. But the furious chopping Axe Mantis ignored it at all, and slashed towards the place where Feng Che was standing with a sharp axe, trying to chop Feng Che into 2 pieces. Haha, I guess that this Axe Mantis is so urinal, it's arrogant and domineering. Feng Che didn't care about his own image anymore, and a donkey rolled on the spot to avoid the attack of the Axe Mantis. Arbok, use acid on the Axe Mantis. Ditto has the highest level in the windy Pokemon, and currently has reached level 31, which is considered a breakthrough to the superior level. Ditto spat out a yellowish-brown acid from his mouth, and there was an unpleasant acid smell in the air. The Axe Mantis saw the acid spit out by Arbok attacking itself, and hurriedly swung its second axe to surround its body. Ditto's acid didn't fall on the Axe Mantis. However, after the axe of the splitting mantis came into contact with Ditto's acid, part of it disappeared instantly. The arm of the Axe Mantis suddenly felt burnt by fire, it was hot. This completely inspired the anger of the Axe Mantis. The Axe Mantis raised its head with a roar, its eyes were scarlet, and it exuded a strong anger. Then the Axe Mantis swung 2 axes and slashed hard at Ditto. Arbok, use Iron Tail. Feng Che said calmly. At the same time, he noticed that the bounty hunter who was following him was quietly approaching his position. HMPH, I've been following your BHDE moves. The corners of Feng Che's mouth showed a shallow arc. Hey, while this mighty Pokemon was fighting against this boy's Pokemon, I sneaked behind this boy and stabbed him in the back with a dagger. Then these rare Pokemons are mine. I'm familiar with this kind of thing. Kanjukuro smiled slyly, with an insatiable look in his pupils. This bounty hunter has been sneaking around in the dark. He must have bad intentions and want to play nasty plot. HMPH, it seems that they want the snipe and muscles to compete, and the fisherman will profit. Feng Che thought secretly. At this time, the Axe Mantis was pressing step by step, and it was inseparable from Ditto. Behind Feng Che is another malicious bounty hunter. Looks like I have to show the bounty hunter in the shadows. The axe-splitting mantis is the most vicious and will pay back. Once it is provoked, it will revenge endlessly back. Since this Axe Mantis has such an arrogant and domineering temper, then simply slap the Axe Mantis on the ground of the Axe Mantis, and detonate its strongest anger. Feng Che thought secretly, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. I saw a hint of blue psychic flashing in Feng Chie's eyes. Then, a stone the size of a palm flew up from behind Kanjukuro, and smashed it hard in the direction of the axe mantis. The axe mantis, who was fighting with Ditto, was hit in the head by a stone and suddenly felt a slap in the face. The eyes of the axe mantis suddenly turned blood red, and it panted heavily and raised the axe and slashed hard at the direction where the stone was thrown. Fuck, what kind of hatred is this? I haven't done anything yet. I'm just eating melons quietly. Why does this mantis chopping axe suddenly want to attack me? Kanjukuro looked bewildered. He didn't know what happened. He just thought the axe mantis was going crazy. Kanjukuro rolled on the spot, his head covered with grass clippings and fallen leaves, and he was able to escape the attack of the axe mantis. Damn it. Golem, use sanding, roll out. Weepinbell, use the razor leaf. Graveler is a spherical Pokemon with the appearance of stone, and is the evolution type of Geodude. Its skin is gray, harder and bumpier than it was before the evolution. Graveler has 4 arms, 3 fingers on each hand and foot, and mainly uses the longer 2 hands to lift things and the shorter 2 to defend against attacks. In addition, it has 2 very short feet. But rather than walking on his feet, Graveler often curls up and rolls out like a ball. Weepinbell is a trumpet-shaped Pokemon. Weepinbell after Bellsprout evolution has a bigger yellow head and a bigger mouth. Its roots have degenerated into brown hooks behind it. Weepinbell still retains 2 arrow roots, but on either side of the yellow flower. It has big round black eyes, and 3 dark yellow spots have been added to its forehead. Weepinbell's leaves can be turned into blades to cut opponents, and the mouth can spit poisonous powder to stop opponents from moving. Its mouth can spit out liquids that dissolve any substance, and it can also secrete liquids that neutralize acids to make itself immune to dissolution. Weepinbell 2 arrowroots can also be sharp at times, but Weepinbell prefers to use numbing powder and acid to capture prey. I saw that Graveler grabbed 2 handfuls of sand from the ground and polished it on himself. Then Graveler curled his body together and started to rotate at a high speed, but in the forest, Graveler's rollout speed was not fast. Weepinbell jumped step by step, making a thumping sound. Weepinbell waved the leaves on his body, and suddenly a razor leaf like a crescent moon appeared. Ditto, you hid quietly and turned into a Yanmega. The next is the fisherman battlefield. Feng Chie said to Ditto's telepathy. Ditto saw the Graveler rushing towards the axe mantis, and Ditto zigzagged away quickly. No, why did this Arbok slip away? When Kanjukuro was about to question Feng Chie, he turned around and found that Feng Chie was gone. His grandma's bear actually came up with such a vicious plan to bring disaster to the east. After seeing Feng Chie's disappearance, Kanjuro realized that he had been tricked by Feng Chie. It looks like he should have noticed that I was following very early, but he deliberately pretended not to know. Kanjuro said viciously. Forget it, it's okay if there's one less person in the way, I'll take this Pokemon. Kanjuro said confidently. But the smile on Kanjuro's face didn't last long. I saw that the axe mantis raised a heavy stone axe and slashed Graveler straight. Graveler's rock armor. The axe mantis slapped Graveler away with another axe. Graveler smashed heavily on a towering tree, and the towering tree snapped into 2 halves. Graveler. Kanjuro let out a loud cry. This Graveler is the strongest fighting force in Kanjuro's hands, but he didn't expect it to be solved so easily by the axe mantis. At the same time, Weepinbell's razor leaf was slashed forward by the axe mantis, and it fell into 2 halves and fell to the ground. Weepinbell, use Vine Whip to restrain this Pokemon severely. Kanjuro gritted his teeth and said to Weepinbell. Vine Whip on Weepinbell's head suddenly stretched, binding the axe mantis firmly. Very well, that's it, Weepinbell, use the numbing powder to numb Pokemon a little bit. Weepinbell opened his mouth and shook off the saffron-colored numbing powder. Very good, your Pokemon looks quite powerful, and it seems to be a fake. Even my Weepinbell can't beat it. Kanjuro said proudly. Then he pulled out an 80% new Pokeball and threw it at the axe mantis. After I catch you, I'll go after that little brat and snatch away the Pokemon from him. Kanjukuro thought to himself as he looked at the axe mantis. Stupid, really stupid. This idiot didn't see the taunting of the axe mantis, and didn't think about how a Weepinbell could trap the axe mantis. Feng Che hid in the distance and shook his head. I saw the axe mantis cut off Weepinbell's vines directly, and then split Pokeball in half with an axe. My Pokeball, Kanjuro said heartbroken. Then Kanjuro suddenly felt blood on his hands. When exactly is this? When Kanjukuro opened his mouth, he immediately found that blood was gushing out of his throat, and he made a sound of breaking wind, as if a large stream of air could not wait to pour into his own lungs. He desperately covered his throat with his hands, but a lot of blood flowed from his fingers and couldn't stop. Kanjukuro looked at the axe mantis unwillingly, then fell to the ground and died. I thought how powerful this bounty hunter would be. Go, Ditto, let this axe mantis see how powerful you are. Feng Che said to Ditto, who had turned into a Yanmega. Just as the axe mantis turned around and wanted to leave, there was a sudden sound of breaking the air from behind. The axe-splitting mantis turned around without hesitation to get 2 axes, but it found that it just hit the air. Axe mantis, how is this possible? Obviously with my intuition, I've already hit that Pokemon. Axe mantis, what kind of Pokemon is this? Why is it so fast? The axe mantis was stunned, it couldn't believe its eyes. The unbelieving axe mantis slashed at Ditto again. But the axe mantis still only hit Ditto's phantom. Feng Che found that after Ditto drank a lot of his own medicine, the activity of the cells was significantly improved. So when Ditto transforms into Yanmega, Ditto's speed increases to a very perverted level. The axe mantis can only see a stream of light, and the streamer is full of the ghost of Ditto. The mantis-splitting axe flew into the air again and again, which made it extremely annoyed. Roar. The axe-splitting mantis directly raised 2 axes, and at the same time, the axe-splitting mantis manipulated the unique rock-type energy to form sharp rocks the size of a slap. The sharp rocks start to rapid spin, forming a huge twister that shoots into the sky. Some small stones were entangled in Twister under the huge suction force of Twister, and were immediately divided into countless fine particles. The axe mantis turned into a large shredder, but fortunately there was no Pokemon activity in this forest. Otherwise, Pokemon will be involved in Twister, and it will definitely become a mess. Chapter 125 3 Eagles with Arrows, Capture the Axe Mantis. This axe mantis is extremely powerful. It seems that Ditto has to deal with it calmly. Feng Che looked at the fierce attack of the axe mantis and thought to himself. At this time, Feng Che, who had been busy dealing with the axe mantis, had long forgotten to look for the talented young scyther. At this moment, a blue streamer flashed across. A young scyther appeared on a tree near Feng Che. This scyther is only half the size of a normal scyther, and it is full of large and small wounds. This scyther looked at the axe mantis with hatred, as if he had a mortal hatred. Scyther, the damned axe mantis, almost split the young master in 2. Scyther, you didn't expect it, my lord, Itilda came back quietly. My dear, this scyther has so many wounds on his body. How many battles he has gone through. Feng Che couldn't help but sigh. Scythers don't usually shy away from having a lot of scars on their bodies, which they see as their badge of honor. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Scyther close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, dark green, excellent. Characteristic, technical master. Open black lens bracket level, 8 close black lens bracket. Attribute, insect plus flight. Skills, / agility, / quick attack, glare, metal claw, double team, double hit, focus energy, X scissor, iron head, swords dance, wing attack, air / endure, bug buzz. Status, seriously injured. Evaluation, this is a scyther with agile movement, but when it was born, it was maliciously hunted down by the axe mantis. This scyther is still in its infancy and has strong potential for cultivation. Close black lens bracket. This scyther is good. Feng Che looked at scyther with a well-proportioned body and nodded again and again. Its wings are much larger than the average scyther, almost covering its body. Because of the special structure of the wings, this scyther can fly in the sky for a long time. Feng Che thought secretly. A scyther that can stay in the air for a long time is more than double the value of an ordinary scyther. Okay, the scyther introduced by the young bug catcher is really good. Feng Che was quite satisfied. Ditto, use the venom splash on the mantis splitting axe. Feng Che turned his head and shouted at Ditto. Don't you want to use Twister to cut Ditto into 1,000 pieces, then I'll give you some more. Ditto spit out purple-black venom from his mouth. The venom was quickly drawn into Twister. Suddenly, the axe mantis let out a miserable howl. Very well, it looks like the venom is working. Axe mantis stopped rapid spin shortly after, and Twister dissipated. It's just that the current state of the axe mantis is not optimistic. The face of the mantis splitting axe became ashen, and its physical strength was rapidly consumed. At this moment, the scyther standing not far from Feng Che couldn't hold back. I saw scyther turned into a cyan streamer, and slashed at the mantis with the axe. Ditto, protect this scyther. Feng Che hurriedly said to Ditto upon seeing this. Split axe mantis. I knew that you little bastard would come back quietly to find an opportunity to avenge me. Splitting axe mantis. You little bastard didn't know that I've been waiting for a long time. I let you run away last time, and I won't let you go this time. Splitting axe mantis raised two large axes and used X scissor towards the position in front. Suddenly a huge cross beam slashed towards scyther. Scyther. Damn, hit. Scyther still doesn't understand. This is a trap set by the axe mantis, and the axe mantis has long discovered that it is lurking nearby. Scyther felt a heavy pressure that made his body unable to move at all. Seeing that X scissor was about to hit him, Scyther closed his eyes resignedly. At this moment, Scyther suddenly felt something flying towards him, taking him out of the X scissor's attack range. It opened its eyes and saw that it was a Yanmega. Seeing that Yanmega smiled at Scyther, he flapped his wings and continued to fight the axe mantis. As Scyther was about to fight, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. It turned out that a large opening was drawn in the abdomen at some point, and green blood was pouring out of the wound. Your injury is quite serious. Not long after you were born, you have so many scars on your body. Feng Che walked in front of Scyther, looked at Scyther, and said seriously. Fortunately you met me. Feng Che said with a smile. Then Feng Che took out the medicine bowl and various herbs and tree fruits from the bracelet, and started to make ointment for Scyther. Scyther slumped on the side limply, eyes half squinted in a sullen look. Your stamina is running out. Drink this potion first to restore your stamina. Feng Che took out a bottle of stamina potion from the bracelet and handed it to Scyther. Scyther was about to refuse. He smelled the sweet-smelling fruit of the stamina elixir. Already hungry, it picked up the stamina potion, raised its head and drank it. Immediately, it felt a warm current rising from the stomach, and these warm currents slowly spread throughout the body, and the pain in the place where the body was burning and painful suddenly weakened a lot. After experiencing the magical effect of Feng Che's physical strength potion, Scyther, who was still a little cold, gradually became more gentle in his eyes. It did not reject Feng Che, and directly let Feng Che apply a light fragrance ointment on his body. Tisk tisk, what can I say about you? Your body is really the most wounded among the Pokemon I've ever seen. Sure enough, some of the wounds were inflamed and swollen, but fortunately you met me. If you delay for a few more months, your injuries will definitely worsen. By then these injuries will seriously affect your qualifications. Feng Che muttered while applying the medicine. However, Scyther, who had always been short-tempered, did not show any impatience. Instead, he listened to Feng Che's words quietly, with a warm light flashing in his eyes. Scyther could clearly feel his body improving rapidly. In particular, the positions of some major wounds have been improved after being coated with the medicine by Feng Che, and they no longer have to endure the pain that used to be as painful as a knife cut. Without the stimulation of intense pain, the exhausted Scyther gradually fell into a deep sleep. Very well, when this Scyther wakes up, it should be almost recovered, and it will be fine as long as the medicine is applied for a few more days. Feng Che turned his attention to Ditto and the axe mantis who were fighting. Due to being in a state of poisoning, the mantis-splitting axe has less and less physical strength, and it feels that its body is abnormally heavy. Ditto does not confront the axe mantis head-on, and still adopts the tactics of guerrilla warfare, harassing the axe mantis from time to time. The injuries on the axe mantis are also increasing, and the movements are becoming slower and slower. Ultimately, the axe mantis lost consciousness after one of Ditto's leaps. Feng Che's Pokeball also successfully landed on the axe mantis and successfully captured the axe mantis. Now, it's time to harvest. Feng Che searched out all the items on Conjuru's body. There are only 280% new Pokeballs, and 2,000 Alliance coins in cash, a bounty hunter's certificate. It's a poor ghost. With such strength, he dares to covet the axe and mantis. He can only say that he can't live by committing his own sins. Feng Che scolded secretly when he saw that a bounty hunter had only such a thing. However, this time I also gained a lot, a rare mantis chopping axe, and also completed the assessment task of the bounty guild by the way. With Scyther, it kills 3 birds with 1 stone, haha. Feng Che said happily. This Graveler happens to be a yellow aptitude, so I'm welcome. Feng Che pressed the release button of Pokeball, and he released both Graveler and Weepinbell. Then Feng Che used the Pokeball issued by the Bounty Hunter Guild to include Graveler in the Pokeball. The Pokeball distributed by the Bounty Guild immediately disappeared in the distance, and Feng Che knew that it was teleported to the place where the Bounty Guild was. Soon the Bounty Guild will rate the Graveler I've caught. As for this Weepinbell, let it be so low quality, let it go back to the mountains. For flowers. Feng Che looked at this Weepinbell with a terrified look on his face, and Feng Che could sense that this Weepinbell was very resistant to him. So Feng Che directly released the Weepinbell in this forest. Now that the axe mantis has also been captured by Feng Che, there is no axe mantis in this forest to drive away the Pokemon in the forest, and gradually other Pokemon will return to live in this forest. This axe mantis is a little old, but it has good qualifications. I will see if I can auction it for a good price in the underground black market. Or find some well-known research scholars and exchange Pokemon with these research scholars. Feng Che figured out how to deal with this axe mantis. At night, the stars were shining. Feng Che raised a bonfire early, and the temperature in the forest would drop sharply at night. With Litten, Feng Che can easily start a fire in the wild. Just roll up Litten's fallen hair into a ball and let Litten shoot a flame from his mouth to set up a roaring bonfire. Feng Che's Pokemon are all there, gobbling down Pokeblocks specially prepared by Feng Che. Just then, Scyther woke up. It slowly opened its eyes and saw the scene of the bonfire swaying, and a bright moon was already hanging high in the sky. It found that Feng Che carefully draped a thin blanket over its body. Scyther, you're awake, how are you feeling? Feng Che saw that Scyther was awake, so he placed a plate of Pokeblocks beside Scyther. This is my specially prepared Pokeblocks. It's formulated according to your attributes, you can see if you like it or not. Scyther stood up silently, it had not felt so relaxed for a long time. After Scyther woke up, the part of his body that had been sore was no longer in pain. Scyther spread his wings and flew in a circle, more than double the speed. Scyther, this human being is really powerful. With such a serious injury on my body, I was almost relieved to sleep for a while. Scyther, originally, I was prepared, but I was seriously injured anyway, and it was difficult to recover, so I used my wreckage to fight the axe mantis. Scyther, I didn't expect this human Yanmega to be so powerful that he even captured the axe mantis. Scyther, I have to be this trainer's Pokemon so I can challenge the strong everywhere without fear of getting hurt. Scyther came back with a U-turn. It picked up the Pokeblocks, stuffed it into its mouth and chewed. This Scyther likes to fight more than the Blue Jay. Scyther, although I'm not the opponent of that Yanmega now, but with my strength, I should have no problem defeating this trainer's other Pokemon. This Scyther is a bit big. I guess Scyther can't beat every Pokemon here. It's not that Feng Che is boasting, every Pokemon here has been conditioned by Feng Che. They, who were already extremely perverted before, became even more perverted. Scyther, well, I'm going to follow this human and become the strongest Pokemon he has. Scyther, I'm going to take down all these Pokemon, but luckily the terrifying Yanmega didn't show up. Scyther, I'm going to be the boss of this group of Pokemon. This is a Pokemon who wants to be a big brother, but doesn't have the strength of a big brother. This Scyther should be sad to find out that the Pokemon here, it can't beat a single one. However, that's fine. Let Scyther see the strength of the team, so that it can stimulate him to work hard. Feng Che thought to himself. Scyther walked over to Litten, who was cooking, feeling that the kitten should be quite weak. Scyther pointed at Litten with his scythe-like arm and shouted, challenging Litten. But Litten didn't even lift his head, still combing his hair quietly. Scyther used the slash skill to split the bonfire next to Litten in two. The sparks from the bonfire landed on Litten's forehead. It doesn't hurt much, it's extremely insulting. Husband. Chapter 126_crazy testing on the brink of death. Very well, Litten is a little pissed off. Feng Che looked at Scyther with a look of schadenfreude. Litten raised his head sharply, Saffron's pupils staring at Scyther. Litten stood up slowly from the ground. A 3-meter-high flame suddenly burst out from its back, and the violent flame scorched the dry leaves and grass around it in one fell swoop. Scyther, so strong, this humble kitty can burst out such a powerful flame. Scyther's pupils shrink, a look of shock on his face. Litten spewed a plume of fire from his mouth, blasting it directly at Scyther. Scyther, kitty, although your fire is strong, it's useless if you can't hit me. Scyther flapped its wings into a cyan streamer, avoiding Litten's flamethrower. Scyther then slashed at Litten with his slash ability. Scyther's scythe-like arm flashed a cyan wind blade, and a deep ravine appeared on the ground wherever it passed. But to Scyther's surprise, Litten turned his head quickly and avoided the wind blade Scyther fired. The wind blade landed on the tree behind Litten, splitting the tree in two. Scyther, what did I just see? How is this Litten so fast that it evaded my skills with a head tilt? Scyther, I don't believe it. Scyther used the slash skill continuously, but only to see Litten stretched his waist, moving his legs lightly and turning into a red streamer to evade Scyther's 987 attack. Everywhere Litten passed, there was a black line that burned to ashes. Litten and Scyther collided hard. Scyther could only feel the incomparable heat, a smell of burning protein coming out of his body. Okay, Litten, take the flames back from Scyther. Feng Che was worried that Scyther would suffer more damage, so he hurriedly told Litten to withdraw all the flames that enveloped Scyther. I saw Litten open his mouth and suck lightly, and the flame that fell on Scyther was sucked back by Litten. But it was a little late, and Scyther had burnt blisters all over his body. Then Litten changed back to being harmless to humans and animals, and continued to lie beside the bonfire and slap Yan lazily. Sorry, Scyther is burning potion, let me paint it for you. Feng Che took out potion from the wristband and applied it to the burnt spot on Scyther's body. This Litten's fire is getting stronger and stronger, and Scyther is covered in blisters of all sizes, the result of the high heat. After Feng Che applied potion to Scyther, Scyther only felt a coolness in the burned area, and the burning pain disappeared. Scyther, this human trainer is really good. If I follow him, I won't be afraid when I fight to accept my younger brother. Scyther, I was careless just now and picked a seemingly weak opponent who was actually too strong. Scyther, this Pokemon is still fire type, and is very restrained to me. Scyther, this time I must pick a weaker opponent and show my true strength. So Scyther turned his attention to Froakie, who was training hard. Froakie is practicing water pulse under a tree at this time. I saw Froakie put his hands together to form a water polo the size of a ping-pong ball. The water polo was extremely unstable, the polo burst suddenly, and the water sprayed Froakie's face. Froakie, this compressed water pulse is indeed a lot more difficult. It took me so long to compress the water pulse to this level. Froakie, the water pulse after this compression is indeed much more powerful, and it also makes me relatively low-key and not easy to be noticed by powerful enemies. Froakie, but now I'm stuck in a bottleneck period, and it seems that I can't continue to improve by practicing against the immobile target. Froakie, it seems that we are going to do actual combat training. Do you want to find a partner to practice it? Froakie looked up and looked at Lydon. Lydon saw that Froakie was looking at him in high spirits, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head and pretended not to see, and lowered his head to comb his hair. Lydon breathed a sigh of relief when Froakie's gaze dropped on him. Froakie is too stubborn. Fighting against Froakie is obviously training, but it is always imagined to be the enemy. Froakie always recklessly uses his most powerful attack, and every time he trains against Froakie, he will be tortured to death by it. Lydon has a deep understanding, and he doesn't want to be treated as a guinea pig. Froakie glanced back and forth at the other companions, and they didn't seem to see him at all. Just when Froakie looked depressed, Scyther raised his sickle-like arm and pointed at Froakie with a taunt gesture. It's over, this Scyther is going to be tortured to no end by Froakie. Feng Che looked helplessly at this Scyther who just had a scar and forgot the pain, and shook his head secretly. Scyther will definitely be abused by Froakie to the point of doubting his life. I saw Froakie walked with Scyther to the side of the forest with a look of excitement. At this time, the swaying bonfire lit up the surrounding forest, and Froakie smiled naively, looking very honest. Scyther, the kitten was just too powerful, this little frog looks too weak. Scyther, and just now, that little frog was still in the water sport ball. This weak water polo was split in half with one knife. Scyther, just let you see how good I am. Scyther thought contemptuously. That's because Froakie likes to keep his breath low-key, so he looks harmless to humans and animals. If you really treat Froakie as the soft persimmon of my team, it will definitely fall into trouble. Feng Che held his forehead, and Scyther was about to step on the thunder again. Scyther took a deep breath and decided to use its best substitute tactics against Froakie. And took the opportunity to harvest Froakie as his little brother, showing its status in the Feng Che team. Scyther instantly transformed into a cyan streamer, and then moved to the ground, leaving a clone on the ground. Scyther clicked 4 times in total, and 5 Scythers appeared on the ground. The 5 Scythers were exactly the same, and there were even shadows under the flickering firelight. Scyther, this Froakie is freaking me out. Scyther, Scyther looked up, his eyes were about to pop out. Scyther, what the hell is going on? How come there are so many little frogs? Froakie splits more substitutes all at once. And each of Froakie's clones moves differently, playing rough there in groups of 3 or 5. Scyther looked at his own substitute and Froakie's substitute with a bewildered expression. It was like a sky and an underground, and there was absolutely no comparison. Scyther, can't tell, completely distinguish, the breath of these clones is exactly the same, I can't tell which is real at all. Scyther, since that's the case, I'll just cut through all these substitutes. Scyther took a deep breath with a gleam in his eyes. It flapped its wings and used air cutter, and suddenly dense wind blades spread throughout the forest. Scyther, frog, take my move, Bladestorm. This dense wind blade smashed down towards the group of Froakie. Froakie, very good, this is indeed a formidable opponent, and he has used such a powerful move. Froakie, a little ashamed, my moves haven't been fully developed yet. Froakie, looks like I have to use my strongest move. Froakie folded his hands together, and a compressed water ball exuding extremely strong water-type energy appeared in his palm. Froakie controls this compressed water ball, constantly injects water-type energy into it, and maintains the balance of water-type energy. Scyther saw that all of Froakie's clones were condensing water polo, and suddenly a disdainful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Scyther, it's fantastic to try to block my most powerful moves with just such a small water polo. Froakie, no, there is no way to continue compressing it, it's a pity. Froakie threw the palm-sized compressed water polo. Immediately, the water balloon expanded rapidly, and the area was so large that it included the blade storm directly. Scyther's blade storm smashed into the sand in the mighty water pulse. Scyther, how is that possible? My favorite skill was defeated by this little frog's water polo. When Scyther was about to spread his wings to escape the attack of the water pulse had already smashed hard at Scyther. Scyther suddenly felt an extremely large suction force from the water polo, and even though Scyther flapped his wings desperately, he still didn't move. Scyther was instantly overwhelmed by water pulse. It only felt like a leaf in a violent storm, unable to control its body at all, and could only spin around with the water pulse. Eventually Scyther ran into a towering tree and stopped. It opened its eyes wearily and looked at everything around it. All the trees affected by the water pulse were slumped, and a large number of twigs and fallen leaves were scattered on the ground. Froakie, this guy woke up so soon. It seems that the power of my move is still small. I'm really ashamed after practicing for so long. Lydon shrugged and slapped Jan as if it had nothing to do with him. Lydon, fortunately, I didn't fight Froakie. Its current water-type moves are getting more and more perverted. Lydon looked up at Froakie with some wariness. In a battle, Lydon can also compete with Froakie, but this will consume a lot of his stamina, and he may not win. Lydon doesn't do such thankless things. Scyther, are you alright? Feng-Che checked Scyther's body and found that it was only slightly loose, and he was relieved immediately. This Scyther's physical fitness is extremely strong, and the water-type skill does not restrain Scyther. So the damage caused by Froakie is not as good as Lydon. After Feng-Che gave Scyther a bottle of physical strength medicine, Scyther finally regained some vitality. Scyther, careless, I didn't expect this little frog to be so powerful. Scyther, who didn't believe in evil, was still a little unwilling, and it glanced at the windy Ivysaur and the blue jay. Scyther, these two Pokemon have already evolved, and they don't seem to be easy to mess with. Finally, Scyther 3.4 feet's gaze turned to Ditto, who was lounging in front of the bonfire and eating leisurely. Scyther, this pea's eye looks weak, let me teach it a lesson and save some face. Scyther stood up and walked towards Ditto. Only after Scyther came to Ditto. Ditto just gave Scyther a languid glance, still sipping his juice quietly. This made Scyther feel that he was being greatly despised. Scyther suddenly felt humiliated. Scyther, his grandmas, Kitty and Frog, I can't do anything about it, now even your peasant dares to despise me. Scyther, in a fit of rage, reached out his sickle arm and knocked over the juice in Ditto's hand. Watching the juice trickle down to the ground, it becomes cloudy. Ditto's casual look suddenly changed, and a gleam of light shot out from Ditto's doo-doo's eyes. Ditto gave a terrifying smile. To destroy Ditto's food is to challenge Ditto's bottom line. Feng-Che looked at Scyther helplessly. He was ready for the next treatment, and he just hoped that he could learn a little more. Scyther saw the surrounding Pokemon's eyes change, and they all looked at it with sympathy. Scyther's face was dazed at the glances, and he didn't know why. Chapter 127_baby, do you want to be an escort too? Everyone looked at the furious Ditto, silently, praying for Scyther in their hearts. Blue Jay, Brother Ditto is usually cheerful, but once he is provoked when he is eating, he will immediately turn his face and fall into a state of rage. Lydon, Ditto is the most powerful Pokemon among us. Against Big Brother Ditto, you never know where the limits are. Froakie, it's so strong, it's really strong. Big Brother Ditto really deserves to be the idol I want to catch up with, and he has such a powerful aura. Ivysaur, this Scyther is dead. Don't worry, I won't watching you die, I will close my eyes. Although Ivysaur joined Feng Chie's team for a short time, Ivysaur had seen Ditto make a move. The powerful Pokemon in his eyes haven't survived Ditto's move yet. Scyther, what's the matter with everyone? Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it just a puddle of peas? It looks like this little ooze is quite angry. I just want to teach you a lesson, so that you dare. Before Scyther figured out what was going on, the ooze in front of him directly turned into a powerful Yanmega. Scyther only heard Feng Chie shouting, "Stop attacking," and fell into darkness. It's not good to provoke anyone, but I have to provoke the most powerful Ditto under my command. Feng Chie looked at Scyther, who had turned into a pig's head, and he threw the Pokeball directly. A Scyther who likes to be the eldest and pick up younger brothers everywhere. Why are there so many wonderful people under my command? Feng Chie wondered what the problem was. But this Scyther is so belligerent, it should be a good main force if it is cultivated well. I have enough Pokemon on me now, I can't grow anymore. So I have to slow down the progress. After all, some precious herbs and tree fruits have to be collected through special channels. Feng Chie picked up the Pokeball from the ground. In addition to the 2 Pokemon eggs in his space backpack, there are only Axmantis and Magneton. Vulpix's Pokemon egg is shaking faster and faster, and it should hatch soon. So I still have to get to Cinnabar Island as soon as possible and find the Crystal of Fire. Feng Chie thought secretly. On the second day, when the sun first rose, the gentle sunlight passed through the layers of branches and leaves, sprinkled on the grass, and cast mottled tree shadows. Feng Chie had come to the end of the forest. From here, Feng Chie can already see the pier and a huge cruise ship in the distance. The cruise ship is the kind of holiday cruise ship that can carry 2,000 people and has just docked at the dock at this time. I am so lucky. The cruise ship just arrived at the pier, but I don't know if there are any tickets. Feng Chie came to the ticket office of the ship in a hurry, but was told by the staff at the ticket office that all the tickets were sold out. I'm sorry, because it's the peak tourist season now, so the cruise tickets have to be booked a month in advance. If you are really in a hurry to go to Cinnabar Island, I suggest that you can spend a sum of money to contract a speedboat," said the staff apologetically. But when Feng Chie arrived at the pier, he saw very few speedboats. The speedboats are available at the dock. You have to negotiate the specific price with the owner. Of course, there is also a method that costs no money, and that is to play against the owner. The owners of these speedboats are all powerful trainers. So they are very fond of trainers with good strength. The staff patiently explained to Feng Chie. And Feng Chie learned after inquiring about the news that this time was the breeding season of Gyarados, so not many speedboat owners were willing to go to Cinnabar Island. The sea from the pier to Cinnabar Island is the densest place in Gyarados. It is the breeding season of Gyarados every year, and this is the site of the most accidents. Only a Lance crossing ship of the level of a luxury cruise ship would be willing to pay a lot of money to hire a powerful trainer to escort it. I think you should be a good trainer. If you are really anxious to go to Cinnabar Island, I have a suggestion, that is to apply for the escort trainer of the Lance crossing ship. The escort trainer of the Lance crossing is just short of manpower, you can try it. An old captain of the speedboat pointed to a Lance crossing in the distance and said to Feng Chie. Azumarill, the old captain, was badly wounded while out at sea not long ago. Feng Chie saw that the old captain helping hand healed Azumarill's injury. The old captain was very grateful, so he made this suggestion to Feng Chie, which was considered a reward for Feng Chie. Lance Crossing will have some trainers leave every time they sail, so Lance Crossing will recruit powerful trainers to escort them here. But you don't live here, so naturally you don't know about it. It happens that I have some friendship with Captain Kasha of the Lance Crossing Round, so I will write you a letter of introduction. The Lance Crossing Round will leave in 3 hours. You can go directly to him and apply for the job. The captain took out a pen and scribbled a letter of introduction. As long as you tell the sailor that it was introduced by Captain Mander, the sailor will not lose face. After Feng Che got the letter of introduction from Captain Mander, he went straight to the cruise ship. "I'm sorry, please show your ticket to be able to land on this cruise ship." A man dressed as a sailor stopped Feng Che. "I am the person introduced by Captain Mander, and I want to apply for the escort commissioner of this ship." Feng Che explained quickly. "It turned out to be the person introduced by Captain Mander, please follow me," said the sailor respectfully. He took Feng Che from the cruise ship and walked to the captain's room. "Captain, may I come in? Captain Mander has introduced an escort commissioner." The sailor knocked on the door of the captain's room. "Come in," a vigorous voice came from behind the door. Feng Che followed the sailor into the captain's room. The captain's cabin is extravagantly furnished. On the wall at the entrance of the captain's room is a row of hideous Sharpedo teeth, as well as Walrein, ivory, Gyarados, scales, and so on. Shock! These are the ocean overlords that Captain Kasha defeated, and the captain intercepted some of them as loot collections. Sailor introduced to Feng Che with an expression of admiration. "You wait a moment, and give me the letter of introduction from Captain Mander." The sailor took the letter of introduction and went to the back room. "This captain should be a sea hunter," Feng Che thought to himself. Sea hunters are an ancient profession. They take pride in catching powerful water-type Pokémon, and they are also proficient in various water-type Pokémon breeding methods. They were able to tell what Pokémon was underwater by judging the air bubbles that the water-type Pokémon breathed on the surface. It should be true, this captain is a sea hunter. No wonder the captain of this cruise ship has the confidence to drive the cruise ship in the region where Gyarados breeds. Feng Che said secretly. The sea hunters have a faint evil spirit on their bodies because they have been catching water-type Pokémon all the year round. Even Gyarados can only retreat obediently in the face of powerful sea hunters. After a while, the sailor came out to signal that Feng Che could go in. "That old guy from Captain Mander actually introduced a little doll over here." As soon as Feng Che stepped into the captain's cabin, he heard a loud voice. Feng Che saw a spirited old man glance at him, with sharp eagle-like eyes hidden under his deep pupils. The old man was probably in his 60s, and his hair was half white, but he still did not weaken the aura of bravery and majesty exuding from him. The old man was wearing a captain's suit, and he could still see his muscular lines. He was looking at a nautical chart with his hands behind his back. "Boy, do you know that the escort commissioner must be a powerful trainer? Not everyone can do it. Otherwise, I will harm you. There are at least 5 or 6 people who go missing in the Gyarados breeding region every year. Don't take it lightly. That's it, Nida, your strength on the ship is already quite good. It's up to you to test the strength of the trainer in front of you. Just send your strongest Pokémon," said the captain to the sailor. "Okay, Captain, I'll take him to our field for a test." Nida nodded. "Little baby, it's not because I don't trust you, but because the escort is too dangerous, and there is a risk of death if you are careless. You're still too young, and you still have a lot of youth." Captain Kasha turned his head and explained to Feng Che again. "I understand, Captain Cassia." Feng Che replied firmly, spit in his heart, "It's not my fault that I was born with a baby face. Although I look a little childish, so does this Captain Cassia. Good intentions. However, Captain Kasha is overthinking it." A mere escort was indeed overkill for Feng Che's strength. Go, just let me know when there is a result. If he beats you and still wants to be the escort officer on the ship, come and sign a contract with me." Captain Kasha waved his hand, indicating that they could go out. "Then I won't bother you, Captain Kasha." Nakata bowed respectfully to Captain Kasha, and then left the captain's room. "Boy, don't blame Captain Kasha for being unkind. It's really too dangerous for the escort commissioner. Even our group of sailors will be dragged into the sea by the fierce and ferocious water-type Pokémon when we are sailing at sea," Nakata explained to Feng Che. Nakata took Feng Che through the long corridor, past the power room, and came to the battle platform on the -2nd floor of the cruise ship. The playing fields here are all specially reinforced, so as long as you don't use powerful skills like Earthquake, Hyper Beam, etc., it won't affect the platform very much. Nakata introduced to Feng Che. Let's use 3 versus 3 in the game, I want to see your overall strength. Don't worry, as long as you defeat my strongest Pokemon, I will consider you qualified in 987. Quote. Nakata is extremely enthusiastic, and at the same time Nakata is also an avid battle enthusiast. It is rare for someone to come to challenge, and Nakata intends to fight enough at one time. I have no problem. I also want to play against a powerful trainer, so that I can find out my shortcomings. Feng Che nodded and agreed with Nakata's suggestion. Okay, then this is my first Pokemon. Nakata released the Mosquito Coil Frog. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Mosquito Coil Frog close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Feature, water storage. Open black lens bracket level, 28 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, glare, water gun, hypnosis, water pulse, pound, mud shot, bubble beam, rain dance, body slam, abdominal drum, ice punch, freezing wind, brick break, psybeam, wake up slap, liquid circle. Open black lens bracket status, excited close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is a very hard-working mosquito repellent frog. It has learned a lot of ice-type moves. It is not a good choice to send grass-type Pokemon to it. It has the water storage feature and is not afraid of any water-type attack. Only electrical attacks can damage it. Close black lens bracket. The Mosquito Coil Frog is a bipedal Pokemon with a spherical body. It has blue skin and a slippery, sticky liquid on its surface, which can effectively prevent enemies from grabbing it. It has spherical eyes protruding from the top of the head with tiny nostrils between the eyes. There are black counterclockwise threads on the white belly, which are the internal organs of the Mosquito Coil Frog. The feet are longer than the evolution front, and the hands have grown. Its hands appear to be wearing white mittens, and its feet are round and have no toes. The vortex of the Mosquito Coil Frog's abdomen has a subtle curvature, and if you keep staring at it, you will gradually fall asleep. Mosquito repellent frogs can learn a lot of water-type and ice-type moves. The 2 hands that grow out allow it to use Wake Up Slap. Mosquito repellent frog. This mosquito repellent frog is really well bred. Feng Che saw that this mosquito repellent incense frog was fat and fit, and when he clenched his fists tightly, there were still looming muscles. Haha, I hatched this mosquito repellent frog from a Pokemon egg. It's just that I can't afford the expensive water stone or the crown of kings, so this kid has no way to evolve to the next stage. But even so, I'm still full of confidence in my mosquito coil frog. Nita said confidently. Mr. Nita, do you have a skill CD for ice-based skills? Feng Che asked suddenly. Car. Chapter 128 _ Bubble Tactics, Ivysaur, S Counterattack. Yes there is, but that skill CD has been used by me, and my mosquito coil frog has also learned the trick of Psybeam. But my mosquito coil frog can teach Psybeam this skill. If you can defeat my Pokemon, I will let Professor Psybeam give you the Pokemon. Nita said generously. Then thank you Mr. Nita first. Feng Che threw a Pokeball and released Ivysaur from it. I told you that my mosquito repellent frog has the skill of Psybeam, and it is very restrained against grass-type Pokemon. Why do you still release Ivysaur? It's okay, Mr. Nita, my Ivysaur is very strong, it's not afraid of ice-type moves. Feng Che said to Mr. Nita, his eyes were also full of confidence that Nita couldn't understand. Mosquito Coil Frog, use Rain Dance skill. The mosquito repellent incense frog clasped its hands together, and at the same time, a thunder-like growl came from its abdomen. Feng Che could sense that the surrounding water vapor was gathered. Because it is by the sea, the mosquito coil frog uses the rain dance skill very quickly. Haha, there are many drainage outlets on the ground of the competition venue, so there is no need to worry that the rain dance skill of the mosquito coil frog will flood the competition venue. Mr. Nida explained to Feng Che proudly. Ivysaur, use grassy terrain. A pale green light flashed across Ivysaur. Suddenly, a lot of grass grew on the ground, and it was full of colorful flowers. It's really beautiful. I didn't expect the field to be full of flowers. It's amazing, Mr. Nida said with admiration. Mosquito coil frog, use the water gun. Nida then gave instructions to the mosquito coil frog. I saw the mosquito repellent incense frog open its hands and shoot out a water gun from it. Ivysaur opened his legs and danced a very peculiar dance step, and the water gun skills of the mosquito coil frog were all lost. At the same time, blossoming petals drifted out from Ivysaur. It seemed like a rain of petals of different colors had fallen from the sky. The petals crackled the moment they touched the mosquito coil frog. The mosquito repellent frog kept jumping to avoid the attack of the petals, but many were still hit by the falling petals. Petal dance. Mr. Nida was also well informed and soon discovered that the skill Ivysaur used was petal dance. Mosquito repellent frog, using the liquid circle to recover its lost stamina, and using the bubble beam at the same time. Nida quickly adjusted his tactics. A transparent liquid circle soon appeared on the wet body of the mosquito repellent incense frog, and from time to time a blue streamer disappeared into the mosquito repellent incense frog's body. After a while, the sullen mosquito repellent frog regained its spirit. The mosquito repellent frog spread out his hands again, and released a lot of bubbles from it. In the blink of an eye, the entire competition venue was filled with massive bubbles, and the figure of the mosquito repellent incense frog was also hidden in the bubbles. The mosquito repellent frog used the freezing wind. An extremely cold breath emerged from the bubble. The bubbles that stayed beside Ivysaur suddenly burst under the blowing of the freezing wind. The bubbles turned into ice chips and fell on Ivysaur, causing Ivysaur to sneeze hard. And the slippery bubbles on the ground made Ivysaur a little unsteady. Although the ground was covered with grass, because the bubbles released by the mosquito coil frog were as smooth as cooking oil, the soles of Ivysaur's feet slipped, and he suddenly fell to the ground with an unstable center of gravity. Ivysaur, don't worry, use the vine whip to stabilize yourself and use the razor leaf to attack the bubbles. Feng Che comforted Ivysaur. I saw Ivysaur pull out vine whip directly from his body, trying to plunge into the ground to stabilize his figure, but he didn't expect vine whip to slip, and a reaction force made Ivysaur slip out fiercely. It's incredible. I didn't expect that this bubble could be used like this. It's really eye-opening. Feng Che said with a smile. At this moment he was not worried that Ivysaur would lose. Ivysaur, don't panic, swipe on the ground with vine whip. As long as you master the skills of skating, you will be able to control the balance of your body very well. You are not who you were now, and it is very simple for you to control the balance of your body now. Feng Che encouraged Ivysaur. Ivysaur nodded. It tries to maintain its own balance, then slides the ground alternately with 4 vine whips. Your Ivysaur is really good. It can move freely on such a smooth ground. Nida looked at the flexible Ivysaur with interest and praised again and again. Instead of attacking, Nida allowed Ivysaur to get used to how to move freely in the bubble. He was also curious about how Ivysaur would fight next. Ivysaur, good, then the razor leaf. Feng Che saw that Ivysaur was able to glide smoothly in the bubble. It's useless, my mosquito coil frog is already hidden in the bubble, it's impossible for razor leaf to hit the mosquito coil frog. Nida shook his head and said with a look of victory. Mosquito coil frog, use mud shot. A dozen tiny mud suddenly rushed out of the bubble and rushed in the direction of Ivysaur. If Ivysaur hadn't used vine whip to dodge in time, it's very likely that Ivysaur would have been drowned by the oncoming mud. Even so, Ivysaur was still covered in a lot of dirt. Ivysaur was gasping for breath. The slippery bubbles made it difficult for Ivysaur to move and slowed down a lot. How, boy, my mosquito repellent incense frog is amazing. It hasn't made a big move yet. Your Ivysaur looks like it can't stand it anymore. The mosquito coil frog was completely hidden in the bubbles. Unless the bubbles are emptied in an instant, the mosquito coil frog will create as many bubbles as Ivysaur destroys. Ivysaur, use solar beam and wait for my command. Feng Che said to Ivysaur's telepathy. When Ivysaur heard Feng Che's words, the flower buds glowed slightly. But by this time the sun was high, and the strong sunlight was shining on the playing field, obscuring the signs of Ivysaur using the solar beam. Okay, mosquito coil frog, let's stop playing, just use Psybeam and end this battle. When Nita felt that he had figured out Ivysaur's attack routine, he quickly issued an order. An icy blue light rushed out from a bubble, and all the bubbles burst. The bubbles turned into ice chips all over the sky, and a layer of white ice mist drifted in the air. Under the sunlight, it was crystal clear and colorful, which was really beautiful. Right now, Ivysaur, use solar beam in the direction of Psybeam. Feng Che said suddenly. Ivysaur's solar beam has long been ready. I saw that the saffron-colored solar beam and the ice-blue Psybeam collided fiercely. Wherever the pulse wave passed, all the bubbles burst, and the ice mist dissipated instantly. Feng Che saw the mosquito-repellent frog showing its figure. Mosquito coil frog's hands are vigorously releasing Psybeam to compete with Ivysaur's solar beam. Very well, now, Ivysaur, use Vine Whip to defeat the mosquito coil frog. Feng Che said to Ivysaur. Ivysaur had 4 stout vine whips sticking out of his back. The 4 vine whips were intertwined with each other again, forming a huge slap and smashed hard in the direction of the mosquito coil frog. Mosquito coil frog, be careful. Nita was shocked to see the huge vine whip coming. But the mosquito-repellent frog at this time is facing off against Ivysaur's solar beam, and can't get out of his body to avoid the attack of Ivysaur's vine whip. Only a thud was heard. The mosquito-repellent incense frog was directly slapped on the ground by vine whip. A herringbone-shaped pit appeared on the ground, and there was also a small-scale vibration on the playing field. The mosquito-repellent frog lay motionless on the ground, obviously losing consciousness. I lost and lost. Ivysaur was able to use dual purposes in a fierce confrontation and counterattack against the trend. It's amazing, it's amazing. Mr. Nita gave Ivysaur a thumbs up. Ivysaur heard compliments from outsiders, he danced with joy and jumped up. At this time, there was still a slippery bubble of slime on the playing field. As a result, Ivysaur, who was overwhelmed with excitement, slipped and fell to the ground by himself. Ivysaur, it's over, it's a big shame. Ivysaur blushed in shame, pulled out Vine Whip and quickly covered his eyes. Haha, Ivysaur, you behaved too well, come back first. Feng Che took back Ivysaur. Come back, mosquito coil frog. Mr. Nita also took back the mosquito coil frog. Your Ivysaur is really well bred. I once defeated Venusaur with a mosquito coil frog in a battle. I didn't expect your Ivysaur to defeat my mosquito coil frog. Mr. Nita laughed. This battle gave Mr. Nita the feeling that he was on an adversary. Come on, here's my second Pokemon, come out, Golduck. A slender blue Pokemon appeared on the field. Golduck is a Pokemon with the characteristic appearance of a duck. Evolution, the body changes from yellow to blue. There is a red bead on Golduck's forehead, his eyes are minimized but they become larger and more energetic, the duck's bill is narrow and pointed, and 4 spike-like protrusions grow on the top of his head. Its limbs have become slender, with 3 fingers on its hands and 4 toes on its feet, one of which is facing backwards, and the webs between the fingers and toes are white. Golduck paddles with the palm of the hand and swims extremely fast, even in rough seas. When the red part of the head glows, 100% of the power on the body is released. It can learn powerful psychic and water moves, making it a good water-type Pokemon. Because it can use psychic-type moves, it is often mistaken for psychic Pokemon. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Golduck close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent, yellow. Characteristic, travel freely. Open black lens bracket level, 24 close black lens bracket. Attribute, water. Skills, water gun, confusion, fury swipes, water pulse, disable, zen headbutt, screech, rain dance, amnesia, shadow claw, psychic, substitute, calm mind, pre-future sight, hyper beam, light screen. Open black lens bracket status. Disdain close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This is an extremely lecherous Golduck. It can exert 200% of its ability when facing bikini beauties. Unfortunately, its trainer is a man with 5.3 rough. Close black lens bracket. Extremely lecherous Golduck. Why is this scene so familiar? Feng Che recalled that Misty once mistook an extremely lecherous Golduck for the evolution body of his Psyduck. Nuo Qianzhao, however, why do the Pokemon in Shintian have so many skills? Feng Che was very curious about this. After all, skills are very expensive in the Pokemon world. Judging from Nida's dress, Nida does not look like a rich man. Could it be because of the Sea Hunter organization? It seems that the Sailor Shintian is not simple. Feng Che secretly guessed. After all, the Sea Hunters are an ancient organization that specializes in hunting rare and powerful water-type Pokemon. As for the assessment of becoming a Sea Hunter, Feng Che had also heard a little about it. That's taming a water-type Pokemon with your bare hands. The Sea Hunter will judge whether the apprentice Sea Hunter can become a regular based on the degree of taming the Pokemon. Come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che released a Blue Jay with a similar level to Golduck. Although both Froakie and Litten have the strength to fight Golduck, this will cause Froakie and Litten to be unable to recover for several days after the battle. Therefore, Feng Che still did not prepare to leapfrog to fight monsters. This is a Pokemon I haven't seen before, but I think this Pokemon is very strong. Nida said with a serious look at the Blue Jay. Golduck, cheer yourself up so you don't capsize in the gutter. Nida was angry when he saw Golduck's lazy face. Otherwise I will deduct your rations, you know I can do it. Nida threatened Golduck, which made Golduck a little more serious. It's not quite right, why is Shintian's Golduck so lazy? Feng Che was secretly vigilant. After all, he needed an extra miracle eye when he was out. A normal Pokemon wouldn't be so perfunctory with his trainer. Chapter 129 _ What I want is a soft girl. What the hell is this burly guy? Golduck, HMPH, if you hadn't snatched me from the pretty lady, how could I have become like this? Golduck, the trainer I want is a sweet and soft girl. Seeing you, a big guy, makes me want to die. Golduck, Golduck's voice said that it was robbed, preempted, or snatched, the nature of the two is different. Feng Che was very puzzled. But Feng Che didn't hear much useful information from Golduck's heart, which made Feng Che very confused. Golduck, use Calm Mind to increase your strength. Nida said to Golduck. Blue Jay, peck. Facing a powerful enemy like Golduck, Feng Che simply gave this order to Blue Crow. The Blue Jay's mouth suddenly stretched out and pecked at the ruby in the middle of Golduck's forehead. Golduck, it's a hassle, if I use Calm Mind in full, the Blue Jays will attack me. Golduck, I have no choice but to interrupt Calm Mind. Golduck opened his eyes immediately and spat out a water gun at the Blue Jay rushing over. Your Pokemon is really fast. My Golduck used to be fast with Calm Mind. As a result, your Pokemon forced my Golduck to forcibly stop Calm Mind, barely avoiding its attack. The speed of this Pokemon is really amazing. Nida applauded for the Blue Jay. Feng Che felt that Shintian's gaze towards Blue Crow was full of heat, as if he had seen a rare treasure. Little friend, can you tell me the name of this Pokemon? Nida said excitedly. Feng Che saw that Shintian's eyes stayed on Lanya's body for a while and did not move away. There's something wrong, there's definitely something wrong with this guy. Feng Che faintly felt that something was wrong, but he still smiled and said to Shintian, this Pokemon is called Blue Crow. Okay, Blue Crow, this is a good name. Shintian repeatedly praised. It's an excellent prey. If I can snatch this Pokemon and hand it over to the organization, I may get a very generous reward. Let me test the potential of this Pokemon first. Shintian thought to himself. A hint of slyness flashed in his lowered eyes. On the surface, Nida is a crew member of 987, but he is secretly a member of a poacher organization. Poacher groups are the dark side of bounty guilds. They unscrupulously snatch rare Pokemon from some trainers and sold them to nobles or underground organizations at high prices. Sometimes they will kill Pokemon trainers directly in front of Pokemon, causing an indelible psychological shadow on Pokemon. The Alliance issues an order that as long as any poacher organization is discovered, it will be reported to the Alliance, and the Alliance will conduct unified arrests. This Mr. Nida should not be a sea hunter. Because sea hunters are mainly good at cultivating water-type Pokemon, they normally don't show this covert look to Pokemon other than water-type Pokemon. He is most likely a member of a poacher group. That would explain why he didn't follow the captain's instructions at first to have to 3 versus 3 with me. His real purpose should be to take the opportunity to see what rare Pokemon I have on me. Feng Che thought secretly. Feng Che naturally knew that the poachers were organized, so from the beginning he had a faint feeling that something was wrong with this Shintian. But this is just my guess. If people don't commit crimes, I won't commit crimes. Let's wait and see what medicines are sold in this Shintian gourd. After all, getting into a poacher organization is not in line with my low-key original intention, and being hunted down by a poacher organization is quite troublesome. Feng Che secretly muttered a few words in his heart and then continued to instruct the Blue Crow to attack Golduck. Golduck, use Rain Dance. Nida glanced at Blue Jay again, and then gave Golduck an order. The original rain dance of the mosquito coil frog had just dissipated, so Golduck quickly gathered the clouds that had not completely dissipated. Immediately, the entire venue was covered with dark clouds, and the rain began to pour down. The Blue Jay quietly turned into a blue streamer and circled rapidly in the air, and not a drop of rain fell on the Blue Jay. Blue Jays use Storm. Feng Che gave an order. The Blue Jay flapped its wings, and 2 twisters quietly formed. Twister is constantly involved in the rain, and gradually Twister becomes a waterspout. These 2 huge waterspouts even tore the dark clouds in the sky into 2 halves. Amazing, really amazing, this Pokemon's power to control the wind is so terrifying. Nida praised. He really liked Feng Che's Blue Jay more and more. He felt that all the cells in his body were calling for him to quickly plunder this Blue Jay into his hands. This is the unique nature of senior poachers. Golduck, use Confusion. Although the rain dance was forcibly interrupted by the storm, it also inspired Golduck's free-roaming nature. Golduck's speed suddenly increased. Very well, Blue Jay, catch Golduck's movements with the nib drill. Feng Che saw Golduck transformed into a blue streamer, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it's speed, my Blue Jay can't lose. Feng Che is very confident about this. The Blue Jay who has taken the sand scale medicine can fly faster than a Pidgeot. The Blue Jay flapped its wings, its beak suddenly elongated, and it used a pointed drill in the direction of Golduck. Immediately, the Blue Jay's beak turned into the rapid spin's electric drill, pecking at Golduck fiercely. Golduck's speed is getting faster and faster, but it is stunned to find that his speed is not as fast as the Blue Jay. It suddenly had a hunch that it had been locked on by the Blue Jay, and no matter how much it dodged, it couldn't avoid the Blue Jay's attack range. Golduck, no, why do I feel like I'm being detected by this Pokemon in front of me? Golduck, if it goes on like this, maybe my body will be pierced directly by this Pokemon. Golduck, at that time, this poacher will not be so kind to save me, so I must find a way to save myself now. Golduck spreads its claws, laying down saffron-colored light screens. After Golduck set up the light screen, he felt that it was still not safe, so he quietly set up a substitute behind the light screen to block in front of him. Meanwhile Golduck continued to separate the substitute to confuse the Blue Jays. Sure enough, the Blue Jay's sharp-nosed drill pierced through the light screen under Golduck's cloth very easily. Light screen suddenly shattered into pieces, turning into pieces of saffron-colored fragments and disappearing into the air, The sharp-nosed drill pierced Golduck's substitute instantly, and the sharp-nosed drill's Yue pierced Golduck's avatar at the same time. If it wasn't for Golduck's timely defense, and his clever use of substitute plus substitute, it would have been directly pierced by Jianzui's station. Golduck looked at the pierced substitute with an expression of the rest of his life. Golduck, how dangerous. This Pokemon is too strong. It scared the duck to death. Golduck, too bad I was plundered by the poachers and became his Pokemon, and he also made the psychic leave a ban in my mind. Golduck, otherwise I would have run away and fought in fear all day long. Golduck looked quite helpless, but there was no way. The prohibition set by Psychic was something it couldn't break through. Golduck, great, use Fury Swipes. Nita thought that the Blue Jays just couldn't distinguish Golduck's substitute, so they didn't hit Golduck. He didn't even think it was Golduck who was alert and used his substitute early to block the deadly attack. Blue Jays, use Whirlwind. The Blue Jay flapped its wings desperately, forming a 10th level gale. Golduck, do you just pretend to be attacked by the Pokemon in front of you and just fall down? Golduck, if I was so serious, I would definitely be seriously injured, and this poacher wouldn't treat me well. Golduck is very clear in his heart BHDE, that once he is injured, Shintian will not treat it. If he is seriously injured, he may be directly abandoned and die on his own. After all, it is just a dispensable tool for Nita. Its value is to detect whether some trainers have valuable Pokemon in their hands. Nita raised his arm and pretended to look at his watch. In fact, after he pointed the camera hidden on the watch at the Blue Jay, he quietly pressed the shutter and sent the Blue Jay's photo to the dark web of the poacher organization. He wanted to see if there were any big customers who ordered this Pokemon directly with him, so that he could take action in time after catching the Blue Jays. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the communication device hidden in his ears to receive numerous communication invitations. This Pokemon is really valuable, haha, I definitely made a fortune this time. And the Royal 3 just now. Shintian's eyes kept rolling, secretly calculating, his eyes were full of greed. Shintian was only immersed in the joy of making a fortune, he didn't notice at all, these small movements of his have long been seen by Feng Che. It seems that this Pokemon poacher can't wait. Is the Blue Jay's photo going to be released after I can't help it? Feng Che thought to himself, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If I'm not mistaken, this new field should have thought about stealing Pokemon from me. One of the best ways is to use the opportunity to teach skills after losing the game, to take the Pokemon from my hands smoothly, and then take the Pokemon without saying goodbye. This is Feng Che's way of thinking that Shintian can steal his own Pokemon. But this person shouldn't have thought of it, I've already known foresight about his conspiracy. Feng Che smiled secretly. However, now the enemy is in the open, and I'm in the dark. I'd better not pierce the window paper and pretend that I don't know anything. Shintian is not a simple sailor. He is very shrewd and cunning. Who knows if he has any other means on the cruise ship, so I'll stay put and act again when the time comes. Feng Che secretly thought about the next countermeasures. The Blue Jay used a peck at the ruby on Golduck's forehead. Feng Che shouted loudly, and finally Feng Che spoke to the Blue Crow's mind. Blue Jay, use less force, don't hurt this Golduck. Feng Che thinks this Golduck is quite interesting. Finding an excellent beauty trainer for it should be able to show its true strength. At this time, Golduck was using all his strength, pretending to resist the attack of the Blue Jay Whirlwind with all his might. The Blue Jay quickly turned into a blue streamer, directly hitting Golduck's ruby core. Under Feng Che's hint, the Blue Jay's light peck was like a tickling to Golduck, which was completely unexpected by Golduck. But couldn't bear Golduck's good acting skills. Golduck fainted on the ground like a lightning strike. Blue Jay, is this down? This guy is too weak and I'm already trying to slow down. This is another Pokemon that can take gold people. Feng Che looked at Golduck who fell to the ground and couldn't help but help his forehead. This Blue Jay is really strong. I remember this Golduck killed a lot of Pokemon when I snatched it from its original trainer. Such a powerful Golduck is in front of this Blue Jay, it's only 2 rounds. I lost completely. Nita sighed secretly. His desire to get the Pokemon in front of him became more and more urgent. I have to find a better reason to deceive the Blue Jays from this trainer, so that I can spend the least price. Anyway, I have been closely investigated by the Alliance recently, and my identity will be exposed. Just finish this last vote and just find a way to change your identity and continue to live. Nita thought secretly. Akita Nita appears to be a sailor, but he's actually a wanted criminal for a snatched Pokemon wanted by the Alliance. Boy, you're really good. This is my last Pokemon. It is also the strongest Pokemon in my hands. If you can defeat it, I will recognize your strength. Nita said with a smile. Come out, Tentacruel. Nita threw a Pokeball and threw a Tentacruel. Tentacruel is a Pokemon in the shape of a jellyfish. Its head is blue, wider and larger than the Tentacool, and still has 2 large and 1 small red agate-like objects on its head. Its eyes shifted to the lower black part, and it grew blue pincer-like objects. The number of tentacles has increased to 80, but they will fall off with age. 80 tentacles allow Tentacruel to move very freely. Humans or Pokemon stung by Tentacruel will experience sharp pain and become poisoned. During battle, Tentacruel's 80 tentacles can all stretch out to create a poisonous encirclement net. Tentacruel, this is a common Pokemon among sailors, and Tentacruel's attacks are also terrifying. Feng Che looked at Tentacruel, who was dancing wildly with his tentacles, and thought to himself. Each tentacle of Tentacruel is the equivalent of a venom syringe. As long as it is entangled by Tentacruel, it will almost become food in Tentacruel's mouth. In that case, Arbok, come on. Feng Che threw out Ditto. An Arbok with a length of more than 3 meters appeared on the field. Ditto opened his hideous mouth and spat out a red snake letter. Tentacruel raised his head, and most of his tentacles were raised high, ready to fight. Tentacruel, use bundles. Nita's idea is very simple. Restrain Arbok and slowly inject venom into Arbok. Tentacruel's venom contains nerve-paralyzing toxins. As long as the toxin is successfully injected into Arbok's body, Arbok is like meat on a cutting board, letting Tentacruel knead at will. This Tentacruel is still the weakest Pokemon in hand. No one would have thought that I was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Nita was secretly proud. Chapter 130 _ Lance Crossing, Undercover meets Undercover. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Tentacruel close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent yellow. Feature, rain dish. Open black lens bracket level, 31 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus water. Skills, swords dance, drain, stalker, scary face, reflect type, poison sting, water gun, acid, binding, water pulse, screech, bubble beam, sludge wave tilde, agility, poison jab. Open black lens bracket status, calm close black lens bracket. Evaluation. This Tentacruel has its own unique talent in poison production, and can secrete different toxins according to the needs of the trainer. This is a good choice for poison trainers. Close black lens bracket. Stinger, mother with a talent for poisoning, my dear. If this Tentacruel is given to Agatha Elite, it should be quite a good apprenticeship. Tentacruel, which can secrete different toxins, is very impressive. Feng Che looked at this talented Tentacruel and secretly made a small calculation. This Tentacruel is pretty good. However, gentlemen don't take people's favor. If you use grabbing directly, it doesn't fit my style. However, poachers, everyone gets them and kills them, so you can make an exception. If this poacher is still a thief and wants to plunder my Pokemon, then don't blame me for being rude. Feng Che thought to himself, the corner of his mouth raised a nice arc. Tentacruel swam fast on the slippery ground, each of its tentacles very flexible. But Ditto is more flexible than Tentacruel. I saw it move quickly in a zigzag shape, dodging Tentacruel's binding attack. Tentacruel fluttered. Even Ditto's quick movement caused Tentacruel to lose control of his speed and slip to the ground heavily, throwing a dog in the mud. Tentacruel, are you all right? Nita watched Tentacruel struggling to climb up from the ground. This Pokemon was one of the main Pokemon he really cultivated. Tentacruel, use ultrasound. After seeing that Tentacruel was okay, Nita issued an attack order to Tentacruel. Tentacruel raised his head high and made a harsh sound. Arbok, defend against ultrasonic attacks. Ditto's body rustled, using the vibrations of the scales to evade the ultrasonic attack. This Arbok can dodge Tentacruel's ultrasound with its scales. It's a rare game. I just happened to have a client who wanted me to capture a powerful Arbok, and I thought the Arbok in front of me was just right. Nita secretly calculated. Tentacruel, use Venom Splash. Tentacruel's 80 tentacles all secreted toxins, and it pointed in the direction of Ditto. Immediately, the venom shot out like a bullet. Arbok, use Poison Sting. Ditto opened his mouth and spit out countless poison stings as thin as cow hair. This poison sting just hit the venom shot by Tentacruel and nailed it directly to the ground. The venom was liquid but could be blocked by poison sting and pinned to the ground, showing Ditto's precise manipulation of skills. Little friend, your Pokemon really refreshed me. I've never met a Pokemon who can hack my Tentacruel's Venom Splash. A burning look flashed in Nita's eyes, and he was also very satisfied with this item. Very well, after I leave this boy on the boat, I will deceive all the Pokemon in this boy's hands. If this boy is illiterate, I'll have to use Force Snatch. Although the strength of this Arbok is good, it must not be able to deal with several Pokemon of the same level at the same time. Nita thought to himself. As everyone knows, the young trainer on the opposite side, who seems to be inexperienced in the world, is a 1,000-year-old fox. Feng Che was also secretly observing Shintian's demeanor. Sure enough, I'm secretly coveting my Arbok again. It's really not greedy enough to swallow an elephant. This poacher probably also poached a lot of Pokemon. Feng Che also regarded Shintian as his prey. Although the poacher organization is more troublesome, as long as the tail is not left, there should be no big problem. Tentacruel, use the sludge wave. Tentacruel spit out large slugs of mud from his mouth, flooding the entire playing field. HMPH, this sludge wave contains a lot of toxins, and even a Pokemon with a strong anti-poison ability won't be able to last long in this sludge wave. Shintian snorted coldly. Arbok, crawl through the mud quickly, and then use the Thunder Fang against Tentacruel. Feng Che gave an order. How is it possible? This Arbok has no sign of poisoning, and it can quickly shuttle through the venom-filled sludge. Be sure to get it. This Arbok will definitely be able to sell for a good price. More and more, what a surprise. Nita felt every cell in his body cheering. I didn't expect to catch a big fish before I left. Shintian felt as if he had discovered a new continent. This Tentacruel is really powerful, and it can actually create a poisonous swamp similar to a poisonous snake swamp. Feng Che looked at the colorful and bubbling sludge, and was a little shocked. Ditto evaded the power of Tentacruel's sludge wave by closing the scales on his body. Very good, if this Tentacruel is given to Agatha Elite, I can get a lot of benefits. Feng Che's eyes also flashed a scorching heat. Ditto roamed faster and faster. No matter how Tentacruel attacked, there was no way to attack Ditto. Tentacruel, don't be nervous, wait for Arbok to approach, use Thunder Fang. Nita said confidently. Tentacruel is invincible in melee combat. Nita can't believe that Tentacruel can't hit Arbok like this. Ditto opened its huge bloody mouth, its fangs turned saffron-colored, and there was a chirping like 1,000 birds. Facing Tentacruel's attack of nearly 80 tentacles, Ditto quickly wriggled his body. Ditto's body twisted and dodged quickly, and it made Tentacruel's attacks miss with an extremely cunning movement. Ditto bit Tentacruel's body hard, and the power of the Thunder Fangs poured into Tentacruel's body. Tentacruel was crackling with electricity, and the 80 tentacles were flailing, trying to get rid of Ditto's attack. But Ditto didn't let go of Bite Tentacruel until Tentacruel's tentacles fell limply and he let go of his mouth. Very well, Arbok. Feng Che looked at the countless scars on Ditto's body from Tentacruel's beatings with some heartache. But Ditto, Han, just smiled at himself, with a look of victory joy. Come back, Arbok, thank you for your hard work. Feng Che took back Ditto. Your Arbok is really strong, and you are a really good trainer. Don't worry, I will tell the captain to make you an escort specialist. Nita returned to a harmless appearance. Thank you so much, Mr. Nita. Feng Che pretended to be happy, and hurriedly bowed to Shintian and said. By the way, I didn't say it just now, as long as you defeat me, I will let your Pokémon learn Ice-type moves. I don't know which Pokémon you want to learn, can you let me take a look at you? Pokémon, Nita said loudly, looking like a big brother. Haha, Brother Shintian, I don't have a Water-type Pokémon yet. Did Brother Shintian give me one? Feng Che said jokingly. Haha, your Brother Shintian doesn't have any extra Water-type Pokémon. My Pokémon are all my friends. I can't separate them from them. I'm sorry. Shintian laughed and rejected Feng Che's request. That would be a pity. Feng Che said with a feigned regret. I think Big Brother Shintian has a lot of things to do, so I won't waste Big Brother Shintian's time. Let's go to the captain's room to go through the formalities. Feng Che interrupted Shintian, facing Shintian. Urged. Damn brat, it's so insufferable. Alright, I'll report to the captain first, and after I settle this brat on the boat, I'll take care of this brat slowly. For flowers. When Shintian rolled his eyes, he suddenly had an idea. When Shintian and Feng Che came to the captain's room again, there was a red-haired man in a cloak. Lance Crossing, why are you here? Is he tracking down the poacher organization? Feng Che was a little surprised when he saw Lance Crossing appear here. Lance Crossing did some cross-dressing. Feng Che still saw at a glance that the red-haired man in front of him was Lance Crossing. Why is that kid here? He seems to have recognized my disguise. A look of surprise appeared in Lance Crossing's eyes, and he quickly recovered. Lance Crossing also recognized Feng Che at a glance, the boy who rescued him on Dead Island. It seems that the people on this boat are indeed weird. What is the purpose of this kid sneaking into the boat? Lance Crossing won't forget that the kid in front of him is a member of Team Rockets. Shintian, it seems that the battle between you and Feng Che is over. From the look on your face, it seems that Feng Che has won. Captain Kasha was the first to speak after seeing Feng Che and Shintian coming in. Yes, Captain, Feng Che passed the test. Nita replied quickly. It seems that the old man Monde has good eyesight and can pass the test of Shintian smoothly. You seem to be very young, and you are quite powerful. Congratulations, you can become an escort commissioner. Captain Kasha looked at Feng Che with admiring eyes and said. This person is called Asuka. He is a powerful flight trainer. He will join us as an escort specialist this time. Shintian, put Feng Che and Fei Nao in the same cabin. Captain Kasha warned Nita. Feng Che and Lance Crossing looked at each other and smiled, as if they had just met. Okay, I'm going to rest for a while. I'm old, really old, just standing for a while, I feel so tired. Captain Kasha stretched and made the sound of popping beans. Okay, Captain, follow me, please. Nita stared at Lance Crossing, a very ordinary young man with a thin golbat on his shoulders, looking a little weak. Just put them together so I can loot their Pokémon all at once. Nita thought to herself, licking her lips. In 2 days, the senior cadres of the poacher organization will join forces on the ship to loot the rare Pokémon. At that point, I'll take advantage of the chaos to carry out my plan and loot their Pokémon. Then I find a place where no one can find it and live a secluded life. I can't stay here any longer. Nita led Lance Crossing and Feng Che to a remote cabin on the ship, and he opened the cabin with a set of keys in his hand. This is the temporary residence of the two on the ship. It is the cabin where our crew members lived before. It is a bit simple. Please don't dislike it. As soon as Feng Che entered the room, he smelled a very strong salty smell, and it was messy inside. The room is very big, but the clothes are scattered, smelly socks and dirty clothes are everywhere, and a very sour smell blows in the face as soon as you walk in. Feng Che looked at Lance Crossing's unchanging expression, and secretly admired it. This is the cabin where the crew rested in the past, but it has not been cleaned up, so don't dislike it. Pound, then, I will go to receive tourists first, and now I can give you a little rest time. When the cruise ship sails, you will not have it either. So free, Nita said with a smile. Then the cabin door creaked shut, and there was the sound of Nita's footsteps. Feng Che and Lance Crossing looked at each other at this moment, and both remained silent. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Feng Che and Lance Crossing heard footsteps slowly leaving. Lance Crossing took out a signal blocker from the storage ring, capable of blocking all signals in the room. Thanks to you last time, thank you for saving my life. Lance Crossing said gratefully. Lance Crossing knew in his heart that the boy in front of him was from Team Rockets and the enemy. But he is a man of temperament who knows what he likes and dislikes, and who distinguishes right from wrong. He has a hunch that this young man will not be his real enemy in the future. Husband. Chapter 131 _ this thigh, hug tightly, that's right. In Dead Island, you have already used the herbs and tree fruits in your storage ring as a reward, so you don't need to thank me anymore. Feng Che waved his hand and said with a smile. Next. Lance Crossing threw something into Feng Che's hands. Feng Che took a closer look, and it turned out to be a storage ring. It's a storage ring, it's a different style than mine, it's a bit bigger, and it can store living things, explained Lance Crossing. Then I'm welcome. Feng Che did not refuse, and directly accepted the storage ring, which was exactly what he needed. Also, I want you to customize Pokeblocks for my Pokemon. I'm not at ease with the breeders of the Alliance right now, Lance Crossing said. I'm fine, after all, making Pokeblocks is not difficult for me. But, do you really mind? I'm a member of Team Rockets. Feng Che said with a half smile, looking at him with some doubts. Lance Crossing. Facing the sudden request of Lance Crossing, Feng Che was not sure, would Lance Crossing really believe in him so much? Although you are a Team Rockets member, you have your principles. Just like in Dead Island before, didn't you save me despite the pursuit order of Team Rockets and Dragonite? Unlike the current alliance, some people have no bottom line to achieve their goals. Lance Crossing. After he finished speaking, he lowered his eyes, and his eyes darkened. After all, this is the alliance he has been loyal to for a long time, and it is what he has always believed in. When I left on Dead Island before, I only told you my code name, my real name is Feng Che. After making sure that he had gained Lance Crossing's trust, Feng Che extended his hand to Lance Crossing. After all, Feng Che firmly believed that Lance Crossing's thigh should be hugged tightly by 987, that's right. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Lance Crossing's heart finally dropped. When he knew that the poison in Dragonite was done by the Alliance, he already had a grudge against the Alliance in his heart. Lance Crossing didn't dare to hand over the safety of his Pokemon to the Alliance again. He was afraid that his Pokemon would be assassinated by someone from the Alliance because of his negligence. He still had lingering fears when he thought about the Dragonite poisoning last time. If he hadn't happened to meet Feng Che, he wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen to this Dragonite that he cultivated from Dratini. Do you have any mission to go to Cinnabar Island this time? Lance Crossing asked tentatively. My mission has been completed, and now I have a 3-month break. I plan to go to Cinnabar Island to train Pokemon, and look for the Crystal of Fire by the way. My Vulpix is about to hatch, and I want to find one before the Vulpix hatches. The Crystal of Fire improves Vulpix's aptitude. Feng Che explained to Lance Crossing. The purpose of your coming to this ship this time should be to track down the poacher organization, right? Feng Che directly stated his guess to Lance Crossing. After all, with the existence of Lance Crossing, Feng Che felt that it would be extra safe on this unknowable giant ship. That's right, I received a quest where some of the trainers, rare Pokemon were looted by a poacher group. After a series of investigations, I found one thing in common, and that is that these trainers who were looted by poacher groups for Pokemon have all been on this cruise ship. So there should be poaching groups on this cruise ship. Eyeliner. Lance Crossing did not shy away from revealing his mission in front of Feng Che. You know the poachers too. Did you find any clues? Lance Crossing asked curiously. He didn't expect Feng Che to guess the purpose of his trip. It seems that he found something. I think you can check the sailor just now. He should be the eyeliner of the poacher group. When I played against him, I found that he was very interested in my Pokemon. Although he hides it well, but I still found the clue. That sailor is not simple, there must be something wrong. Feng Che said with great certainty. I received inside information that 2 days later, the poaching organization will launch an attack on the cruise ship. This time, the one who came to loot Pokemon is a high-level poacher organization. I want to try to arrest him. Lance Crossing said slowly, his expression gradually becoming a little dignified. At that time, I'm a little overwhelmed. You have to take care of your own safety. Lance Crossing attaches great importance to this national treasure level talent who is younger than himself but proficient in pharmacy. I see, I'll be careful to hide. You release your Pokemon one by one, and I'll help you check if your Pokemon has any dark wounds. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. At present, the entire strength of the enemy is still unclear. At this time, Lance Crossing is our highest combat strength. Feng Che must ensure that there are no hidden dangers before he can rest assured. Lance Crossing released 2 Pokemon such as Dragonair, Aerodactyl, and Charizard in turn. Although the environment of this cabin is not good, the space is large enough to accommodate the Pokemon of Lance Crossing. Your Pokemon is healthy, and your physique has improved after taking my Pokeblocks. Dragonair has reached the edge of the evolution. I suggest returning to the Dragon's Cave to complete the final evolution. Your Royal Dragon family should have a way to make Dragonair's successful evolution into Dragonite. Feng Che breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that these Pokemons from Lance Crossing were all right. Fortunately, Lance Crossing was very persuasive. After Death Island, he raised his vigilance. Except for the poisoned Dragonite, no other Pokemon were injured. By the way, do you have Aerodactyl training? Seeing Lance Crossing, Feng Che suddenly remembered the Aerodactyl he had conquered. This Lance Crossing is the backbone of the Royal Dragon family. The Royal Dragon family is a family that mainly uses Dragon-type Pokemon. It must know a lot of ways to cultivate Dragon-type Pokemon. You captured Aerodactyl. Lance Crossing looked surprised. Feng Che nodded. With what he knew about Lance Crossing, he knew that Lance Crossing could be trusted, so he did not deny it. Then you must never let it out in a normal game. Aerodactyl is a fossil Pokemon, and every time one appears, it must be filed with the Alliance. My Aerodactyl is also approved by the Alliance to use it, otherwise it will be regarded as poaching fossil Pokemon, and it will be jailed. Also remember to never teleport this kind of Pokemon from the Alliance's Pokemon teleporter. Lance Crossing hurriedly warned Feng Che. Feng Che nodded again and again. He felt that he really did not see the wrong person. This is the training experience of Aerodactyl. Hope to have helping hand for you. Lance Crossing took out Aerodactyl training tips from the storage ring. Feng Che took a look, and it recorded a lot of skills for training Aerodactyl and methods for teaching Aerodactyl to master skill moves. Thanks, this training experience is really helping hand for me. While smiling, Feng Che accepted this experience unceremoniously. Passengers, gentlemen, I'm Captain Kasha, and the cruise is about to sail. There will be a strong tremor when the cruise ship starts. Please stay in your room and don't move around for the time being. Wait for the cruise ship to sail smoothly before you can move freely on the deck. Captain Kashia's voice was heard throughout the cruise ship. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door outside. Little friend, I am Shintian, are you in there? Nita slammed the door loudly. Brother Shintian, are we going to be on duty instead? Feng Che opened the door and welcomed Shintian in. No, the underground black market for cruise ships is about to open. Nida explained. Underground black market. Isn't this forbidden by the Alliance? Feng Che pretended to be incredible. Haha, where there are people, there is naturally a demand. As long as you don't say it out, no one will check it. Come on, I'll take you to the underground black market of this cruise ship, in a cabin we specially vacated. Nida said enthusiastically. Okay, then I'm welcome. Feng Che said, and winked at Lance Crossing secretly. Feng Che wanted to know what medicine Shintian sold in the gourd, so he and Lance Crossing followed Shintian out without hesitation. This underground black market has existed for a long time, and only acquaintances can enter it. Nida explained. Now that the cruise ship has just set sail, why not wait until it's at sea to trade? Isn't it safer to go further offshore? Feng Che asked curiously, but he had some little doubts in his heart. That's because there are also nearby residents who trade in the underground black market. If they go to sea, it will be inconvenient for them to go back. So the time for the underground black market to open on each cruise is very short, only about half an hour. In order to avoid being discovered by the League, this underground black market has strict opening and closing times. If we don't hurry, the good stuff will be gone. Nida rambled, looking very enthusiastic. The cruise ship's underground black market is below the powerhouse, near the bottom of the ship. Without Shintian to lead the way, Feng Che had never imagined that there was a space as big as a football field under this cabin. The underground black market is full of people. Among the items traded here, water-type Pokemon are mostly, and there are also many herbs that have helping hands and boosts for water-type Pokemon. You guys are here to see if there are any attractive products. I still have something to do. Then you can just go back the same way. Nida introduced a few words, and then disappeared into the crowd. This guy called Shintian is really not a good person. He brought us to this black market without even preparing a mask and cloak. Lance Crossing couldn't help but complain. Just put it on yourself. Feng Che said and handed Lance Crossing a mask, which he had prepared a long time ago. Soon, the two clear and handsome faces were hidden under the mask. The whole cabin is filled with the fishy smell unique to seafood. There are a lot of large water tanks, and a large number of water-type Pokemon are swimming back and forth in the tanks. All kinds of messy sounds made Feng Che feel like he was buying vegetables in a vegetable market. The people in this cabin are all sea hunters, and they all live a life of licking blood. They have unique skills in catching water-type Pokemon. Lance Crossing introduced to Feng Che. At this time, Lance Crossing wore a fox mask on his face and had short red hair, which was quite in line with his wild yet gentle temperament. Poliwag, Mosquito Coil Frog, Goldeen, Staryu, these common Pokemon in Kanto region can be seen here. Many water-type Pokemon are happily playing in the sink. Although sea hunters often capture wild water-type Pokemon, they still regard water-type Pokemon as their partner. So even if they sell water-type Pokemon, they will give water-type Pokemon a certain degree of freedom. Lance Crossing performs missions outside all year round and has a lot of interactions with sea hunters, so he knows a lot about sea hunters. Indeed, at least compared to bounty hunters, hunters still respect Pokemon. Feng Che nodded. Feng Che wore a smiling face mask with sharp black eyes, thin lips, and a slender yet bulk-up figure, exuding a dashing awe-inspiring aura. Why are there so many people ahead? Feng Che suddenly saw a rush of people in front of him. Everyone, come and see, our auction will start soon. It's still the old rules, you can accept alliance coins, you can accept barter. A person wearing a Pikachu mask is presiding over the auction. Old man, everyone should be familiar with it. When the auction ends, that is, when the black market closes. So let's not talk much, let's start the auction right away. We have our first item, please, Dragon Scale. Quote. The host clapped his hands, and the two men in black robes brought a saffron-colored scale the size of a palm. Everyone is optimistic, This is the outrage from 3.4 Dragonite, and it is also the place where the dragon energy of Dragonite accumulates and condenses. Crushing this piece of outrage into powder can greatly improve the qualifications of dragon-type Pokemon. The host introduced to everyone. This auction is very cheap, starting with 100 W Alliance coins, and the price increases not less than 10 W Alliance coins each time. After the host shouted the price, it made the onlookers secretly stunned. The starting price of the 1 million Alliance coins is too expensive. You can buy a good quality Royal Top 3. Lance Crossing suddenly used the power of Viridian to communicate with Feng Che. You don't know, Dragonite's scales are the best resource for cultivating dragon-type Pokemon. It is said that it contains most of Dragonite's power. This power is second only to Dragonite's Dragon Ball. Everyone was discussing. Feng Che, what do you think? The power of Viridian is actually able to transmit telepathy to human beings, it's incredible. Feng Che sighed deeply. That's the power of Viridian, the ability to communicate with Pokemon, heal Pokemon, and teleport to human minds, explained Lance Crossing. My Yulong family also has the power of Yulong, and the power of Yulong can communicate 100% with dragon-type Pokemon. At the same time, it can increase the strength of dragon-type Pokemon. Lance Crossing told Feng Che about Yulong the effect of dragon power. In fact, Feng Che is quite aware of these effects. After all, these abilities in the game have long been as bad as wholesale. Feng Che, what do you think of this dragon scale? Lance Crossing always felt that the dragon scale wasn't quite right, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 132 _ This Magikarp is missing. Lance Crossing after all. This dragon scale is dyed with special herbs, and you naturally feel that something is wrong. This is not Dragonite's outrage, but Kingdra's outrage. Feng Che explained to Lance Crossing through telepathy. It's dyed, no wonder I didn't feel the breath of Dragonite on the scales with the power of the dragon. I thought it was because of the environment here. How do you know it's a fake? Lance Crossing asked curiously. If you look closely at the dragon scale in the host's hand, the scales are so wet that you can even see tiny water droplets. This is the unique performance of Kingdra's outrage. Kingdra's outrage has a special structure that can absorb water, and then precipitate sweet water. Kingdra can stay in places without water for a long time. It is because of this special feature of outrage. Function. Quote. Here at sea, the air is warm and humid, and the moisture content is high. Kingdra's scales also absorb moisture, so the outrage on the host's hand is also very much clear. It is precisely because this black market is at sea, so most even if people notice the water droplets on the scales, they will not doubt it. The price of Kingdra's outrage is about 1 million Alliance coins, and the price of Dragonite's outrage is more than 5 million Alliance coins. That's why the reason why these people will dye Kingdra's scales into Dragonite scales. Feng Che said with a smile, this kind of speculative trick, he has long been surprised by it. I see. It seems that the water in this auction is very deep. If you are not careful, the boat will capsize in the gutter. Lance Crossing suddenly realized, and then he couldn't help turning his head to look at Feng Che. His thoughtful eyes stayed on Feng Che for a while before moving away. He was thinking about how many miraculous abilities this seemingly inexperienced youth had in front of him. 1.2 million Alliance coins. You poor bastard, can you buy Dragonite's scales with 1.2 million Alliance coins? If you die, I will give you 1.5 million Alliance coins. 17 inches. There were shouts of bidding from the crowd. After a while, the price of this outrage was quickly fired to 4 million Alliance coins. There are a lot of crates in here. When you actually buy them, these crates will try their best to bid with you, creating the illusion that the goods are very popular. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. For them, as long as they can catch a big fish, they have nothing to lose if they can't shoot it. The big deal is to change the place and shoot again. Lance Crossing Elite, let's go. I looked at these lots, all it's a fake, I'll take you to see the good stuff. Feng Che took Lance Crossing to a place dedicated to selling Magikarp. There are many Magikarps swimming around in the water tank alive and well. Do you have a Pokemon like Gyarados on you? Feng Che asked curiously. No, Lance Crossing shook his head. Haha, then buy a Magikarp, maybe Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing with a smile. Magikarp evolution is very harsh to become Gyarados, and there are all kinds of opportunities. If I want Gyarados, I might as well conquer one directly in this sea. Lance Crossing glanced at Magikarp in the tank and shook his head. Haha, then you don't know, the Magikarp I chose for you must be able to evolve into Gyarados. And what we bought was not actually Magikarp, but the treasure in Magikarp's belly. Feng Che directed at Lance Crossing raised his eyebrows and said something that left Lance Crossing Zhang-Er's mind puzzled. Lance Crossing didn't pay too much attention to it either. He really had no interest in Magikarp here, just stood by and quietly watched Feng Che who was constantly chatting with the hawker. You want to buy Magikarp, right? It's 1,000 Alliance coins. These Magikarps are all carefully cultivated by me. The hawker greeted Feng Che, who was very interested in Magikarp. The peddler who sells Magikarp is Uncle Magikarp. That is the Uncle Magikarp who tricked James into being deceived 4 times through the art of words. The Magikarp qualifications here are extremely ordinary. Why would you buy a Magikarp? Lance Crossing couldn't help but asked Feng Che, who was holding a Magikarp excitedly. Before evolution became Gyarados, Magikarp's talents were similar, and it was normal for his aptitudes to be extremely ordinary. Feng Che explained to Lance Crossing, his eyes still on Magikarp in the water tank. It's 1,000 Alliance coins, I'm going to pick a Magikarp myself. After Feng Che cheerfully motioned the hawker to swipe the card, he began to select the Magikarp in the sink. These Magikarps were silently flapping their fins in the tank, dumbfounded. Among them, a particularly huge Magikarp is lying quietly in the tank, with a sense of sight of salted fish. Feng Che, shouldn't you want to buy that Magikarp? The bigger Magikarp proves that he has lived long enough. Its potential has been exhausted. Lance Crossing persuaded Feng Che. He didn't understand why Feng Che, who was usually extremely shrewd, wanted to choose that Magikarp. Don't you know that the bigger Magikarp is, the bigger he evolves into Gyarados? Feng Che said to Lance Crossing with a hint of ridicule in his tone. But the gigantic Magikarp was raised from a young age, eating all kinds of precious herbs and fruit. The scales on this Magikarp are almost gone, and the rest of the scales have lost their luster. It looks lifeless and dying. Are you sure you want to choose this Magikarp? Lance Crossing puzzled asked. Lance Crossing felt that there was something wrong with his always witty and shrewd, and he was a little confused. Haha, it seems that you and this Magikarp have no fate after all. I originally planned to let you buy this Magikarp. Since you don't like it, then I will accept it. Lance Crossing shook his head, expressing that he was not interested, as long as he was happy. Feng Che saw that most of the scales on this Magikarp had fallen off, and he opened his mouth and breathed weakly. Haha, guest, you are really discerning. This Magikarp is the largest Magikarp in my hand, and this is that Magikarp's Pokeball. The peddler quickly took the Magikarp's Pokeball to Feng Che. Vendors have long wanted to sell the half-dead Magikarp. Because this is an underground black market, all I trade for you are specially made Pokeballs. These Pokeballs are banned by the Alliance, so when you go to Cinnabar Island, you should replace Magikarp's Pokeballs with official Pokeballs as soon as possible. The hawker urged with a serious look. I see. Feng Che nodded, and then Feng Che bought some precious medicinal herbs that are only found by the sea. Fish scale grass is a kind of grass with texture like fine fish scales, which can accelerate the cell division of the scales on Pokemon, prompting water-type Pokemon to quickly replace the scales on his body. When Feng Che and Lance Crossing returned to the cabin, Lance Crossing finally couldn't hold back and asked his own question. What's so special about this Magikarp that you have to buy it? Magikarp thumped on the floor of the cabin, making a thud, and even the floor smashed into small craters. On the way back, no matter how Lance Crossing looked at Feng Che was mentally normal. As a cultivator, he couldn't choose Pokemon so casually. There must be some mystery. Many people think that this Magikarp is too old, and they dismiss it. And I just saw that it is old enough. Come out Magikarp. Feng Che released Magikarp. A fishy smell unique to seafood emanated from Magikarp's body. The fish scales on its body also fell to the ground in large numbers. This Magikarp has been alive for a long time. From the scales on Magikarp's body, it can be seen that this Magikarp has lived for nearly 100 years. The average Magikarp has a lifespan of only 50 years. Think about it, what kind of adventure did this Magikarp have to make it live so long? Feng Che asked Lance Crossing. I don't have any clues. Lance Crossing shook his head. There is generally only one possibility in this situation. This Magikarp has eaten the treasure of heaven and earth. Look at the tiny scales growing on this Magikarp, don't you think it's unusually similar? Feng Che pointed to the scales that had just grown on Magikarp's body and said to Lance Crossing. This feels like Dragonite. How come Magikarp's scales are so similar to Dragonite? Lance Crossing suddenly widened his eyes with an incredible expression on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this Magikarp should have devoured Dragonite's Dragon Ball by chance. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. Dragonite's Dragon Ball. That is only the powerful Dragonite can condense into a Dragon Ball. Ordinary Dragonites can't condense Dragon Balls so easily. Lance Crossing's jaw dropped in surprise. Dragonair evolution became Dragonite, its Dragon Balls disappeared. The Dragon Balls of Dragonite in the wild are very rare. Because even if the Dragonite family were to die, they would return to the land of the royal dragon for a long sleep. Therefore, Dragonite's Dragon Balls, bones, and muscle tissue will be absorbed by the dragon's blood fruit tree, improving the quality of the dragon's blood fruit. There are only a handful of Dragonites that actually die out there. No wonder you kept persuading me to buy this Magikarp. Lance Crossing now feels like his bowels are blue. Dragon Ball elevates the dragon bloodline in Magikarp. As long as this Magikarp replaces its own scales with dragon scales, the Magikarp will soon evolve. Feng Che said with great certainty. It's a pity that I missed this Magikarp. If it is Dragonite's Dragon Ball, I should be able to sense the power of the dragon in my body, but because Magikarp swallowed it, I actually missed Dragonite's Dragon Ball. Lance Crossing wanted to cry without tears and secretly regretted, if he could, he wanted to slap himself twice. Why did he reject this Magikarp? There are still many Magikarps with extremely high concentration of dragon blood in the dragon cave of the royal dragon family. But Dragonite's Dragon Ball is a treasure that Lance Crossing thinks are very rare. If you miss it, it's a wrong payment. This may prove that it has no fate with you after all. Feng Che looked at the regretful Lance Crossing and joked with a smile. Did you buy that fish scale grass to use on Magikarp? Lance Crossing looked at the nearly 2-meter Magikarp and asked Feng Che. Yes, 987. Ichthyosa can help Magikarp shed its scales as quickly as possible. As long as this Magikarp can shed its worn scales, I don't think Magikarp is far from evolution. After Magikarp's scales are all peeled off, Magikarp can complete the final evolution as long as he finds a place rich in water-type energy. This is the chance of this Magikarp. It can pass through layers without having to pass through layers like its companions. The way to complete the evolution can only be done by jumping over the Dragon Gate. Feng Che said with emotion. For the next 2 days, Feng Che and Lance Crossing took turns on the deck to drive away Gyarados who were disturbed by the cruise ship and came out of the water. The clear-eyed Ivysaur is already well versed in dealing with these Gyarados. I saw Ivysaur stretched out Vine Whip directly and tied Gyarados, pulled it out of the sea, and then a solar beam killed Gyarados. Seeing Gyarados slowly sinking into the sea, Ivysaur suddenly felt incomparably happy. Shintian, Feng Che met several times. But Nita just said hello as usual and didn't do anything. This made Feng Che feel more and more that this was the prelude to the coming storm. On the third day, Lance Crossing was discussing the Pokemon battle tactics with Feng Che in the cabin, and the two were having a good discussion. Suddenly there were several deafening roar sounds outside. Then Feng Che heard the panicked shouts of the tourists on the deck. It seems that this is the sea area where Gyarados are concentrated, but listening to the extremely rage roar sound, it feels like there are countless Gyarados gathered around the cruise ship. Why do so many furious Gyarados suddenly appear? It's too strange. That's it, Lance Crossing said inexplicably, jumping up quickly and rushing to the deck with Feng Che. After Feng Che and Lance Crossing came to the deck, they saw that Captain Kasha and a group of crew members had arrived on the deck and watched the Gyarados raging around the cruise ship. The deck was damaged to varying degrees, as if it had been plowed through by the hyper beam of Gyarados. The eyes of these Gyarados are scarlet, as if insane, and their mouths gather white shiny. What the hell is going on here? I can't sense Gyarados' voice at all. Feng Che also felt very incredible at this time. Everyone helped to evacuate the tourists. I think these Gyarados are very wrong. Captain Kasha shouted with a gloomy face. The ordinary Gyarados will leave quickly after feeling the evil spirit of Captain Kasha. These Gyarados seem to have lost their minds. Nita stood on the railing, looking at these Gyarados without knowing what to think. Golduck looked a little panicked. Chapter 133_Poacher's Attack. Golduck, this poacher is so nasty that he doesn't know what strange saffron-colored powder has been thrown into the sea. Golduck, after these Gyarados came into contact with these powders, all of them had scarlet eyes and suddenly became so terrifying. Feng Che heard from Golduck's heart the reason why Gyarados suddenly became angry and lost his mind. Lance Crossing, these Gyarados got into this strange state because they were infected with rage fans. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing through telepathy. Rage fans. These poacher organizations are really bold. Rage fans are prohibited materials by the Alliance. So many Gyarados have fallen into a state of rage. How much rage powder did these abominable poachers throw into the sea in a frenzy? Lance Crossing clenched his fists and said angrily. The poacher organization is an extremely insidious and cunning organization. I reckon that there should be a lot of rage powder stored in this cabin. If they fail to attack, they will definitely die and scatter all these rage powder into the sea. In that case, it is estimated that the Gyarados in the entire sea area will lose their minds. This sea area is the concentration of Gyarados breeding, and there are countless Gyarados. The entire cruise ship will have no way to escape the attack of Gyarados. We have to be careful. They jumped the wall in a hurry. Feng Che frowned and said worriedly. I know, this is a really annoying thing, to loot the rare Pokemon on the ship. These poacher groups are doing everything for their own purposes, and they don't care about human life. Lance Crossing gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes were full of anger. The poachers are secretly backed by aristocratic families, that's why they are so rampant. Feng Che looked at Rage, Lance Crossing and directly told the inside story of the poachers. Feng Che has long been taken aback by the secret collusion between the light and dark forces in the Alliance. Damn, who is the one who threw rage powder in the sea? Is this to let the people of this ship be buried in the sea like this? Captain Kasha said frantically, Gyarados rage. The experienced Captain Kasha quickly judged that someone had spilled a lot of rage powder in the sea. Captain, what should we do now? The first mate next to Miyamoto looked worried. By maxing out the speed of the cruise ship, we're going to figure out a way to get rid of this group of Gyarados. At the same time, dial an emergency telegram to Cinnabar Island, and ask them to send an armed helicopter for rescue. Captain Kasha was in danger and arranged things in an orderly manner. At this moment, suddenly there was a huge roar from the ship. The entire cruise ship shook violently. Then Feng Che saw in the huge chimney of the cruise ship the dark smoke accompanied by countless firelights. Captain Kasha is not good. The powerhouse of the cruise ship was blown up with a high explosive bomb. A crew member came to the side of Captain Kasha. His face was black with smoke, and he looked quite embarrassed. This person gives me a very bad feeling. Feng Che looked at this black-faced crewman, and felt a little hesitant in his heart. Feng Che then secretly released Ditto and turned it into Yanmega. At this moment, a dagger appeared in the crewman's hand and stabbed towards the captain's heart. Only a ding sound was heard, and a Yanmega appeared behind Captain Kasha, and the dagger that stabbed at Captain Kasha was knocked to the ground. Sure enough, there is a problem. I was just wondering how this guy's face was so evenly smoked by the thick smoke. Feng Che calmly looked at the crew member with his tail exposed, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Very good, you foresight actually tricked me into it. The crew member in front of him looked at Captain Kasha with a sinister smile. There are assassins, protect the captain. First Mate Miyamoto quickly shouted loudly. You're not from this ship, who are you? Captain Kasha said, looking at the fake crew member badly. Haha, since you've been foresight, let's get to know each other tilde. Hello, Captain Kasha, I'm the team leader from the Poachers organization and the organizer of this great looting cruise plan. The crew tore off the human skin mask on their faces, revealing their real faces. This man is about 30 years old, with triangular eyes and a lot of bandages wrapped around his face, just like a mummy. It is rumored that there are 7 generals in the Poachers Guild. Which one are you? Captain Kasha asked without a trace of panic, facing the triangle eyes. Haha, you are really amazing, Captain Kasha. You are indeed the great pirate Kasha Solomon who once traversed the sea in the Kanto region. I am Hanzo Shira, the poisonous general of the Poachers organization. According to my investigation, you have secretly transported a legendary resource on this ship. I wonder if I can be lucky enough to hold the palm of my hand. Hanzo Shira said with a smile, looking at Captain Kasha with greedy eyes. Everyone he glanced at had a feeling of being targeted by a poisonous snake. I don't know what you're talking about. Captain Kasha said with a solemn expression and said with a displeased expression. Haha, if it wasn't for the news of your most trusted subordinates leaking the news, I really don't know that you still have such a good thing. The feather of the sea god Lokia. It is rumored that if you get its feathers, it will have the ability to summon Lokia. This is a treasure passed down from generation to generation by sea hunters. Witness the friendship between sea hunters and Lokia. I didn't expect that I would have such a chance to get such a legendary treasure. So I lurked on this ship before the top of the other poaching groups arrived. I have stepped on it beforehand, but I have to say that you are hiding so deeply that I haven't found any clues so far. Hanzo Shira said with admiration. Okay, Captain Kasha. Should you hand it over obediently, or should I force you to hand it over? I can promise one thing, all I want is Lokia's feathers. As long as you hand it over, I'll spare the entire ship. If you don't hand it over, I'll kill someone every minute. Hanzo Shira threatened Captain Kasha. Haha, don't say that the old man has nothing at all. Even if there is, after handing it over to you, you will definitely kill all the people on the entire ship for fear of leaking. Don't think that I don't know how bad the character of your poisonous general, Hanzo Shira, is. Lying is as simple as commonplace for you. Captain Kasha said without changing his face. As expected of Captain Kasha, if you don't tell me, I don't even know that my reputation has spread to your ears. Hanzo Shira clapped his hands and said with a yin smile. At this moment, First Officer Miyamoto suddenly released a ninjask from the Pokeball. Ninjask, use U-turn on Hanzo Shira. First Mate Miyamoto gave Ninjask an order with a heart-warming expression on his face. Miyamoto, don't be impulsive. Captain Kasha hurriedly stopped it, but found that the real purpose of this Ninjask was himself. At this point, Captain Kasha had run out of time to dodge, and he was about to be hit by Ninjask. Miyamoto, you actually betrayed me. Captain Kasha's face suddenly turned ashen, as if he had aged several decades. He did not expect that the orphan he accidentally rescued when he went out to sea, and the child he always took with him as his own, would betray him. At this time, Yanmega once again appeared in front of Captain Kasha. Ditto, who transformed into a Yanmega, used his slash skill to instantly cut off Ninjask's wings. With just a snap, Ninjask fell to the deck with a crisp sound. It's this Yanmega again. I should have killed this Yanmega just now. Such a good assassination plan was interrupted twice by Yanmega. Hanzo Shira almost crunched his teeth and stared at Yanmega fiercely. At this time, Captain Kasha had completely recovered. He threw the Pokeball, and a massive salamence appeared beside Captain Kasha. Why, Miyamoto, I have treated you well for so many years, and that's how you repay me? Captain Kasha asked in a loud voice. Captain Kasha, you don't have to be so confused. As the saying goes, people go to high places and water flows to low places. Who wants to stay on your broken boat for a lifetime and be driven by you? So the smart first mate made a very wise choice and he made a deal with us. He told us your biggest secret and we rewarded him handsomely and made him join the poachers. Okay, answer your questions, that's the end of it. Then I'll send you on the road happily. Hanzo Shira's ferocious face was full of smug and proud expressions. Come out, my sweetheart. Hanzo Shira threw 2 Pokeballs. He released Crobat and Dustox. Crobat's body is all purple, 3 claws can be seen on its wings, and its head and abdomen are combined. Its pupils are yellow, its eyes are red, and it has a fierce look. Crobat can emit supersonic inaudible to humans, so that when flying in the dark, it can pick up the sound waves bouncing off obstacles. It can freely control its 4 wings to flutter and fly at high speed even in narrow caves. Hanzo Shira's Crobat is small in size, but its wings are surprisingly long, about twice the size of a normal Crobat. Crobat's wings, the faster the Crobat will be. Sure enough, this Crobat flapped its wings, and soon, Feng-Che couldn't find any trace of Crobat even with Psychic. Dustox has a purple body, 3 black dots on yellow compound eyes, Saffron's oval antennae, dark pink legs, and brown wings. Although this Dustox does not look very good, the overall color is relatively dull, but the special wing color makes it blend with nature, and the red ring pattern on the wings also adds a little color to it. This Dustox of Hanzo Shira is obviously a heterochromatic Pokemon, and the normal Dustox's wings are green. Hello everyone, I'm Captain Kasha, and the ship is being attacked by a poaching group at this time. For everyone's safety, please retreat to your room and release your Pokemon. Don't take any of the crew's word, there's a good chance they're poachers posing as members. I have informed the Alliance that the nearest island, Cinnabar, will send a helicopter to rescue. Please be sure to lock the door of the room. Pokemon is sent for defense. The poachers are extremely vicious, please don't take their word for it. Captain Kasha took out the loudspeaker connected to the ship's broadcast system from his arms and spoke to everyone on board. Old man, won't you tell me where Lokia's feathers are hiding? The ship's powerhouse was smashed and Gyarados went into a frenzy. Our extremely vicious organization has already made a careful plan, and we have blocked all signals on this ship. It is impossible for Cinnabar Island to receive your rescue signal, and no one will be here to rescue you. I'm just going to see how long you can last, old man. Hanzo Shira said fiercely. Soon, all of you will accompany this ship to become the souls of the seabed. Hanzo Shira laughed, his face arrogant and proud. Just then, Lance Crossing stood up, and he walked in front of the crowd. Isn't this the escort commissioner called Asuka? Is he also a member of the poacher organization? Captain Kasha said suspiciously. But he saw Lance Crossing take off his disguise and reveal his true colors. Golbat stood on Lance Crossing's shoulders, eager to try. Golbat, please stop Crobat. Golbat cultivated by Lance Crossing also turned into a streamer and disappeared in the air. Feng-Che only saw Golbat and Crobat collide, and the battle between the two was very fierce. Hanzo Shira, I am now arresting you for the crime of looting Pokemon, the crime of bombing a ship, and the crime of snatch. Nuo Qianzhao Lance Crossing walked to the opposite side of Hanzo Shira, and the two looked at each other across the air. HMPH, which onion are you? you dare to take care of this uncle's affairs. A lot of nosy people have been thrown into the sea by this uncle to feed Sharpedo. Be wise, get out of here. Hanzo Shira said with a look of disdain. Alliance Elite, Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing threw out 2 Pokeballs, Charizard and Aerodactyl. HMPH, Elite, and Elite don't want to sabotage my plans. Hanzo Shira saw the appearance of Lance Crossing, not only was not timid, but also shouted at Lance Crossing. Everyone released their Pokemon and attacked in the direction of the tourists. As long as we take hostages, even Lance Crossing will not dare to act rashly. Hanzo Shira gestured to the other poachers. Come out, Froakie, Litten, Ivysaur, Blue Jay, Scyther. Now is the time of crisis, please attack the Pokemon of the poacher group together. Feng Che said to its Pokemon. Okay, in addition to Ivysaur and Blue Jays, this kid has precious Froakie, Litten and Scyther. Very good, as long as I finish this order, I can quit the poacher organization, find a place where no one can find it, and live the retirement life I want. Nita, who was standing in the corner of the deck, showed a face of very satisfied smile. Feng Che, you protect the tourists on the boat. Captain Kasha and I join forces to suppress Hanzo Shira. I believe in your strength, you can suppress these little guys. Lance Crossing finished speaking, he jumped on Charizard's back and sent a pillar of fire at Hanzo Shira. The fire almost ignited the clouds, and the sky was full of red. That's the real strength of Elite. Feng Che has reached Champion's strength in the game, and Champion-level Pokemon is comparable to you demons, possessing infinite power. Chapter 134 I want my Pokemon, let's talk about it when you have your life. But in the world of Pokemon, there are very few people who can reach the level of Champion. Even Feng Che has broken through to this stage in the Pokemon game through a lot of resources and Pokemon with excellent qualifications. Very well, the sky is falling and there are tall people in the way. Feng Che looked at Lance Crossing who rushed out to block Hanzo Shira, and said with a smile. Feng Che saw that Hanzo Shira's strength had reached the quasi-elite intermediate stage. Similar to Captain Kasha. It's just that the cunning Hanzo Shira has been attacking the cruise ship. Because of the safety of the people on the cruise ship, this made Lance Crossing and Captain Kasha a little restrained. Come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che threw a Pokeball and released the Blue Crow, and the Blue Crow flapped its wings and headed to the Dustox sent by the poacher organization. I saw the Blue Jay turned into a blue streamer, and wherever he passed, Dustox lost consciousness and slammed heavily on the deck. Feng Che kept an eye on Shintian's movements while instructing the Blue Crow to defend against the attack. Sure enough, Shintian saw that Feng Che was being attacked by poachers, and rushed over to the deck with Golduck pushing aside the crowd. Good opportunity, before other poachers have discovered the speciality of Feng Che Pokemon, I have to take the lead, or the Pokemon on this little guy will be divided up by the poachers. Nita thought to himself, but on the surface he pretended to be very nervous. Little friend, hold on, I'll be right here. While pretending to resist the attack of the poacher Pokemon, Shintian pretended to shout to Feng Che. Golduck, wait for the Pokemon you unleash on Nita, use the confusion attack. Don't worry, I will definitely find you a beautiful girl as your trainer. Feng Che spoke to Golduck's mind through voice transmission. Golduck, damn, I've finally met the psychic, but my attack on this poacher is likely to detonate the ban in my mind. So that's the case, I said why this Golduck is afraid of Shintian, it turned out to be worried that the ban in his mind would be detonated. I'll see what the ban looks like. Feng Che started psychic, and a blue thought flashed in his eyes. Then the blue thought did not enter Golduck's body. Feng Che saw a blue ball in Golduck's body. That's the ban. Feng Che touched the ball, and Golduck suddenly rolled on the ground while covering his head. Golduck, what's the matter? Nita was also taken aback by Golduck's sudden fall to the ground. Could it be that someone here was trying to plot against me, but Golduck got caught? Nita carefully glanced around, and was secretly vigilant. Sorry, Golduck, I didn't know that just touching the restriction lightly would make you suffer so much. Feng Che quickly apologized to Golduck. Golduck, it hurts me, it really hurts me. I didn't expect this band to have such a powerful explosive force. What if I surround this forbidden group? Feng Che thought to himself. Try it, without Golduck's help, it's a little passive to deal with Shintian. Feng Che carefully used Psychic to wrap the prohibition in Golduck's head. Golduck, strange, no pain at all. Golduck, could it be the psychic human who took the shot? Golduck, I'll give it a try. I used to get a severe headache whenever I thought of resisting poachers. Golduck tries to get the idea of attacking Nida, but that sharp headache doesn't come. Golduck, sure enough, it was rescued by the psychic. Thank goodness, I finally don't have to be tortured by this burly man anymore. Golduck, I can finally find the beautiful young lady. Damn poachers, accept the punishment of this duck. Golduck opened his mouth secretly and sprayed hydro pump at Nida. Fuck, what the hell are you doing? Golduck, are you crazy? Nida shouted in shock when he saw Golduck's blisters. In the next second, Nida was hit by Golduck's unexpected hydro pump and hit the deck railing directly. If it wasn't for Nida's quick-witted hands and grasping the guardrail, Nida might have fallen into the sea to feed Gyarados at this time. Damn, what the hell is going on with this Golduck? Nida felt a sharp pain in his ribs. My ribs should be broken. Nida leaned against the guardrail, grinning in pain. Come out Tentacruel, Feraligatr, Seadra. When Nida got angry, he threw out 3 Pokeballs and released these 3 Pokemons. Tentacruel held most of its tentacles high. Feraligatr opened his mouth and looked at Golduck aggressively. BHDE Feraligatr is characterized by a large jaw with very sharp fangs, beige armor on the lower jaw and abdomen, and serrated red bony plates on the head, back and tail. Feraligatr's body are blue, and there are rectangular scales protruding, and the bite force of the teeth is terrible, and even a light bite can kill the opponent. Feraligatr is usually very slow, but is very fast when crawling. At this time, Feraligatr's face was fierce, and it did not expect that the Pokemon he usually bullied would dare to resist the trainer who attacked it. Seadra gave Golduck a cool look. Seadra was covered in horns or spikes, had a curled tail, and was larger and stronger than Horsey. Seadra's body color is beige, blue, and its mouth has changed from a cylindrical shape to a triangular prism shape. All 3 Pokemon surrounded Golduck. Golduck, happy birthday, these 3 Pokemon are going to join forces to deal with me. Is there any chance for me to survive? Although the psychic restraint in his head did not occur, Golduck still felt a headache looking at this situation. Yanmega, you attack Tentacruel. Ivysaur, you fight Feraligatr with Scyther. Golduck, you take on Seadra with the Blue Jays. Feng Che released other Pokemon according to the plan, and released Golduck in time. Good job, I didn't expect you to turn against Golduck. How did you recognize that I wasn't really a sailor? Nida smiled coldly. I sensed something was wrong with you early in the morning. I've been suspicious of you since the moment you looked at my Pokemon with burning eyes. However, your subsequent poor performance soon proved my suspicions. The corners of Feng Che's mouth rose slightly, with mockery and disdain in his tone. It turns out that the clown turned out to be me, and my proud disguise turned out to be a joke in your eyes. In that case, let me introduce myself formally. I am a silver poacher from the Poachers Guild. One thing, I'm not pretending, is that my real name is also Shintian. Nida spoke slowly. I specialize in hunting rare Pokemon, and I never hurt the life of a trainer. But I suddenly want to make an exception for you, because I think you are very upset. Nida suddenly changed into a ferocious one. Face, scarlet eyes revealing murderous intent. Whatever, you're just bragging anyway. You don't know there's a saying, the villain dies by talking too much. There are so many long-winded introductions, so just say the last sentence. Feng Che said with a relaxed shrug. HMPH, boy, don't get too complacent. Don't think you really beat me before. Do you think I used all my strength when I played against you? No, I only used half of it. Strength. Quote. So, your strength is still far from mine. If you know each other, just hand over your Pokemon obediently. Maybe I can consider spare your life. Nita said arrogantly. Then do you think only you can hide your strength? I haven't tested my true strength now. However, it's more than enough to deal with you. You only have two endings. Either die, or caught in an alliance prison until old age. I want my Pokemon, let's talk about it when you have a life. Feng Che said in a sharp tone, his icy eyes suddenly raised and glanced at Shintian, his eyes were sharp and cold. HMPH, even if you get caught, I'll hunt you down with my Pokemon before that. Nita said with a displeased expression. Tentacruel, use Venom Splash to turn this damn Yanmega into a puddle of black water. Seadra, use your stinger to use Pin Missile to pierce Golduck, the 250 boy. Feraligatr, use your whole body brute force, and attack Ivysaur. Your Pokemon looks really strong, but don't forget that I'm not only a member of the Poachers Guild, but also a sea hunter who has experienced many battles. These 3 Pokemon are all hunted Pokemon, and in the end they are all hunted Pokemon. Surrender to me and become a capable general under my command. Nita said proudly, with a look of victory. Very well, just show your true strength. Yanmega, use Storm, blow back the power of Venom Splash. Golduck, use Confusion to control Seadra. Blue Jay, use the Pecking Attack on Seadra, being careful not to touch the spikes on Seadra. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip against Feraligatr. Scyther, use Slash to help Ivysaur block Feraligatr's ice attack. Feng Che quickly ordered Pokemon. Mr. Nita, when I send you to the prison of the Alliance may give me an honorary citizen award. After all, you are well known on the Alliance's most wanted list, and your bounty is quite large. What? Feng Che watched the Pokemon battle indifferently, not forgetting to tease Shintian, who was sweating profusely because of the broken ribs. HMPH, you should first worry about whether you will receive this bonus yourself. Nita said maliciously. Rest assured, the winner of this prize will be revealed soon. Lydon, fake out. At this moment, Nita suddenly felt a huge force behind him. When exactly is this? When did Lydon come behind me? I don't feel anything at all. Nita's pupils shrank sharply, a look of horror on his face, and then he fell to the ground, unable to move. Haha, as early as you were talking to me, I let Lydon's hide behind you. Because Lydon's feet have pads, Lydon's walking can hardly hear any sound. Lydon slapped Nita's face twice with his paws, and Nita felt his brain buzzing and a splitting headache. Lydon, act lightly. If you beat him to death, there will be no bonus. Feng Che quickly said to Lydon. Tentacruel was a little overwhelmed by the extremely fast Yanmega. Tentacruel found that none of his attacks could hit the Yanmega. Nita is controlled by Lydon, which makes Nita's Pokemon a little impatient. They all want to try their best to break through the blockade of Feng Che's other Pokemon and come to Shintian. Very well, Yanmega, Ancient Power. Scyther, directly split the icicle from Feraligatr in two. Ivysaur, use Solar Beam. Golduck, use the Pre-Future Sight, and hold Seadra under control. Froakie, use your foam to hold Seadra. Feng Che methodically commanded his own Pokemon to fight. Soon, Nita's Pokemon were losing ground. Cinnabar Island Pier. It is the busiest time on Cinnabar Island, and there are many vendors selling trinkets setting up stalls on the pier of Cinnabar Island. Mama, the sky has turned fiery red, so beautiful. A child said while pulling at his numb sleeves. Ah, how could this be? It must be some kind of accident, right? Would you like to inform Officer Jenny? Many people on the pier looked up and saw that the sky in the distance suddenly turned a coquettish red. In particular, there were bursts of explosions and the roar of Gyarados in the distance. Many tourists had panicked expressions on their faces. Lord Blaine, it's not good, there is a fiery cloud in the sky, and there are bursts of explosions. The cruise ship that was scheduled to arrive at the Cinnabar Island pier today was suddenly unavailable. Officer Jenny asked me to come over and ask you to come and see what's going on. A man hurried to Cinnabar Jim and said to Cinnabar Jim's gym leader Blaine. I'll see. Blaine took out a telescope and looked at the fiery cloud in the distance from Jim's position. It's true that the fire cloud is not ordinary, it was created by a powerful fire-type Pokemon with skills. Blaine asserted, with a particularly serious expression on his face. The cruise ship should have an accident. Let's call Officer Jenny and search along the nearby waters. We should be able to find the cruise ship. Blaine said firmly. On the cruise ship, Lance Crossing and Captain Kosh are working together to suppress Hanzo Shira and force him to leave the cruise. Lance Crossing Elite, even if I leave, Gyarados, who is controlled by rage fans and has lost his mind, will not show mercy to the cruisers. At this time, Hanzo Shira was sitting on the top of a honchkrow, and he shouted unhappily. It's not your turn to worry about it. I've already sent Pokemon to support me. Gyarados can't make waves. Lance Crossing raised his eyebrows and said to Hanzo Shira, his eyes full of disdain. Humph. Killing Cheng Yaojin halfway is bad for me. Hanzo Shira raised his hand, and Crobat turned into a streamer and slammed into the direction of Lance Crossing. Chapter 135 _ The old man has never seen such a brazen person. Golbat, Crobat is up to you. Aerodactyl, use Giga Impact on Dustox. Lance Crossing gave the order with a blank expression. Oops, now I'm completely suppressed by Lance Crossing. I hope my men on the ship are a little stronger and can control the people on the whole ship. This way I can use the whole ship's tourists as hostages and threaten Lance Crossing evacuates. Hanzo Shira and Lance Crossing became more and more flustered as they fought. There is still a lot of gap between the quasi-elite level and the elite. Hanzo Shira obviously felt that his Pokemon was being pressed and beaten by the Lance Crossing Pokemon. No, my perfect plan can't go wrong. The raging Gyarados, as well as the men I stayed on board, should be able to control the whole situation. Hanzo Shira was still fighting on the surface with high morale, but inwardly he became increasingly unconfident. Ivysaur, use Vine Whip on the strong crocodile. Feng Che ordered to Ivysaur. Ivysaur stretched out 8 Vine Whips, 4 of which were entangled together, forming 2 stout fists, smashing hard in Feraligator's direction. Ivysaur's mastery of Vine Whip is getting better and better, and now he can control 8 Vine Whip. The strength of these 8 Vine Whips is also greatly increased. At least Ivysaur can compete with Feraligator, a Pokemon known for its strength. You know how powerful the fist formed by this Vine Whip is. Feng Che is very satisfied seeing that Ivysaur's progress is fast and his strength is getting stronger and stronger. This Feraligator is full of strong tendons and is surprisingly strong. Feraligator and Ivysaur Vine Whip fight against each other. Soon, Feraligator smashed Ivysaur's Vine Whip with a hard punch. But Ivysaur quickly steered Vine Whip and struck again from an extremely tricky position. Feraligator is still able to use various skills to fight Ivysaur autonomously without Nida's orders. It can be seen that the fighting ability of this Feraligator is very strong. Feraligator's fist flashed an icy blue light, and it slammed hard at the incoming Vine Whip. Vine Whip collided with Feraligator's fist, it was frozen into a thick lump of ice. But Vine Whip also punched Feraligator hard in the jaw, and Feraligator took a few steps back. Ivysaur slammed Vine Whip on the ground, and the ice lump that was attached to it instantly shattered into pieces. Then Ivysaur quickly swung 8 vines and bound Feraligator's body tightly. Ivysaur lifted the 1-ton Feraligator into the air abruptly. Then Ivysaur's buds opened and released the solar beam that had already been saved. A saffron-colored light shot out from Ivysaur's bud. This solar beam bombarded Feraligator's body, only to hear a bang, producing a lot of yellow smoke. After the smoke cleared, Feng Che saw that Feraligator's skin was flushed red, as if it was about to be cooked. Feraligator. When Nida saw that his Feraligator was knocked down, he had a stunned expression on his face. My strongest Feraligator was knocked down by an Ivysaur, That's a level 38 for alligator. Even if this Feraligatr loses my command, it can't be this weak. Nida saw that Feraligatr was being cleaned up by Ivysaur in a burst, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Nida's pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes were mixed with heartache and disbelief. You don't understand now, Nida, fighting is not just about brute force. My Ivysaur has been secretly weakening Feraligatr's stamina. Every time Feraligatr collided with my Ivysaur took the opportunity to use the absorb skill absorb Feraligatr's stamina. So Ivysaur is more energetic and more tired, and Feraligatr is more tired. Seeing Shintian lying on the ground with a puzzled expression, Feng Che kindly explained it to Shintian. After Ivysaur brought down Feraligatr, he and Scyther went to support the other Pokémon against the poacher Pokémon. Seadra felt a lot of pressure in the face of an all-out siege from Froakie, Blue Jays and Golduck. Especially when Seadra saw that Feraligatr, the most powerful among them, was defeated, she panicked. Seadra tilted her head straight up, spewing a swirling jet of water from her horn-shaped mouth. This water column is getting bigger and bigger, forming a nearly 1-meter vortex that is constantly rotating. Feng Che, who was not far away, even heard the sound of the tide. The whirlpool is still expanding. It wasn't until Seadra couldn't control it that he swung the vortex in Froakie's direction. The huge vortex immediately spread to other Pokémon members of the poacher group. Feng Che watched Kingler, Cloyster, and Spearow get sucked into the vortex, and the Pokémon on the deck immediately emptied. This Seadra is really desperate to break through and accidentally injured the friendly troops, teammate Pig. But this Seadra has quite a few skills. Froakie, watch Seadra's skills. Feng Che looked at Seadra's huge vortex and couldn't help but sigh. Although Froakie is good at compressing skills such as water pulse and vortex into a spiral ball, Froakie is not good at exposing the skills of vortex. If the skill of vortex is used well, it is not only a weapon against the enemy, but also an excellent means of defense. Froakie, use water pulse. Facing the approaching whirlpool, Feng Che gave Froakie an order. Froakie's hand has long formed a basketball-sized water pulse. As Froakie becomes more and more skilled at controlling water pulse, Froakie can condense water pulse in 1 second. Froakie threw the water pulse into the mighty vortex with a flick of his arm. Hearing a bang, the vortex suddenly burst into a splash of water, spreading around. Some weak Pokémon were knocked unconscious after being hit by the splash. Blue Jay, use the storm to bind Seadra. Seeing that the whirlpool was successfully defeated by Froakie, Feng Che immediately issued an order to the Blue Jay. I saw the Blue Jay flap its wings. Then 4 spinning twisters appeared beside Seadra, and these twisters wrapped Seadra round and round. Just when Seadra wanted to break through Twister's layers of defense, Feng Che gave Litten an order. Litten, use Ember against Twister. Litten took a deep breath and spat out sparks at Twister. Twister suddenly turned into a fire tornado surrounding Seadra. Seadra, cheer up and use Rain Dance. Because Litten used his skills, he didn't pay attention to Nida who was beside him, but it gave Nida a chance to speak. After Seadra heard the trainer's order, it raised its head and groaned for a while. Water-type Pokémon is very easy to use the Rain Dance skill on the sea surface. The dark clouds in the sky gathered in an instant. Suddenly thunder and lightning flashed. But it's just thunder and no rain. This made Nida very depressed, and Glare was anxious. What the hell is wrong with this? Shintian is really puzzled. Haha, in front of Dragonair, you are showing off your tricks and calling for rain. You treat Dragonair as a decoration. Feng Che saw the Dragon Ball on Dragonair's neck, which was emitting a deep blue light. Dragonair's Dragon Ball is the size of a palm. After evolution becomes Dragonite, the Dragon Ball will disappear and merge into Dragonite's body. Some powerful Dragonites will use their own powerful strength to condense Dragon Balls again. So depending on whether Dragonite is strong or not, it depends on whether Dragonite can condense Dragon Balls. Kindra's Rain Dance was obviously cut off by Dragonair. When it comes to calling the wind and calling for the rain, Dragonair is the real expert. In many records of ancient texts, Dragonair's Dragon Balls can even suppress the wind and waves of the sea. With no rain reinforcements, Seadra was quickly dehydrated by the scorching flames. With a thud, Seadra fell to the deck. Nida's Pokémon has already been knocked down too, and these are his strongest main Pokémon. I saw that Shintian was lying on the ground in pain, his heart was bleeding silently. Mr. Nida also has a Pokémon, but my Pokémons are almost warmed up. Next, let's go with the easiest way. Feng Che walked directly to Shintian and took off the Pokeball on Shintian. Come back, Tentacruel. Tentacruel, who was fighting Ditto in an inextricable manner, still had an unfinished expression on his face, and was inexplicably taken back into the Pokeball. Feng Che locked Tentacruel's Pokeball, and then loaded both Seadra and Feraligatr into the Pokeball. Mr. Nida, your Pokémon, I accept it bluntly, and I will treat your Pokémon well. For flowers. Thank you Mr. Nida for his generous gift of these Pokémons. Feng Che said to Shintian with a smile. Shintian almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This is obviously what you robbed and robbed. How can it be given to you by me when it comes to your mouth? Shameless, it's so shameless, I have never seen such a shameless person in the past few decades. Nida cursed inwardly. Mr. Nida, I have accepted your Pokémon, but what about you? It really makes me feel uncomfortable no matter how I look at it. What do you think I should do? Where Shintian still doesn't understand, this is giving him back what he said before, threatening him nakedly. Well, you have done so many robbery activities, you should have accumulated a lot of collections. Can you honestly explain where you have hidden your collections for many years? I will look at the treasures you provide. Come on, spare your life. Feng Che lowered his head and said to Shintian in a low voice. Nida's pupils contracted sharply. Snatch's own Pokémon is not enough, and he has to collect his own for many years. How can a person be so shameless? Shintian is now regretting his bowels. He originally thought that he would wash his hands with gold after finishing the ticket on the cruise ship, and retire into seclusion. As a result, it's not good to provoke anyone. Why did you provoke such a brazen and ruthless character? Now the whole cruise ship is in chaos, poachers are burning, killing and looting on the ship, chaos. This is also the best time for Feng Che and Shintian to settle their grievances. Feng Che also didn't want to be missed by the poacher gang behind Shintian. After all, Shintian knew that Feng Che had precious Pokémon such as blue jays in his hands. If I let Shintian go today, what awaits Feng Che may be the endless pursuit. Feng Che took off Shintian's storage bracelets and Pokeballs one by one, and among them was the mosquito coil frog with water storage properties. I think I'm ruthless enough, I didn't expect you to be more ruthless than me. Shintian looked at Feng Che with ruthless and angry eyes. Mr. Nida, I'm a psychic person, and I have some little tricks to show you. Feng Che put his hand on Nida's forehead and began to use psychic invade the sea of consciousness in Shintian. This is a memory reading technique that only high-level psychic people can perform. However, with the help of the Jirachi statue, Feng Che's psychic has reached an extremely strong level, and he has enough psychic to perform this secret technique. Nida felt as if something had invaded his brain, which made Nida feel particularly frightened. What the hell do you want to do? Nida's voice became weaker and weaker, and finally fell into a coma. Bean-sized sweat beads oozed out of Feng Che's forehead, and his face became extraordinarily pale. Sure enough, the ability to be forced to use only advanced psychic people is still a bit reluctant for me. Feng Che took out the spirit potion from the bracelet, raised his head and drank it. After psychic recovered a little, he continued to search for the memories in Nida's mind. It turns out that you secretly opened an account in the underground black market of Saffron City to store some rare treasures. Recognize. Quasi. If. Water. First. F.A. Steal. Book. Sell. Money. Die. Mom. Yes, really very good. These treasures, I will receive them. At the same time, these memories of yours must be erased to save me trouble. Feng Che suddenly increased Psychic's input, and Shintian's eyes suddenly opened and protruded outwards. Then Nitaguchi foamed and twitched unnaturally, as if he had suffered a stroke. I have washed away some of your memories, and I have saved you a life, so don't thank me too much. Just spend the rest of your life in the Union prison. Feng Che looked at Shintian, who was unconscious on the ground, and said secretly. Feng Che knew from Shintian's memory that this guy was a heinous villain, and he killed a lot of fledgling Pokemon trainers. As long as the trainer he targets, the Pokemon will be taken away, or thrown into the sea. This guy has several lives on his back, and when he is interrogated by the Alliance, he will take the initiative to explain the crimes he committed. Everyone come back first, let's go to the captain's room. After Feng Che finished dealing with Shintian, he summoned Pokemon back through telepathy. Feng Che was very interested in Logia's feathers. That is a legendary treasure. Husband. Chapter 136-Find Logia's feather. Captain Kashia must have hidden Logia's feathers in a corner of the captain's room. Otherwise, the poacher organization will not come to the door. While there is chaos everywhere, it's the best time to take Logia's feathers. Feng Che didn't want to miss such an excellent opportunity. Logia's feathers have the power of psychic plus flight, which is a legendary resource and the best treasure for psychic practitioners to practice psychic. The flying power of Logia's feathers can also be used for training Bluejay and Aerodactyl. Come back, Litten, Froakie, Ivysaur. Bluejay and Scyther, you work with each other to fight the poachers on the deck, be sure to pay attention to safety. Ditto, you follow me. After Feng Che arranged his Pokemon, he evacuated the deck with Ditto. Then Feng Che hid in a room and changed his appearance. Feng Che changed his appearance, and at the same time put on height-enhancing shoes, and dressed himself up as a sturdy man with a height of 2 meters. Very well, this look should be able to fool a lot of people. There should be a lot of people gathered at the door of the captain's room. When Feng Che entered the captain's room earlier, he noticed that the steel plate on the door of the captain's room was half a meter thick, and it also used the most advanced fingerprint lock. So Feng Che concluded that this Logia's feather must be in the captain's room. Since there will be a lot of people at the door, let's enter the captain's room directly from the top or bottom of the captain's room, so that we can be one step ahead. Feng Che murmured. Feng Che used Psychic to explore the structure around the captain's room, and took Ditto to a very secret cabin below the captain's room. A large amount of materials are piled up here, among which 2 buckets with the label of Moo Moo milk powder on the label are dumped on the ground. There are 17 saffron powder mixed with Milky Moo milk powder. Saffron-colored powder was partially clumped under the influence of the humid air. This is... Just smelling this smell, Feng Che almost made his psychic go berserk. Rage fans, good guy, it turned out to be hidden here. These overturned rage powders should have been affected by the explosion of the engine compartment and suddenly fell down. Feng Che quickly blocked the smell of the powder with Psychic. Feng Che looked up and saw that there were still a row of sealed buckets with the label of Momu milk powder on them. He used Psychic to observe the contents of the barrel. Sure enough, the top 1/3 of the bucket was Moo milk powder and 2/3 was rage powder. Moo Moo milk powder and rage powder were blocked by a thin plastic diaphragm. If it weren't for the accidental fall, no one would have imagined that there were so many rage powder hidden in these buckets. The poacher organization is really scheming. Even the most experienced veterans usually only see the upper tier Moo milk powder during random inspections. But it's cheaper for me. Moo milk powder and rage powder are both good stuff. Moo Moo milk powder is the best food for newborn Pokemon. Originally, I still had a headache where to find high-quality Moo milk powder. As for rage powder, it is made from a variety of rare tree fruits, which can forcibly boost Pokemon's chi and blood, causing Pokemon to fall into a violent stage. These rage powders are extremely pure. As long as you add another kind of herbs will become a good medicine for promoting blood circulation and stopping stasis. Then I will accept it unceremoniously, in order to maintain the peace of the world. Feng Che said happily. If he doesn't accept it, these rage fans will definitely be thrown into the sea by poachers who are eager to jump over the wall. At that time, all Gyarados in this sea area will be in a state of rage. This is the ultimate means for poachers to prevent this alliance attack. After Feng Che put these rage fans in one pot, the poacher organization followed the toothless tigers, and in the end they could only be at the mercy of the alliance. The cabin is also filled with many high-quality fruit. Feng Che stuffed all these tree fruits into the storage ring presented by Lance Crossing on the spot. Fortunately, the storage ring sent by Lance Crossing was big enough, otherwise Feng Che would have to enter Baoshan and return empty-handed. Ditto, transform into Arbok, use acid on the top of the cabin. Feng Che said to Ditto. Ditto wriggled into Arbok. Then it opened its huge mouth and sprayed tawny acid onto the top of the cabin. Suddenly, a large hole was corroded at the top of the cabin, revealing a silver-white metal material. As expected, there is actually a thick steel plate underneath. This captain really has no plans. But the captain probably didn't expect that I could prepare a compound strong acid. This kind of steel plate is nothing to me at all. Feng Che smiled secretly, like a little fox who stole honey. Feng Che took out a glass bottle full of compound strong acid from the wristband and handed it to Ditto, and then hid in a corner of the cabin with Ditto. I saw that Ditto threw the glass bottle on the exposed steel plate with a flick of his tail, and the glass bottle burst in an instant. When the steel plate comes into contact with the compound strong acid solution, a large number of bubbles are produced, and the steel plate is quickly corroded and a hole is formed. Captain's room. The decor here is extremely luxurious. There was a carpet made of fluffy wool on the ground, and suddenly a big bag bulged on the carpet. As a cold light passed by, the carpet was torn apart. A Golbat appeared in the captain's cabin flapping. Ditto, don't look around, use your sharpest sense to see what's good in the captain's cabin. Feng Che drilled out from the side and spoke to Ditto's mind. Feng Che knew that the captain's room was the most important place for Captain Kasha, and there must be a lot of monitoring. Feng Che didn't want Captain Kasha to find any clues about him through surveillance. So Feng Che deliberately took out the signal jammer he was carrying before showing up. Feng Che's purpose this time is to take away Lokia's feathers. If he can find other treasures, he will have to take it away. Lokia's feathers must have a psychic mark on them, a mark that only the owner of Lokia's feathers can sense. But it happens that the calm mind method of the Starry Sky records the secret technique of how to take away the items marked with psychic. This was the main reason why Feng Che dared to play Lokia's feathers under Captain Kasha's nose. He was sure to block the psychic mark. In this way, even if Lokia's feathers are taken away, Captain Kasha can no longer sense that Lokia's feathers are there with him. Lokia's feathers must be hidden in a very inconspicuous position. I hope Ditto's treasure hunting talent can be more powerful and help me find this legendary treasure. Feng Che looked around at the captain's room, where there were many transparent shop windows. There are many captain's trophies in the window, most notably Walrain's ivory. Just when Feng Che was looking for Lokia feather, a voice came from the door of the captain's room. Feng Che saw through psychic that a group of people gathered at the door of the captain's room. First mate, are you all right? Have you tried the password? The poachers said impatiently. When Lance Crossing appeared, the first mate was taken to the captain's room by the poachers. A group of them are trying to open the door to the captain's room. Do we have no other way than to break the lock? The poachers said to the first mate viciously. There is no way. The captain's room is made of 0.5 meter superalloy. Even strong acid and high explosives will not work. There is no other way than walking through the main entrance. The first mate hurriedly explained that he has no way back now, and he can only go all the way to the dark. Of course, he does not want to be given up by the poacher organization. Then don't delay, try the code, or we'll throw you into the sea to feed Gyarados. The people of the poacher organization viciously threatened that murder and arson are already commonplace for the people of the poacher organization. Above the cruise ship, Hanzo Shira has been beaten by Lance, crossing to the point where he can't fight back. His Crobat had been beaten with blood by Lance, crossing Golbat and fell into the sea without knowing his life or death. Lance, crossing, I will always remember the humiliation you brought me. Hanzo Shira's pupils shrank sharply like a lone wolf, staring at Lance, crossing, as if to imprint the appearance of Lance, crossing in his mind. Honchkrow, use brave bird, cover me. Hanzo Shira took out a syringe from his hand and injected it into Honchkrow's body. Honchkrow made a shrill noise, and then its eyes turned red, and its feathers stood on end, as hard as Orberg. Hanzo Shira let go of the hands that were gripping Honchkrow's claws. Honchkrow uses brave bird on Charizard. Dark armor condensed on Honchkrow's body, roaring towards Charizard like a world-shattering beast. Charizard, use Dragon Claw to block Honchkrow. At Lance Crossing's order, Charizard's Dragon Claw suddenly stretched out, grabbing onto Honchkrow's wings. Charizard then opened his mouth wide and sprayed flamethrower at Honchkrow's head. Hanzo Shira watched the fierce battle between Honchkrow and Charizard with a sneer on his face. Hanzo Shira threw a Pokeball in midair and released a Golisopod from it. The Golisopod looks like a giant worm standing up. It still has a hard shell and many feet, although the feet are relatively small in the middle of the abdomen. Its body is still segmented, the shells on both sides are raised upwards, and the claws of its arms are sharp. The Golisopod has a hard shell that covers its body and is as strong as a diamond, and its freely retractable claws are its greatest weapons. When its sharp and huge claws are swung down, even the sea can be divided into two. Golisopod is highly capable and can fight flexibly with 6 arms. It will see when the enemy is negligent 987, and use the small claws on the front feet to solve the opponent. Golisopod is a swimming champion in the sea, and it can lurk into the deep sea. Golisopod is extremely explosive, so the reason Hanzo Shira summoned Golisopod is to let Golisopod take him to abscond. Hanzo Shira waved at Lance Crossing with a grim smile on his face, and then stuck close to Golisopod. Golisopod hugged Hanzo Shira tightly with its 4 legs, plunged its head into the water, and a white spray of more than 1 meter high appeared on the sea. No, Hanzo Shira is going to run away. Aerodactyl, use Hyper Beam to stop Hanzo Shira from escaping. Lance Crossing saw that Hanzo Shira wanted to escape, and quickly ordered Aerodactyl. When Hanzo Shira plunged into the water, Aerodactyl emitted a white beam of light. The huge beam of light slammed into the sea, and a water column burst into the sky in the sea, and the white water splashes spread out, forming a thin drizzle. But Hanzo Shira is still missing, apparently escaping Aerodactyl's attack. Damn, let Hanzo Shira escape. After finally meeting a big man in the poacher organization, he even let this big man escape, which made Lance Crossing very unwilling. Oops, I lost my sense of Lokia's feathers, and Lokia's feathers were stolen. Captain Kosh's heart suddenly froze, his face changed greatly, as if he had lost his soul. Salamence then took a sharp dive, heading towards the captain's cabin. Feng Che and Ditto rummaged through boxes in the captain's room. Except for the captain's loot, Feng Che found nothing of value. Where on earth are Lokia's feathers? Ditto's ability to sense the treasure failed. Feng Che also used Psychic to search carefully, but found no trace of Lokia's feathers. When Feng Che didn't notice, Ditto's eyes turned red, and the cells in his body sent out a strong covet again. Ditto didn't even think about it, and with a big mouth, he swallowed Walreine's teeth, which the captain had placed in the room, directly into his stomach. Then Ditto felt like he was too full, and suddenly spread his wings and lay limply on the carpet made of Fluffy's fleece. Ditto, look for it. Feng Che looked at Ditto with a look of hatred for iron. Just then, there was a slight noise from outside the door. Chapter 137_Alliance's Dark Void. Arriving, just in time, every time the crisis is lifted. Oops, the poachers are coming in. In desperation, Feng Che had to give up the plan to take away Lokia's feathers and hurriedly put Ditto into the Pokeball. Then Feng Che rushed out from where he came in and left the captain's room. It's a pity, I am so unwilling, it's only a short while to get Lokia's feathers, that's a legendary resource. Feng Che said sadly. The door of the captain's room creaked open, and then people from the poacher organization poured into the captain's room. First mate, where did Captain Cassia hide Lokia's feathers? The poachers asked loudly. I don't know, I can't enter the captain's room when the captain is not there. The first officer said a little embarrassedly, cursing secretly in his heart, this old guy has been guarding me all the time, and said that he treated me well. If this old guy hadn't accidentally leaked his mouth after being drunk and unconscious, I would have. I don't know that this old guy still hides such a treasure. HMPH, what's the use of asking you? Tisha, the leader of the group of poachers, said with a displeased expression. Everyone, be quick. Lokia's feathers are what Hanzo Shira-sama specified, and we can't let the adults down. The leader Tisha said to everyone. HMPH, you people are really brave, you dare to run into my room and steal things. Captain Kasha sat on Salaman's back and rushed back to the captain's room. He looked at the swarms of poachers rage in the captain's room and shouted loudly. Your biggest supporter Hanzo Shira has already escaped. If you know each other, then surrender obediently. Otherwise I will fight until you surrender. However, by then I cannot guarantee whether your state will be alive or dead. Captain Cassia looked at the poachers in the captain's room with a sinister gaze. Rage said. Lance Crossing took Aerodactyl and Charizard to support Dragonair. Feng Che walked out of the cabin in a hurry, and in his hand was carrying a member of the poacher organization who had been knocked unconscious by him, as if he was struggling to defend against the poachers. Feng Che looked up and saw a large amount of smoke rising from the top of the captain's room. A salamence hovers in the smoke, its mouth wide open preparing for the hyper beam. Salamence, use hyper beam. Captain Kasha yelled at Salamence. Then a beam of light rushed into the captain's room again, only to hear a bang, and at the same time came the miserable growl of the members of the poacher organization crying. I, Kasha, have been recuperating for so many years, and I haven't been so angry for a long time. Let you first taste the consequences of making me angry. As long as you hand over what you stole from here, I can spare your life. Captain Kasha shouted loudly, his scarlet eyes full of anger. After a while, the members of the poacher organization in the captain's room all fell to the ground. But none of these people handed over Lokia's feathers, which made Captain Kasha angry. Before this, no one had ever known that Captain Cassia had Lokia's feathers, and Captain Cassia kept it secret, keeping Lokia's feathers extremely secret. Even in the face of Hanzo Shira's threat, he firmly denied the existence of Lokia's feathers. Once more and more people know this secret, the cruise ship will never have peace. Lokia's feathers must have been hidden in a corner of the ship by the poachers, or some props were used to block my telepathy to Lokia's feathers. Captain Kasha frowned, his eyes kept on turning, he was trying his best to think about where Lokia's feathers could be hidden by poachers. When Lokia feather disappeared, Hanzo Shira had already fallen into the sea, so he couldn't have taken it. So it's very likely that it's in the hands of the poachers, and I have to search their wristbands one by one until I find the stolen Logia feathers. A hidden corner of the cruise ship. Come on, Lord Hanzo Shira has escaped, and we have to evacuate as soon as possible. Rage fans, hurry up and throw them into the sea. Quick, bring the rage powder hidden in the cabin, so that we can escape in the chaos. Tobu, a leader of the poacher organization, was like an ant on a hot pot. But the members who went to the cabin ran out with a sad face. Leader, the big thing is bad, and the rage fans have disappeared. HMPH, if you still want to run away, stay with me. A huge black shadow came, and the leader of the team, Tobu, was held by Aerodactyl in his mouth. Another poacher group member was stomped on the ground by Aerodactyl. It's really a group of dregs of society. What awaits you will be the sanctions of the Alliance. You should go to the prison of the Alliance and reflect on it. Lance Crossing looked at the group of downed poacher members and said coldly. Gyarados, who was attracted by rage fans around the cruise ship, also woke up a little at this time. These recovered Gyarados looked at the two Dragonaires with fearful aura, plunged directly into the sea and disappeared. Lance Crossing and Captain Kasha both withdrew from the deck to deal with the poachers as fewer and fewer Gyarados gathered on the outside of the cruise ship. So on the cruise ship, the remaining members of the poacher group were quickly planted. Fortunately, this crisis is finally lifted. Although Hanzo Shiro was not caught, many members of poacher organizations were also arrested. Lance Crossing murmured as they watched the poacher group members who had been defeated by the Blue Jays and Scyther. Because the cruise ship's powerhouse had been blown up by a poacher group, Lance Crossing had to wait on the cruise ship for the Cinnabar Island rescue team to arrive. After a while, more than a dozen helicopters appeared in the sky, which were Union rescue planes. This is really the dark void of the Alliance. Every time, I can arrive at the moment when the crisis is completely lifted. Feng Che looked up at the helicopter of the Alliance, and couldn't help but secretly complain. A rope ladder was then suspended from the helicopter, and both Blaine and Officer Jenny descended from the rope ladder to the deck. Blaine saw that the cruise ship had been battered, and there was a faint sound of Captain Kasha's feisty snarl from the cruise ship. Lance Crossing, long time no see, I didn't expect you to turn the tide on the cruise ship and capture the poacher organization. Blaine saw Lance Crossing who was catching poachers, and walked straight to Lance Crossing. I didn't expect such a thing to happen on Captain Kasha's ship. The infiltration ability of the poacher organization is really strong, Blaine said with emotion after understanding the cause and effect of the incident. If it wasn't strong, poacher groups wouldn't be so rampant. This shows that the poacher organization has formed a very strong interest network and interest chain. We still have to strengthen the protection of Pokémon trainers to ensure the safety of trainers who travel abroad. Lance Crossing said in a heavy tone. By the way, Blaine, this is my friend Feng Che, he is an excellent pharmacist. Lance Crossing glanced at Feng Che and introduced to Blaine. Blaine, hello, I have long admired the name of Blaine Professor. You are a top expert in genetic research, and I have always admired you. Feng Che said respectfully to Blaine. Where, there are more people who are proficient in genetics than me. Blaine adjusted her glasses and said politely. Blaine felt a little embarrassed when Feng Che suddenly put on a high hat. My Dragonair has defeated so many Gyarados just now, and I can't completely suppress the light of evolution. I need to quickly reach Cinnabar Island, helping hand my Dragonair to complete the evolution. Lance Crossing said to Blaine. Then follow the helicopter and let's head to Cinnabar Island first. Officer Jenny, then please imprison the members of the poacher organization to the prison on Cinnabar Island. I will leave with Lance Crossing Elite and this little friend first. Blaine greeted Officer Jenny politely and then I took Lance Crossing and Feng Che and left on a special plane. The poacher group is really getting more and more rampant, and they started robbing cruise ships in broad daylight. Blaine said angrily. This is all the result of the Alliance's insufficient strikes and the secret collusion of the aristocratic family. But after this incident, I will ask the Alliance to focus on combating poacher organizations. The poacher organization is already too rampant, and the threat is no smaller than Team Rocket's. If it is not curbed, any trainer who has rare Pokémon will have no way to travel. There are frequent robberies, and there is no way to guarantee the safety of trainers. Lance Crossing said solemnly. Even the Alliance's MT, Silver and Wilderness Reserve, these two rare Pokémon reserves, have seen a lot of Pokémon poaching. Some time ago, MT, Silver's overlord Tyranitar was stolen and just gave birth. The poachers are really rampant. Lance Crossing didn't have any scruples, and told Feng Che the top secret information directly. The current alliance is not what it used to be. Since the previous leader abdicated and Damalanchi took over, the atmosphere of the entire alliance has changed. Blaine sighed and said with emotion. It's not surprising, he was originally the puppet elected by the family, and the power held by the family is too great. Lance Crossing said the key to the problem. In the later stage, it was because of Lance Crossing's complete disappointment with the Alliance that they embarked on a path to fight against the Alliance and clean up the family. In the end, Lance Crossing succeeded, although Lance Crossing was not recognized by the two powerful mythical beasts Ho-Oh and Lokia. However, Lance Crossing also received due respect because of their strong strength, and was finally reappointed as 4 Elite by the newly formed alliance. In the end, because of his outstanding performance, he was transferred to Johto region and became the champion of Johto region. This is the information in Feng Che's memory. I don't know what the little friend is doing on Cinnabar Island. Blaine's eyes turned to Feng Che. Is it the Jim who came to challenge me? Blaine quipped suspiciously. I have no plans to challenge Jim yet. I went to Cinnabar Island to find the Crystal of Fire. My Vulpix is about to be born, so I want to give it a good foundation. Feng Che revealed his intentions to Blaine. The Crystal of Fire, it can only be found in the depths of the volcano on Cinnabar Island. After all, the Crystal of Fire is a top-level treasure that can only be discovered by a large firestone vein. Blaine said slowly. Pokémon of the volcano on Cinnabar Island are dueling. In order to ensure the safety of tourists have been banned from entering. I will say hello to people, and if you want to enter the volcano, I will let them let you go. But don't have too much hope. After all, crystals of fire are very rare. I have collected a few top-quality fire stones here. If you need them, I can sell them to you. Blaine said to Feng Che very enthusiastically. In addition to being a geneticist, Blaine is also an archaeologist and has collected many precious ores, including the superb firestone. No need for Mr. Blaine, I still want to find the Crystal of Fire, so that my Pokémon can lay the best foundation. Feng Che shook his head and refused. He still wanted to go to Cinnabar Island to find treasure for Vulpix. Soon, the helicopter landed on Cinnabar Island. Feng Che and Lance Crossing followed Blaine to Cinnabar Gym. Blaine's gym is built on a volcano, and there are hot springs all around. Cinnabar Island is also a tourist city famous for its hot springs, and bustling tourists can be seen everywhere. Lance Crossing Elite, this is my basement for you, where you can complete Dragonair's evolution. Dragonair is safe enough to complete evolution here. Blaine brought Lance Crossing and Feng Che to a basement, which has an area of 200 square meters, enough for Dragonair to complete the evolution. Then it's up to you, Blaine. Lance Crossing closed the basement door. Feng Che, I have to trouble you this time, it's too late for me to return to Long Island now. If you can help hand Dragonair to complete the evolution this time, I owe you another favor. Lance Crossing looked at Feng Che indifferently and said, he believed that with Feng Che's ability, there would be no problem with Dragonair's successful evolution. At that time, Feng Che can ask for anything he wants. As long as he can do what he can, it doesn't matter. Lance Crossing's words reminded Feng Che of the Dead Islands. He intends to make a request to Lance Crossing after helping hand Dragonair completes the evolution, and apply to the Alliance to include the Dead Islands in the territory of Lance Crossing. Not only does the Dead Archipelago have top-notch sand scales, it also has a hidden treasure trove. If another noble family or elite in the Alliance asked for the Dead Islands, Feng Che would not be able to step into the Dead Islands again. You release Dragonair, I'll check Dragonair's state. Feng Che said with a smile. Dragonair evolution becomes Dragonite, and it needs to shed this extremely thick dragon skin before evolution becomes Dragonite. This process is also extremely painful, and it is not a small disaster for Dragonair. There are many powerful Dragonair in the process of molting, because of the stimulation of severe pain and died. Originally, Dragonair was able to hold on for a while, but because of the huge amount of experience gained from fighting too many Gyarados, the evolution could no longer be completely suppressed. Chapter 138 Dragonair Evolution. When Lance Crossing released the 2 Dragonairs, the dragon skins on the Dragonair were already full, and there were many cracks. Dragonair was also extremely painful, but it didn't want to worry Lance Crossing, so it forcibly endured it. Dragonair's situation is particularly critical at this time. Do you have any dragon's blood fruit there? Feng Chejian frowned slightly and asked Lance Crossing. If you have a dragon's blood fruit, I can make a better potion for Dragonair. Feng Che added. Yes, I went back to the dragon's cave not long ago, and the Great Elder gave 2 dragon blood fruits. Lance Crossing pulled a wooden box out of the storage ring. After he opened the wooden box, there were 2 dragon blood fruits the size of a fist like a heart. The 2 dragon blood fruits also kept contracting like hearts. Feng Che then carefully divided the dragon blood fruit into 2 parts according to the unique texture structure on berry, ready to make a potion. This dragon blood fruit. Feng Che picked up a dragon's blood fruit and carefully identified it. His face was a little ugly. Is your dragon's blood fruit tree abnormal? Feng Che said suddenly. How did you see it? Although it involves the secret of the dragon's cave, Lance Crossing admitted it generously. Lance Crossing just wanted to consult Feng Che to see if he had any good ideas. This dragon's blood fruit is poisonous and cannot be eaten by Pokémon anymore. Feng Che said solemnly. Dragon's blood fruit is poisonous. How could this be? The Pokémon in the dragon's cave show no signs of poisoning. Lance Crossing tightened his brows and asked Feng Che 3 times in surprise. The appearance of this dragon's blood fruit doesn't show any abnormality, but if you look closely at the core of this dragon's blood fruit, there are faint black spots on the brown core. Feng Che placed the dragon's blood fruit under the magnifying glass and continued. The pit is the most concentrated part of the toxin and berry, the most susceptible to toxin reaction, but generally the least noticeable. And this toxin will continue to accumulate in the dragon-type Pokémon's body, gradually corroding the mind of the dragon-type Pokémon. Although no abnormality can be detected on the surface. But in the long run, with the gradual accumulation of toxins, the dragon-type Pokémon will fall into an inexplicable mania. In the end, there will be total loss of sanity. Feng Che solemnly explained to Lance Crossing the dangers of toxins in dragon blood fruit. Have half of the leaves of your dragon's blood fruit tree fallen off, and the tree's body is gradually withering. And the use of treasures with vitality will also accelerate the signs of withering of the dragon's blood fruit tree. Feng Che asked Lance Crossing. Yes, it is. Lance Crossing nodded. In his impression, it is indeed no different from what Feng Che said. The dragon's blood fruit tree is the treasure of the town clan cultivated by our ancestors. Once the dragon's blood fruit tree is exhausted, it will be a devastating blow to our royal dragon family. Lance Crossing frowned and looked worried. What can you do? If I can save the dragon's blood fruit tree, I will give a generous reward. Lance Crossing looked at Feng Che with anticipation. He knew that since Feng Che could see the abnormality of the dragon blood fruit at a glance, there should be a solution. The appearance of the dragon's blood fruit is not unusual, and the dragon's blood fruit was brought directly from the dragon's cave. Without the hands of others, it is impossible for others to poison the dragon's blood fruit. This means that toxic substances are eroding the roots of the dragon fruit tree. Toxic substances are slowly absorbed by the rhizome of the dragon's blood fruit tree, and then accumulated in the dragon's blood fruit. Feng Che said slowly. It is not difficult to solve this problem. The source of the toxin lies in the roots of the dragon's blood fruit tree. Just dig up the ground at the root of the dragon's blood fruit tree, dig out the toxic substance buried in the root of the dragon's blood fruit tree, and then replace the surrounding soil. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a toxic gem that was buried in the ground. Only toxic gems can be buried underground and slowly release toxins that erode the dragon's blood fruit tree without being detected. The toxic gem is buried on one side of the root of the dragon's blood tree, so the tree on that side withered more severely. Feng Che said with certainty. Well, I'll try it when I go back. If I can really cure the dragon's blood fruit tree, the reward I promised will definitely be honored to you. Lance Crossing said happily, and the frowning brows gradually relaxed. He suddenly felt that a big stone in his heart fell to the ground. This is a major event that has always troubled their royal dragon family and is related to the rise and fall of the whole family. Feng Che took out the tool from the bracelet and released EPUB at the same time. Feng Che took out a sharp scalpel and carefully cut the lines on the dragon's blood fruit. A black liquid sprayed out from the dragon's blood fruit, and Feng Che collected the liquid into a bottle. These contaminated dragon blood fruits are best treated in this way to get rid of the toxic substances inside. However, if this step is not handled well, it is still easy to remain toxins, so if you do not have the level of a senior pharmacist, it is not recommended to treat the poisonous dragon blood fruit. And after you change the soil around the fruit tree, it's best not to eat the dragon blood fruits that have been produced in the recent period. If you trust me, I can make these dragon blood fruits into a potion, and the effect is several times that of taking it directly. Feng Che dealt with it in an orderly manner. Medicinal herbs, while babbling to Lance Crossing. I have to go back to the dragon's cave and ask the great elder to make a decision on this matter. Don't worry, as long as your method is effective, our royal dragon family will definitely give you a generous reward. Lance Crossing raised his eyebrows and said with confidence. Come out, Lydon, Ivysaur. Feng Che threw out 2 Pokeballs. Ivysaur, use grassy terrain to restore the Dragonair's stamina. Lydon helped me heat this dragon's blood fruit. The temperature should be kept constant at 75 degrees Celsius. Feng Che said to Lydon. Lydon nodded, and then spit out a small cloud of flame that wrapped the dragon's blood fruit. This Lydon has a strong talent for controlling fire energy. Dragon's blood fruit needs to be heated at a constant temperature of 75 degrees for half an hour to dissolve the most effective ingredients. If the temperature is too low, the active ingredients will not be easily precipitated. If the temperature is too high, the effective substances will be easily destroyed. 75 degrees is just right. In this way, the medicinal properties of the dragon's blood fruit can be maximized. Feng Che explained to Lance Crossing. Lance Crossing stood aside and looked at Feng Che with an expression of admiration, as if they were watching a wonderful performance. Half an hour later, Lance Crossing watched as the dragon's blood fruit melted little by little, turning into a fiery red liquid, like flowing lava. Nice job, Lydon. Feng Che motioned to Lydon to take back the flames. At this time, Ivysaur has used grassy terrain, and grassy terrain exudes a light fragrance. This eased Dragonair's pain considerably. Dragonair twisted on the ground, and the dragon scales on its body gradually fell off. Dragonair's dragon balls are getting smaller and smaller, and the dragon-type energy in the dragon balls is being continuously decomposed and injected into Dragonair's body. After Feng Che melted the dragon's blood fruit, he took out various herbs and tree fruits, ground, purified, and blended. After a while, 2 blood-red potions appeared in front of Lance Crossing. This is the Dragon Power Elixir of Helping Hand Dragonair Evolution. Because of the quality of the dragon's blood fruit, the Dragon Power Elixir has reached an excellent level, but this time, let's make do with it. Helping Hand Dragonair Evolution is enough. Dragon Force Elixir can greatly improve Dragonair's defense ability, and can also increase Dragonair's strength. Feng Che explained to Lance Crossing. Well, thank you, Lance Crossing said gratefully. Come on, Dragonair, drink this potion of dragon power. Feng Che poured the dragon power potion into the 2 Dragonairs respectively. After the Dragonair drank the dragon power potion, his whole body felt numb. Dragonair, come, molt feeling BHDE. As long as it can shed its skin successfully, Dragonair has full confidence that evolution will become Dragonite. With the passage of time, the size of Dragonair became larger and larger, all the scales on its body had fallen off, and the ground was covered with scattered dragon scales. Very well, Dragonair evolution has been pretty smooth so far. As long as the Dragonair can successfully shed its dragon skin, it's almost a success. Feng Che said to Lance Crossing. Feng Che, do you have any plans for the future? A master of pharmacy like you shouldn't be trapped in Team Rockets. Lance Crossing asked tentatively. The current league isn't much better. Team Rockets are brutal, but they still play by the rules. I'm at Team Rockets and I'm free to move as long as I complete the tasks they've given me. If I ever became an employee of the Alliance, I'd have to work a 9-to-5 job and be on the lookout for assassinations by Team Rockets. I won't leave Team Rockets for the time being. If you need anything, you can come to me directly. For the sake of our acquaintance on the Dead Archipelago, as long as it doesn't violate my rules, if you ask for it, I will definitely do my best. After all, pharmacists are born to treat Pokemon, and you can come to me if you have any incurable diseases. Feng Che said indifferently, without seeing any waves in his eyes. Lance Crossing did not expect that Feng Che would reject his suggestion so calmly and decisively. Finally, Dragonair sheds its complete dragon skin. Dragonair was wet, and its tiny scales were growing, covering Dragonair's entire body in a blink of an eye. It's alright. Dragonair's dragon skin is an extremely precious medicinal material, so I accept it rudely. Feng Che, who has a strong collection habit, would not let such precious medicinal materials go. Feng Che sneered at Lance Crossing, then bent down and put away Dragonair's skin. Dragonair's skin contains the power of dragons, which can treat the symptoms of Pokemon's nervous breakdown. But usually Dragonair will directly eat the dragon skin to supplement the body's nutrition after molting. Therefore, Dragonair's dragon skin is extremely rare, and the price is also high on the black market. Grassy terrain is constantly helping hand Dragonair to regain strength. Lance Crossing has been quietly waiting by the side, watching Dragonair's body keep getting bigger. After a whole night, Dragonair finally evolution became Dragonite. Very good, my strength has improved a lot. After seeing Dragonair evolution become Dragonite, Lance Crossing's heart that has been holding on has been completely let go. Feng Che, I owe you a favor. Lance Crossing smiled and said to Feng Che with a grateful look in his eyes. You're welcome, this is what I should do, but I have something to ask you. You said. Lance Crossing looked at Feng Che with anticipation. Isn't the Dead Islands discovered by the Alliance now? I want you to come forward and take down the Dead Islands. There are all kinds of rare tree fruits and medicinal herbs planted there. You know, I'm a pharmacy fan. So, I don't want Dead Island to be taken over by other Alliance executives or elite. In that case, those rare medicinal materials will really be completely out of touch with me. What I need is to turn the land of the Dead Islands into your territory. Feng Che made his request to Lance Crossing. This is no problem, it's just a little errand, it's just a matter of my mouth. This doesn't count, you can make another request, as long as I can do it. Lance Crossing was a little disappointed with Feng Che's request. He felt that Elite Lance Crossing could easily offset the favor he owed with this trivial matter. Then I will write down the favor of Elite Lance Crossing first, and I will talk about it later when I think about it. These 2 Dragonite Pokeblocks are just the same as your previous Dragonite. Feng Che told Lance Crossing, the corners of his mouth curved into a nice arc. Okay, I want to go back to the Dragon's Cave first and solve the problem of the Dragon's Blood Fruit Tree as soon as possible. If the Dragon's Blood Fruit Tree is really cured, I will explain your credit to the Royal Dragon family. Lance Crossing took the 2 Dragonites back into the Pokeball and hurriedly left. Vulpix is about to hatch, I must find the Crystal of Fire as soon as possible. Feng Che said secretly, looking at the Pokemon egg that was already shaking slightly. Feng Che told Blaine that he wanted to go to Cinnabar Volcano, and Blaine warmly helped Feng Che greet the people guarding Cinnabar Volcano. Then Feng Che set off for the Cinnabar Volcano. Cinnabar Volcano is the largest active volcano on Cinnabar Island. But Cinnabar Volcano is relatively stable, having not erupted once in recent decades. Cinnabar Volcano brings rich hot spring resources to Cinnabar Island. Feng Che walks on the ground of Cinnabar Volcano, where the rocks are reddish-brown. Geodude and Graveler are quietly lurking beside a massive rock pretending to be a rock. The temperature of the flame here is not low, and the temperature of the exposed rock is at least 70 or 80 degrees. Even if you put an egg on it, it can be cooked very quickly. Here, Feng-Che saw a lot of fire-type Pokémon unique to the Kanto region. Vulpix, Ninetales, Ponyta, Rapidash, Flareon. After walking a long mountain road, Feng-Che finally reached the depths of Cinnabar Volcano. There is lava flowing everywhere. Litten jumped directly into the magma pool, bathed in the flowing magma and took a bath with a very happy expression on his face. A steady stream of fire energy is pouring into Litten's body. While Litten absorbs fire-type energy, he converts these fire-type energy into his various fire-type skills to improve his skill proficiency. Ditto turns into Golbat, which is constantly detecting the possible presence of the fire stone through sound waves. Fire crystals are also only found in large fire stone veins. At this moment, a huge roar came from a distance. Chapter 139-Fire Lotus filled with endless captivate. After a while, a majestic Arcanine appeared in front of Feng-Che. It's Arcanine. It turns out that the majestic roar sound just now was made by you. Feng-Che looked at this extremely mighty Arcanine with a smile. Arcanine is a Pokémon that looks like a large dog. I saw Arcanine's face and head covered with fluffy flaxen hair, and under the breeze, a majestic look. It has brown eyes, black and orange stripes like a tiger on its body, hair around its feet, and a long tail on its tail. When Arcanine runs, her body seems to be fused with the wind, and she can run like a fly, which is quite majestic. Arcanine is also a pretty decent mount, and the raging flames in its body will turn into its power, allowing it to run fast on the flames. Arcanine, human. How can there be humans here? This is the depths of a volcano. Arcanine, shouldn't this human get lost? Arcanine, like Growlithe, is a righteous Pokémon, a human who will help hand disorientate on the mountain. Arcanine, a fire-type treasure has appeared. I didn't tell Blaine that the mountain would be closed for a while. Arcanine, why did Blaine still let a human into the volcano? What if the fire-type Pokémon accidentally injured the human during the fight? It seems that this accident is related to the appearance of fire-type treasures. Blaine should know the situation here, and should also know the reason for the fire-type Pokémon fight. Feng-Che thought to himself as he listened to Arcanine's inner voice. Arcanine, do you want to send this human out of here? Arcanine looked at Feng-Che, her eyes kept rolling. But thinking that once the human is escorted away, it is very likely that it will not be able to grab the fire-type treasure. Arcanine hesitated for a moment, then sped away. Arcanine, forget it, it's hard to persuade the damned ghost, I won't worry about it so much. In the blink of an eye, Arcanine disappeared into the depths of the volcano. Come out, Blue Jay, follow the Arcanine and see where the Arcanine's final destination is. Feng-Che released the Blue Crow and said to the Blue Crow. The Blue Jay flapped its wings and followed slowly. By the time Feng-Che arrived at the valley where Arcanine was located, many powerful fire-type Pokémon were already gathering in the valley. Flareon. Houndoom. Ninetales. Arcanine was standing aside, looking at a fire lotus flower nearly 1 meter high in the magma pool. Part of the lava that came up swayed on the lotus leaves of the fire lotus, and several large bubbles popped up from time to time. A gust of wind blew, and the lotus leaves swayed in the wind, and the magma on the lotus leaves slipped into the magma pool like a pearl with a broken thread. I'm really lucky to be able to find the fire lotus that prepares the advanced potion of fire qualification. Feng-Che thought secretly. But these Pokémons are a bit strong, especially the Ninetales. The presence of Flareon means that there is indeed a fire stone on this volcano, but it is not certain whether the fire crystal can be found. Ninetales are four-legged Pokémon in the appearance of a fox. It is covered in beige hair, has a pair of bright red pupils, and a long mane floats on the top of its head, making it look noble and elegant. Its ninetails are smooth and slender, with saffron highlights at the ends. Of the 9 long tails of Ninetales holds a different secret power. It can freely manipulate flames using extrasensory, spit flickering flames from its mouth to hypnotize its prey, and emits strange rays of light from its bright red eyes to freely manipulate the minds of its opponents. Ninetales are extremely long-lived Pokémon, said to live for thousands of years. At this time, Ninetales was combing his hair, and a blue light burst out from time to time in its eyes, which seemed to have awakened Psychic. Flareon is the most Eevee-like in appearance. Flareon's skin is fiery red. It has a large, fluffy tail, as well as down on its neck and a tuft of small hairs on its forehead, all of which are cream yellow. In addition, the paw pads on its paws are also creamy yellow. Flareon's body temperature is very high. Flareon has a fire sac in his body, which transmits part of the air he inhales to the fire sac in his body, creating a 1700-degree flame. The average body temperature of Flareon is 700 to 800 degrees. When excited, the fire sac in its body will catch fire, and the body temperature will rise to 900 degrees. Its fluffy body hair has the function of dissipating heat into the air, allowing the overheated body temperature to drop. At this time, Flareon was licking his own hair casually on the surface, but Flareon's eyes wandered among the other three fire-type Pokémon, as if thinking about something. The Houndoom is similar to the canine Pokémon, but the horns on the head are larger and curved after the evolution. It has a prominent orange muzzle, tipped by a black nose and two inconspicuous external teeth. There are light gray bony objects around the neck and back, 3 of which are on the back. There is a gray-white circular protrusion in the center of the neck. Houndoom's belly is the same color as the muzzle, and the lower limbs have 3 toes and sharp claws. There are 2 bones on the ankle, and a long tail that resembles an inverted triangle. Except for the mouth and belly, Houndoom is gray-black all over. The Houndoom spews flames laced with toxins, and burns are perpetually painful. Houndoom's performance is the most calm. It lies on the ground and closes its eyes, waiting for the ripening of the fire lotus seeds. Open black lens bracket Flareon, yellow, level 43 close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ninetales, green qualification, level 46 close black lens bracket. Arcanine, yellow qualification, level 45. Houndoom, yellow qualification, level 49. Ninetales has the best qualifications, and Houndoom has the highest level, so these 2 Pokémons have nothing to fear. It seems that the Fire Lotus seeds are fought over by these 4 Pokémons. These Pokémon are all Pokémon with high-level superior strength. It is unlikely that I want to get Fire Lotus seeds. Feng Che calmly observed the movements of these Pokémons. He didn't intend to join the fray. Because Feng Che's original purpose was not Fire Lotus seeds, but the stamens of Fire Lotus flowers. These Pokémons will leave after competing for the Fire Lotus seeds, and then come back to get the cores. Now we have to find the Crystal of Fire first. Litten, let's go, you can sense where the fire energy is the most powerful. Because Litten is extremely sensitive to fire energy, Feng Che asked Litten to lead the way. Litten hit a yawn, which raised its claws and pointed at the fire lotus that was about to bloom. Litten, I'm afraid the trainer doesn't know that this fire lotus flower is blooming in the place with the strongest fire energy. Litten, if there are no fire crystals in this place, there can be no fire crystals in other parts of Cinnabar Volcano. That's it, it seems that I can only wait and see what happens here. After the battle for these Pokémon's fire lotus seeds is over, I can ask Litten to check if there are any fire crystals in it. Litten's ability to control fire is extremely strong. Ordinary magma, Litten is just a bath water. Feng Che didn't have to worry that Litten would be in danger after entering the magma. As the fire lotus gradually bloomed, the buds that were about to be released gradually opened. The fiery red lotus petals exude a sweet and elegant fragrance. This fire lotus is like a pile of flames about to be ignited. Soon, all the petals of the lotus spread out, revealing fiery red stamens and ruby-like fiery lotus seeds. Litten smelled the aroma, the halal seeds flowed down. It can be seen that the fire lotus has endless captivate for the fire-type Pokémon like Litten. Litten, it smells so good, what's wrong with me? I really want to take a bite on this fire lotus flower. Lydon, I really want to go to the fire lotus, why can't I control my body? Lydon tried his best to control the limbs that wanted to move forward, trying to suppress the covet who felt the fragrance in his heart. It's not right, it's not right, this fragrance contains a poisonous gas, this is not the normal smell of fire lotus. Feng Che turned his attention to the fire-type Pokémon who have been waiting near the fire lotus. These Pokémons are like lost souls. Arcanine spit out Lickitung, the larks flowed from her mouth, and it was walking towards the fire lotus step by step. Flareon was like a marionette, staggering and gradually approaching the direction of the fire lotus. Houndoom stared blankly in the direction of the fire lotus, and moved forward mechanically with no expression on his face. Only Ninetales was still struggling, and it noticed something was wrong, but its limbs moved forward involuntarily. The aroma of pheromones. This keyword suddenly appeared in Feng Che's mind. Pheromone aroma is unique to Salazzle to control the smell of Pokémon. Any Pokémon that smells pheromones, regardless of gender, will be manipulated by Salazzle. It seems that this fire lotus is a trap. Fortunately, the potions I made on Dead Island are still there. For flowers. Feng Che took out the potion made from the wind heron from the bracelet, and put it on Lydon's nose for Lydon to smell it. Immediately, the heat in Lydon's heart and covet gradually subsided. Lydon, what happened to me just now? I want to enter the fire lotus range just like I'm going crazy. Friend, can you help us? A burst of spiritual voice transmission suddenly appeared in Feng Che's mind. I'm Ninetales, can you help us get out of our current state? Ninetales said pitifully. Let's talk about what's good for me first. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the pheromone aroma of Salazzle. When did you provoke Salazzle to let it set such a trap for you? Feng Che asked curiously. Not long ago, a powerful Salazzle came to the Flaming Mountain, and was later defeated by the four of us. I didn't expect that this Salazzle would not give up and wanted to revenge us, so he laid this trap for us. If you just jump into the lava unconsciously, you will be scalded alive by the lava in a short time. In the end, it will become the food of Salazzle, please save us. Ninetales said to Feng Che in a sad voice. What's in it for me? Feng Che asked bluntly. As long as you save us, you can choose one of our last resort treasures, Ninetales said through gritted teeth. No, this risk is very high, and it will be remembered by Salazzle. You know, Salazzle is a very vengeful Pokémon. If you can take out the 5 treasures of last resort, I can consider it. Feng Che directly the lion said loudly. No, 5 is too many, even my last resort doesn't have 5, so I'd rather die under Salazzle's secret hands. I don't want to be a slave of human beings, and then try my best to make money to redeem myself. It has lived for thousands of years, and it has made a return. Ninetales rolled his eyes and wanted to lower the price. In the end, after some bargaining between Feng Che and Ninetales, Ninetales agreed to ask Feng Che for help at the cost of 3 last resorts. Are the other 3 Pokémon willing to contribute their treasures? Feng Che asked suspiciously. My strength is the strongest among them, and I am their aunt, and I am older than them. They dare not listen to me. Ninetales said very confidently. Good. Feng Che directly broke the potion bottle in his hand, and let the Blue Jay use the whirlwind skill. The smell of the wind heron herbal medicine spread out immediately. The tangy flavor gradually quieted the frenzied Pokémon. Arcanine, what's wrong with me? When did I come here? Why can't I remember anything? It's so hot. At this time, Arcanine has stepped into the magma with 1 foot, and quickly retracted it. Arcanine, what the hell is going on here? How did I step into the lava myself? Arcanine's feet were already scalded red at this time, she was limping while walking, and from time to time there was a piercing sting on the soles of her burnt feet. Flareon, it just felt like there were countless murmurs echoing in my head, captivate me as I stepped into the lava. Flareon, I'm still conscious, but my body just wants to jump into the lava uncontrollably. Flareon, what the hell is going on here? Almost died. The suddenly sober Flareon looked at the constantly surging magma in front of him and thought with lingering fears. Houndoom, looks like I fell for other Pokemon's schemes, but fortunately, it didn't make a big mistake. Houndoom, the fire lotus blooming this time is a conspiracy. I wondered why the fire lotus bloomed earlier than usual. Houndoom, it turns out that Pokemon did the trick, but unfortunately, the fire lotus is a natural treasure, which is considered a waste. Houndoom, who had reached the edge of the magma, suddenly realized. The fire lotus seeds have to be old enough to have an effect on their group of fire-type Pokemon. This batch of fire lotus seeds is forcibly ripened, and in the eyes of this group of fire-type Pokemon, it has no effect. Salazzle, I didn't expect my well-prepared plan to be destroyed by this human being. Suddenly, countless bubbles in the magma bulged, and many night pirate salamanders crawled out of the magma one after another. Husband. Chapter 140 Ditto, what the hell are you doing? Houndoom, this is indeed a Salazzle conspiracy. Houndoom bowed his head and let out a loud growl with bared teeth. Houndoom's growl echoes throughout the valley. The intimidating Houndoom makes the salamander panic a little. But after a strong and extremely rich aroma was emitted, these night thief salamanders suddenly lost their minds and turned into puppets without souls. A Salazzle 3 times the size of a salamander emerged from the lava. The head of the night salamander resembles the masked black headgear used by night thieves, and robbers, and the pattern from the lower body to the tip of the tail is like lava flowing slowly. Night thief salamanders release poisonous gas from the slits in their tails. The poisonous gas exudes sweet scent, and if you accidentally inhale it, it will become wobbly like a puppet. Female salamanders not only release poisonous gas, but also pheromone gas that confuses male humans and all male Pokemon. Once inhaled, the gas can be manipulated by the night thief salamander at will. Compared to the night thief salamander before evolution, Salazzle is taller and slender, and has also become adapted to stand on 2 feet. The abdomen has a fuchsia lace texture, and there is a pair of soft and flowing damasks at the waist. Salazzle secretes pheromones, which make male salamanders do their bidding. Salazzle commands multiple male salamanders to serve her, punishing her disgruntled subordinates. Salazzle is also able to use a special fire whip skill, which uses a flame whip to drive male salamanders. Those clear and elegant aromas just now emanated from the night thief salamander. Salazzle controls the night thief salamanders through the fragrance of pheromones, turning them into attack weapons in the hands of 987. At this time, Salazzle was staring at Feng Che, and it suddenly opened its mouth and let out a sharp, piercing growl. These night thief salamanders rushed towards Feng Che like a tide. These night thieves salamanders are really eyeing me. Come out, Froakie, use the water gun to attack these salamanders. Ditto, become a Yanmega and harvest these salamanders. Looking at the menacing night thief salamander, Feng Che quickly released Froakie and Ditto. However, as soon as Feng Che's voice fell, Ditto turned into a Salazzle. I saw that Ditto also exuded an extremely strong aroma of pheromones. Some salamanders controlled by Salazzle began to sway after smelling Ditto's fragrance. A night thief salamander finally couldn't bear it, and it attacked its companions around it. A tongue of fire slapped directly on the bodies of 2 or 3 night thief salamanders, and when the night thief salamanders were attacked, their skin and flesh were instantly ripped apart. Hey, Ditto, what the hell are you doing? Can't you fight the night thief salamander with dignity? Feng Che immediately raised his forehead and looked at Ditto, who had transformed into a Salazzle, with tears and laughter. He's been a little speechless about Ditto's frequent unconventional plays. Forget it, play with it. Froakie, use the water gun to attack these salamanders. I saw Froakie opened his mouth and spewed out a water column. These water columns separated countless tiny water guns in the air and hit every night thief salamander precisely. The night thief salamander that was hit screamed, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. After being hit by the water gun, some night thief salamanders woke up immediately, and then went into hiding in the lava without looking back. Part of the remaining night thief salamanders carried out Salazal's orders to attack Fengche, and part of them carried out Ditto's orders. The two sides are in a stalemate. At this time, Salazal has crawled out of the lava, and Salazal's tail is curled towards the fire lotus. The entire fire lotus was torn off by Salazal's tail. The fire lotus seeds in the fire lotus buds all fell into the magma. Was a smug smile on Salazal's face, and there was a glint of cruelty in his eyes. It wants to provoke the 4 fire Pokemon with this. Sure enough, the Ninetales were immediately annoyed by Salazal's actions, and they spewed huge columns of fire from their mouths. Salazal's long whip slapped on the body of the Night Thief Salamander, and then the Night Thief Salamander rushed to resist Flamethrower's damage. Watching the Night Thief Salamander burn to black coal by Flamethrower, Salazal didn't panic at all. Then Salazal opened his mouth and spit out a 3-meter-long flame whip from his mouth. The flame whip struck Arcanine's back at a ghostly speed, and Arcanine was drenched in blood. At the same time, Salazal also exudes the smell of pheromones, delusional to confuse the 4 powerful fire-type Pokemon. Salazal, blame this human for sabotaging my perfect plan. Salazal, if I can swallow these 4 powerful fire-type Pokemon, I will take the most crucial step and officially become the master of Cinnabar Volcano. After Fengche heard Salazal's words, he used the detection technique on Salazal. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Salazal close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, female close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Feature, corrosion. Open black lens bracket level, 50 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus fire. Skills, flame whip, ember, knock off, poison gas, disable, mist, grab, pound, encore, endeavor, torment, poison fang, sweet scent, nasty plot, burnout, venom blast, dragon pulse, flamethrower, toxic. Close black lens bracket. Status, annoyed. Evaluation. This is a powerful Salazal. It controls a tribe of night thief salamanders. It has reached the brink of breakthrough, and it is likely to become the real controller of Cinnabar Volcano. Close black lens bracket. A Salazal that is about to reach the gym level. Is it going to swallow the flesh of Ninetales and force it to break through to the gym level? Looks like this Salazal has something to back up for sure. Fengche thought secretly in his heart. At this time, Houndoom can no longer bide. It will open its mouth and spit out a black ball of light. There was also a purple-black arc flashing on the light ball, which was Shadow Sneak. Salazal used the flame whip to swipe at the location of Shadow Sneak, and Shadow Sneak was immediately cut by the flame whip, and a strong wind erupted in the air. Lydon, watch Salazal's movements carefully and see if you can comprehend the flame whip. Taking advantage of the stalemate on the field, Fengche lowered his head and said to Lydon. This is the battle of the powerful fire-type Pokemon, which can greatly inspire the fire-type Pokemon of Lydon. This is equivalent to free live demonstration teaching. Fire Spot meows a few times, and then Lydon imitates Salazal, condensing a flaming whip. However, this flame whip just took shape, and it dissipated immediately, becoming countless sparks scattered. Lydon, you haven't gathered enough strength. You look at the Salazal, its flame whip is very powerful, and it's capable of smashing Shadow Sneak straight. Fengche pointed to Salazal and said to Lydon. Lydon tried again. Even Froakie saw that Lydon was comprehending the skill of the flaming whip, and he suddenly had a feeling. Froakie, this flaming whip is really powerful enough. My water whip can't do as much as Salazal can. It seems that I need to increase the control of the water-type energy. Froakie was attacking the Night Thief Salamander while observing Salazal's movements. I saw Salazal use the flame whip to roll up Houndoom's forelimbs, then raise his head and yank it back. Houndoom was thrown by the flame whip and hit the rock hard. A lot of scattered stones fell along with the Houndoom. Houndoom struggled to stand up, but his momentum weakened a lot. This Salazal is so strong. it can't be beaten by a 1v4. Feng Che couldn't help sighing when he saw Salazal's fierce attack. Arcanine used the extreme speed skill to transform into a streamer, but saw Salazal shoot a fireball directly from her mouth. The fireball spread immediately to form a huge flame net. Arcanine crashed directly into the flame net, and the extreme speed skill was interrupted instantly. It's even possible to control the flame to create an effect similar to the power grid. To be honest, this Salazal really opened Feng Che's eyes. Flareon incarnates into a fireball, and it emits a superheated flame of up to 2000 degrees. At this moment, Flareon was like a hot wheel, slamming into the direction of Salazal. This is Flareon's energy-storing flame attack. It looks very powerful. I don't know how Salazal will deal with it. Feng Che thought curiously. He saw the disdain in Salazal's eyes through psychic, his face full of sarcasm, as if Flareon was a clown in its eyes. I saw Salazal spit out a flame whip from his mouth, rolled up the Houndoom that was rushing towards it, and blocked it in front of him. Flareon suddenly saw Houndoom appear in front of him, but at this time Flareon couldn't stop and could only collide with Houndoom. There was only a bang, and a khaki smoke was produced. After the smoke cleared, Houndoom and Flareon were so scarred that they no longer had the ability to fight. Only Ninetales and Arcanine are still on facade. Humans, don't stand by, wait until Salazal cleans us up, and you will be the next one. Ninetales suddenly said to Feng Che's mind. Even if you can break through the blockade of the Night Thief Salamander, but Salazal has already remembered your breath, even if you go to the ends of the earth, Salazal will not let you go. Ninetales knew that Salazal's extremely small miracle eye, this time the wind was clear for Helping Hand Ninetales. They have already offended Salazal to the death. Okay, I will help, come out, Ivysaur. Feng Che threw a Pokeball and released Ivysaur. Ivysaur quietly used grassy terrain on Houndoom, Flareon, and Arcanine. Feng Che said to Ivysaur's telepathy. Litten, use Growl to lower the Night Salamander's defense. Froakie, use the oversized water pulse on the Salazal. Ivysaur, prepare the solar beam. Feng Che methodically let Pokémon prepare a trick. Many nocturnal salamanders spewed flamethrower out of their mouths, which were scattered by the wind blowing from the blue jay's wings. Ditto's pheromone perfume was diffused by the blue jay's wings throughout the valley, prompting more salamander mutinies. Litten made a screeching sound from his mouth, a high-pitched sound like a power drill cutting. Salazal couldn't help covering her ears after hearing the sound. That's when Froakie's water pulse is ready. This water pulse is only the size of a basketball, but there are countless whirlpools spinning inside, and there is a monstrous sound in the whirlpool. Froakie threw the water pulse hard at the Salazal. Salazal was startled. It spat out a long whip of flame and smashed it towards the water pulse. Unexpectedly, the moment the flame whip came into contact with the water pulse began to twist violently as if it had lost its balance. Immediately, huge vortices formed and fell towards Salazal. Salazal couldn't figure out why this little ball suddenly turned into a vortex. Salazal wanted to use the flame whip for defense, but the moment the flame whip came into contact with the whirlpool, it was caught in the whirlpool. The flame whip was extinguished in the water pulse, and then Salazal was also involved in the water pulse. Salazal felt like a lone boat in the midst of a gigantic wave, rolling over and over with the waves helplessly. Water pulse fell into the magma, and the moment it came into contact with the magma pool, a large cloud of steam erupted from the magma pool. The large-scale evaporation of the water pulse took away a lot of the heat of the magma, and the magma pool gradually began to solidify and became a volcanic rock. Salazal broke free from the restraints of the water pulse with an embarrassed look on his face. It was wet and completely lost its previous fluttering beauty. Salazal wiped the water droplets from his face, his eyes bursting with rage's extreme light. Then Salazal's body burst into the sky. Salazal was so excited by this water pulse that a roaring flame ignited on his body. At this time, Salazal was like a demon who came out of the hell of flames, and lava appeared on Salazal's body. Even the already solidified magma pool was shaken by the flames on Salazal's body and melted into flowing magma again. Large bubbles emerged from the magma pool, exuding a strong smell of 3.4 sulfur. With pheromone perfume, there is a different kind of flavor. This Salazal is starting to lose its mind, and its combat effectiveness is on the rise. Feng Che narrowed his eyes as he looked at the about to explode Salazal. However, at this time, Houndoom and Flareon also gradually recovered their strength, and saw the two of them climbed up from the ground, and there was a piece of green grass under them. Houndoom, recovering his stamina, spewed black flames from his mouth. Once caught in these ferocious flames, you will be burned and plunged into eternal pain. Salazal saw Houndoom spit out flamethrower, which also spewed purple flames from its mouth. These purple flames instantly defeated the black flames, and then the purple flames flew towards the opposite Pokémon like rockets. Ninetales' tail turned bright silver immediately, and Ninetales used Iron Tail to surround himself. The flames close to Ninetales are directly extinguished by Ninetales' tail. Arcanine spewed fire blast out of the air, and wherever the fire blast passed, the rockets collapsed into purple sparks. Sparks landed on the ground with a screeching sound, accompanied by a large amount of white smoke. This skill should be a combination of flamethrower and toxic. This Salazal is really powerful. Feng Che looked at the battle excitedly with an expression of admiration. This battle is really exciting. Faced with the rocket that was about to fall on him, Houndoom suddenly opened his mouth and let out a deafening roar. The roar echoed in the valley, and many night thief salamanders were directly stunned by the roar. I said why the fire breath is so unusual today. It turns out that a big guy came from outside. Blaine rode Charizard down from the sky. Chapter 141 Pokémon Egg Hatching, Birth of Vulpix and Ice Vulpix. Mr. Blaine, here you are. Feng Che said respectfully to Blaine. What the hell is going on here? Blaine looked at the night thief salamanders and the Pokémon who were fighting, and asked suspiciously. Blaine just felt the strangeness of the Cinnabar volcano and hurried over on the Charizard, but had no idea what was going on. At this time, the arrogance of Salazal has weakened significantly, and it is already the same as the grasshopper in autumn. Ninetales saw that Blaine was coming, and temporarily quit the battle and walked over. Feng Che told Blaine the story one by one. That's it, I was just wondering at Jim how these little guys could make such an earth-shattering commotion. This Salazal, who broke into the Fire Lotus Mountain from the outside, is so powerful. Salazal set a trap and almost deceived these fire-type Pokémon. Haha, Ninetales, aren't you usually very smart? Why are you confused today? Blaine looked at Ninetales, who was wearing a lot of paint, with a look of resentment and laughed. Having said this from Blaine, Ninetales walked away a little ashamed and continued to join the battle that was nearing its end. I still have a lot of Fire Lotus seeds in my gym. If you don't dislike it, I will give it to you. These fire Pokémon are old friends of mine, thank you for saving their lives. Blaine turned to Feng Che and said. Blaine also has something in his words. He doesn't want Feng Che to be the fisherman behind and subdue these 4 fire-type Pokémon. Then thank you Blaine, Feng Che said politely. Feng Che didn't plan to take these 4 Pokémon away. In his opinion, these Pokémon are too old and have little value for cultivation. But this battle is coming to an end, and this Salazal won't last long. Blaine saw that Salazal was besieged by the 4 flaming Pokémon, with burn marks all over his body. Okay, Feng Che, you capture this Salazal, I'll capture these night thief salamanders. Otherwise this outsider will threaten the ecological balance of Cinnabar Volcano. It should be that some people released these Pokémon to Cinnabar Volcano 17, which gradually multiplied into a group. Usually, I regularly inspect Cinnabar Volcano to avoid the invasion of alien species. I have been too busy recently. It seems that we need to strengthen our vigilance in the future. Blaine said slowly as he watched the curtain call on the face of the battle. Feng Che saw that Salazal had completely collapsed under the siege of the 4 fire-type Pokémon. When Salazzle was about to die at the mouth of Houndoom, Feng-Che quickly threw out the Pokeball and took Salazzle into the Pokeball. This caught Houndoom's mournful look and rage's gaze. Houndoom roared in dissatisfaction. But after all, Feng-Che helped Houndoom before, so Houndoom just smashed a hard stone with his sharp claws, then turned his head and left. This Salazzle has a higher grade and can secrete a strange aroma. It should be worth a lot of money on the black market. Feng-Che looked at Salazzle's Pokeball and thought to himself. At this moment, Ninetales walked in front of Blaine with elegant lotus steps, and used Psychic to communicate with Blaine. So that's it, okay, Feng-Che, come to pick 3 treasures from my collection later. My collection is much better than these wild Pokemon collections, you have no problem. Blaine pushed up her glasses and laughed. No problem, Mr. Blaine, I just happen to have some questions for you about my Litten. Feng-Che waved to Litten. Litten jumped 3 times and fell into Feng-Che's hand. This battle was an eye-opener for Litten, and I wanted to learn the skills of manipulating fire from Mr. Blaine. Feng-Che said to Blaine with a smile. This Litten is. Blaine glanced at the Litten, and at a glance he recognized it was Giovanni's Litten that had gone wrong. Not long ago, Giovanni, the gym leader of the Viridian Forest, personally brought the Litten to Blaine for a physical examination. Even Blaine thinks that only evolution can solve the problem of uncontrolled fire energy in this Litten. It's been so long, this Litten is fine. This piqued Blaine's curiosity. Feng-Che, your Litten is really well bred. Blaine sighed as she watched the Litten change dramatically. Mr. Blaine, I may stay on Cinnabar Island for a while, and then let's exchange the training skills of fire-type Pokemon. Feng-Che saw Blaine's eyes staring at Litten. It seems that Blaine is very interested in this Litten. I can't ask for it. Blaine nodded. Suddenly, Blaine's communicator rang. What? Team Rockets are holding a cruise ship off Cinnabar Island. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Blaine hurriedly hung up the phone, and after saying hello to Feng-Che, she flew away in the Charizard with a serious expression. The 4 fire-type Pokemon gathered because of the Fire Lotus were also destroyed because of the Fire Lotus, so they drove these Night Thief Salamanders to the direction of Cinnabar Gym. Feng-Che was the only one left in the entire valley. Haha, there is really empty Treasure Mountain, but I don't know. The most precious thing about the Fire Lotus is not the petals, nor the Fire Lotus seeds, but the rhizomes of the Fire Lotus. Litten, please, you lurked under the lava to help me. Look for the Crystal of Fire and the rhizome of the Fire Lotus. Feng-Che gently touched Litten's small head, the corners of his mouth raised slightly unconsciously. Litten arrogantly jumped out of Feng-Che's hands and plunged into the magma pool. Froakie studied the water polo in his hand with a serious expression. At this point, the water polo in Froakie's hand had turned into a water whip. Froakie kept changing the shape of the water polo, turning into a water whip and a shuriken. Froakie, the skill of the Salazzle just now is really good. I will double my training until I can switch the form of water freely. Froakie thought to herself. After a while, Litten climbed up from the lava pool. It shakes off the lava from its body, and bites a palm-sized fire cinnabar lotus root in its mouth. This lotus root emits a faint fragrance, as crystal clear as jade. At the tail of this lotus root, there are 2 red spar, and the spar is flickering with lifelike flames. This is the crystal of fire. Very well, our purpose of coming to Cinnabar Island this time has been achieved, and we will start special training in the next day. Feng-Che said to all his Pokemon. He intends to use the next 3 months to upgrade all the Pokemon he has to superior. With this flame lotus root, we should be able to formulate a good quality aptitude enhancing potion. The crystal of fire is just right for Litten and Vulpix can also use the crystal of fire evolution to become Ninetales. Night. Feng-Che is boarding at Cinnabar Gym. Cinnabar Gym is only Blaine living in the gym all the year round, so it is empty inside. The Night Thief Salamander that was driven to gym was also collected by Feng-Che into the Pokeball and placed in the place where Blaine kept Pokemon. At this time, Feng Che was a little nervous, because Vulpix and Ice Vulpix were about to hatch. Feng Che soaked 2 Pokemon eggs in the prepared nutrient solution. The 2 Pokemon eggs are very full, the Pokemon eggs are flashing with white light, and there is also a thumping sound inside the eggshell, as if the Pokemon will rush out of the egg in the next second. Feng Che heard rhythmic tapping sounds from both Pokemon eggs. Little guys, come on. Shell Smash can only rely on you. If I force you to help hand you Shell Smash, it is very likely to weaken your qualifications. Feng Che cheered on these 2 little guys. The power emitted by the crystals of fire and ice is pouring into the eggshell continuously. Suddenly, the Pokemon eggs both made a crackling sound, and a huge crack appeared on the 2 Pokemon eggs. Feng Che quickly took out the crystals of fire and ice from the nutrient solution and put them into a special box. Not long after, Vulpix and Bing Vulpix successfully came out of Shell Smash. The first thing they saw when they opened their eyes was Feng Che. Feng Che carefully wiped off the mucus from Vulpix and Bing Vulpix. At the same time, Feng Che fished out the Pokemon eggshells of Vulpix and Ice Vulpix, which was the food after Vulpix and Ice Vulpix were born. Feng Che watched Vulpix and Bing Vulpix swallow his Pokemon eggshells like eating biscuits. Vulpix and Bing Vulpix played a yawn, and gradually fell asleep on the mattress prepared by Feng Che. Newborn Pokemon sleep a long time until they are out of their larva. Vulpix is a small, 4-legged, fox-like Pokemon. It has reddish-brown fur, pupilless, amber-brown eyes, large pointed ears, and dark brown inner ears. It has 6 orange curly tails that heat up when it's about to evolve. It has curly orange hairs on top of its head. At birth, Vulpix had only 1 white tail, which forked and grew more beautiful and warm as it grew. Vulpix has a creamy belly, brown paws and light brown paw pads. Vulpix is a fire-type Pokemon. Its petite and cute body can help it perform various agile movements. Therefore, Vulpix can learn quick attack. Vulpix can spit fire, and when rest is disturbed, it will spew flaming flames at each other. Vulpix can also make a long, loud noise, and it can learn moves like roar, howl, and more. Ice Vulpix's body is mostly white, the hair on its head and tail are also white, and it looks fluffy, so its tail cannot be clearly divided into 6 tails. Its eyes are a gradient from blue to white, without pupils. The inside of the ear is dark blue with 2 thick tufts of hair on the outside of the ear. The 4 paws are pale blue. Ice Vulpix can exhale air at -50 degrees from the mouth and can freeze everything. Since it hates hot places, when the temperature is high, ice forms from its tail to lower the surrounding temperature. As an ice-type Pokemon, Ice Vulpix cannot learn any fire-type moves, and instead has a large number of ice-type moves. At this time, Vulpix and Ice Vulpix are only the size of a palm, and they only have 1 tail. Only after they grow rapidly, their tails will split. Good night, Vulpix and Ice Vulpix. Feng Che looked at Vulpix and Bing Vulpix who were sleeping sweetly, and gently turned off the lights in the room. At this time, Feng Che already had Ditto, Blue Jay, Froakie, Litten, Ivysaur, Aerodactyl, Scyther, Magikarp, Vulpix, Ice Vulpix on hand, these 10 Pokemon. With these 10 Pokemon, the cost of food every day is not a small expense. Fortunately, Feng Che took advantage of the chaos to catch a lot of rare tree fruits on the cruise ship, which was enough for a while, so he didn't need to go out to buy. 3 months later. Vulpix, using flamethrower. Vulpix took a deep breath and spewed columns of fire at the 9 targets on the training ground. Under the careful care of Feng Che, the current Vulpix has grown 6 tails, which are soft and shiny, very elegant. The flamethrower split into 9 flames in the air, and slammed into the target, successfully hitting the target's bullseye. Clap clap clap. Blaine clapped and walked in from the side. In the past 3 months, Blaine has communicated with Feng Che a lot of ways to cultivate Pokemon, and he has also witnessed the rapid development of Pokemon strength in Feng Che's hands. Feng Che, your strength is getting stronger and stronger. In these 3 months, I have seen a newly born Pokemon gradually grow into a Pokemon with such a strong power. Although it has not reached the superior level, it is no different from the superior. Blaine said to Feng Che with an admiring expression on his face. Thanks to Blaine for taking care of coaching during this time. Feng Che said with a smile. By the way, this is the Fire Lotus Seed. I'm sorry, I forgot to give it to you when I was busy. Also, these are the 3 treasures I promised you. Blaine handed over a box. Feng Che opened the box and saw that his pupils shrank immediately. Surprisingly, there's a Moltres feather in it. But don't get me wrong, this Moltres feather is the most common feather of Moltres, not a legendary treasure. Fire-type Pokemon wearing Moltres feathers for a long time can improve Fire-type Pokemon's Fire-type moves. If it's Moltres natal feather, the effect is even more pronounced. Blaine laughed. The remaining 2 treasures, Blaine, are also unequivocal. Blaine gives the berry of the fire fruit, an extremely rare tree fruit that can improve the aptitude of fire-type Pokemon. Another is the Flame Orb, an orb that augments the fire-type skills of fire-type Pokemon. Although this Flame Orb is only low-grade, it can also sell for millions of Alliance coins in the black market. Haha, I won't say goodbye to me if I say goodbye. When you're free, just go back to Cinnabar Island and just treat it as your home. Blaine turned around and left, afraid of being sad. At this moment, Feng Che received a mission from Team Rockets. Feng Che submitted the Grandpa Canyon mission a few days ago, and passed the captured Kabuto and Omanite to the Team Rockets headquarters. Team Rockets gave Feng Che an S grade after fully analyzing the information provided by Feng Che and conducting on-the-spot investigation. Dear Feng Che Superior, hello. The Team Rockets mission is now communicated. Go to Lavender Town, find Senior Koga Cadres, and follow the orders of Koga Cadres. Task time limit. You must reach Lavender Town within 10 days. Ah, this mission looks weird. I'm planning to infiltrate the Alliance's undercover agent. Shouldn't I just let me act in the Alliance? Why did you send me to Lavender Town to find the Koga Cadres? Could it be that Team Rockets is in short supply right now? Feng Che's first reaction was that there was a conspiracy. Chapter 142-1000 Ghost Town, Lavender Town. Forget it, let's go to Lavender Town to find out first. If you don't arrive at Lavender Town in time, you will inevitably be severely punished by Team Rockets. Team Rockets, orders cannot be disobeyed for the time being. Feng Che quickly sorted things out. Ready to go to Lavender Town. Lavender Town is in the northeastern part of the Kanto region. Lavender Town is a famous Pokemon cemetery. All burials take place in the town's Pokemon Tower. Lavender Town is also a town that the Alliance focuses on guarding against, because Lavender Town has a spiritual passage. That's why Lavender Town has so many ghost-type Pokemon. Because of the influence of the spiritual world passage, humans or Pokemon who died in Lavender Town are extremely easy to become new ghost-type Pokemon. Feng Che doesn't plan to take ghost-type Pokemon in Lavender Town. At present, the only ghost-type Pokemon that Feng Che wants to get is Sniper Treowl. 9 days later, Feng Che arrived at Lavender Town in a dusty manner. As soon as he arrived at Lavender Town, Feng Che immediately realized that something was wrong. There are Team Rockets members everywhere, as if the entire town's residents were imprisoned by Team Rockets. It may be because the Kanto region is relatively large and the population of Lavender Town is not very large, so Team Rockets seized Lavender Town with lightning speed and did not attract the attention of the Kanto Alliance. Feng Che thought to himself. Who? The members of Team Rockets, who were guarding outside Lavender Town, shouted after hearing a movement in the forest. At this time, their spirits were tense, for fear of suffering from the Union's sucker punch. I'm here to report, Team Rocket's Feng Che Superior. With a smiling face mask on his head and a black cloak, Feng Che walked out of the forest. Feng Che showed his token to the Team Rocket's members who were guarding the periphery. Please wait a moment, Feng Che Superior, I need to check your token. Team Rockets took out a scanner and scanned Feng Che's token. After getting the approved information, Feng Che entered Lavender Town. Sure enough, the townspeople of Lavender Town are all imprisoned. Lavender Town is full of Team Rocket's members. I really don't know what Team Rockets are planning to do in Lavender Town. Feng Che slowly took off the smiling face mask, revealing a handsome face like a sculpture. Yo, it's Feng Che. With a white snake hanging on his body, the snake pillar dressed as a ninja saw Feng Che, an old acquaintance, come over, and he took the initiative to greet him warmly. Next to the pillar of snakes is the pillar of insects, which almost pitted Feng Che on Death Island last time, and he was smiling contemptuously at Feng Che. He knew that Feng Che was the star in front of Sabrina now, and if he played some more conspiracies with nasty plot, Sabrina would probably be liquidated directly. He didn't want to get caught up in the doll's nightmare again. This is Feng Che, Lord Sabrina's subordinate, and Lord Sabrina respects him very much. The serpent pillar specially introduced to the subordinate beside him. The people next to me are the pillar of fire, the pillar of water, the pillar of wind, the pillar of earth, the pillar of electricity, and the pillar of insects. We are the 7-pillar ninjas under Lord Koga's door. Introduced. Everyone greeted each other for a while before Feng Che quietly asked Snake Pillar what the mission was this time. I'm not very clear about the specifics. It's all conveyed from above. Let's be stationed here, but I don't know what tasks to complete. It is said that in addition to Koga-sama, Sabrina-sama will also come to Lavender Town. Snake Pillar said to Feng Che with a cautious expression on his face. We still have to go on patrol, so let's not talk about it. The order we received now is to focus on protecting the people from the Alliance, and don't let the Alliance ruin our major affairs. What's the matter? Feng Che rubbed his chin and thought to himself. Feng Che only remembered Green's disappearance and Red's intrusion into Lavender Town. Feng Che wandered aimlessly in Lavender Town. Lavender Town is always dark, day or night. There is always a thick layer of dark clouds above Lavender Town. It is said that people living in Lavender Town cannot see the sun, stars and moon. It is precisely because of this unique geographical environment that Lavender Town has become a unique ghost-type Pokemon site. Have you heard? Lord Koga is going to open the door to the spiritual world. Open the door of the spirit world. Why? Do you want to capture the ghost Pokemon behind the door of the spirit world? According to the records of Lavender Town, behind the door of the spirit world is the famous passage of the spirit world. This is Lavender Town, as the ancestors took great pains to block it. The former Lavender Town was a sunny place. It only became like this because of the appearance of the spiritual world passage. It is said that the residents born in Lavender Town have special abilities to communicate with ghosts, and ghost-type Pokemon are good at hiding. No wonder I always feel that there is a cold wind behind me. Maybe there is a ghost-type Pokemon surrounding me. Around us. Feng Che heard the voices of many Pokemon through Psychic. I remember Xian Tower was occupied by Team Rockets. But how to occupy it, and what happened before the occupation, I really don't know anything. And the ghost-type elves seem to be able to isolate my ability to eavesdrop on my heart. This is the second time Feng Che feels himself. Defects in the ability to eavesdrop. Drip drip. Feng Che's communicator suddenly received a message from Sabrina. Sabrina, come to the 7th floor of Xian Tower. Our Team Rockets members above the superior level need to have a brief meeting. Sabrina, I have sensed you through Psychic. Come here quickly, and there are some ghost-type Pokemon in this Z1 tower, but don't get caught. Sabrina sent a summoning message to Feng Che, and even sent a kind reminder at the end. This is too perverted. Sabrina can actually sense that I have stepped into Lavender Town. How powerful is Sabrina's psychic, as expected of someone who has been obsessed with psychic since childhood? Feng Che thought in a stupefied manner. The Z1 Tower is in the heart of the city of Lavender Town, a towering tower. The upper end of the tower has been shrouded in layers of dark clouds, giving it an inexplicable and eerie feeling. Team Rockets sent heavy troops to guard the perimeter of Z1 Tower, and Feng Che was only allowed to enter Z1 Tower after going through layers of verification. As soon as Feng Che stepped into the Ziwan Tower, he felt the biting cold inside the tower. The Xian Tower is filled with tombstones of various shapes. There are some ghost-type Pokemon that have just been born, and from time to time they let out sullen laughter, which is creepy. Is this a test for Team Rockets? The gloomy atmosphere around made Feng Che not want to stay any longer. He raised his legs and quickly passed through the layers of tombstones. Feng Che came to Ziwan Tower many times in the game, and he also fought a lot of monsters here. What disgusted Feng Che most was the rotting corpse in the Ziwan Tower. Ghost-type Pokemon will attach to these corpses and manipulate the corpses to attack anyone or Pokemon who invade the Xian Tower. If possible, let me not meet these difficult guys, Feng Che thought to himself. But Feng Che really hated how his head seemed to have opened up. The more he thought about it, the more he encountered it. Two shadows suddenly appeared in the middle of the road. Feng Che took a closer look. One was Psyduck, who had been rotting for a long time, and the other was Lickitung, who had rotted to half his body. They were full of mucus, dripping on the ground little by little, making the wind clear and unappetizing. Come out, Ice Vulpix, it's time to show your strength. This is Feng Che's experience in the game. It is best to send Ice-type Pokemon to use Ice-type skills to block these corpse puppets. The first floor of the Xian Tower was covered with a thick purple mist. The ghostly Pokemon giggled as more and more Pokemon corpses crawled out from under the tombstone. Let Feng Che have the sense of seeing the corpse out of the cage. Ice Vulpix, using Powder Snow. While Feng Che stepped back, he instructed Ice Vulpix to use the Powder Snow skill. Powder Snow blew on the body of the corpse, gradually freezing the corpse stiff. Immediately, the corpse puppet's movements slowed down, which caused great dissatisfaction among the ghost-type Pokemon. This group of ghost-type Pokemon quietly stared at Feng Che angrily, and let out more terrifying laughter, but they did not feel the slightest fear in this human being. There was a sharp growl on the empty tombstone. Immediately afterwards, a corpse composed of flying Pokemon such as Beedrill, Butterfree, Pidgeotto, Spearow, etc. rushed out from the tombstone. You, trying to distract my vision with a flight-type Pokemon, right? Feng Che stepped back secretly. He didn't want to be contaminated with the strong smell of rotting corpses, which could not be washed away even for a month. It seems that the people from Team Rockets are deliberately watching my joke. Feng Che thought to himself. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. If it was a few months ago, you might have won. But now that my Pokemon has been trained for so long, it's not what it used to be, and these little tricks won't bother me. Ice Vulpix, use Blizzard. Ice Vulpix opened its cherry mouth, and around its neck hung a silver-white necklace, and a hexagonal pendant was very conspicuous. Ice Vulpix used Blizzard on the corpse in the air, and the snow-like goose feathers spewed out, and the temperature of the entire first floor of the Xian Tower dropped rapidly. The movement speed of the flying Pokemon's corpse gradually slowed down. In the end, only a thudding sound was heard. These corpse puppets were frozen into ice, and fell to the ground like dumplings, and were torn apart. The creator of these corpses, Ghastly, was also frozen in ice by the Ice Vulpix. There were astonished expressions on their faces. Ghastly is a black spherical Pokemon composed of a haze of purple glowing smoke surrounding a ghostly substance or gas. Ghastly has large white eyes, small pupils and a mouth with a pair of fangs, and if you see it suddenly, you might be startled. Its face is slightly similar to Cloyster's, but the two Pokemon are not very related. Because Ghastly's body is made of gas, it can dive into wherever it wants to go. However, when exposed to strong winds, its body will be blown away but it can grow back again. Ghastly is capable of knocking a Tauros down in under 2 seconds by surrounding an enemy with a poisonous gas. These Ghastlys were frozen in ice cubes by the Ice Vulpix, and only the white eyes were turning around, not knowing what bad idea they were thinking of. It's too easy if this is a test for Team Rockets. Feng Che sneered, picked up Bing Vulpix and directly walked up to the second floor. The number of tombstones on the second floor of the Z1 tower is not less than that on the first floor, but there will be more ghost-type Pokemon here than on the first floor. The more you reach the top of the Z1 tower, the higher the energy of the ghost system. Some powerful ghost-type Pokemon will occupy the position on the top of the tower to practice. Now it looks like Team Rockets have forcibly captured these powerful ghost-type Pokemon and have a firm grip on the entire Astor's tower. Feng Che passed through the third floor of the Z1 tower in a row, and finally encountered a hard stubble on the fourth floor. This is Wheezing where Koga stayed. Yes, Wheezing is composed of two coughings. There is a connection point in the middle to connect the two of them, and the bulge all over the body leaks poisonous gas to the outside world. The front one looks more ferocious and has a skull logo, and the back coughing only has a ring logo. Wheezing grows by eating gas generated from garbage. Wheezing with 3 heads is rarely seen. This Wheezing in front of me is such a rare situation. It was the first time Feng Che saw Wheezing with 3 heads. The Wheezing's larger head is in the center, and the feet are flanked by 2 little coughings that look like twins. Wheezing, green qualification, 36. This Wheezing should have received an order from Koga and cannot let anyone pass. In other words, when I reach the 6th floor, it is estimated that I will meet Koga's Arbok. Come out, Litten. Feng Che released Litten to deal with this Wheezing. The top of the Astor's tower. A girl dressed in red, with black hair like lacquer and jade-like skin, stood leaning against a railing. Her arms were encircled, her slender jade fingers tapped lightly on her arms, and a pair of eyes that were crystal clear like black gems looked out under her willow-like eyebrows. Far away. The girl closed her eyes and seemed to be quietly seeing everything in the Z1 tower. Sabrina, this subordinate of yours is getting stronger and stronger, very decisively using an ice Vulpix to freeze the ghost-type Pokemon we control into 0 ice cubes. And now Litten is sent to attack my Wheezing. There was a glint in Koga's eyes. You have to test it. You can't blame him for messing up the arrangement. Sabrina slowly opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Koga. Chapter 143 The Secret Mission of Lavender Town. It's a pity, that guy Lieutenant Surge couldn't come, and the incident of Gyarados grabbing the beach happened in Vermilion City. Koga sighed. It's enough to have the 2 of us. After all, it's just to open the Spiritual World Channel. As long as we open the Spiritual World Channel, the Alliance will definitely send Elite to guard this place, and that's our chance. Sabrina turned her head and shook her straight black hair like a waterfall, and said confidently. The Alliance takes the 3 holy birds seriously. If we want to win the 3 holy birds, we must create chaos in the Kanto region. It would really be a slap in the face of the Alliance to have a large number of ghost-type Pokemon flooded. However, I'm a little surprised that this operation was surprisingly smooth. Why this time the Alliance didn't find anything unusual. Sabrina said, raising her eyebrows, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. The Kanto region is so big, it's impossible for the League to keep an eye on it all the time. It's normal to be negligent, Koga said disapprovingly. Lavender Town. Agatha looked at the Astor Tower, which was shrouded in dark clouds. This group of Team Rockets should still be wondering why their operation went so smoothly this time. In the Kanto region, there are too few naturally born Pokemons. Agatha is the man behind the whole thing. Team Rockets wants to disrupt Lavender Town this time, so I'll just do my best to keep it secret and not report it to the Alliance. Wait until the Spiritual World Channel is opened, so that I can secretly gather a large number of ghost-type Pokemon. Now the Alliance is too dark, I still have to gradually expand my strength. Agatha said with a long sigh. She had long known that Lavender Town had been invaded by Team Rockets, but she didn't report it to the Alliance. At this time, Agatha already had an objection. She secretly controlled Shiba Elite, and lobbied Lance Crossing and Lorelei to join her camp. However, Lorelei and Lance Crossing are still undecided, and Agatha feels that he needs to add another fire to advance. However, it was actually Sabrina and Koga, which surprised me. I didn't expect them to be from Team Rockets. The dignified gym leader turned into a minion of Team Rockets. This is a big joke. Quote. Forget it, I'm also a person who wants to be against the alliance, so I won't laugh at 100 steps. The shadow behind Agatha Elite suddenly elongated and Gengar's figure emerged. It was because Gengar had been sneaking around Lavender Town recently, that Agatha Elite knew that Koga and Sabrina were from Team Rockets. Then, Agatha's body gradually disappeared into the shadow and left Lavender Town. The 5th floor of Z1 Tower. Weezing spit out a large amount of poisonous gas from his mouth, which overwhelmed his body. Litten, use flamethrower. Feng Che said to Litten, and when Litten opened his mouth, he spit out a huge fire dragon and charged straight in the direction of Weezing. The moment the fire dragon came into contact with the poisonous gas, a violent explosion occurred. Bang! A violent explosion sounded on the 5th floor of Z1 Tower, accompanied by a lot of strong wind. The entire body of the Z1 Tower suddenly became wobbly. What the hell is going on? The tower is shaking violently, and even the surrounding buildings have a strong tremor. What happened to the Z1 Tower? Should we go in and check the situation? Could this be Koga, the secret hand laid by Lord and Lord Sabrina? The members of the Team Rockets guarding the outside of the Z1 Tower were discussing. But without Koga and Sabrina's orders, they dared not leave AWOL. Tari is fine, please don't panic. Koga's grim voice comes from Team Rockets, communicators. The 5th floor of Z1 Tower. Litten, use the flaming whip. I saw Litten's claws grow a 3-meter-long flame whip, which slapped Weezing fiercely. The unsuspecting Weezing was hit by the flame whip on his face, leaving 2 deep marks. Weezing suddenly let out a shrill scream. It's incredible that this Litten can use a flaming whip. This is a special skill that can only be used by Pokémon who have deep control over fire energy, Koga said in shock. Your Weezing is about to lose, won't you stop it? Sabrina's red lips parted lightly and said lightly. Don't stop me, I want to see the strength of this kid. Koga waved his hand with a look of indifference. BHDF, although my Weezing is not commanded, it is also a Pokémon that I have trained meticulously. Even without the command of a trainer, its combat capability is still very strong. My Weezing is not so easy to be knocked down, Koga said confidently, shaking his cape. Litten, use flame claws. Litten's limbs grew flame claws, and it flew towards Weezing. Weezing used the skill of Venom Splash. Countless venom oozes from the skin on Weezing's surface, which falls like raindrops. Litten, use the accumulating flame attack. Feng Che shouted at Litten. Immediately, Litten turned into a huge fireball, and Weezing's venom vaporized just as it was about to fall on Litten. Litten sprinted to the bottom of Weezing, then jumped high and collided with Weezing. Litten ignited the gas remaining on Weezing. Weezing exploded immediately. Koga, your Weezing is gone. Sabrina said jokingly, with a faint smile on her face. Don't worry, my Weezing is a gas Pokémon, not so easy to die. Koga said to Sabrina. However, I also want to meet this kid. After seeing his battle, my hands are itchy. By the time Feng Che reached the 6th floor, Koga was already waiting for Feng Che on the 6th floor. You're here, Feng Che. Koga said lazily, pretending to have been waiting for a long time. He hid in the darkness of Xian Tower and came out quietly. A huge Arbok was behind Koga, revealing a hideous snake letter. Last time I watched your battle with Xingqiu, it made my blood boil, so I want to have a head-to-head battle all the time. Now I finally found a chance. Defeat my Arbok, and you are qualified to be a member of our group. How about you, dare to accept my challenge? Koga held his head high, deliberately stirring Gust's fighting spirit. Let the horse come over. Feng Che said indifferently. My Arbok is not my main force, but it's enough to test you. Koga snapped his fingers, and Arbok swam to the opposite side of Feng Che at a very fast speed. It opened its yellow eyes and stared fiercely at Feng Che. Arbok, green aptitude, level 36. Come out, Blue Jay. Feng Che threw a Pokeball, and the Blue Jay was the highest level Pokémon in Feng Che's hands except Ditto. This is a Pokemon I haven't seen before, but this Pokemon has been well bred by you, and the feathers are full of bright luster. Koga looked at the Blue Jay with interest. This Pokemon is called Blue Crow. Don't worry, it will definitely impress you in a while. Feng Che said with a flat expression. The Blue Jay fluttered his wings and looked at Arbok with the same fierce look. Haha, Arbok, use Poison Sting to attack. Koga planned to test Feng Che's strength first. Arbok spewed poison stings like cow hair from his mouth, and these poison stings flew out like a rainstorm of Karen. Ordinary flying Pokemon really can't handle Arbok's poison sting attack, and will definitely be beaten into a sieve. I saw that the Blue Jay fluttered its wings and easily escaped the attack of Arbok's poison sting. This Blue Jay of yours has a very strong reaction speed, and it can evade the attack of Arbok's poison sting so quickly. My Arbok's poison sting can directly hit the high-speed flying Pidgeot, but I didn't expect the Blue Jay to be able to dodge the attack. Arbok, use Glare the Orochi. Koga gave another order. I saw Arbok wandering in a strange posture, revealing the hideous patterns on his body. Blue Jay, don't look Arbok in the eyes. Blue Jay got Feng Che's reminder. Instead of looking into Arbok's eyes, he quickly flapped his wings and took the opportunity to create two twisters. HMPH, Arbok, use Iron Tail. Koga said with a bit of displeasure that Arbok's tail had turned silvery white, and directly cut off the newly formed twister in the middle. Watching the disorderly gust of wind smashing through the tower, the Blue Jay swooped and used a sharp-nosed drill. Arbok, watch out for the Blue Jay's attack, use Toxic. Arbok spewed out a large amount of purple-black venom from his mouth, which spread to the sky overwhelmingly. However, he found that the Blue Jay avoided Toxic's attack with an extremely flexible posture, but instead attacked Arbok while taking advantage of the gap. The Blue Jay pecked Arbok's head hard, and Arbok only felt that his brain was hit hard by a hammer. Suddenly Arbok's eyes flashed with gold stars, and his body swayed like he was drunk. This Arbok's defense is so strong that it actually caught my Blue Jay's sharp-nosed drill attack. That's a move that can even drill a hole in superalloy metal. The Koga Kadri trained Pokemon indeed. There is a set. Feng Che thought to himself. This Feng Che is indeed a rising star, and I know how strong my Arbok's defense is. Even if a big truck full of cargo presses against Arbok will not have any effect. This Blue Jay can actually hurt my Arbok with the beak drill. Amazing, really amazing. At this point, Koga snapped his fingers and Arbok paused his attack. Very good, Feng Che, you have passed the test, please come with me to the 7th floor now. Feng Che noticed that Koga actually used the word please, which showed that Koga had recognized his own strength. When Feng Che came to the 7th floor, Sabrina was sitting at the table drinking afternoon tea. 2 Gengars are fanning Sabrina, 2 Gengars are rubbing Sabrina's legs. The slender and straight legs are half hidden under the black silk, and the red clothes outline the curve of the soft attract. Sabrina turned around, shaking her black hair like a waterfall. It's over, is there a winner? Sabrina looked up at Koga and asked a question. She glanced at Feng Che on the side and quickly moved away. It's not over yet, but I recognize Feng Che's strength, Koga said to Sabrina. At this moment, the projector automatically turned on, and Giovanni's head appeared in front of everyone. Haha, Koga, Sabrina, Feng Che, all 3 of you are here, proving that I'm here just in time. Giovanni's hearty laughter came from the screen. Are you sure you will open the door to the spiritual world this time? Would you like me to send more people over there? Giovanni asked solemnly. No need for Chief Giovanni, just leave the matter of opening the door to the spiritual world to the 3 of us. Sabrina said with a blank expression. Just make sure that there is no problem. You open the spiritual world channel and evacuate quickly. Don't stay in Lavender Town for a long time. I would like to praise Feng Che, but fortunately you have inquired about the very useful information in Grandpa Canyon. That's why I sent people to Grandpa Canyon in time to ambush the Alliance, and I got a batch of very collectible fossil Pokemon. After completing the task of Lavender Town, you can return to Team Rocket's headquarters to perform your duties. In addition, there are new tasks to be handed over to you. Giovanni said to Feng Che with a smile on his face. His eyebrows showed his appreciation for Feng Che. Giovanni really wants to come out. Isn't he going to send me to the League to go undercover? Before I left Team Rockets, except for those above the senior cadre level, psychic Pokemon erased the memory of me being the first place in the trial competition and being sent to the League as an undercover. Now suddenly let me go back. Is there another conspiracy? Team Rockets is already so short of people. Feng Che couldn't help but complain for a while. Now the people of the Alliance have been dragged by me. You should complete the task as soon as possible, so as not to get any moths. The Alliance's actions against underground forces are becoming more and more frequent. Lance Crossing only recently took over a stronghold of the poacher organization. However, thanks to Lance Crossing, the underground forces are now feeling the turmoil and want to join our Team Rockets and get the protection of Team Rockets. Now I am unifying the underground forces in the Kanto region, and I believe our forces will soon expand to the Johto region. Giovanni laughed, very satisfied with Team Rocket's progress now. Okay, I still have something to do. Let's meet at the headquarters after you finish the task. It can be seen that Giovanni is in a good mood at this time, and he is rubbing Persian with a comfortable face. Then the screencast disappeared, and Giovanni ended the conversation. Chapter 144-Millennium Gengar. Rocket Hideout. Koga, Sabrina and Feng Che should be fine, as long as the spiritual world passage in Lavender Town is opened. A large number of ghost-type Pokemon break into Lavender Town. It will bring a lot of trouble to the Alliance. This is exactly what I want to see. Although Mewtwo is bred successfully, there is also the risk of premature death. In order to make sure nothing goes wrong, you have to prepare with both hands. So the Three Holy Birds integration plan must be started. The Kanto region has no history of powerful mythical beasts, and it will be rewritten by me soon. Giovanni said with a wanton smile on his face. I want to unify the Kanto region and the Johto region, and then I will use these two regions as a springboard to cannibalize other regions. When I unify the underground forces of the entire Pokemon world, it's time for me to wrestle with the Alliance. Giovanni's eyes flared with ambition. On the Z1 Tower. Feng Che, the mission this time is very simple. It is to open the spiritual world channel. There is also a reason why you were suddenly called to Lavender Town by us. It was originally Lieutenant Surge who was here to assist us in completing the mission. But there was a sudden outbreak of Gyarados attacking humans in Deadleaf Harbor, so Lieutenant Surge suddenly couldn't come. It becomes very troublesome. The other superior members are also performing tasks. You just submitted the task, so the leader Giovanni transferred you. This time me and Koga will be the main attackers and you'll be there to assist us. The Pokemon guarding the passage of the spirit world is very strong, and it is infinitely close to the elite level. So I have to adjust my form and be fully prepared to fight it. Sabrina said slowly, with a dignified look in her bright eyes. Of course, in case of an emergency, Feng Che, you have to help. For the sake of prudence, that's why I set up a test, and ambushed so many Pokemon in the Xian Tower to test your strength. If you're not strong enough, we'll ask Boss Giovanni to send another superior. In the Z1 Tower, if the strength is insufficient, it is very likely that the soul will be directly captured by the Pokemon guarding the passage to the spiritual world. Koga patiently explained to Feng Che that Koga wanted to explain to Feng Che that the previous battle was not aimed at him on purpose. The passage to the spiritual world is the highest level hidden in the Z1 Tower. The part above the 8th floor of the Z1 Tower is invisible to ordinary people. The real Z1 Tower actually has 9 floors. The 8th floor is where the Guardians are, and the 9th floor is where the Imprison's passage is. The spiritual world passage is imprisoned by the Soul Stone. We need to defeat the Guardian, which is a 1,000-year-old Gengar. Then the Soul Stone can be taken away to open the spiritual world passage. Sabrina described this battle plan in detail to Feng Che. This 1,000-year-old Gengar is good at shadow evasion and can split countless clones to attack. I first need to detect the location of this Millennium Gengar through my psychic, imprison it, and then let Koga launch the strongest attack. Feng Che, your role is to release your mighty Litten and use its soaring flames to disperse the shadows around it, reducing the places where the 1,000-year-old Gengar can hide. Sabrina patiently continued to explain to Feng Che, who had just joined the team. Sabrina herself was a little surprised. She, who was usually taciturn, said so many words to Feng Che in one breath. Maybe it's the next challenging move that excites her, Sabrina thought. 1,000-year-old Gengar, who is proficient in shadow escape, good guy, just the word, 1,000 years, plus guarding the passage of the spiritual world for so long. This Gengar is very likely to be unimaginably powerful. It seems that I have to be more careful. At present, among the three people, one is a terrifying psychic, and the other is an extremely powerful poison-type Pokémon expert. As far as my strength is concerned, I am the worst. Well, you must keep your original intention in mind, life first, and task second. Feng Che thought to himself. Feng Che originally wanted to increase his strength after a while, but who knew that he was suddenly assigned such an extremely dangerous mission? He didn't want his Pokémon world to die just after it started. We are scheduled to operate tomorrow night, when we will use rocket artillery to blast away the dark clouds above the Aster Tower and let the bright moonlight shine into the Aster Tower. According to ancient records, this Gengar, who is proficient in shadow escape, is very afraid of the sun's rays. This ancient text has been verified by a number of archaeological experts from Team Rockets, and it is very reliable. Millennium Gengar will be halved in strength under the light of the moon. Sabrina said, curling her hair unconsciously, her pale fingers like jade constrict playfully on her long black hair. Moonlight can reduce the strength of the Millennium Gengar. This statement really makes me doubt it. The ancient records should be moonblast. Feng Che frowned slightly and thought to himself, but he didn't want to slap Sabrina in the face in public, he just felt that Team Rocket's actions might be in vain. On the 8th floor of the Z1 Tower, Millennium Gengar put his ear to the floor and was eavesdropping on the discussion of Feng Che and his party. Gengar was afraid of the moonlight was actually spread by Gengar himself. Gengar wanted to see the moonlight outside at the Z1 Tower too. It has been in this Aster Tower for thousands of years, from a ghastly evolution to a Gengar. But because of the shackles of the Pokeball made by ancient humans, Gengar has been unable to escape from the 8th floor of the Xian Tower. It can only move on the 8th floor of Xian Tower, and once it exceeds this range, it will feel an invisible huge restraint. Gengar looked indignantly at the basketball-sized stone Pokeball placed on the pillars on the 8th floor of the Xian Tower. It was through this Pokeball that the ancients forcibly bound Gengar, who was still ghastly, in this stone tower, and forcibly controlled Gengar's mind through the Pokeball. Once a trainer enters the 8th floor of Xian Tower, Gengar's mind will be controlled by Pokeball, and he will launch a storm-like skill attack. The souls of many trainers are also used as a tonic by Gengar. It is precisely because of the souls of these trainers that Gengar knows the outside world, and Covet truly experiences the outside world. It wants to break free from the shackles of Pokeball and be a free Gengar. Although after 1,000 years, Gengar's strength has become very terrifying, but Gengar understands that it still cannot escape the control of Pokeball. Gengar had tried to tell the trainer who had broken into Xian Tower by mistake, but Gengar found that there was a restraint in his mind. Whenever it was about to speak, it found that it would lose control of its body and would just keep attacking like a puppet. It will not regain its sanity until all intruders are killed. Gengar looked at the blood-stained hands and cried silently. If only someone could save me from this hell, Gengar thought every day. By the second night, Team Rocket's helicopters were already circling above Xian Tower. Report to Chief Sabrina. Team Rocket's helicopters have been assembled, please give orders to Chief Sabrina. A Team Rocket's member respectfully reported to Sabrina. Very well, fire. Sabrina shouted at the team rockets in front of her. Commander Sabrina gave the order to fire, and 3 seconds later, a group of cloud bombs were fired. Team rockets relayed Sabrina's commands directly to the helicopter pilot's ears via walkie-talkie. I saw that the helicopter pilot opened a glass cover with a skull painted on it, and then pressed the red button. A large amount of ember emerged directly from the cloud bomb under the helicopter and flew into the sky, and then the helicopter quickly landed on the ground. This was to prevent the cloud bomb from generating a violent wind and breaking the helicopter's propeller. With just a bang, a massive amount of ember appeared in the sky, the clouds shook violently, and strong winds hit the ground. The Z1 tower was shaking violently, and many stones fell from the Z1 tower. Lavender Town were turned into rubble under the strong wind. Many trees in Lavender Town were also broken by the middle, not to mention the helicopters that were on the ground, all of which were blown up and down. Lavender Town turned into burning clouds, and a large number of embers fell from the sky like a meteor shower, streaking across the dark night sky. Many houses were also set on fire, sending out thick smoke everywhere. Finally, a bright moon broke the shackles of the clouds and appeared above Lavender Town. The 1,000-year-old ghost town Lavender Town finally ushered in the first ray of moonlight in 1,000 years. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the silver moonlight poured down like flowing water, covering the entire Lavender Town. Very good, Fengche, Koga, let's go. Sabrina's eyes turned blue, and she had a large amount of psychic floating on her body, and her waterfall-like hair was automatically raised slightly in midair without wind. Seek fresh. Surrounded by Sabrina's psychic, a very hidden staircase leading to the 8th floor quietly appeared. This ladder to the 8th floor has set a ban. I used psychic to break the ban. Everyone hurry up, I can't last long. Sabrina was the first to step into the 8th floor of Xi'an Tower. The 8th floor is full of corpses that have turned into bones, and countless blue and blue-white will-o-wisp are floating in the air. Gengar looms in will-o-wisp, its eyes turning red under Pokeball's control. Gengar, no, I haven't had time to appreciate the beautiful moonlight, I don't want to fight. Gengar, I managed to spread the news that I was afraid of the moonlight, and as a result, I, the initiator, had to force a fight before I could appreciate the moonlight. Gengar cried out in his heart. But it was no match for Pokeball's restraints, and Gengar suddenly felt that his consciousness couldn't move, and he could only watch his body move. Sneak into the shadows the way Pokeball has set you up. Careful, Gengar has lurked in the shadows, following the plan. Sabrina teleported to Koga and Fengche. Okay, Koga and Fengche replied to Sabrina in unison. Come out, Arbok. Koga unleashed the mighty Arbok. This Arbok was full of scars from various battles, and a scar appeared on Arbok's left eye. This Arbok from Koga is very fierce, and Fengche knows through the system that this Arbok is already at the peak level of the quasi-elite. The Arbok in Koga's hand is very powerful. It should be the Arbok in Koga's hand that made a breakthrough that made Koga an elite-level trainer. Fengche thought to himself. Sabrina sent Alakazam. Sabrina's huge psychic was injected into Alakazam's body, and Alakazam burst out with an extremely heavy pressure. Alakazam actually stepped into the elite level through Sabrina's psychic amplification. This is too powerful. How much psychic is required to temporarily break through to the elite level from a near-elite Alakazam? Fengche secretly stuttered. He had long guessed that Sabrina's future strength was definitely not limited to elite-s. Come out, Litten. Fengche released Litten. As expected of the place where the Millennium Gengar has stayed for 1,000 years, the 8th floor of the Z1 Tower is extremely cold. Litten appeared on the 8th floor. He shivered from the cold. Then, a pillar of fire more than 3 meters high appeared on Litten's back. The pillar of fire not only brought light to the dark tower, but also dispelled the biting cold. This time, there are far fewer places for the Millennium Gengar to hide in shadows. At this moment, Fengche suddenly felt that his body could not move. A red tongue lightly leaned against his back and licked it fiercely. Suddenly, countless flashing saffron arcs appeared on Feng Chei's body. Gengar used the tongue-licking skill on Feng Chei, and Feng Chei quickly fell into a state of paralysis. Damn, Alakazam, use pre-future sight. Sabrina was a little annoyed when she saw that Feng Chei was paralyzed by Gengar. So Alakazam put a large stock of psychic into the future. These psychic will gather together at some point in the future, and then attack Gengar. Gengar had a hunch that there was an irresistible attack coming, so he could only reluctantly disappear from Feng Chei's shadow. Just as Gengar vanished, smack down, the advance attack went to the place where Gengar had stayed. Damn, take a step back and let Gengar escape. Sabrina said very unhappily. Her eyes glared suddenly, and an extremely powerful blue psychic burst out. She's capturing Gengar's upcoming location. Fortunately, I have prepared a lot of Paralyze Heal in my bracelet, otherwise it would be a real shame. It's fortunate that Sabrina's shot was quick, otherwise, just by the elusive shadow of her hand, Gengar's heart was just taken out by Gengar. Feng Chei laboriously took out the yellow Paralyze Heal from the wristband. The arc on his body made Feng Chei get a thunder shock every time he moved. His body was crisp and numb, and he didn't want to move at all. Feng Chei wasted his strength before pouring Paralyze Heal into his mouth. Just when Feng Chei took out Paralyze Heal from the bracelet again, trying to consolidate the effect of numbing, suddenly a red-eyed Gengar appeared again in Feng Chei's shadow. And Chapter 145 _ The arrogant and calm Sabrina panicked. I don't know when, Gengar jumped into Feng Chei's shadow again. Gengar swallows the clear Paralyze Heal with the bottle attached. This Gengar, why are you always picking on my soft persimmon? Feng Chei looked helpless when he saw that the potion bottle he finally got in his hand suddenly disappeared. Gengar, it's so painful, I don't want to fight. Why do you have to force me to fight? Gengar, it's the Pokeball controlling my mind. It would be great if the humans in front of me could hear what I had to say. Gengar, as long as I break the Pokeball, I can regain my freedom and play everywhere without being manipulated by the Pokeball to keep attacking the humans and Pokemon who accidentally entered the 8th floor of the Xian Tower like a puppet. Gengar, the potion prepared by that human just now is delicious. Is this the sweet smell of tree fruit? Gengar, nope, I still can't control myself. Pokeball has had too much influence on me. Feng Chei and Gengar looked at each other. Feng Chei saw despair in Gengar's eyes, and Gengar gradually lost control of his body. Now Gengar just wants to kill all the humans and Pokemon that invaded here. This Gengar is bound by the Pokeball to attack humans. Gengar is tired of fighting and only fights out of necessity. Feng Chei thought to himself. Feng Chei suddenly realized that he could hear the voice of this Gengar. Could it be the effect of Paralyze Heal? It may also be because this lonely Millennium Gengar originally hoped that someone would understand its 0 voice. Feng Chei guessed. At this time, Sabrina made a quick shot. The moment Gengar appeared, he blocked the space around Gengar through Psychic and imprisoned Gengar. Gengar is a dark purple Pokemon with a round shape. Its hands are attached to the rest of its body, and it has legs and a short, pointed tail. Gengar's eyes are red, with thorn-like protrusions on the back, and the corners of his mouth are often curved, with a sinister smile. Gengar has the ability to completely hide in the shadow of any object, making it very good at stealth. Gengar's body acts like a heat sink, and its presence reduces the ambient temperature by about 5 C as it removes the heat. Gengar can fly in the air, and it can fly very fast. It can shuttle through walls without obstacles. Gengar can carry a large number of items in its body. Its body is like a dark void. Things will disappear after it is put into the body, but it can also take things out at any time. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Gengar close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic Teal. Feature. Floating. Open black lens bracket level. 70 close black lens bracket. Attribute, poison plus ghost. Skills, hypnosis, mean look, perish song, lick, reflect type, confuse ray, shadow punch, payback, spite, curse, hex, nightshade, sucker punch, dark pulse, shadow ball, destiny bond, dream eater, fire punch, ice punch, thunder punch, will-o-wisp, hyper beam, giga impact, shadow claw, venom impact, phantom force, psychic, and more. Status, controlled by the ancient Pokeball. Evaluation. This is a 1,000-year-old Gengar guarding the passage of the spiritual world. It is extremely lonely. It has learned many skills by eating the souls of humans and Pokemon. Under the control of the ancient Pokeball, this 1,000-year-old Gengar is extremely dangerous. It will attack anyone near the Pokeball. Close black lens bracket. It appears to be another Pokemon bound by ancient humans. Ancient humans possessed special secret techniques that could bind Pokemon firmly somewhere. This Gengar is so pitiful, with such powerful abilities, yet bound in this stone tower. Feng Che looked at the struggling Gengar and thought to himself. Feng Che also encountered this kind of Pokemon bound by the ancient Pokeball in the game. These Pokemon have been guarded in the ruins from birth to death, controlled by the Pokeball, and constantly attacking all humans who enter the ruins. Gengar's scarlet eyes were wide open, like the king of the night, and an extremely huge coercion erupted from his body, and he suddenly broke free from Sabrina's psychic's shackles at a certain moment. Sabrina and Koga both took a few steps back, but they didn't realize that Feng Che was actually holding the pressure while they were fighting. Oops, this Gengar's strength is really one step away from reaching the elite level, so this Gengar can play the elite's strength in a short period of time. In addition, this place is too close to the passage of the spiritual world, so this Gengar can replenish the breath of the spiritual world at any time to restore its physical strength. Koga, is your Arbok charged enough? Sabrina said anxiously, a trace of cold sweat oozing out of her face. She didn't expect this Gengar to be quite tricky. Sabrina, who has always been arrogant and calm, has a panicked look in her eyes for the first time. Sabrina hates things out of her control. No, there is still time. Time is not enough. Arbok's strength is not enough. There is no way to defeat Gengar all at once, and forcing an attack is futile. Koga shook his head helplessly. At this time, Koga's heart was also thumping, and he also felt the power of this Gengar, and it was no longer an ordinary quasi-elite peak-level Pokemon. At the moment when Sabrina and Koga were talking, Gengar separated many clones, and the clones shuttled through the Xian Tower. So Koga and Sabrina can't tell which is Gengar's real body at all. When Koga and Sabrina were not on guard, Gengar's clone suddenly slipped into Sabrina and Koga's shadow. Suddenly Koga and Sabrina's bodies froze. Unable to move, they were bound by Gengar's shadow escape. Crap. Koga and Sabrina's heart rang suddenly. Against a Pokemon of Gengar's level, if they make the slightest mistake, death awaits them. Gengar. Die, 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 die. I still can't control my body, but I can control who I want to kill. Gengar. That mature uncle will be the first object I harvest. It's been a long time since I had the taste of my soul. Gengar. The more mature the soul, the more interesting it is. I wonder what kind of experience this uncle will give me. Gengar laughed inwardly. He really couldn't escape this fate, he could only enjoy it. Gengar. What is the best way to die this uncle? Gengar. Forget it, I like the feeling of blood on my body, so let's cut him off. Gengar thought to himself. The corner of his mouth showed a hideous smile, and the red Lickitung was licking his lips. Koga and Sabrina felt the way Gengar looked at them like meat on a cutting board. Then Gengar mixed in with several indistinguishable clones, attacking Sabrina and Koga at the same time. Damn, my psychic will be able to release Gengar's shackles just a little bit, and Gengar actually launched an attack at this time. Although I can't tell the truth from the false, but there must be one of the Gengars that flocked to me and Koga. Sabrina, who was completely immobile, bit her lip secretly, closed her eyes, and waited for her fate to come. Careful, Arbok, stand in the way of the Koga Kadris. After Feng Che heard Gengar's voice, he knew that Koga was Gengar's main target. So Feng Che hurriedly threw a Pokeball, and then used his immature psychic to come to Sabrina's side at a very fast speed. Feng Che opened his hands to block Gengar in front of him. Through psychic, Sabrina was surprised to see that Feng Che had blocked everything in front of her. Suddenly, a complex emotion lingered in Sabrina's heart. Moment Gengar's phantom touched Feng Che's body, Feng Che only felt as if he was being crushed by a locomotive. He felt a violent shock to his internal organs. Feng Che was knocked to the ground by Gengar's clone, and when Feng Che raised his head, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Gengar's clone also disappeared at the moment of tackle with Feng Che. Sabrina at this time has expelled the bondage of Gengar's clone. Her gigantic psychic exploded and spread in all directions, and with just one blow, these Gengar clones dissipated like bubbles. Cough cough. Feng Che struggled in pain and wanted to get up from the ground, but the severe pain in his ribs made pea-sized beads of sweat ooze out of Feng Che's forehead. At this time, Feng Che's face was pale, and his body was trembling because of the severe pain. At this moment, Feng Che felt his body light up, and then he floated softly in the air. Feng Che looked up and saw that Sabrina had shot. Be careful, don't be so reckless in the future, I have a way to protect myself. Although Sabrina said with a look of disgust, the psychic she used was extraordinarily gentle. Thanks. Feng Che bared his teeth in pain, but still grinned at Sabrina. What this fool is saying, it should be me who should say thank you. Sabrina looked at the embarrassed Feng Che. Her bright eyes were a little warm, and the tip of her heart trembled involuntarily, and her originally fair face suddenly flushed, like the delicate petals dyed with dewdrops in the early morning. Then she hurriedly turned around to hide her strangeness. Next, you have to be patient. Sabrina suddenly frowned and said to Feng Che. Before Feng Che could understand Sabrina's meaning, a sudden sharp pain came from the position of his ribs. Soon, Feng Che felt that the severe pain and dullness in his chest was no longer painful. I've connected your broken rib with psychic. You shouldn't do any strenuous exercise lately. Sabrina looked at Feng Che, who was in much better condition, and felt that the heart that had been gripping her was finally letting go. I just don't want to owe this kid so much. Sabrina thought to herself, she had never felt so nervous because of anyone or anything. Feng Che took out the stamina potion from the bracelet, raised his head and took a few sips. The stamina potion can speed up the rapid repair of Feng Che's damaged cells. At this moment, Koga saw the windy Arbok chasing after him. The windy Arbok fell in front of him between spark and stone fire, blocking Gengar's fatal blow. Arbok was split in half in an instant, and Arbok issued a tragic growl. Gengar grabbed both of Arbok's bodies and threw them aside, only to hear two thumps. Arbok's body twisted and twisted on the ground. Just as Gengar was about to attack again, Sabrina's attack followed. Gengar, what a disappointment, such a good opportunity was blocked by this Arbok. Gengar, but that's fine, I can play with these humans slowly. Gengar, this time, these humans have some strength. It's fun. Gengar, it's not like I killed everyone who came to 3.5 in an instant, it's boring. Gengar, this time I have fun first, then eat them all. Gengar's hostility is the result of thousands of years of restraint. Because of the imprisonment of human beings, it has accumulated thousands of years of evil spirits. When a living being day after day, year after year, can only be alone in this empty tower. This accumulation of loneliness and loneliness makes this Gengar's body increasingly fierce. Whether it is Pokemon or human, as long as you enter the 8th floor, Pokeball will control Gengar to completely kill these humans and Pokemon. Even if Gengar doesn't want to, Pokeball will control Gengar to order it to do it. The purpose of human beings is to make Gengar's heart gradually close to itself. Make it an emotionless killing tool. But Gengar doesn't want to succumb to human arrangements. Gengar wants to live a new world by himself. Thanks, Feng-Che. If it wasn't for your Arbok standing in front of me, I might have been torn in half by Gengar. Koga said with lingering fears. However, your Arbok is seriously injured. You should send Arbok to the Pokeball as soon as possible. Koga also likes and appreciates this brave Arbok very much. Koga, who survived the catastrophe, subconsciously ignored the question why this Arbok didn't see any blood. Just when Feng-Che was about to include Arbok in the Pokeball, Gengar separates countless ghosts. A purple-black figure obscures the sky. Chapter 146 Koga's Death Makeup. Sabrina fell into deep thought, looking at Gengar with countless ghosts. Lord Sabrina, Lord Koga, I found that this Gengar has always been on the 8th floor of the Xian Tower, and there has never been a record of this Gengar leaving here. Look, there's a basketball-sized stone ball in that stone pillar, and Gengar seems to be guarding that ball all the time. And from time to time the stony ball gave off a stream of light. I think the stone ball should be something like a Pokeball, probably the control center of Gengar. Feng-Che suggested in a guessing tone. Although Feng-Che was extremely sure in his heart, that was the Pokeball created by the ancients to control Gengar, but these were all he heard from Gengar's heart and could not be revealed. It makes sense. I remember that there is a record in the ancient books that the ancients would specially conquer some ghost-type Pokemon to guard the ruins. According to ancient records, many artifacts similar to Pokeball have been unearthed in these ruins. This means that it is possible for the ancients to create tools similar to Pokeballs to control these Pokemons, but their Pokeballs look a little different from today's Pokeballs. Sabrina looked at Feng-Che and said in agreement. Sabrina used Psychic to grab a fist-sized rock on the ground, which then shot like a bullet in the direction of the stony Pokeball. At this moment, Gengar suddenly appeared in front of Pokeball. Its chubby hand grabbed the stone as soon as it was lifted, and then squeezed it hard, and the stone turned into fine grains of sand and fell on the ground. Sure enough, this Pokeball is Gengar's weakness. Feng-Che came to a conclusion naturally. Very good, Feng-Che, your observation is really sharp. After knowing Gengar's shortcomings, I can handle it. Arbok's charge may not be enough to defeat Gengar outright now, but attacking this Pokeball shouldn't be much of a problem. Koga said confidently. Arbok, use Spit, face that Pokeball, and use the strongest attack. Koga's Arbok struggled to zigzag. 17 Gengar opened his hands and released many shadow sneaks that flashed black arcs. These shadow sneaks were manipulated by Gengar to smash hard towards Koga's Arbok. All I could hear was a series of explosions. Gengar's shadow sneak is extremely fast, but Koga's Arbok is even faster. Arbok seemed to have turned into a purple Shandian, and quickly shuttled through shadow sneak. It's amazing. Feng-Che looked at this Arbok with purple smoke wafting around it. At some point, a purple chimney appeared in Koga's hand. Death Makeup. A name flashed across Feng-Che's mind. This is the highest secret art about Arbok that only Koga and Agatha can master. Arbok can change the patterns on his body in a special way, thereby increasing his speed, increasing attack power, increasing defense power and other skills. It is said that the patterns on Arbok can be combined into more than 20, so Arbok has more than 20 abilities. Gengar was very angry when he saw his shadow sneak being dodged by Arbok. Gengar's shadow suddenly lengthened under the light of Lidon's flame, and Gengar inserted his hand into his own shadow. Gengar, go and show you my ultimate, Shadow Claw. Immediately, many claws made of ghost-type energy stretched out from the shadows of the three of them, and tightly grasped the three Feng-Che. This Gengar is really proficient in the use of skills. I didn't expect this Gengar to combine Shadow Lurk and Shadow Claws to display such powerful skills. Koga struggled hard, but the Shadow Claws became tighter and tighter. Koga's Arbok was also tightly grasped by Gengar, and then pulled hard, and a large amount of dark red blood gushed out of Arbok's wound. Gengar hangs Arbok high, letting Arbok's blood drip onto himself. Gengar likes the feeling of this kind of blood dripping onto his body. Although it is only for a moment, it can make him feel a little bit of warmth from this icy world. It was not until there was not a drop of blood on Arbok's body that Gengar threw Arbok, who had been reduced to a mummy, aside with a look of disgust. Just as Gengar was about to leave, he found himself somewhat top-heavy. Gengar watched everyone present with double images. Due to the abnormality in Gengar's consciousness, the shadow claws that had bound everyone also showed signs of loosening. Gengar, what the heck is going on? I'm suddenly so dizzy and can't see clearly. Ha ha ha, Gengar, I really admire your courage, you dare to touch Arbok's blood. Arbok was cultivated by me, and every drop of its blood contains toxic. This kind of toxic, even if it is poison Pokemon are also not immune. Quote. How dare you use my Arbok's blood as bathwater. Koga didn't expect that he would be able to lie down and win. Arbok's upper body, like a mummified corpse, swallowed its lower body in one gulp, and then opened his mouth wide, and Arbok swallowed all the poisonous blood scattered on the ground. Immediately, granulation sprouts appeared on Arbok's upper body wound, and his lower body grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. But compared to before, Koga's Arbok is slightly thinner now. Haha, my Arbok's recover ability is very strong, even if it is smashed to pieces. As long as Arbok's head is still there, Arbok can quickly recover. Koga raised his head and laughed, laughter full of pride in his Arbok. Feng-Che remembered that Koga's Arbok was cut off by Agatha's Arbok when Koga fought against Agatha in the future. He also defeated Agatha's Arbok through rapid regeneration. But Koga's smile soon froze as he saw that Gengar was back to normal. It turned out that Gengar took advantage of Koga's words to expel all the venom from his body. Oh, Koga, can you change the character of your talkativeness? How many times have you lost to the protagonist one after another because you talk too much in the game? Feng-Che held his forehead and complained in his heart. However, Feng-Che was already prepared. I saw that the windy Ditto appeared in front of the ancient Pokeball. Facing the Pokeball made of stone, Ditto, who transformed into an Arbok, raised his silver tail and smashed it hard at the Pokeball. Pokeball soon showed a crack that was visible to the naked eye. Gengar froze suddenly, feeling that he could barely control his body as he wished. Arbok, keep using Iron Tail. Feng-Che continued to give orders to Ditto. Ditto swung his tail and continued to smash into the Pokeball's crack. A bit. Twice. 3 times. With a snap, the Pokeball suddenly fell apart. Gengar suddenly felt that the restraint that bound him had vanished. Arbok, use Crunch. Koga's Arbok opened his huge mouth and bit Gengar hard. I saw this. Gengar's body turned into foam. Gengar appears in the shadow of another clone. Pokeball is gone, the 1,000-year-old ban is gone. Gengar was suddenly free. But the world was so big that Gengar didn't know where he was going. Life suddenly lost its purpose and became boring. This Gengar is really strong and I don't think we can keep it. Sabrina spoke suddenly. Indeed, it can instantly split up and perform shadow lurking, and my Arbok can't tell which one is Gengar's real body. Since this Gengar is no longer our enemy, let's go to the 9th floor and open the passage to the spiritual world. Koga suggested. When Feng-Che looked up at Gengar, he found that Gengar had already disappeared. It's a pity, if such a powerful Gengar can become my main force, then I will have a trump card for protection. Feng-Che secretly regretted. Under the light of Lidon's flickering firelight, a burst of laughter could be heard in Feng-Che's shadow, which soon returned to normal. Hey, Feng-Che, your Arbok has recovered as before. I thought only my Arbok could recover quickly. Koga exclaimed. Only then did Koga realize that the windy Arbok tail had grown out, and lay slightly tired on the spot where the Pokeball had been placed. In fact, it is not at all that Ditto can quickly recover in the form of Arbok. Rather, Ditto was able to control his own body's cells for a brief separation. So Gengar didn't attack Ditto at all, it was Ditto who split his body in half on his own. Thanks to you for completing the mission this time, Feng Che. I will report to the leader of Giovanni and give you credit. Sabrina watched Feng Che speak seriously, and suddenly flashed in her mind the scene of Feng Che being at a critical juncture. Desperate for life, her heart beat faster and her face blushed. Fortunately, it was not easy to detect in the dim environment in the tower at this time. She hurriedly lowered her eyes, adjusted her breathing, and quickly looked away from Feng Che's body. I will also prove your credit to the leader. This time you can open the spiritual world channel, and you are the first credit. Koga quickly agreed. Haha, Lord Koga, please don't say that. The ability to defeat Gengar this time is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Feng Che shook his head and said with a smile. Feng Che still wants to keep a low profile, and he just needs to brush up on Sabrina and Koga a little bit. Feng Che felt that if he held the first power of opening the spiritual world channel into his own hands, with his current strength, it would make people feel that his virtue was out of place, and he would draw too much hatred, which would not be good for him. Okay, when you improve to a certain level, we will give you credit, but the rewards you should have will not be less than you. Team Rockets will not treat any team who work hard for Team Rockets badly. Rockets members. Sabrina seemed to sense Feng Che's thoughts and added quickly. Let's go. 000. It's getting late, if you don't hurry, the people from the Alliance will be here. Sabrina said to Koga and Feng Che. As soon as he stepped into the 9th floor of the Ziwan Tower, Feng Che had only one feeling, cold, a biting cold. Feng Che quickly wrapped his body with psychic to avoid frostbite. Feng Che saw that this place was full of black crystals, and there was a very well-cut soul stone in front of it, which flickered and suppressed the spiritual world passage. These spar are nether crystals and contain a lot of ghost energy. Unfortunately, these nether crystals need special containers to be loaded, which is a waste of the Alliance. Sabrina said with some regret. But we have finally completed the task. As long as the soul stone is taken away, the spiritual world channel will open in less than half a quarter of an hour. At that time, countless ghost-type Pokemon will swarm out of the spiritual world channel. This what a spectacle. Sabrina wrapped the soul stones with psychic and sent them into the psychic space that she had created, and she was relieved. Go, or we won't be able to leave when the spiritual world channel opens. Sabrina informed the entire Lavender Town Team Rockets through her psychic to withdraw from Lavender Town. The residents of Lavender Town just stay where they are. They have the aura of the spirit world, and the ghost-type Pokemon will not attack them. Sabrina hurried down the Xian Tower with Koga and Feng Che. In a blink of an eye, the 9th crystal on the 9th floor disappeared. Lavender Town. Agatha was leaning against the trunk of a large tree, and she was looking up at the black air emitting from the top of the Xian Tower. It seems that Team Rockets has opened the spiritual world channel. I really want to thank you, Team Rockets, for giving me an immortal army of ghosts. Agatha smiled wantonly, her forehead and eyes filled with wrinkles. After a while, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the Ziwan Tower. Then countless ghosts Pokemon poured out from the vortex like a blowout, and the black pressure spread over the entire Lavender Town. Hey, time to work. Agatha tapped the ground with a cane, and suddenly several Gengars emerged from Agatha's shadow. These Gengars all have elite level strength. After Feng Che and the three of them got into the helicopter, Sabrina breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the communicator and released the projection. It didn't take long for Giovanni's figure to appear on the projection. Chapter 147-Abnormal Juvenile Mewtwo. Sabrina, you guys have done a great job and have done my job perfectly. Now Agatha Elite is accepting the Alliance's request and is going to Lavender Town to suppress the ghost-type Pokemon. There are so many ghost-type Pokemon everywhere, it won't take a month or two to deal with it. And Agatha has to rebuild the imprison. The passage to the spiritual world will take a lot of time. You have completed your mission very well this time, and I will reward you greatly. Giovanni in the projection said with a smile. By the way, Lieutenant, Serge has just returned to the Team Rocket's headquarters. After you come back, we can just get together. Okay, you have worked hard. I am waiting for your triumph at the Team Rocket's headquarters. Then, Giovanni disappeared into the projection. Giovanni obviously has a spy in the Alliance, and he even has the timely information that Agatha Elite is leaving for Lavender Town at the moment. Feng Che couldn't help but sigh about the intelligence capabilities of Team Rockets. Kanto Union. A gray-haired old man widened his eyes angrily, and bright red bloodshots filled his pupils. This person is the head of the Alliance Damalanchi. Damalanchi, who heard about the chaos in Lavender Town, suddenly felt a fire rush to his forehead, and his head hurt. He raised his hands and slammed it on the table. Team Rockets is so presumptuous, they dare to open the spiritual world channel and release so many ghost-type Pokemon. Fortunately, Agatha Elite is nearby. If Agatha Elite is there to suppress it in time, there should be no major chaos. But I can't take this breath. Team Rockets is too arrogant. This is openly to taunt us. We have to launch a counterattack, and quickly counterattack. Let the people of Team Rockets see that our alliance is not vegetarian, and the Kanto region is not. Where Team Rockets can go wild. Rage's roar echoed throughout the conference room. Bruno, Lorelei, and Lance Crossing, who were out on duty, were all urgently called back. Lance Crossing, I heard that Team Rockets is developing a new type of weapon. You secretly sneak into Rocket Hideout, and you must get accurate information. Damalanchi said to Lance Crossing seriously. Bruno, Lorelei, you are going to the 7 Islands immediately. I got a top secret news that Team Rockets is ready to attack the 3 Holy Birds. The 3 Holy Birds are the foundation of our Kanto Alliance, and we must not let the 3 Holy Birds fall to Team Rockets' hands. Damalanchi said angrily, with a glint of light in his eyes. Team Rocket's headquarters. Feng Che was led by Sabrina, Lieutenant Serge, and Koga to Giovanni's office. Giovanni's office is very large, about 200 square meters. There are a lot of Giovanni's collections in it, and Feng Che saw several of the master balls alone. Welcome to you, Sabrina, Koga, Lieutenant Serge, and Feng Che, Giovanni told everyone with a smile, as he slapped Persian in his boss chair. Sabrina, Koga, Lieutenant Serge, the Alliance will launch a counterattack next. You don't leave your city for the time being. Giovanni said to the 3 cadres. I heard that Bruno Elite and Lorelei Elite have gone to the 7 Islands. Haha, let them be busy for a while, the 3 Holy Birds are long gone. Giovanni let out a smug laugh. Sabrina, you need to pay special attention next. The Sylph Company cannot be separated from our control. This company brings us nearly 1/3 of the income of Team Rockets. Giovanni said suddenly to Sabrina. I know, I will always pay attention to every move of Sylph executives, and keep them from my sight. Although I have banned them, I can't make sure that they do not escape the psychic ban. Sabrina looked serious said. Lt. Serge, you've been staying in Vermilion City lately. Stop running around, I'll send someone to collect any Pokemon you want. Koga, how's your latest poison development going? We want controlling the 3 Holy Birds requires poison to manipulate the spirits of the 3 Holy Birds. Giovanni asked Koga with sharp eyes. It has reached the clinical stage. Judging from the current progress, the efficacy of the drug is not bad. There is no accident, and there will be results soon. Koga replied confidently. Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Feng Che will come with me, and I'll assign you a new task. Giovanni stood up suddenly, put on a black suit, and walked towards Team Rocket's laboratory with Feng Che. Your mission this time is to protect the safety of Fuji Professional. Talon Superior, who originally protected Fuji Professional, was sent by me to perform a temporary mission because of the lack of manpower in Team Rockets. You only need to protect Fuji Professional for a while, and when Taelong Superior returns, your mission will be completed. Giovanni explained to Feng Che. Okay, I don't have any problem. Feng Che nodded. Come on, this is Fuji Professor's lab. Giovanni brought Feng Che to a giant laboratory. There are a lot of petri dishes in the laboratory. A purple Pokemon was lying in a petri dish and curiously observing everything around him with his little head stuck out. A few worm-like fossils were placed in a petri dish on the side, activating the cells in the fossil. There are countless purple embryos growing in petri dishes. Fuji Professional is busy recording data. Chief Giovanni, you are here. After seeing Giovanni coming, Fuji Professor quickly stopped his work and walked over. Haha, Fuji Professional, you were busy. I just brought Feng Che over to get familiar with the environment. Feng Che, you have been responsible for protecting the safety of Fuji Professor during this time. Fuji Professor, Feng Che is also your acquaintance. Giovanni explained to Fuji Professor enthusiastically. It's Feng Che, you've worked hard for this time. After Fuji Professional greeted Feng Che briefly, he turned his head and got busy again. Haha, Fuji Professional is like this. Once he is addicted to his research work, many times he even forgets to sleep and eat, and he can't care about anything. Fuji Professor's safety must be guaranteed. Explained. Okay, Chief. Feng Che replied seriously. Okay, I still have something to deal with, so you can stay here for a while. Giovanni turned around and left. Feng Che saw that the young Mewtwo had grown limbs, his round eyes kept rolling, and he looked at everything around him curiously, as if everything was very new to him. Are you human? A young and timid voice sounded in Feng Che's mind. Feng Che found out that it was Mewtwo who was communicating with his own mind. I'm a human with psychic, what's your name? Feng Che asked curiously. I don't have a name, I just remember my code name being 013. Mewtwo shook his head. Because Mewtwo has not grown up yet, Giovanni has not given this Mewtwo a name at present, but just used a code name of 013. My name is Feng Che. Since you don't have a name, how about I give you a name? Feng Che said with a smile. Okay, but, it must be a nice and handsome name. Mewtwo said with great anticipation. At this time, Mewtwo had just been born, and was very curious about everything like a newborn baby. Its psychic was still very weak at this time, so it could only follow Feng Che for telepathy. Your name is Mewtwo, which means beyond Mew. You were born from Mew's cells, but you are a unique individual. Feng Che explained to Mewtwo. Although I don't quite understand what you mean, I like the name Mewtwo very much. My perception tells me that this is my name. Mewtwo's voice was full of joy. I don't like other human beings around me. I feel that their minds are not pure, and their eyes are full of greed and desire. I can feel that you have a pure and mysterious power in you, which is different from them. Mewtwo looked at Feng Che curiously. Mewtwo, you have to remember in the future, don't show too much intelligence in normal times, you have to hide your intelligence before you have enough strength. Otherwise, after being discovered by these humans, they are very likely to it will erase your memory and turn you into a mindless fighting tool. Feng Che warned Mewtwo. I see, it's nice to meet you, but I have to fall asleep. My body's cells are not stable now. If I use psychic for a long time, it will easily cause my cells to collapse. Mewtwo closed his eyes after saying that. Gradually fall into sleep. Mewtwo and Feng Che was extremely short, and the busy researcher didn't notice anything unusual about Mewtwo. Fuji Professor, no, embryo 38 is abnormal. This embryo 38 has stopped developing and I don't know what went wrong. Fuji Professional's assistant reported to Fuji Professional with a panicked face. I'll look at the experimental data. Fuji Professor took the data sheet in the assistant's hand. Well, the data doesn't have any anomalies. It can only mean that this embryo cultivation failed. Forget it, this embryo is expected to explode soon and turn into a Ditto, so arrange for someone to dispose of it immediately. After Fuji Professor looked at the data, he didn't find any abnormality, so he had no choice but to let Mewtwo's embryos be disposed of. It's strange, the same steps, the time is accurate to the second, why these embryos did not develop to a certain extent, but transformed in the direction of ditto. Fuji professor looked at the embryos that had grown out of the outline doubtfully, vice inexplicable. Ditto only inherited the fickle abilities of mu cells, but not the powerful psychic. It has a relatively short time to transform into other Pokemon, and is not as familiar with skills as the original Pokemon, so Ditto can only be used as a support Pokemon. Every embryo that does not develop is transformed into a Ditto. Fuji Professional now has another title of the father of Ditto. Fuji Professor sighed. So far, he has not found the regularity of Mewtwo's formation. Feng Che looked at Fuji Professor's disappointed eyes, and his eyes turned to the petri dish that was activating the fossil. Mewtwo is a unique Pokemon, and the birth of divine beasts is unique, so it is impossible for a second Mewtwo to appear again, unless the Mewtwo in front of me dies. Feng Che thought secretly. This laboratory is very large, with a lot of experimental consumables and many precious psychic treasures. Feng Che saw soul dew fragments here, as well as some psychic enhancing potions, which were being continuously fed into Mewtwo's petri dish. Mewtwo absorbs extremely fast, and the nutrients in the nutrient solution are sucked into the body by Mewtwo in a short time. Suddenly, Mewtwo's eyes widened, like a drowning man, clutching his throat with a pained expression on his face. Childhood chow, the dream, it's so painful, I can't breathe. Professor, it's not good, an exception suddenly occurred on the 13th. Recognize, quasi, if. Water, head, scent, steel, book, cell, money, death, mother. The research assistant shouted anxiously that he knew how much Fuji Professor and Chief Giovanni valued this successfully bred young Mewtwo. A large amount of cold sweat instantly oozes out of his forehead. Show me the results of the experiment and see what's wrong. Fuji Professor's heart sank, and his expression suddenly became tense. He hurriedly took over the experimental data. The data shows that they are all normal. What's wrong? Fuji Professor frowned and looked at Mewtwo, who was struggling. There is a problem with the mixing of the nutrient solution and the psychic boosting potion. You should have improved the formula of the nutrient solution recently. The best way is to directly use the nutrient solution back to the original formula. Just when everyone looked helpless, Feng Che, who was beside him, pointed out the reason for Mewtwo's convulsions as a child. Fuji Professor, the nutrient solution is prepared by a master pharmacist, and the combined effect with the psychic pharmacy has also been verified in many ways, and there is no possibility of any problems. Once the nutrient solution is replaced, the young 13 is likely to be suddenly lack of nutrients, genes collapse and die. Quote. Fuji Professor, you must think twice before you act. A middle-aged bald researcher assistant Sha Chuan said suddenly. This. Zero. Fuji Professional hesitated. Because what this research assistant said really makes sense. Feng Che, you don't know, this nutrient solution is very difficult to prepare. We also spent a lot of effort to invite a master pharmacist to formulate this kind of nutrient solution that can make number 13 survive. Fuji Professor explained in a dilemma. Chapter 148_Save Mewtwo. Fuji Professor, I understand what you mean, change the nutrient solution, the 13th will not survive. But now, the facts are in front of us, and if this goes on like this, number 13 will not survive either. Look, a trace of purple blood has spilled out of the 7 orifices on the 13th, and the situation is very critical. Returning to the original nutrient solution, maybe there is still a chance of life on the 13th, and if you don't take measures quickly, you will really be weak. Feng Che said solemnly to Fuji Professor and many pharmacists. Everyone's eyes suddenly turned to the petri dish where the young Mewtwo was. As Feng Che said, this young Mewtwo was in great pain, and purple blood had oozing out. Yayui once told me that Feng Che's pharmacist's level is far higher than hers, and it is very likely that he is the level of a pharmacist. As of now, there is no other way. Only a dead horse can be used as a living horse doctor. Seeing Feng Che's firm eyes, Fuji Professor immediately made a decision. Fuji Professor. Research assistant Sha Chuan was about to say something when he was interrupted by Fuji Professor, who gave Feng Che a bad look on his face. Needless to say, if there is a problem, Chief Giovanni will investigate it, and I will bear it. Feng Che, just do what you want. But now there is a problem, we also don't know the formula of the previous nutrient solution. The pharmacist is not at Rocket Hideout at this time. If the pharmacist is urgently called back, it may be too late. Fuji Professor looked at Mewtwo, who was twitching all over, and said to Feng Che with anxiety and helplessness on his face. Bring up all the raw materials in your inventory, and leave the rest to me to handle. Feng Che said calmly. He was confident that he could formulate a more perfect nutrient solution. What are you still doing? Not taking out all the raw materials in the warehouse? Fuji Professor roared at all the researchers and research assistants, and the voice of Fuji Professor echoed throughout the laboratory. At the critical moment concerning the life and death of Mewtwo's embryos, Fuji Professional's emotions were also a little out of control. This was his hard work day and night for many years. Fuji Professional rushed to the warehouse first and took out boxes of tree fruits from it. I want sand scale fruit, blue dragon fruit, celadon, rainbow fruit. Feng Che reported a long list of tree fruits. Everyone present carried the raw materials back and forth from the warehouse according to the list reported by Feng Che. Feng Che, do you want to help you deal with it together? Fuji Professor panted and said, lifting so many fruits at once, it's really hard for him, a person who has never done heavy physical work. No, you only affect my speed. Come out, EPUB. Feng Che released EPUB. EPUB is extremely flexible in slicing and grinding various tree fruits according to Feng Che's requirements. Feng Che used Psychic to lift a tree fruit from time to time, and squeezed it with Psychic. The juice of the tree fruit continuously fell into the measuring cylinder on the side. The whole preparation process is smooth. In less than 5 minutes, Feng Che mixed the processed concoction together to form a nutrient solution the size of one person, emitting celadon, rainbow light. Okay, remove the nutrient solution from the petri dish and quickly inject the nutrient solution I just prepared. Feng Che's back was wet with sweat. Feng Che had just used Psychic to perform tens of millions of calculations in his brain before he figured out the most suitable nutrient solution formula for Mewtwo. Fuji Professor, this nutrient solution is not the same as the one prepared by the pharmacist. Should we inject this nutrient solution? Sha Chuan said in a very suspicious tone, with a look of contempt in his eyes. Nonsense, don't waste time, I'll be responsible if something goes wrong. Fuji Professor said angrily. Sha Chuan smiled embarrassingly, lowered his face silently, and didn't speak anymore. With the injection of the nutrient solution, Mewtwo's convulsions began to slow down, and Mewtwo gradually recovered and fell into a deep sleep again. But everyone could also notice that this Mewtwo was in a very poor state and was in a state of dying at any time. Fuji Professor, just leave it to me. With me, there will be no problems with this Pokemon. Although this Pokemon is in poor shape right now, the nutrient solution I've given is repairing its broken cells. I believe that the 13th will be back to normal soon. Feng Che looked at the worried Fuji Professor and said confidently. You're not a pharmacist, why are you so loud? Fuji Professor, I suggest that this nutrient solution must be tested and let this person announce the formula of the nutrient solution. Number 13's condition has become so weak, is it the problem of this nutrient solution? If something goes wrong, I will report to Chief Giovanni and hold you accountable. Assistant Sha Chuan jumped out again with a smug look on his face. He wanted to put the pot directly on Feng Che and Fuji Professional. Enough, Sha Chuan, shut up, I believe in Feng Che's ability, and he is also the person sent by the leader of Giovanni to protect me. Don't talk nonsense anymore, I don't welcome you in my laboratory, just let me out. Fuji Professor suddenly became furious. Although Fuji Professor has always been obsessed with research, it is not that he can't see everything clearly. If Feng Che hadn't acted in time, number 13 might have died prematurely. But from the beginning, this Sha Chuan didn't help anything, and kept jumping up and down, which really made Fuji Professor feel extremely irritable. Fuji Professor, I'm a researcher sent by General Petrol. You have no right to kick me out of the lab. Seeing that Fuji Professional was torn apart with himself, Sha Chuan, who had Petrol as the backstage, did not take Fuji Professional seriously. What about Petrol? Chief Giovanni gave me control of the lab, so if a researcher doesn't follow my orders, I can just fire him from the lab. Security, put this person out of the box. Fuji Professor shouted to the Team Rocket's members who were on duty in the laboratory. You dare, I will report to General Petrol. Sha Chuan was pulled out by the Team Rocket's members crying. Feng Che, thanks to you, the 13th didn't die prematurely. Thank you so much. Fuji Professor watched the condition of the young Mewtwo in the petri dish gradually improve, and he was relieved. If this young Mewtwo is devastated, the Fuji Professor will also go mad. Because this is the only Mewtwo he has cultivated that has formed and has self-awareness. If it weren't for the accident of the Pharmacist Guild, it is estimated that you would have been admitted to the Pharmacy Master. Fuji Professor said jokingly. Feng Che, you don't need to watch here for a long time. If you feel bored, you can go around the Team Rocket's headquarters. If there is an emergency, I will notify you to come back. Fuji Professional said to Feng Che. Can I use a petri dish here? I just have a Pokemon that I want to cultivate. Feng Che said to Fuji Professor when he saw that there were many detection instruments here. If you want to cultivate Pokemon, of course there is no problem. You can use all the materials in the laboratory. You can use the instruments here. After the Fuji Professor finished speaking, he received a call from Giovanni and left in a hurry. With such a big situation in the laboratory, Fuji Professional must report to Giovanni in person. The Pokemon Feng Che wants to cultivate is Magneton. He wants to cultivate Magneton into Magnezone, and then exchange the Pokemon with excellent qualifications from Lieutenant Surge. It's strange, the tree fruit I put on the table just now disappeared. As soon as Feng Che turned his head, he found that the tree fruit he had just placed on the table was gone, and he was a little puzzled. He thought it might be the researcher who took it back. Forget it, I'll go to the warehouse later to find it. When Feng Che didn't notice, the shadow under his feet suddenly swayed. Come out, Magneton. Feng Che released the rusted Magneton from the Pokeball. This Magneton, still in its old tattered appearance, was full of rust. Magneton's eyes floated blankly in the air. BHDF. Treating such a large area of rust is really a big project. Feng Che let Magneton enter the petri dish. He skillfully pressed the switch on the petri dish and filled it with electrolyte. Fortunately, the laboratory has a research Pokemon, so there are a lot of electrolytes. If you are elsewhere, you don't have such a complete set of tools and raw materials. Feng Che took out a bottle of corrosive strong acid from the bracelet and injected it into the petri dish. It is made from the strong acid of Bellsprout collected by Feng Che on Dead Island, mixed with the strong acid that Ditto spits out when he transforms into Arbok. Immediately, a large number of bubbles appeared on Magneton's body, and the strong acid was dissolving the rusted part of Magneton. The good thing is that Magneton doesn't feel pain, and the metal parts of Magneton are not corroded by strong acids. Feng Che soaked Magneton in strong acid for an hour, then took out Magneton and washed it with clean water. Sure enough, the rusted parts of Magneton's body had been dissolved by the strong acid. The entire Magneton surface is pitted and still looks very ugly. Feng Che washed the strong acid attached to Magneton's body with plenty of water, and then threw Magneton into a petri dish full of electrolytes. The bottom of the petri dish was filled with a large number of metal blocks. Feng Che pressed the current switch in the petri dish and released electric current into the petri dish. Magneton kept absorbing free metal ions in spark. After a while, Magneton was refreshed. Very well, The next step is to let Magneton use the top-grade Thunderstone for communication exchange. Feng Che put the Magneton back into the Pokeball, then he took out an empty Pokeball and put it on the side of the Pokemon switcher, and pressed the switch. Immediately, the Pokemon switcher overflowed with white light and switched the Pokeball to the other side. The next step is to find a place with sufficient current. If Magneton's evolution is completed in the laboratory, Magneton will involuntarily absorb the laboratory's current. Giovanni would have knocked me out if I accidentally caused a power outage in the lab. Feng Che thought about it, and there was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Feng Che hurriedly inquired with the researchers in the laboratory about a place where Team Rockets was dedicated to the Evolution Electrical System Pokemon, so he left the laboratory and hurried out. Evolution Electric Pokemon is at the Team Rockets breeding facility. This is where Team Rockets opened exclusively for Team Rockets members, Evolution Electric Pokemon. Hello, what service do you need? A black-haired lady wearing a Team Rockets suit greeted Feng Che with a smile on her face. I need a place where evolution can be a Pokemon. We have super-sized generators here for Pokemon's evolution needs. But one thing you need to pay attention to is that you need to prepare a lot of points. We will charge you based on your electricity consumption. The black-haired lady said to Feng Che. Okay, please make arrangements for me. Soon Feng Che got a card. Immediately afterwards, Feng Che entered a room dedicated to the Evolution Electric System Pokemon, and there were countless arcs wandering in the room. It's a small compartment with a charge pile on it. Feng Che inserted the card into the device according to the instructions on the device. Come out, Magneton. The moment Magneton rushed out of the Pokeball, the white light of evolution glowed on his body. Feng Che quickly connected the charge pile to the Magneton, and pressed the button to activate the power switch. The numbers on the device jumped rapidly. Magneton is drawing a lot of electricity, and its evolution's white light is also covered in saffron-colored light. Fine, I'll just wait for the Magneton evolution to finish. Feng Che found a corner in the room and sat down. There was a humming sound from the operation of the generator, and Feng Che fell asleep unconsciously. When Feng Che woke up, a brand new Magnezone appeared in the room. Magnezone is gray, and it has an oval body that resembles a UFO. And it can float in the air without touching the ground. Although the red pupil in the middle of the body looks like a one-eyed structure, it is actually a fake eye, and the circular structures on the shoulders on both sides are the real eyes. Evolution, it is no longer connected by Magnemite, but it is like a fusion of Magnemites, and the one in the middle is larger. Magnezone is floating silently in the air. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Magnezone close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, no gender close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Feature, analysis. Open black lens bracket level, 38 close black lens bracket. Attribute, steel plus electricity. Skills, triple attack, electric field, thunder shock, tackle, supersonic, thunder wave, electro ball, gyro ball, spark, screech, Volkner float, flash cannon, metal sound. Status, fully charged. Evaluation, this Magnezone is made by a special way of evolution. During the process of evolution, it absorbs a lot of electricity, so the electricity of this Magnezone is amazing, and it is the love of electric Pokemon trainers. Close black lens bracket. Evolution is finally done, Magnezone. Feng Che said with great relief. Come on, Magnezone, I'll find you an electric Pokemon trainer that's perfect for you. Feng Che murmured after taking Magnezone back to the Pokeball. With your current qualifications, you should be able to sell at a good price. It's not easy to sell you, though. Feng Che is also a little worried, Lieutenant. Surge is his only target buyer. He can't walk directly to Lieutenant Surge, and then follow Lieutenant Surge carelessly and say, I have a Magnezone with good qualifications, I want to trade with you. This will probably be driven out by Lieutenant Surge is a neurotic. And even if Lieutenant Surge hadn't kicked it out, it would have been too cheap to rush to send Pokemon. So Feng Che figured out a way to attract Lieutenant Surge's attention, and let Lieutenant Surge take the initiative to come to the door and ask for a Pokemon exchange. Chapter 149-Lieutenant Surge. In the end, Feng Che decided to hit the arena of Team Rockets. Feng Che has inquired, Lieutenant Surge likes to bet in the arena of Team Rockets very much, as long as Lieutenant Surge is in the headquarters of Team Rockets, he will stay in the arena most of the time. Team Rockets arena is in the northeast corner of Rocket Hideout, where there is a large open-air arena. Many Team Rockets members watch games in this arena when they have nothing to do. Team Rockets members can place bets on every game, and the arena adjusts the odds based on a competitor's winning streak and many more. Every Team Rockets member can simply register in the arena's service lobby and participate in matches in the arena. Contestants who win in a row will be rewarded handsomely. Feng Che entered the service hall in the arena wearing a smiling face mask. I need to register as a competitor. An electronically synthesized voice came from under the smiling face mask. Please tell me your code name and the Pokemon you need to register. The arena clerk asked Feng Che. Codename Pharmacist, the registered Pokemon is this Magnezone. Feng Che released the Magnezone from the Pokeball. Excuse me if you want to participate in the competition. If you choose to participate in the competition at this time, the system will automatically arrange it for you. Every 10 games you win, you will get a mysterious reward. The clerk asked. Let's start the game, I'm looking forward to it. Feng Che replied directly. Okay, I've made arrangements for you. Damn, Koga and Sabrina didn't even say hello, they ran back to the city where they were stationed. Lieutenant Surge said a little unhappily. Forget it, let's go to the Team Rockets arena and see what a powerful Pokemon showdown there is today. I haven't been there for a long time, let's see what a powerful Pokemon there is. Lieutenant Surge raised his legs and walked towards the arena. Have you heard that a mysterious dark horse has appeared in the arena, and has won 20 straight matches with a Magnezone? Ah, Magnezone, this kind of Pokemon is rare. His next opponent is the Fire Calamity, known as the evil ghost of Inferno. The Fire Calamity has won 30 consecutive victories. His Pokemon Magmar is so powerful that his opponents are basically burnt to ashes. Humph, I heard that opponents that are more powerful than Fire Calamity have all been planted this time. This dark horse is very powerful, please come to Fire Calamity, it is probably because Magmar restrains Magnezone. Everyone was discussing. Lieutenant Surge listened to the discussion, he immediately became interested. Magnezone. Interesting, isn't this the Pokemon I'm thinking of? Lieutenant Surge hurried to the auditorium of the arena, where the battle was about to begin. Brothers of Team Rockets, it's a pleasure to host this game for everyone, I'm the host Persian. A chubby host wearing a Persian mask shouted in high spirits. Everyone should know that there is a dark horse in the arena recently. It took him only 2 days to create a 20-game winning streak. Do you know who it is? The host asked loudly. Pharmacist, pharmacist, pharmacist. Deafening shouts erupted from the arena. That's right, it's the pharmacist. So we specially arranged Mr. Flame Calamity, known as the evil spirit of Inferno, to show him how powerful the pharmacist is. I believe everyone is looking forward to it. A thin man wearing a flame mask, fiery red hair, and a thin body walked out, and he waved handsomely at the many Team Rockets members. Then, next, let's invite Mr. Yangtze to appear. After the host finished speaking, he took the lead in applauding, and there were cheers on the field. Fire disaster! Fire disaster! Fire disaster! An electronically synthesized falsetto came from under the mask of the Fire Calamity. Hello everyone, I'm Yan Disaster. Come and enjoy the excitement of the battle. This time, the opponent will be burned into black coal by my fire disaster. At this moment, Feng Che walked into the arena wearing a smiling face mask and a black cloak. Pharmacist, isn't it? Your winning streak record will end today. I also have a nickname called the Streak Terminator. Yan-Zai clasped his arms around him, with a smug, confident look on his face. Feng Che felt that the tone of this person called Yan Disaster was extremely arrogant, and he was taunting himself on the spot. But it's okay, I just like to watch people slap oneself. The more arrogant I am now, the harder my face will be slapped later. Feng Che's expression was calm, and he was already numb to this kind of atmosphere. In the first few battles, everyone clamored to defeat Feng Che before the opening, but they were all tortured to death by Feng Che. His name is Fire Calamity, so the Pokemon he is good at must be Fire-type Pokemon, which happens to be very restrained against Magnezone. Come out, Magnezone. Feng Che glanced at Yan-Zai indifferently, and released Magnezone full of energy. Quite a few saffron-colored arcs were spilling out of Magnezone's body. There was a crackling sound in the air, and the free arc even split a small pebble on the ground into a plume of blue smoke. Lieutenant Surge's eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, this is the Magnezone I've been dreaming of, it's been well bred. The overflowing current flashes the charm of Attract, and a powerful arc burst. I've been looking for so long, and I've finally found my muse. Lieutenant Surge has no other hobby, except that he has a soft spot for collecting electric Pokemon. He is very fond of Magnemite family, he has bred a lot of Magnemite and Magneton. He is also the one who invented the Volkner cage, which consists of 4 different Magnetons that make up the Volkner cage. Ordinary Pokemon can't break the blockade of Volkner's cage at all, not even Nidoking and Nidoqueen, who are known for their strength. Unfortunately, the Magnezones of evolution are almost all in Mt. Coronet, where the Magnezones are all very high level and very united, and most people can't get close. Once someone is out there attacking Magnezone, they're attacked by the entire Magnezone community. I commissioned the Bounty Guild to go to Mt. Coronet to capture Magnezone, and the bounty hunters were blown to pieces by Magnezone. Over time, naturally no one is willing to take the task I posted in the Bounty Guild. I didn't expect to see such a perfect Magnezone here. I really have nowhere to go after stepping through the Iron Shoes. Even with the lucky catch of Magnezone from Mt. Coronet, qualifications aren't necessarily ideal. When Lieutenant Surge saw Feng Che's Magnezone's first glance, his whole body fell completely. His first impression was that this was the electric Pokemon he had been looking for a long time. This streamlined body, full of explosive arcs, and those big eyes. Lieutenant Surge's eyes were carefully observed in Magnezone for a long time, but he didn't find anything that he was not satisfied with. That's right, you're the Magnezone I'm looking for. Lieutenant Surge nodded again and again, and he couldn't wait to find this apothecary himself and trade Pokemon with him after the game was over. However, I just don't know if this person is willing to trade Pokemon with me. Lieutenant Surge muttered, not sure. This Magnezone has been nurtured so well and has the strength of 20 consecutive victories. It must be the main Pokemon of the person in front of me. Even if I have a Cyan qualified Rowlet in my hand, it will not necessarily make this person let go. Lieutenant Surge really doesn't want to miss this Magnezone. He's going to look at his collection and see if there's anything of value. Come out, Magmar. Firestorm unleashes a majestic Magmar. Magmar has upward flames on his head, like his hair, a fire symbol on his abdomen, and seems to be covered in fire all over his body. In addition, its beak resembles a duck's beak. Its body temperature is as high as 1200 degrees, and the hotter the place, the more energetic it is. Its favorite way to relax is to take a bath in a lava pool. After entering the battle, the scorching flames will spew upwards from the body to intimidate the opponent. The heat wave generated on the body can even ignite the surrounding vegetation. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name, Magmar close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender, male close black lens bracket. Qualification, excellent green. Characteristic, body of fire. Open black lens bracket level, 40 close black lens bracket. Attribute, fire. Skills, ember, glare, mist, smoke, faint, fire vortex, fire blast, flamethrower, fire punch. Status, full of energy. Evaluation. This Magmar is good at flame moves, but it focuses too much on flame moves, making its other skills mediocre. Even standing on the stage, Feng Che could feel the amazing heat radiating from this Magmar. The air seemed to be twisted by the heat from Magmar's body. This Magmar is particularly good at fire-type skills, and Magnezone still suffers a bit against Magmar. It seems that the people in the arena don't want me to win streaks, so they specially arranged for me an opponent who has the same attributes to defeat Pokémon. The arena streak rewards are really good, no wonder they were desperate to break my streak. But take one step at a time. Anyway, my purpose is to attract Lieutenant Surge's attention. If I can win, it's the best. If I can't win, my goal has been achieved. Feng Che looked indifferently to see Magmar waving his arms, eager to try, full of fighting power. Very well, Lieutenant Surge has come. Ask for flowers. Feng Che had already seen the saffron-colored spiky head of Lieutenant Surge's logo through Psychic, and the hot eyes of the spiky head had never left Feng Che's Magnezone. This Magnezone should also be exchanged for that rare Mega Rollet in Lieutenant Surge's hand. However, to whet Lieutenant Surge's appetite first, it would be too much of a loss for just one Rollet. This Magnezone, Feng Che invested a high-grade stone of electricity, and charged Magnezone every day to cultivate it so bright and dazzling. HMPH, Magmar, use Flamethrower. Firestorm directed Magmar to attack first. Magmar snorted coldly and exhaled 2 puffs of black smoke from his nostrils. Then Magmar opened his mouth, and Feng Che saw a red-orange light gushing out from Magmar's mouth. A fire dragon with claws galloped away in the direction of Magnezone. Magnezone, lift off, dodge Magmar's attack. This time, Feng Che didn't plan to fight hard, he just wanted to show Lieutenant Surge that this Magnezone was quite agile. Magnezone uses its own magnetic field to rapidly rise and fall. Sure enough, a gleam appeared in Lieutenant Surge's eyes. This Magnezone can control the magnetic force in its body so skillfully. I really found a treasure in the arena this time. Afterwards, Lieutenant Surge's eyes dimmed a little, and he suddenly became concerned about gains and losses. He was worried, what price would he have to pay to get such a powerful Magnezone? 000 and this person called a pharmacist is not necessarily willing to trade with him. Never mind, I must get this Magnezone. I'm going to switch to this Magnezone no matter what. The big deal is to send the treasures I have collected to the pharmacist. Lieutenant Surge muttered to himself. The flamethrower didn't hit the Magnezone, and everywhere the flamethrower passed, a raging flame was ignited. Feng Che felt that the air in the arena became very hot, and every time he took a breath, he felt a dry mouth. Magnezone, use Thunder Shock. Magnezone emanated many tiny arcs from the sky, falling in the direction of Magmar like rain. Magmar, use the flamethrower to cover the arc as much as possible. Yanzan shouted with disdain, he didn't take Magnezone's trick in his eyes. Flame Calamity believes that all things can be flamethrower, and one flamethrower can't stop the opponent's attack, so there are 2. Unfortunately, this Magmar of the Fire Calamity did not learn the tricks of the rock system. If you use Rock Blast or Rock Tomb, blocking Thunder Shock with rocks is a lot better than simply using fire-type tricks. Feng Che shook his head and said secretly. Magmar took a deep breath and spat out a 120 arc flamethrower from his mouth, covering half the field of play. The air was surging, and even the members of Team Rockets sitting in the audience could feel a scorching aura coming towards them. Have you felt it? This is the power of Magmar of the fire disaster. Its searing breath made the whole field restless. Come on, Magmar, don't lose. The Team Rockets members in the audience were all excited, and some even shouted the name of the fire disaster. Magneton felt the high temperature emanating from flamethrower, and it hurriedly descended from the sky to prevent the magnetism on his body from disappearing due to the high temperature. Magmar's flamethrower devoured most of the thunder shock, but a small amount fell on Magmar. Magmar only felt his footsteps go numb, and then knelt down on one knee, saffron-colored arcs swirling around Magmar's body. This made Magmar feel extra sour. Magmar has entered a paralyzed state. What should the Fire Calamity players do? Can the Fire Calamity players break the pharmacist's winning streak? The host shouted on the summit stage, and the atmosphere at the scene also rose. This Magmar is just paralyzed. There must be a way to beat Magnezone. I bet a lot of money on fire. That's right, I believe in the fire disaster. He has never lost since his debut. He is much stronger than this unknown dark horse. Didn't you see that most of the people on the scene chose to bet on the fire disaster? Yeah, but I don't think the state of the fire disaster is very good today. It's not clear if I can win. Magmar was suddenly paralyzed, leaving the Team Rockets in the audience talking. They all shouted the title of the flame disaster, cheering for the flame disaster. After all, these people are optimistic about the flame disaster, and they all bet on the flame disaster. And Chapter 150_My Muse, no one wants to take it away. Magmar is paralyzed, which I was prepared for. Yan Calamity took out a hemp fruit and threw it precisely into Magmar's mouth. During the game, the trainer can give the Pokemon that is paralyzed, burned, frozen, or given berries or medicines to relieve the abnormal state, which is allowed. Magmar, use Fire Blast, finish Magnezone. After Magmar ate the hemp nuts given to him by the fire blight, the arcs that swam around him disappeared quickly. Magmar's eyes. Magmar, you're a duck, you almost got it. Magmar, I'm going to use the most powerful fire blast to find my way back. Magmar opened his mouth directly, and the orange-red fireball gathered in its mouth, growing from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a basketball. The fireball exuded super high temperature, and even the ground began to burn red, and flowing magma appeared. Magmar, hoo, I can't hold it anymore, let's take this opportunity to release Fire Blast. Magmar spit Fire Blast out of his mouth. The fireball stretched into a large shape in midair, occupying almost half of the playing field. Feng Che could feel the heat radiated from the Fire Blast on the competition stage, and he was sweating like rain. The ground was affected by Fire Blast, and it was all covered with a layer of flowing lava, a doomsday scene. The menacing Fire Blast, Magnezone condensed flash cannon unhurriedly, and a silver-white light ball gathered in front of the self-destructing Magnezone. Then a silver-white beam of light bombarded away at a certain position of the Fire Blast. With a thud, flash cannon passed through the layers of Fire Blast obstacles and rammed in Magmar's direction. Fire Blast suddenly shattered into pieces, drifting into the air as stray sparks, and eventually vanished. What the hell is going on? How did the Fire Blast disappear all of a sudden? The Fire Blast is the trick to get the title of Inferno's evil ghost. The Pokemon hit by Fire Blast burns like charcoal. I suddenly felt that the Fire Blast would lose. The collapse of the Fire Blast also shattered the confidence of the Team Rocket's members in the audience on the Fire Blast. It's amazing, the flash cannon just now accurately hit the core of the Fire Blast. Lieutenant Surge sighed secretly. It takes a lot of experience to find the Fire Blast's energy core at once, and let Pokemon deliver a precise blow. This guy called Apothecary is not easy, I have to say he is really strong. Lieutenant Surge said with a solemn expression. How is this possible? The Fire Blast has collapsed. Yan Calamity couldn't believe his eyes. This was his invincible artifact trick in this arena. The stunned Fire Disaster didn't even notice that Flash Cannon was charging towards Magmar. By the time he recovered, it was too late. Magmar had already been hit by Flash Cannon and fell to the ground as if he had been scalded. Magmar. Yan Disaster suddenly turned ashes, and fell to the ground in pain. Magnezone of the Apothecary player defeated Magmar of the Fire Calamity player. It was a shocking battle. I declare that the winner of this game is the Apothecary. The host shouted excitedly. The pharmacist's Magnezone is very strong. I want to ask him if he can change the Magnezone. You stupid, this is his main Pokemon, how can it be changed? But if he is willing to change, I can exchange the Pokemon with the best qualifications with him. A weak voice sounded. After everyone heard this voice, they were stunned for a moment, and then they felt very reasonable. Go find it, be sure to find the pharmacist, and exchange Pokemon with him. The members of Team Rockets in the audience were like crazy. Damn, are these people sick? If you do this, you won't know how much the Magnezone will exchange for. Lieutenant, Surge said a little depressedly. Originally, he wanted to find the pharmacist secretly, and then talk to the pharmacist. Apothecaries exchange Pokemon as soon as possible. There are so many Team Rockets members trying to find a pharmacist now, and then the pharmacist will definitely be up for grabs. Lieutenant, don't even try to steal it. Feng Che, who got off the arena, immediately disguised himself and left the arena quickly. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. After the storm is over, he will find an opportunity to trade Pokemon with Lieutenant Surge. Feng Che, you're back. Number 13 is in much better condition. He has grown a bit more today. Your nutrient solution is really effective. Fuji Professor said happily with a face full of spring breeze. If it was in the game, Feng Che would definitely have noticed the +1/+1 favorability that kept popping up on Fuji Professional's head. Very good, I have a good relationship with Fuji Professional. When the time is right, I will explain my Ditto problems to the Fuji Professor and see what good insights this Ditto father has. Feng Che thought to himself. Within a few days, Feng Che was also familiar with the Pokemon in the Fuji Professional Laboratory. Feng Che's original plan to devour Mewtwo embryos was also aborted. Because once the embryo stops developing, it transforms into Ditto, which is an unstoppable trend. Without a mature embryo, there is simply no ability to further transform into Mewtwo, even if Ditto devours it. There are also many Ditto in different shapes in the Petri dish, and these Ditto are the products of failed experiments. However, because of a serious accident, Ditto of the laboratory escaped part of it. But how the accident was caused and what happened in it, Fuji Professional kept silent. Fuji Professor, I will write down the formula and method of preparing the nutrient solution, and will make a batch of nutrient solution to reserve in the laboratory. Don't worry, we will be able to breed a new Pokemon. Feng Che knew that Mewtwo would definitely appear, but the premise was that number 13 would not die prematurely. Feng Che had made a lot of friendship with number 13 in the past few days, just to prepare for the abduction of Mewtwo in the future. Okay, you've really helped a lot, and I've asked Chief Giovanni to do it for you. Fuji Professor said with a smile, with a relaxed look on his face. He felt that with Feng Che's help, his experiment went much smoother. Feng Che spent almost a month in Fuji Professional's laboratory. Fuji Professor is busy in the lab from Monday to Friday. On Saturday and Sunday, I must go home to accompany my wife and daughter. Because of the fact that Fuji Professor's wife and daughter were nearly assassinated last time, the neighborhood where Yayui and Xiaoai live now are all the eyeliners of Team Rockets, and even the neighbors are pretending to be members of Team Rockets. Feng Che only needs to protect the safety of Fuji Professional on his way home. The relationship between Feng Che and Mewtwo has also grown, and Feng Che has specially prepared many nutritional medicines that can promote the development of Mewtwo growth. Originally the size of a mouse, Mewtwo is now the size of a house cat. Mewtwo now has a psychic that is close to the top psychic. Such days continued until the return of Tyrone Superior. Talong Superior returned to Rocket Hideout, looking like a dusty. Mental state is not very good. It seems that this task is quite difficult. The safety of Fuji Professional is left to me. You have worked hard during this time. Talong Superior said a few words to Feng Che, and then completed the handover of the protection of Fuji Professional with Feng Che. After these days, Feng-Che has reached a 50-game winning streak in the arena, and his Magnezone has become a hot star Pokemon. All Team Rocket's people are inquiring about Feng-Che's true identity and want to exchange Magnezone from him. Among them, Lieutenant Surge was the most anxious. However, the arena adopts an anonymous system, which makes it more difficult for Lieutenant Surge to find Feng-Che. After Feng-Che finished the task of protecting Fuji Professional, he went straight to the arena. Damn, why can't I find out the true identity of this pharmacist? The Magnezone in his hand, I really want more and more. Lieutenant Surge was lighting in the auditorium of the arena. He suddenly found a person wearing a smiling face mask next to him. When did this guy come to me? Why is he so elusive? I don't feel it at all. Lieutenant Surge secretly vigilant. LT Surge, I heard you've been looking for me. Feng-Che made an electronically synthesized voice. I'm a pharmacist. I heard that you asked me for information through multiple channels and wanted to trade Magnezone with me, so I came to the door. Feng-Che explained. You are willing to trade Magnezone with me? Lieutenant Surge was instantly overjoyed. Yes, but I'm going to see the price you're offering. After all, there are a lot of people here who want to trade with me. But I know that they are only interested in Magnezone's powerful attack power, but they are not people who really cherish Magnezone. I heard that Lord Lieutenant Surge is very fond of Magnemite, so I think you are also a good person for Magnezone. But whether Lord Lieutenant Surge can become a real fate depends on Lord Lieutenant Surge's sincerity. Feng-Che Gujing said to Lord Lieutenant Surge without a wave. Good talk, please follow me. Lieutenant Surge brought Feng-Che to his office at Team Rocket's headquarters. Welcome to the humble house. Lieutenant Surge's office is about 100 square meters. It's not as messy as imagined, but it's neat and tidy. Haha, because of my years of military life, I like to keep my office clean. Lieutenant Surge opened the safe and took out a Pokeball and 2 treasures. A sea blue gem, and a necklace that looks like raindrops. This is the most precious thing in my hand. I can exchange it for the Magnezone in your hand. Lieutenant Surge put the greatest sincerity he could show in front of Feng-Che. Feng-Che took out the Pokeball and used the system to use the detection technique on the Pokemon in the Pokeball. Open black lens bracket Pokemon name. Roll it close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gender. Male close black lens bracket. Qualification. Epic teal. Characteristic. Lush. Open black lens bracket level. 5 close black lens bracket. Attribute. Grass plus flying. Skills. Growl, tackle, leaf, peck, shadow sneak, razor leaf, synthesis, pluck, nasty plot, sucker punch, leaf blade, double team, confuse ray, grass knot. Status. Drowsiness. Evaluation. This Rowlet is lethargic and can sleep for 23 hours a day, but it has extremely powerful attack power. Close black lens bracket. LT. Surge, don't mind if I let this Rowlet out of the Pokeball. 3.5 This is not Feng-Che's Pokemon after all, and Feng-Che will of course ask Lieutenant Surge's opinion. Of course there's no problem. If you want to see it, just let it go. This Rowlet fell on my boat while I was on a mission in the Alola region. When I returned from the Alola region to the Kanto region, I found that this little guy was soundly asleep on my boat. I had no choice but to subdue it. But this Rowlet has an Achilles heel, and I'm going to make it clear to you. This Rowlet doesn't know why, is extremely lethargic, sleeps 23 hours a day, and is drowsy even for the first hour when he's awake. I had this Rowlet tested at the Team Rocket's medical center and it was very healthy, so here's the health check. There is no good way for the medical center to change the symptoms of Rowlet's somnolence. The latest one is from a day ago, and because I'm watching him lethargic and worried about what's wrong with him, I'm doing him a checkup every 3 days. Lieutenant Surge handed over a thick stack of test reports from Team Rocket's medical center. Feng Che read it carefully and found that there was no abnormality in the reported data. This rollet was indeed as healthy as Lieutenant Surge said. If you don't like this rollet, I'll offer you a green qualified Royal 3 from Team Rocket's alternate Pokemon library. Seeing that Feng Che didn't make a statement for a long time, Lieutenant Surge hurriedly added with some anxiety that he was determined to win Feng Che's Magnezone.